In the frozen silence of the intensive care unit, our story begins with a patient lying motionless under a mask of anesthesia while doctors fight for his life, struggling with threatening bleeding and falling blood pressure. The tension in the air builds as the doctors, starting to get nervous, urgently ask the assistants to bring in a blood bag and a clamp to stop the relentless bleeding. All eyes are on the monitor, the fate monitor, where the patient's pulse is dropping ever lower than normal, every heartbeat a battle for life, as the situation is very critical indeed. One of the surgeons said that it seems that the iron object they removed earlier caused a very strong infection, which made the surgeon very surprised and nervous, as he could not understand how this is possible. In a race against time, where every second is precious, the doctors realize that any delay could cost the patient's life, so they decide that it is necessary to resuscitate the heart and lungs right away. The grim readings of the equipment cast a shadow of hope, foreshadowing that the patient is already teetering on the brink between life and death. At this critical moment, a heavy-hearted assistant informs the doctor that the patient's heart has stopped beating, adding another unsettling note to an already tense environment. He tried to contain his emotions, but he failed, saying that the patient was no longer alive. The doctor's heart sinks at the memory of the words of the patient's mother, who, on the eve of the operation, anxiously asked him if her son would be okay, leaving him wondering how she could announce such sad news. He recalls how she, choking back tears, begged him to save her son, telling him how much he had endured because of her mistakes, words that are deeply seared into his soul. His thoughts return to the mother's words that her son is the only thing she lives for on this earth, her only joy and meaning in life, giving it a special significance. The doctor's gaze once again slides over the face of the patient lying in helpless sleep under anesthesia, who is no longer breathing, causing the doctor to feel a deep sense of loss. He revisits the mother's words over and over in his thoughts, as if trying to find an answer, and with a heavy heart, he closes his eyes, sighing deeply at the helplessness and bitterness of what is happening. There is a sudden silence in the surgical ward as everyone puts their hands down, gazing mournfully at the patient, paying their respects with a moment of silence, while the medical records record the time of his passing and the tragic cause, an infection that led to brain death due to profuse bleeding. The unconscious patient lay in the intensive care unit, where his life hung in the balance and the anesthesia tube seemed unnecessary because his condition was critical. In the waiting room, his mother sat with her fingers crossed, praying hopefully for a successful outcome to the surgery, her every breath reflecting hope and fear. She continued to cry, feeling powerless in the face of the unknown, and the only thing left to her was to hope for a positive outcome that could change everything. Tension reached a climax when the doors of the operating room opened and one of the doctors stepped out, causing a wave of anxiety among those waiting. This surprised everyone else very much, because the operation is not over yet, so it was arrogance. Therefore, the chief surgeon ordered everyone to quickly return to their seats, as well as prepare a logbook and the patient's vital signs. The doctor immediately ordered the blood transfusion to be speeded up as well, and also said to check the metal object removed from the patient's body, and also, since there were enough necessary instruments on the table, the doctor decided to suggest another test for tetanus. The doctor also took off his mask, which is strictly forbidden to do in operating rooms. But the thought began to visit him that they really still have an excellent chance to save the patient. At that moment, all surgeons were surprised, because is there any point in operating on an already dead patient? But the doctor was resolute and said that now everything is really different. Probably the rumors about this doctor have not yet reached him. He was special because he always took on the most difficult tasks and saved the lives of those people who could not be returned, although he went all the time without a mask. No one even guessed until recently about his abilities, but when he arrived, the operation resumed again, because he is the one who can even pull out the dead from the next world, and all this in the literal sense of the word. His name was Shin Yu-sun. He is also better known by the nickname God Hands, so he also decided not to waste time, and wearing his mask, he proceeded to the operation. Really, some magical processes began on the cardiogram, and the heartbeat gradually began to recover, which was really hard to believe. After a few hours of work, after all, the operation was a success, and in the operating room, everyone began to scream and rejoice together because it was really an excellent job, after which the patient was saved. And after a hard day, you really need to relax somehow, so the doctor took a can of drink and opened it. He decided to relax a little and have a drink, as he was really tired after the operation, and he also realized that he would spend his entire vacation in the hospital again. When he came out of it and looked at the excellent view of the city, he realized that he really had not had a normal rest for a very long time. Again today he spent the whole day in the operating room, despite the fact that he had a day off. He looked at the sky and did not understand why life is so cruel. At that moment, a big announcement also appeared, which tells us that these are indeed the hands of a god. It was already dark, but his nickname was given for a reason, but all because he can save even dead people. As he himself reports, at first he even liked it, and his main motivation was the joy that formed after saving the dying, as this is really a talent, to pull people out of the other world. However, he lay in his bed and was really in pain, all due to the fact that he did not have time to rest at all, after various rumors that spread throughout the city. Now every time he is entrusted with the treatment of really very important and wealthy patients whose lives must be saved, it is mistaken for portable medical devices that can be used at any time. But he understood that he would not last so long. So something was needed, and he looked with his tired eyes at his hands, and he was really interested in understanding what the title of the Hand of God, which he was presented with, means. It's really not easy, because of this, all the doctors began to be afraid of him and avoid him. So now it has become more like a mockery. He took a deep breath and really decided to think about when was the last time he rested and did not work under supervision and pressure. Choosing the next can of soda. He understood that at least he would earn a lot of money, but he didn't have time to even spend it. He smiled and looked at the bottom, realizing that perhaps you are some moment of your life. He still turned the wrong way, so as soon as he returns home, he will drink another can of beer and relax a bit. Suddenly, a bus drove sharply at him at great speed, which the guy obviously did not see while he was moving straight in his direction. The headlights began to dazzle his glasses, and as he himself liked to say, when a person dies, his whole life flashes before his eyes. This is exactly what happened to our hero. He really began to remember all his most interesting and intimate moments. But basically, everything that he had in his thoughts, as well as his whole practical life, was spent in the operating room. He even himself really became very interested. Why does he see only memories from the operating room? But there was already critically little time for reflection, and his bag flew into the air right from his hands. And almost immediately, a white, bright flash appeared, which informed the whole world that the brilliant surgeon was no longer alive. Meanwhile, the weather was really very good outside. Everything was happening in the ancient city, the building of which was very similar to a castle. Out of the leaves, someone started screaming and calling out to a guy named Ray. It was the name of our surgeon, who still could not understand whose voice it was. The girl noticed that he seemed to be trying to open his eyes now. But didn't he die? The surgeon looked at his hands, which really rejuvenated a lot, and was very surprised by this, because he did not understand what was wrong with them. At that moment, his new family approached him, who noticed that the guy had already woken up. They were very happy about this. Ray was really very surprised, and it seems he began to understand what had just happened. The family continued to rejoice and hug their child, rejoicing in every moment, because how can a child be so sweet when awake? In addition, his new father reported that the guy really looks very much like his mother, which is why he is so cute. She continued to hug her son and was really very happy, but the guy himself really didn't like it, because he absolutely could not understand what was happening to him now. But the only question that tormented him, at that moment, while the new environment looked at him, was why is he still alive? And while he was trying to figure out who all these people who were starting to squeeze him were, the girl made a remark to the guy, saying that he should do everything much more gently, as it could hurt the child. The surgeon did not understand what kind of small body he had, why everyone wants to squeeze it very hard. Was he really reborn as the child of these two? And after analyzing the situation, he realized that then these people look like his parents. But what kind of clothes are they wearing? Are they cosplayers? The girl took her child in her arms and began to apologize to him for the fact that Dad hurt him a little with his beard, from which the child had a small cut. They looked at his hand and were very frightened, just like the child who noticed that his hand was injured. Panic very much after he learned that Ray had hurt himself. He offered to call a priest to heal him. It was really obvious that he was panicking and had never had any experience with a child, but the girl reassured him and said that it was just a scratch, and there was nothing wrong with that. She put it on the surface and said that she herself could cure him without problems, which surprised the child very much. I wonder how she is trying to cure him, most importantly from what? He looked at her eyes and at the surface and said that she herself could cure him without any problems, which surprised the child very much. I wonder how she is trying to cure him, most importantly from what? He looked into her eyes and began to study even more superficially. Is she really a doctor too? And then he realized that in fact the ointment can leave a scar, but he did not know how I could tell about it. But the girl used her magic and, without touching the child at all, created a magical power that began to heal his hand. He was very surprised, because she immediately healed, which he had never seen before, for all the time of his work as a surgeon. At this moment, he once again analyzed his hand and looked at it, and realized that this is not medicine, so it means magic. And his mother began to laugh and said that the operation was over, and the wound really didn't seem to exist. The guy looked at his hand and was very happy, just like his parents, because not a single trace of the wound was visible at all. The girl began to laugh and said that she had said that she could handle it herself. Thanks to this, her father exhaled heavily with relief and said that she had not yet lost her magical abilities. And the surgeon, having heard that the word magic had just sounded, concluded that it looks like now he is a completely different person, and has he really been reborn in another world? Well, in the meantime, it was already getting dark outside and the whole family began their preparation for bed. Parents decided to put a small child to bed, but he could not sleep for a very long time, as he thought about his new business and the meaning of life. He woke up a few hours later and was very alert, and also noticed the fact that he hadn't slept in such a long time. 3 months have passed since he was reborn in this world, and during this time, he understood a lot from their conversations. This world is really completely different from the world in which the surgeon lived before, as if it were a fantasy world. This is where the lives of monsters and people begin at the same time, as well as other creatures that fight with each other. Because of this, people can be attacked at any time by monsters and various orcs. The villagers also say that they have to develop their strength and dedicate themselves to their chosen profession from a young age. Meanwhile, my mother approached Ray and decided to cure him. Another feature of this world, magic, which is developed here instead of science. Whenever Sane heals a child's wounds, he always resorts to magic, not medicine, as was the case before in his world. It really was a very amazing life that the surgeon really deserved. He managed to realize that everything where he is now is not a dream, but really a new reality. But for some reason, the memories and knowledge of his past life are also well preserved. He continued to sit in bed and look at the moon, because never before had he even thought that he was so lazy and likes to sleep. Come to think of it, in his past life, he didn't even have a normal time for simple sleep. If he hadn't died in an accident then, he probably would have died from overwork, because the work of a surgeon is really a very difficult thing. And now, having been reborn, he can absolutely not think about it and rest exactly as much as he needs. When else will he have the chance to sit back and do nothing so much? Well, in the meantime, The night was coming to an end, and there was a very beautiful pot with an unusual plant on the windowsill. It seems that he was also covered with magic, because he constantly attracted something to himself, and it was very strange. But in the meantime, white pimples scattered throughout the room, and while the guy was sleeping, everyone also continued to fly in the direction of that same magical plant. And he absolutely could not understand what it was. It was like a thin thread that pierced his body. There was such a light feeling that this is something incredible, because after 10 minutes of such a dream, the guy already felt very cheerful. Maybe this is the same mana that his parents were talking about. Having tried to manage it, the surgeon realized that it was really very difficult, and every time he tried to make her move, she just flew around. At this point, the guy still tried to focus on where the flow of mana begins and ends, since it really is no different from blood. If you imagine that it flows through his veins, then you can immediately feel how it will begin to fully fill his body. It was truly an infinite energy that was truly an art to master, but you really need to do this very, very slowly, trying to feel every breath and every movement of the body, like a leaf that floats on water, or as if you are in a winter region watching snowflakes fly in the wind. And it's really very difficult, but only through this diligent process, the first magical flame can appear from the hand. And finally, he succeeded. After such long years of training, he was able to prove to himself and for the first time created fire from his hand. He was very proud of himself because he really could do it. He even began to cry because at last he was able to use fire magic and he managed to direct mana in the right direction. It took him 3 whole years of hard work to do this. Somehow, he managed to direct the flow of mana and remember the whole process. Remember absolutely everything that he read in books late at night. The only thing he didn't understand was the mana management manual. So far, it was really very difficult for him. The method that was described in the book is the principle of accumulation of mother in the body and its rational use. And if it is replenished from the outside, then why should he accumulate it in the body? In addition, accumulating mana within yourself and then using it has some limitations, because no matter how you look at it, this is not an inefficient way to use it. The guy continued to read books to study this issue, and now he became interested. What if he prefers to use it freely, not trying to restrain it? After all, it is really much better to restore mana from the outside and immediately spend it. Thus, the need for mana circles will disappear, and he was able to come to this conclusion completely on his own, in his youth. But it is also the most dangerous method that is not described in any book, but it is definitely worth it. Even if the guy said that, he didn't even know if he would succeed. He thought he would have to do some more research on the subject. His parents were really surprised how a child can read so many books in his free time, but they were also very happy for him. It's really wonderful to see. They were very proud of him, because their main task was to raise a very good person out of him, as well as an equally strong magician. His father was very surprised, because with such a physique, a guy can definitely become a good swordsman. But his wife got ahead of him, because in this case, their baby Ray will turn into the same mountain of muscles, like his father himself. He got a little angry about this, but at least said that he was handsome. Well, the guy continued to read books in his spare time and study all the information about this Manu, but he still couldn't understand why the parents were hiding, if they were still talking so loudly. Anyway, the mother began to suspect a little something was wrong, so she turned to her husband and asked, "Does it not seem strange to you that he only does what he reads?" But this question confused him a little. What does she already mean? They looked at the guy again and said that ordinary children of his age want to play and walk on the street, but it seems to him that he is only interested in books. Well, he did not see any problem in this, and said that the mother should not worry. Isn't it good that he likes to study? In addition, she herself said that she wants to grow an excellent magician out of him. The girl looked at him and really agreed with this, although she did not say anything. But the guy heard all this and realized that he was still very far from this calling, so he needed to study very, very much. He continued to absorb one book after another because he needed to finally learn how to restore his mana. Moreover, to perfection. Another night passed in the process of studying books, and the long-awaited morning came. His mother entered the room with a smile and greeted her child. But suddenly he continued to sit in the study of the book and told his mother that he woke up a long time ago and continues to read, which she really started to cry and get a little nervous. Of course, reading books and learning is great, but in any case, he should frolic enough before he grows up. At that moment, the mother looked at her child once again and began to think that perhaps she really devotes little time to him. And then tears began to flow from her thoughts, because she had really been crying a lot lately. She walked up to her boyfriend and sat down across from him, asking if he wanted to play with his mom today. But this question turned out to be really much more difficult than one could imagine, so he surprised the guy. His eyes lit up. Was she really going to teach him magic? He was very happy with this offer, because she wants to educate her child through children's games. So he shouted and got up from his seat, said that he really wanted this very much and dreamed of going to play with her. But the mother herself saw something wrong and it alarmed her very much. She ran up and hugged her son very tightly, realizing that he was very happy, which means that he had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. Well, the guy at that moment just endured all these hugs. He looked at his mother and just could not understand what she wants to do now. They went for a walk with her, and it was not at all what he expected. He told her that there were no books here. So why did they come here? But Mom told him to put all the books aside today, so they will go outside and play better there. But Ray had completely different plans for today, saying that he would better go and do more and thanked for this opportunity. He didn't understand what was going on now. Why should he waste time playing games instead of practicing? The mother was very happy, because how can their baby say such beautiful words? Indeed, it is simply a delight to the ears of the mother of every child. She suggested that at least today he should go and unwind a little. But the guy was very surprised by this, because he didn't go out all the time, and also didn't plan to do it at all. But the mother insisted, and asked only once to have fun with her on the street. And he hadn't really gone out since he was reborn. All his time was spent in the library and learning new skills. He didn't even know what the outside world looked like, so he smiled and immediately agreed, but just for once. That's great, then move forward right now. And when they had already left, the guy constantly looked around, because he could not believe that now this is his new reality, and the world in which he is now completely different from the one that was before. And yes, it's true. It was a very small, beautiful town, with a cozy atmosphere, which was really a pleasure to be in. He looked at the very water in which the leaves floated and noticed the fact that for the last 3 years he only did yours, that he read books sitting at home. He looked at the beautiful windmills and fired, and also said that he could not even think about going outside and was like a beast that was locked in a cage. And all these thoughts began to press a little on his small young head, which really made him think about the current state. At that moment, his mother smiled and looked in his direction. It was clear that he was thinking about something very much, so she asked if everything was all right with him. But the guy did not know how to react correctly and what to answer, so his mother suggested that he just look and run around this territory. They immediately began to do this, because there was no reason to worry or think about the difficult philosophical life. The guy was very happy, because after a past life as a surgeon, he finally had free time, as well as the opportunity to be a little happy, also to be a child. That is why he tried to live each of these moments in a special way. And also, I absolutely did not distract them with what difficult adult tasks. At that moment, he really felt like a real child, which he actually was, but this time, it was really possible to worry about absolutely nothing. He was very happy and really couldn't believe that now this was his new reality. The sky was simply beautiful, as if it had been created at all for this moment and this work. In addition, the guy came with his mother to the top of the rock, from which there was a really beautiful view of the lake and the fir trees that grew near it. Indeed, this surprised the guys very much, because for the long years that he spent in the operating room, he never had time to see such beautiful edges and views and moments. So for him, it was just surprise and pleasure. Before he was reborn, he didn't even have time to stop. He kept running and running all the time. He lived for the sake of others, and therefore he was sick of himself because he simply had to survive. All of this paralleled the fact that he was the chief surgeon who saved every life except his own. He continued to look at this beautiful view and was finally happy because he had never felt so free before and expressed great gratitude for the fact that he was lucky to be reborn in this world. He smiled and immediately decided to share this moment with his mother, so he turned to her. He turned and looked at her with his sweet, childlike smile. After that, together they began to look at the sky, and the guy himself began to thank her for having opened this world to him. But the thoughts of the old work still could not leave him, because he constantly remembered how he worried about each patient and sent him to the operating room. It was in life where he was constantly busy with patients and performed various examinations and operations. He recalled how an assistant approached him and reported that the next operation would be in 5 minutes. At that moment, when he was just sitting in his office and leaning against the wall, begging at least someone to save him from overwork. And he remembers it as a terrible dream, since it could not continue like this anymore. It was really his limit. At that moment, black and white dots and flashes began to appear in front of him. These were very scary memories that made him panic and worry very much about this situation. He screamed in panic that it was cardiac fibrillation at that moment when his mother tried to hug the guy and calm him down. She smiled and asked if he was just having a nightmare, but it was just a dream. He really did have a very good time with his mom, but why did he have such a terrible dream? He opened his eyes and looked away and wept a little. Meanwhile, the weather was still really great outside, and the city continued to live its own life, although there weren't many people there now. He remembered that he was reborn in this world, therefore those very dreams visited him. So the old life decided to remind himself. But the guy looked at the next building, saying that this time he lives this life completely different from the past. And so far, everything was very much like paradise. The people were friendly, and the trees and bushes continued to grow, delighting everyone around every day. It was time to return home, so my mother happily informed my father about this, saying that they had already arrived. At that moment, he cleaned the room a little, also very happy about such a walk, and said that he had something. He jerked his mother's dress sharply, trying to get her attention. He looked at her with his cute and childish eyes, asking her to do a small favor for him, namely, to teach him magic. From such a proposal, his mother was very surprised and frightened, because she did not expect that it would happen so quickly. So she asked her husband, how can he be so cute, and fell on him from happiness. She was very pleased with such an offer, so she asked the child if he was already impatient to learn magic, but since he wants so badly, she will gladly teach him. He was very happy with this answer and continued to smile, as he never seems to be able to get used to such a reaction. But my mother was ready for this, so she asked why he wants to start training. But the guy answered in the affirmative that he wanted to study the element of fire, so the mother immediately activated the fire and showed it to her child. He was really very happy, because he understood that his mother was really a real professional in her field, but he did not show any special emotions. She was a little frightened and surprised by such a reaction, because how could this be? She just got fire. Isn't it amazing why the guy made absolutely no reaction? So Mom started waving her fingers, asking if the magic was too weak. But the guy just said that he had already used such magic so many times, so you definitely shouldn't be offended by this. To begin with, the mother invited the guy to sit down. We are looking for, of course. He immediately agreed. She looked at him and decided to let him know that magic is really not that simple. It is the magic that they are using now that must first be transformed into mandu. And when you use a spell, for example, fire, then the magic quickly comes into action and everything works out. The guy looked at her with surprised eyes and was very happy, because at last they began to teach him magic. But he still had another question that haunted him. He asked his mother if there is any other way to transform Manu. This made her think a little, and so she asked the guy to explain a little what he means. She wanted to know if, for example, it was possible to transform fire or something like it. Mom explained to him that first he must spend mana, and then you restore it. All this happens due to the force of friction, as a result of which the same fire is formed. The guy waved his hands and said that there is a much easier way to convert mana just once, instead of 3, right? But in this case, the mana reserves will quickly run out. The girl was very surprised by such a question and also did not understand why he began to ask such difficult questions. She quickly thought and said that everything is already possible. There is some sense in this. She smiled and said that if all these 3 actions can be stabilized into one, then it is quite possible to realize everything. Anyway, at least in theory. At that moment, in their large 3-story house, everything was also going on for a long and amazing atmosphere, during which the guy received new knowledge. He put his finger to his lips and began to think about what stabilization really means. It turns out that in its final form it will be possible to improve the properties. He looked at his hand, which, after another magic, began to extract his fire. And this surprised him very much, and also made his mother think several times more, because the flame that formed from his hand was very frightened and surprised her, especially since all this happened in their house. But the guy did not think about what happened in the house. He was pleased with the thought that at last everything worked out for him. At that moment, the flame woke up the father, who immediately approached them and decided to clarify what was happening here. Why did the fire appear in the house? Mom also panicked a little and didn't even know what to say. She looked at the guy and said that he was able to use magic himself. She didn't even understand how it happened at all. When using magic, a mana flow inevitably occurs, which made her think very hard. To be honest, she still feels really bad about the process, but shouldn't he feel the same way too? But this experiment did set their room a little on fire. The guy sat and continued to analyze this situation because it is easier for him to figure it out if you imagine that this is an atom. And to interact with mana, you will not need to keep it inside. To him, and he continued to sit and think about this topic, but the fact that he was still a child did not leave her alone. She looked at him and I was very excited and scared, but the guy smiled and only said that he seemed to have gone too far. He looked at his mother and tried to somehow smooth this situation with his pretty little eyes, asking what happened to her now, but she also did not know what to say because just a child can already use magic himself, for which she is very proud of him. The guy also smiled and was embarrassed and asked if she really thinks so. He seems to be a genius. But the mother also continued to praise him and be happy for him because their son is really very cool. Meanwhile, at night of the same day, some strange things began to happen. This has already become a problem for a guy who woke up in the middle of the night from some strange sounds. It was his father and mother who began to sit at the table and discuss what they would do if suddenly the guy was called to the academy at such a young age. So they decided to do everything in my power to prevent this from happening. The guy woke up so abruptly and could not understand really now everything that was happening. Was it they who were discussing it? But after all, my mother also understood that it was not so easy to do this. She claimed that her son is really a genius who is born once in 100, no, in 1,000 years. If, after all, he will attract the attention of the academy, then what will they still need to do? They still tried to find an answer to this question. Ray also had no idea what academy they were talking about, but also understood that it seemed like he might be forcibly taken there because of his abilities. That's why he ate his hand into a fist and said to prevent it. He needs to become even stronger before he tried to learn magic for fun. But from that moment, everything has changed. Now he is determined to study it further, because the absolute power over magic is quite comprehensible to him. In the meantime, the weather was really very beautiful outside. Birds were sitting in the trees. Some silhouettes were visible in the window. It seems that there really was someone there. There was some kind of menu as well as a book and a candle, which had already been burning since the morning. Ray woke up and stretched, as he practically didn't sleep last night as he studied magic. He looked out the window and was very surprised that it was already morning outside, and another sleepless and interesting night had flown by. He did not leave his room all the time, so he did not even notice how time flies. It is really very strange, because he spent all his time studying magic. Then, should he still go outside and start to explore this world, because he is already 15 years old? 10 of which he is constantly learning and improving his skills in magic. Mana research experiments gradually increased Rei's skill levels, and his ingenious understanding of how mana actually works went to a completely different level. He could sit quietly in his room and meditate, creating holograms of magic around him. This became the basis of his rapid development, which is why he himself began to study books from an early age so as not to waste his time. Due to the fact that he absorbed a large amount of mana, his hair became really pure white. He did not know if his knowledge of medicine would be useful, but he was sure that this component should be taken in the same way for study. He understood that in any case it was worth trying it, and he wrote on the tablet that he was ready to heal sick people. He was really very shocked because his new reality still began to connect him a little with his previous life, where he also remembered that before the exit, which he had the last time, there was a lot of fire and absolutely everything changed beyond recognition. At that moment, there was both wind and ice, as well as a lot of really amazing magical things. Due to the fact that the guy constantly studied magic, he was able to synchronize all the elements from his finger, and also began to control them very confidently, and all this at the age of 15, while all his peers still continued to play games on the street. He smiled and clutched his head, because he realized that this is the ideal future that he built for himself, because very soon he will be able to become one of the most powerful and successful magicians in history, just like he did before in surgery. The weather was really very beautiful outside. The sun had just come out and began to illuminate all the roads that were here. Suddenly he began to move the wooden stick very hard, emitting not very pleasant squeaks. But there was nowhere to go, since it was part of his plan. He stood right in the center of the city with a sign in which he promised to heal all sick people. He began to cough, because he realized that it was really a little embarrassing, but there was nothing wrong with that, since he was completely confident in his abilities. He remembers that in his previous life he was a brilliant surgeon, so now he decided to also use his favorite skills to help people, just like in his past life. He began to shout that he could cure absolutely any person, so he asked to bring him as many patients as possible. His parents rejoiced, because at last their child began to do what he loved and enjoyed it. But not everyone was happy to see the young guy, as the inhabitants of the city very quickly approached him and began to ridicule the novice magician, saying that he had better go home and play doctor there. They began to mock and say that he really is the same sick person. Rei didn't like it very much. He didn't think that people would treat him like that, because what do they even know about him? Of course, he did not expect this, so he grabbed his head and smiled, because he understood that in order for people to begin to appreciate him, it takes quite a bit of time. Someone to approach him, but it was already getting dark outside. He fell to his knees and threw his sign. He was very upset because no one came up to him. He had already begun to get ready, because he realized that today he would definitely not be able to do anything. That is why you need to return home. But suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him, which surprised him a little. The guy looked up at her and barely held back his tears, but the girl really came with an interesting offer, or rather, she wanted to ask, "Can a guy really heal a sick person?" The girl was very much surprised, but no less than Rei. She was very interested in whether he could really heal any particular patient. The guy liked this idea, because now his first patient appeared in front of him. He began to raise his hands and really rejoice, like a little child, which is what he was. But the girl just looked at him again and asked if he really could do it or not. But Rei first needs to familiarize himself with his condition before answering such questions. The girl looked at him and also burst into tears a little. It was noticeable that she was really unhappy. She got very angry and began to insult the guy, because how can such a small child like him heal a sick person? Therefore, she began to insult him and leave. He was really very surprised by such an expression in his direction, so he simply smiled, absolutely expecting such a standard and banal reaction. He looked at the leaving girl and began to address her, which she certainly could not expect. Rei was very serious and said that maybe he looked like a 15-year-old boy. But there is not a single patient in this world whom he cannot cure. He was very self-confident, so he ordered the girl not to judge him by his young face. The girl was very surprised that the guy said such smart things. She could not understand why he was so angry, because he really is still a child. Once again, she looked at him and did not know why, but she had great trust and respect for him, because she felt a strong doctor in him. So she turned around and apologized, admitting that she really was wrong, whereupon she asked him for permission to introduce herself. She was the only daughter of Viscount Gate, a girl named Gate von Elisa. She looked at the guy and said that she was not his little girl. He was also a little surprised by this, but he also introduced himself and said that his name was Ray. But the question did not leave him. If the girl is from a rich family, then what about her clothes? She was very surprised by such a manner of communication, because why did he begin to talk to her so respectfully? So she asked him to speak the way he used to. The patient she was talking about was her father and urgently needed help. She began to tell that it started quite recently. His skin on his chest turned red and some strange bumps appeared. Everything was very swollen and became the size of a balloon. The guy offered his finger to his chin and began to analyze the situation. It became worse for a malignant tumor. But in any case, he must first look at and analyze the patient. And if he is right, then every minute counts now. He was very upset, because if this is a malignant tumor the size of a balloon, then you really need to hurry up, because it would not be too late. The girl and the guy began to move quickly to the appointed place. And now, after a few minutes, they had already arrived, so the girl suggested that they go there as soon as possible. And the guy at that moment looked at their house and was very surprised, but then he realized that the girl was from a rich family. Immediately at the entrance, first meet the butler, who is joyful and first welcome. The girl ran up to him and began to grab him by the jacket, asking how his father felt. But he had really bad news. He said that his condition had become very bad, and he died suddenly. This frightened her very much and made her cry because she could not believe it. Immediately after that, she began to run, and the butler tried to stop her. The child could not believe that this really happened, because this could not be. She ran into the room screaming and started screaming, trying to talk to her father. But at that moment her mother was already there, who was sitting and also crying, after which she looked at her daughter. She also decided to move closer to her father, whose tumor was already very large indeed, but she still hoped that he would be fine. Ray decided not to stand aside and approached the girl, asked her permission to examine her father. He began to analyze the current situation and saw there really 3 very large tumors that had been in the patient's body for a long time. Looking at them closer, he realized that they really sucked a lot of energy from his body. Putting his hand to his body, he still faintly, but still felt his father's heartbeat. Therefore, he concluded that he is still alive, so there is still a possibility to save him. From this, everyone was very shocked, including the butler, his mother and daughter, and the daughter began to grab his clothes, begging to save their father. Tears really began to flow in her eyes. She is not ready to believe it. And Ray himself only analyzed what was happening and realized that this was really his chance to prove what he was capable of. He looked at them and smiled, making it clear that he could handle it and there was absolutely no reason to worry. While he continued to examine his patient, along with his daughter, misunderstanding began to reign in the room, because all the people were really very shocked, because they did not know who this child was. But the butler said that Ray came with the girl. No one could believe that she had so thoughtlessly let some simple person into the house. One of them started screaming, because he was very surprised by the fact that this guy was going to resurrect the dead Viscount. Is he some sort of swindler? Asked to come here and now plans to steal their jewelry. But his wife continued to cry because she did not understand what is now the meaning of my words. She looked at the guy and realized that she needed to cling to every opportunity now, so she only had to believe that this boy could work a miracle. The tumors were really very big, everything turned so black, and the body began to rot. The guy activated his magic and realized that he needed to concentrate all the flow of mana on the tip of his finger, and thus create a scalpel. At that moment, Everyone was shocked and started screaming in fear, as they had never seen anything like this before. They prevented the guy from working, constantly asking what is he trying to do right now. But he did not listen to them and simply closed his ears. But he really didn't like it very much, so he decided to explain everything by saying, "I'm trying to fix everything, isn't it obvious?" But still, no one wanted to believe him. He was already so tired of it that he just exhaled and said, if they don't believe him, then he can just leave, if, of course, they don't mind. His wife started screaming at the security guard. She seemed to be very agitated and aggressive as well. She looked at him, then ordered him to try to believe this young boy. Let him do his job. After the order was given, the young guy told everyone to leave the room, and with their cry, they interfere with work. The guard, of course, clenched his hand into a fist and thought to himself that this child is really very cheeky. Ray decided to act and noticed that after he pierced the tumor, only pus came out instead of blood. He looked at her again and realized that it was not just a tumor, but something special. Having studied it more closely, he realized that it was formed under the influence of poison. It seems that someone wanted to poison the king a long time ago. Therefore, he continued to stand near the king and tried to help him by forming a huge magic circle around himself with the help of mana. It's time for a full-fledged operation, so he got ready and began to straighten his elbows. After he prepared for the operation, he still has great skills from a past life. He immediately formed a scalpel from his finger, as well as other necessary tools, and was ready to start the process. First of all, he needs to remove those parts that have already festered so that the infection is not transmitted to healthy organs. The whole family watched this process, and they were also really a little embarrassed by the fact that this was all done by a little 15-year-old genius. He also needed to make an incision in his right side on the side of his chest. After he did this, he grimaced a little at what he saw, since the picture was not the most pleasant. And it happened as he expected. Even the lungs were affected, which means that the disease has been progressing for a long time. He was very interested to know why no one had considered him before. But fortunately, now he will be able to fully engage in his treatment, which he is doing right now. The rotted part of the lungs is not that big, so it can be easily restored. Immediately after that, truly magical things began to happen on the operating table. Ray decided to create a surgical thread using mana, after which he planned to use it and sew up the body. All his skills, which he had been honing for 10 years in the library, were very useful to him right now, because he continued to work a miracle in front of the whole family. They were all as shocked as possible, but no one was screaming or resisting his actions. Everyone was just watching. Suddenly, another maid came up, who said that the boy brought by the young mistress was really very smart. Also, the butler complimented him, because he also did not expect him to be so cool. But the guy was as focused and serious as possible, despite the fact that he already had charisma, which is not inherent in his age, just like skillful hand movements. He was truly a genius who is born once every 1,000 years. He continued to sew up his patient as if he were in the operating room in a past life. He only had one last stitch left to do. Everyone watched him and concluded that he was like a puppeteer who was pulling the strings. No one could say anything bad about him, because everyone was shocked that he really was such a cool specialist. Almost no one had any doubts that Ray could really work a miracle and save their patient. The maid who literally just arrived was also shocked by this, because she had never seen anything like this in her life. Therefore, together they looked at the guy again, and both agreed with this. The operation was not easy, so the guy was sweating a little and decided to wipe his forehead, as he was almost finishing the operation. He has already done all the main points, and also sewed up all the wounds of the patient. Only the simplest task remains, just to start the heart so that it works. He began to give him artificial heart massage, and in addition, he decided to create an automatic external defibrillator, which is intended to restore the normal functioning of the heart, all with the help of his magic. And after he himself created a defibrillator, he began to massage the heart, stimulating its work. And after just a minute of time, the patient's heart began to beat again. It began to be covered with blood. Everything was so cool done, as in a previous life. The guy received unexpected positive emotions because for the first time he managed to save the patient in this life. He turned to the patient's family and then informed them that the operation was indeed a success. Everyone was shocked, including the guard who disliked this guy so much. But Ray was no less surprised because he did not understand why they had such a reaction. Looking at the patient again, he saw that blood was coming from his mouth, so everything became clear to him. Due to the fact that the blood in the dead body suddenly began to circulate, there was a strong bleeding, which must be corrected now. Here the guard really could not stand it a little, and could hardly restrain his emotions. But it did not last long, after which he immediately began to poke his fingers at the guy and scream, accusing him of being a scammer, which he was sure of from the very beginning. But Ray did smile, and he felt a little embarrassed as he tried to explain to everyone what just happened. But the guard absolutely did not believe him, and tried to convince everyone else of this, since the patient still continued to lie dead. Is he alive? The guard was very angry, so he asked the guy if he really wants to explain to him right now and prove that the patient is alive. Can't he see that blood is flowing from him? But Ray tried to calm them down because for him it was not a problem. This is a normal moment during the operation. The most important thing is that the patient is alive. But no one wanted to listen to him, since he simply opened the body of the deceased. Does he really not have at least a drop of humanity? Ray clutched his head, as it was very strange to him that absolutely no one wanted to listen to him, despite the fact that he tried to explain everything. At that moment, the girl also entered into a dialogue, and told him that he had promised her that he could definitely save her father. She looked at Ray and started screaming because she just trusted him, but the guy continued to be shocked because he really did his job well, and the patient really did not die. The girl asked to look at him, at the moment when the patient continued to lie down, not showing active signs of life. She continued to cry very hard because her father had just died because of this guy, since the girl brought him to her house. Ray was very upset. He could not understand why she did not believe him. All he asked was just to wait a little. It's really very strange, because what's wrong with them? Do they really not know what an operation is? Absolutely unexpectedly for him, all the guards began to insult the guy. One of them even put a sword to his neck. The guard started yelling that the guy had killed the Viscount, and now he still dares to argue with the young mistress. He called another guard for help, and also asked if what he had done with the body of the king was not enough for him. They approached him even closer and began to threaten with weapons, which Ray clearly did not expect. He exhaled and said that saving his life was indeed not easy, and instead of gratitude, they just bared their balls and sent them towards the guy. He addressed the guard in a rude tone, asking him to repeat what they were trying to accuse Ray of. Do they really believe that he is the swindler who killed the Viscount? From this, he got very angry and became as aggressive as possible, saying that this time they definitely contacted the wrong one. Indeed, not everyone is ready to endure the loss of a loved one, and everyone has their own different emotions. As a doctor, the guy understood this, and it was clear to him that they were seriously angry. He looked at the guards and put his hands in his pockets, waiting for the fight to begin. But he also gave himself an account that nothing else could be expected from this world, in which he had just begun to appear as a person. He exhaled and tried to explain to them once again in a calm tone that the operation was indeed successful and that a little time was needed. He was about to leave and said that they looked at the patient after a short period of time since he needed to recover from the operation, and now, in order not to waste time, he would just go. He looked at them and got angry, making it clear that they should not stop him in any way. But the guard was very angry. It was clear that he did not like the guy from the very beginning, so there was a feeling that he was ready to break him right now. And so it happened. He could not control himself and pulled out a sword, saying that he would destroy the guy for disrespect. Ray was as cold-blooded as possible, since this is not the first conflict situation in his life. Who was trying to stab him with his magic chains. He did not expect that this could happen to him, because how could such a small guy be able to shackle him with magic? How is this possible? He was like a defenseless child, watched by his entire army and waiting for instructions. No wonder he immediately ordered an attack on this guy. Although he was scared, he understood that Ray would not be able to use several spells in a row, so he needed to hurry. But Ray was really smart. So with a slight movement of his hand, he used his next grip. A few seconds later, 2 knights were immediately chained and disarmed. The most important commander was really frightened and already began to worry a little, because really the guy in his youth had mastered double magic. The commander looked at him and could not understand how he got such knowledge of magic. But the guy really understood very much in him and is strong. It was clear that he was not ready to give himself offense, especially when he did everything as correctly as possible. He looked again at all 3 guards who were trying to catch him, and like a true gentleman, he said that he was warning them for the last time. He ordered the guards not to even try to catch him. It was already really dark outside. The guy spent a lot of his time with them, which he could have spent on learning from the same magic. He was upset that his time was wasted, and no one appreciated his abilities. He realized that no matter how far they were from modern medicine, but such behavior is already quite savagery. It was unpleasant for him that everyone held him for a stupid child. Besides, they also called him a fraudster. But he did not doubt himself a bit, and went to the door of his house, rejoicing that this was really the first patient who had been cured in this world. As he thought, his medical background is of little help in this world. His mother was waiting for the guy, and therefore decided to ask why he came home so late. But he told her that he was really very busy, so he didn't even keep track of the time. She began to scold him, because does he really not remember what time she ordered him to be at home? He was supposed to come back at 7 p.m. Did he not look at the time? There are really a lot of bad people in this world. Why didn't he think about his mother? And what would she have to do if something happened to the guy? Therefore, she punished him, and now he will sit at home for 2 days. She continued to scold him and used her index finger, while Ray himself just tilted his head and listened. It was very unpleasant for him, because why everyone everywhere keeps him for a small child. That is why this thought did not allow him to sleep peacefully, and he spent the whole night in insomnia. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the king, to whom the guy just performed the operation, really interesting things began to happen. The king woke up and asked everyone what had just happened. In addition, he did not leave the thought of who is this guy after all. Everyone was shocked, including his daughter, who started shouting in the direction of her father from happiness, rejoicing that he could speak again. He burst into tears of happiness, because life returned to him again, which means that it is not yet time for him to die. The daughter and her wife were very surprised and frightened at the same time, because they had never seen such a miracle before. Who insulted the guy and wanted to destroy him was also shocked in the same way, because he couldn't believe that his employer was alive. But how could this happen? He hid his weapons and could not believe that the Viscount had really been resurrected. Immediately after that, they began to remember the words that they spoke in the direction of the guy. They took him for a scam. In addition, the guard also felt ashamed that he insulted him and wanted to kill him. The wife also closed her eyes and began to cry, because a young guy in whom no one believed could work a miracle. They looked at their room and realized that it was a huge mistake. After all, they did not even thank their savior in any way. That is why the wife ordered the security guard to take responsibility and find the guy as soon as possible. Patamushta. This issue is a matter of honor for their family. The guard was very shocked. Did he really have to take responsibility for this? He took a step and said that it was indeed very stupid magic. But his wife insisted that he find him as soon as possible and apologize for his rudeness, with which he, of course, agreed and began to carry out this order. The butler was also shocked, and still could not believe that such a young boy did such a miracle. Is he really a saint? Suddenly they all turned sharply in the same direction and were frightened by this phrase. They looked at the window and continued to discuss the guy, because they had never heard that saints could use magic, so it was incomprehensible to them. The butler looked at his king, and then asked everyone to also notice how prettier his face was. Have you all seen it? He's definitely gone to hell. The guard was terrified and asked everyone in the room, because if he is not a saint, how did he bring the king back from the other world? A huge emblem has appeared, so who are the saints? They are chosen by the gods themselves and endowed with incredible divine power. This is an opportunity to hear the will of the Lord. It is they who are destined for the fate of God's favorites. And they are also God only in human form. The wife grabbed her chin and got very nervous, because was that boy really one of them? She had never heard that there were saints in their kingdom. Perhaps the rumors about his greatness have not yet spread strongly enough, since even the high priest could not cure the illness of their relative. If he is a saint, then the commander of the knights made a really big mistake. He already understood this himself, so he asked for forgiveness, because with his ignorance, he disgraced the honor of the whole family. The wife was upset, but nevertheless said that it was the fault of all those who were in this room. Therefore, the girl offered to go in search of a guy and ask for forgiveness. At that moment, the father also woke up, who began to ask what they were talking about there. This scared his daughter a little, and he held on to his chest, where they had just been early after the operation, and also asked, what is the other saint that they are discussing? What were they trying to do behind his back? But his daughter approached him, after which she reported that the saint was able to heal him. The father hit his papa with his fist on the blanket and decided to ask, did he really wake up thanks to the saint? After that, he looked at the guards and started yelling at them, as they also managed to get rude to him. He was ready to tear them apart, because how dare they do that? He looked at his hands and felt young again, so he ordered them to find him immediately. It is necessary to connect absolutely everyone who is in the mansion in order to find it by any possible means. He once again looked at the room, after which he began to shout, ordering him to immediately begin this task. Well, Ray continued to sit in his room and read literature about magic, but he noticed that his ears were really burning very strongly. Did someone start discussing him so much? He spent the next morning in the forest because he had come to this path since the very morning. His mother wished the boy luck and supported him in learning a new skill. He was very excited because he was standing with his wand and trying to use his spell, trying to activate the healing ability. But apparently, something did not go according to plan, because the wand broke into pieces, and the hand was also partially damaged by such an action. Ray wasn't used to the fact that he didn't get something right the first time. He was already used to it, because he considered himself a young genius. He made one more attempt, and then a fire formed from his finger, not at all what he really wanted. His mom found it funny to watch, so she took her movie glasses and popcorn, because the boy always managed to get fire, no matter what else he tried to do. But Ray was determined, so after another attempt, everything worked out for him and healing magic was formed. Unfortunately, it didn't last long, and after a few seconds it completely disappeared, leaving the boy confused. He was very aggressive and upset because he didn't understand why he couldn't do anything. He is a genius who has learned so much already, but only healing is not given to him at all. His mom kept laughing and told him to try again and listen carefully this time while she explained. Healing is a magic that increases vitality through mana. It is very useful. He was surprised that he managed to activate the healing ability this time. And not only healing, but also other types of magic that are converted into abilities. Mom tried to encourage her son and asked him to try again. Then she turned sharply and heard a strange sound near them. It was a deer that ran out of the thick of the forest and was looking for shelter. He needed help because his leg was injured. Mom suggested that Ray try to heal the deer leg. This will be good practice for him, he thought, and it was really more interesting than studying on a daw. They agreed to approach him quietly so as not to scare him. Mom started to laugh, but Ray did not understand what was funny about this situation. They adjusted and began to carefully reduce the distance to the deer. But the boy did not look under his feet and accidentally stepped on a branch that broke. And this attracted the deer's attention. He became alert and realized that someone was sneaking up on him. They didn't have time to get a few meters before he jumped into the forest and ran. Mom nudged Ray and told him to catch up. He didn't really want to do it, but he listened to his mother and ran after him into the forest. Does a person who has been called the hands of God have to learn healing the hard way? Of course, because as a doctor he should have saved even more lives. If you compare what he did in his past life, people in the modern world did not understand the approach of modern medicine at all and did not trust it. Before every trip to the doctor, they felt anxiety and fear. Ray used magic shackles to stop this deer. It worked. The guy was shocked how quickly he ran even with a damaged leg. He approached the deer and started talking to it and promised to help with its wound. If magic is used here, then he is ready to do anything to get hold of it. The mother watched every step of her son and controlled the process. But she was very surprised when she saw such great strength in him. Before, he did not succeed in anything, and he could not even show his abilities on a branch. He thought it was because he was still a doctor. Something went wrong and he needed to start over. After his magical powers, the deer was lying down and looked as if it was dead. The only thing that distinguished him from the dead was his breathing. Ray looked at him and could not understand what he was doing wrong. But after some time, they both realized that everything did not go according to plan, and he killed that deer. Ray thought he should be healed after his spells. Now he was a doctor who couldn't even cure a patient. The boy began to remember how he was taught this matter. It was the only thing he couldn't do compared to other wizards was heal it. It was all because his mana path was special among others. The main thing is not to use healing on people. He imagined that a patient came to him and asked to heal him. The guy applied his skills, and the patient began to see the light at the end of the tunnel. As a result, the whole family will cry over the monument of a loved one. Ray understood that he should not use healing magic just yet. He couldn't afford to hurt anyone else. Mother and son walked through the forest and headed towards the house. It was already dark outside, and all that remained was to enjoy the rest. Mom prepared a very tasty meat snack especially for dinner. When the eldest son asked what this delicious dinner was for, she was embarrassed. He added that it must be in honor of the fact that the son could not cope with the healing. And together they began to laugh and joke with Ray. It angered him. He vowed never to study healing magic again in his life. Meanwhile, a planned government began in the Holy Kingdom. There was a very beautiful sculpture that seemed to start talking. The Holy Father felt this and fell on his knees before her. It seemed to him that she completely called him to her. She gave the task for the Holy Father to find this person. The Mother of God told him to go and find a new white-haired boy for her. While the guard went to search for a new saint, the knights discussed this news. As far as they knew, he was young enough. But he didn't matter if he was chosen by God. They believed that there was nothing wrong with the fact that they would have another saint. This is the first time in history. All this happened 10 hours before sending the delegation of the Holy Kingdom to search. Meanwhile, the owner called an assistant to her. He fell on his knees before her and thanked her for her mercy. He then asked what important business she had prepared for him. The mistress told them to find a white-haired boy in the kingdom of Cilia. Then there was silence between them, which continued for several minutes. He said that there could be thousands of white-haired boys in the kingdom. But the mistress said that the new saint is only 15 years old, and he must find him and bring him to the kingdom. He accepted the task without any hesitation and promised to do it right away. He ran out of the room and immediately started calling for Aaron. The boy approached the man and asked why he was calling him. He ordered to gather a delegation. They need to go to Cilia Kingdom as soon as possible. The man thought about what kind of new saint he is, who is 15 years old, chosen by God. Ray's father suggested that he try to learn the art of swordsmanship. This is a good skill that he can use to protect himself. Ray was interested in this, and he really saw the meaning in this training, compared to his past life, where his basic needs could be guaranteed. But here sometimes you have to take risks even for the sake of one apple. He said he wanted to try it once. Dad was happy and offered to start training right away. They clashed swords on the training ground. Father praised Ray. For the first time, he showed himself quite well. The fact that he used to be fond of fencing helped him a lot. It was even very easy for him. But he still didn't have the strength to beat Dad. Therefore, he began to think about what he should use in order to win. What trick can be used? Ray stopped and seemed to refuse to continue the fight. Father did not understand what he was trying to do and why he stopped. He asked if Ray was ready to give up after a grueling confrontation. He did not like this word, and he again stood in front of the enemy. The guy replied that he needed some time to change his strategy. Father was a little surprised that he chose to use the sword aura, and they crossed swords again in this duel. Ray attacked with great confidence. Even his father was shocked by such a technique. He even began to think about the fact that if he continued to attack like this, he would lose. He had no choice, and he must also start using the aura so as not to lose. If he does not do this, then his chances of winning are almost zero. Ray looked up to his dad with delight and was proud of him. His strength was unmatched, and his aura was not like the standard one. He tightened his weapon and was ready to attack. When he hit Ray's sword, it just flew 10 meters away from him and the guy fell down as well. He was so engrossed in his father that he missed the attack. The father ran up to Ray and said he didn't mean to hit that hard and apologized. Recently, there have been a lot of scouts on the market. No one understood who they wanted to find and why. They were scouts from the royal castle. They were sent by order of the mistress. They were disguised as completely different workers at every step. They communicated with each other, and everyone adhered to the same opinion that it is impossible to find a person knowing only his age and hair color. This made them very angry. They were required to report every day, and again the managers came to learn about the results of the intelligence. But they simply had nothing to answer, because it was almost impossible, especially if he was always somewhere at home. It was easier to find a needle in a haystack. White hair and 15 years old, this information is very little. He considered them completely ineffective, and he only wasted time with them. Vicomte started yelling at them because they didn't have a clue after several days. In turn, Vicomte listened to morals from his boss. He said that he was an unusual boy, and if people find out about his act, then a war would begin, and the Holy Kingdom would declare war on them. If he didn't want to tarnish the name of their family, then he had to find him now. Vicomte was ready to pay any money to whoever would find him. A man was standing nearby who heard the whole conversation, and he asked how much they would pay for it. If the payment suits him, then they will be able to fully count on him. He was not even a man, but a boy. He always had a smile on his face. After training with his father, Ray had a broken and cut arm. He apologized to his son and said that it was not on purpose. The boy laughed and said that there was nothing wrong. His mother ran up and asked what happened to his hand. She saw that there was a broken bone. Ray reassured his mother because they could heal her with magic. Mom said that she would fix everything, but the boy insisted that he would heal his hand himself. He began to heal his hand without any strain. A large amount of magic immediately concentrated around him, although there was no such thing before. Mom was shocked by what she saw with her own eyes. It was something new for her. And after a few minutes, the wound completely disappeared and the hand looked as it did before the injury. But his mother did not understand how he managed it. Because they trained for a long time, and he did not even manage to heal a branch, but here he healed his hand without any problems. The father was also shocked. The mother reminded that his last attempt ended in the death of the deer. Ray realized that he definitely needed to explain the situation. He turned to his parents and said that he wanted to tell them something about himself. Ray began by saying that he was different from ordinary people. He was different, one of thousands of ordinary people. Mom said she never doubted that, and he would always be the best, but Dad whispered something in her ear. Mom said they would always be by his side no matter what. Even if he brought home an orc daughter-in-law, they would still support him. This was too much even for those who were not superstitious. In the evening, the parents asked Ray again about his mana flow, because they had thought of something else at first. He replied that he uses his mana a little differently. He can endlessly use the streams of mana that he himself produces. These streams of mana were much stronger. Now the mother understood why his magic was so powerful. That's why when he uses healing on others, they just can't handle the streams of pure mana. They all remembered that the meat was very tasty that evening. The parents understood that their son was a genius, but asked him not to use these abilities on other people. This could be very dangerous. They were right, because he can't even heal ordinary people with magic. But as a doctor, he can't back down. He has to find a way out of this situation. Mom and Dad also began to think about this question, but nothing came to mind. The boy knew for sure that he needed more practice in surgical operations. After their conversation, Ray said he needed to leave for a while. According to him, he went for a walk, because the guy could not say that he was going to look for new patients. Before leaving, his mother asked him not to go anywhere with strangers. He promised that he would not do this and would return soon. 2 tourists reached the village, but they did not think that it would be so big. They were going to pass this place quickly, but now they can even rest there. A guy approached them from behind and asked them to ask one question. He wondered if they had met a similar boy anywhere, with white hair and blue eyes, such a handsome guy. But it was a very bad picture for them to compare anyone to. The guy started shouting and demanded answers to his questions. The man asked not to shout, because they really had not seen anyone like him. Ray was just passing by and stopped to see what was going on between them. In their place, the population increased significantly, and various people came. The boy heard the name of the knight, which was familiar to him. He said he was paid a lot of money to find this guy. If he knew where he was, he would not have asked passers-by about it. It seems that he was a respectable young man. Then the knight looked to the side and saw this boy in front of him. The boy thought that maybe these people were looking for him. He ran up to the boy and began to examine him and compare his drawing. Then he moved even closer to Ray. He had white hair and blue eyes. The knight asked to write to the guild that he had found him. The knight tried not to frighten him and said that he was from the information guild, but Ray didn't care. He agreed to go. The man even liked it, that he was so young but so sensible. He asked if he had been taught not to communicate with strangers, but the boy did not understand why he was being asked this. Ray said he knew they were looking for him on Viscount's orders. He just wanted to see his patient. When they were already riding the chariot, the knight asked to ask the boy a question. What did he mean when he called Viscount a patient? Is someone sick in his place? Without thinking, he answered that it was true, without even looking him in the eye. Ray asked if he was all right now, after his treatment. The knight began to think of him as delusional. He was very similar to him. While they were talking, they were taken to the right place. The boy went outside with a smile on his face. As soon as he took a step from the chariot, all the servants began to greet him. They called him a saint and welcomed him into his kingdom. At first he was scared, but then he even started to like it. Although Ray was happy to be here, he had something to say to the king. He was not the saint they were looking for. They found the wrong one. But the king did not allow such a thing to be said in his presence. He knew that the boy was a saint and was sure that he had saved him and his family. The king considered Ray to be the one who raised him from the dead. Therefore, he cannot be a saint. The guy said it was a normal standard treatment that any doctor could do. Then the queen joined in, and she was also sure that Ray had saved their family and wouldn't let him deny it. The woman made her daughter Alice express her gratitude to Ray. She was a little scared, but thanked him for saving her father. She was wearing a very beautiful dress and elegant gloves. The boy paid attention to her, but could not remember her from last time. Especially the last time, when he treated her father. She said that he was brought for nothing, and that he would not be able to help. Parents were shocked by such behavior of their daughter. Dad turned to her and asked if he taught and raised her in such manners. He ordered to quickly repent and apologize. Ray was very flattered and liked it. He tried to say that he was not offended and just decided to joke. The boy didn't understand why they behaved like that, because he didn't really do anything special. Then he turned away from the royal family and returned to the maid. He asked where the guy who came with him had gone. She answered that he left almost immediately. This guy was running in an unknown direction very fast. He couldn't believe that the boy was really a saint. He was very happy that he managed to learn such valuable information. He needed to get to the guild as soon as possible to inform the guild. Ray hoped nothing bad would happen to him on the way. The boy was treated to delicious food and asked every time if he liked everything. The king said that they were trying very hard and he was very happy that he liked it. The boy admitted that he doubted that he would ever be able to taste such food again. He could not worry about it, because after he arrived in the Holy Kingdom, he would eat this every day. Ray froze on the spot and couldn't even swallow his tea. He asked the commander what he was talking about. The man thought that he had already been informed. The delegation of the Sacred Kingdom has already arrived and is ready to take him home. The guy was angry and asked how they even found out that he was here. There were rumors that the father received frankness from the mistress herself. Ray didn't understand what they needed him for or what that meant. A holy kingdom that was blessed by the gods. Every time the saints appeared, the mistress sent frankness. She didn't speak directly to people, but she comes under signs and hangs. They say that a nimbus always shines over the saints. It blinds the eyes. The boy asked what he should do now. The commander replied that he needed to go to the Holy Kingdom. They sincerely congratulated him on such a significant event and wished him only luck. Meanwhile, his parents did not even suspect that he was not at home. Mother thought that he was very tired from the walk, so he did not leave his room. Father said that he should not be disturbed for now. Before going to sleep, Ray thought about everything he had been told about the Sacred Kingdom. He was so worried about all this that he fell asleep very quickly. He just wanted to live a peaceful life in this amazing world. The morning came, and Cilia Castle greeted passers-by with its glow and beauty. The maids talked among themselves about who had arrived and was living in their annex. It was a holiday from the Sacred Kingdom of Gay. Finally, the holiday came to their kingdom. One of the maids asked what she looked like, and she heard that this girl received a blessing even in childhood. She had beautiful hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were like pink diamonds. It was said that she was so beautiful as if she were always illuminated by the sun's rays. If they are lucky, they will be able to see her while she is in their kingdom. Saint was looking out the window, and at that moment a servant knocked on her door and asked if he could come in. The girl replied that he could enter without any problems. He opened the door a little and said that she had to go to a dinner party. She was upset that she was not allowed to rest for a second. The servant allowed himself to say that the saint should hurry in order to be in time. While she was leisurely preparing for dinner, she remembered one thing. She asked the servant if he knew anything about the saint. He just had very good news on this matter. The girl could not believe that her life would finally become a little easier. A smile immediately appeared on her face. She had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Finally, he will arrive and there will be a person who will understand her. Ray still managed to escape from the commander and return home. But he understood that now they know where he lives, and it will be very easy to find him. He couldn't come up with anything. If people from the Holy Kingdom caught him, he would be finished. And his second life will be much more complicated than the previous one. The boy will have to pray to a god he does not know. He shouted aloud that he did not want this, and at that moment, his parents entered his room. Ray thought about telling his parents so they could run away together. But the fact is that they have nowhere to run. They have a job and a house here. Wherever he hides, the Sacred Kingdom will continue to search for him. The mother noticed that the son was very nervous since the previous evening. The boy did not answer her and did not say a word. He burst out of his bed and said he needed to leave for a while. His parents could only guess what might have happened to him. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Salia, the Vicomte was speaking with his commissioned knight. He told him that the Holy Kingdom itself was interested in this boy. That is, his guesses were confirmed about that he was a holy boy. He could be identified by his blue eyes and white hair. The knight said that he could rely on him, because he came to him as soon as he received this information. Vicomte understood and already submitted the information to the Sacred Kingdom. All that remained was to find this guy. He decided to send people to look for him on the outskirts of the city. Most likely he lives there, because it is clear from his appearance that he is not from a wealthy family. Everyone will be looking for a guy in the village, and thanks to this, they will buy time. Then it will be as they agreed. When the kingdom pays the money, he will return. The knight looked towards the forest and thought. He had a question. Vicomte saw that the knight was distracted and decided to ask what was wrong with him. The boy pointed to the forest and asked if they had already searched it. The commander immediately changed his face and asked if he didn't know who lived there and why they didn't go there. But the knight decided not to rush to conclusions and assumed that the saint could live there. But the commander was sure that if he lived in that forest, he simply would not be able to survive there. Those who are there do not like outsiders at all and are never happy for them. They knew only themselves and their values, but for some reason the knight had a strange premonition that he might be there. And his house can be located exactly in the place that everyone avoids. The forest gave its guests peace and tranquility. Its light rustle of leaves could enchant anyone. Ray decided to take a walk in it. He was thinking of getting some air and figuring out what to do next. But unfortunately, he had no idea how to prevent it. Is there nothing left for him but to run away from his family and his fate? But the boy also did not want to spend his whole life as a fugitive. He sat down on a large stone and wanted to put his thoughts in order. And while he was thinking about the future, someone could be heard walking through the forest from afar. He quickly stood up and began to sort through options for further movement. With every minute, the sounds were getting louder and closer. He couldn't believe that people from the sacred realm had already found him. After a while, these sounds disappeared. Ray decided to wait to see what would happen next. But it seems that these sounds from the depths of the forest just dawned on him. While he was looking in one direction, the trees and bushes began to rustle in the other direction. He did not understand what was happening there and began to carefully inspect the area. Then he heard the tree begin to speak to him. The boy clearly heard this voice, but did not understand where it came from. This voice asked him what he was doing in this forest. He thought maybe it was a forest spirit, but he replied that he just stopped to rest a little. But he was told that this was their territory and he had better get out of here. He did not pay attention to their remarks and said that he wanted to sit a little longer. The voice repeatedly told him to go away. Ray became wary of whoever was talking to him. He was indignant that some persecuted him, others chased him away, but he wanted the voice to understand that he was leaving because of his own desire and not because of what he ordered him to do. Before leaving, he asked him to come to him and show his face. There was no reaction from the voice, and no one was going to come to him. Since there was no direct threat to him, he decided to sit still and rest. A voice appeared again, ordering to go away right now. But the boy absolutely did not respond to these requests and continued to enjoy the surrounding nature. A silhouette appeared behind the tree and said that he was at a loss for words. What an ill-mannered human creature had come into their territory. But Ray replied that he didn't even come out to greet him because one of them was still ill-mannered. The boy was carelessly lying on the stone he had chosen for himself from the very beginning, and some creature suddenly jumped out in the boy's direction. He noticed this and was very scared, but he needed to protect himself somehow. Ray used his powerful mana streams and fought off the attack. He quickly jumped down from his resting place, and he began to complain that he was attacked unexpectedly, and no one does that. If he hadn't left his mana active, he wouldn't have been able to defend against this blow at all. He then looked at the person attacking him and was surprised. This person was wearing strange clothes that he had never seen among ordinary people. The ears were very long and pointed, and as a result, it turned out to be a girl. Thanks to her appearance, the guy assumed that she was an elf. He was at a loss as to what an elf was doing in this area. The girl noticed that he had completely blocked her abilities. She realized that this guy was not an ordinary person like the others. He was ashamed and said that it was really true. In this case, she categorically forbade him to be on their territory. The girl began to prepare her next attack, but the boy hoped that after the first she would calm down and understand that there was no point in this. When they collided in a duel, there was a huge explosion. The girl flew several tens of meters away from Ray, but when she looked at him, she saw that he was in perfect order. He just soiled his shirt a little. She could not believe that he belonged to a superior race. He stood and did not understand what the girl was talking about and what a higher race was. Then she said that she had changed her mind and would let him stay with them in the forest. Then she asked him to follow her. But now he himself did not want to stay and said that he had to go. The girl said that they respect the strong. These are the rules of the forest elves. She invited him to their village. Ray did not know that in this forest there is a village where elves live. Although at the beginning she tried to attack him, but she was not bad. Just like any normal person, she defended her home. The boy agreed. He only had one request, that she stop attacking. After the agreements, they set off together on the road to the village of elves. Ray noticed that she hadn't even introduced herself to him. The girl replied that she was called Fila from the Grattle Flame. The boy stopped and thought about what a beautiful name she had. But she did not like this flattery and began to get angry with the boy. In order to correct the situation, he began to say that her name was terrible and he did not like it at all. The guy said if she wanted to address him, she could call him Ray. While they exchanged words, Fila said that they were already there. The boy was very surprised when he saw such a village in front of him. It was very beautiful and clean. He had no idea that they could have such a village. Did she really spend her whole life in the forest? Because he had never been here before. The other elves noticed him and realized that an ordinary person had come to their village. It was Fila who brought him here. They started asking her why she did it. Their reaction was expected and fully reasoned. It is logical that they will be concerned about the safety of their town. Another girl ran up to Fila. She was very happy to see her at home. Then she asked who this guy was. She assumed that it could be a new assistant. Fila replied that she thought he should be brought here. Everyone began to gather around the boy and look at him. He looked like he couldn't even defend himself. Fila also thought so when she first met him. Then she tried to chase him away, but she couldn't do anything. He was stronger than it seemed at first glance. The girl was surprised that he managed to stop Fila's attack. At first, she thought that maybe he was from a higher race, but it seems that was not the case. The girl began to look at him, and from the outside there were no signs of super abilities. Fila asked her friend how Lady Era was feeling. She lived in a house that was built especially for her. Since it was above ground, it was safe enough. The girl replied that nothing had changed and she continued to sleep. And she also remembered that an elder was looking for Fila, and she needed to go to her. Fila interrupted Ray's communication with the other residents and told him to follow her. He knew that elves do not treat strangers well, but it seemed to him that he was received well enough. Fila said it was all because she brought him here, not someone else. He thought that this girl was trusted in her village. Respectable people in their village lived in trees in special houses. So they went upstairs and knocked on the door. Fila met the elder and said that she had come at her request. The woman greeted her and was very happy to see her, so she invited her to visit her. She insisted that she come in because they had not seen each other for a long time. Fila began to ask about her well-being and the news that appeared while she was not at home. She replied that everything was normal and she was interested in who came with her. Fila said she brought the human child because she thought he might agree as an assistant. But the boy asked to wait, because he did not agree to become their assistant. As a result, they still came in to drink tea and discuss the news. Fila assured that this would give him many advantages. He would be able to move freely around the village and even make friends with other elves. But the boy did not understand why he needed it and why he had to agree. The elder began a conversation about why she was looking for her. It was necessary to keep this conversation a secret from the other elves. Fila turned her full attention to the elder and was ready to listen carefully. The girl said that she would take this secret with her to the grave. The elder also said that this boy should also go outside, because the conversation was really very serious and important for their village. Ray went outside and could not believe that he was being manipulated as they wanted. First come, then leave. He had time to think about his future. Become a saint in the Holy Kingdom or become an assistant to the elves. It was a very difficult choice for him. He didn't really want to choose any of these options. Meanwhile, in the kingdom where Celia were involved all to find the saint. Sviatka asked the assistants if they were able to find out anything about him and find him. But they all answered the same, that they did not have any results. The girl said that they could not find him only because of their laziness. They began to cry and swore that they had done everything for this. But if they did everything possible, then why there were no results until now? Why does she need such servants? They asked to give them a little more time, and they would definitely be able to find him. The saint was upset because no one in this world could understand her like another saint. She thought and decided to give them one last chance, but she said that they might not even come to her with bad news. This time, they must exceed their capacity, or her patience will simply wear thin. Fila talked to the elder alone and did not understand how she could die due to mana. Her breathing problems are finally over. Either the disease is receding or she is living out her last days. Besides, she is still unconscious. Fila was stunned by such news and did not know what to say to her. After they finished talking, the girl went outside to Ray. She was completely broken, and the boy saw it perfectly with his own eyes. The girl did not say a word after the conversation, and tears welled up in her eyes. She stood silently and looked at the lady's house opposite. Ray decided to ask why she was so upset. The girl said that the person who lives in that house is sick, and most likely it is an incurable disease. Then she thought that he was eavesdropping. But the boy said that he didn't do it on purpose. He could just hear something even through the door. Ray thought about it, and he also lost his temper after he found out. The girl told him not to worry, because he was human and they were elves. They belonged to different races. She was right. Sometimes even people can't understand each other, and this includes different races. Only he wanted to make one small clarification. There is no shame in caring for others regardless of their race. What difference does it make for whom his soul cares about? And the soul of a creature of another race is exactly the same. Fila forgot about their main problem even for a minute after this speech. They went to her house to drink tea. When they sat down at the table, the girl kept looking at the boy without taking her eyes off it. He seemed to her a very handsome and attractive guy. She watched every action of the boy and how he drank tea. Then she caught herself thinking that she was starting to like him as a boyfriend. Fila did not understand why this was happening to her. At that time, the boy turned to her with a request. He asked about Lady Era. She said that she was dying. Ray decided to offer to heal her with his powers. Fila was shocked by such an offer from him and lost her voice. He said that his goal is to help people, and he does not care about race, whether it is a person or an animal. After she thought a little about his words, she decided to ask if he was sure that he was capable of such a thing. He said that he is sure that any disease can be cured, and he can try to help her. But he didn't even know anything about her condition. How could he say such things? The boy saw that Fila did not believe his words at all. He began to think how he could prove to her that he could heal people. Then he raised his hand sharply and tried to use his mana streams. Fila jumped up and quickly grabbed her sword so she could defend herself against the attack at any moment. The boy used his abilities to create a blade out of mana. After that, he swung and stuck it deep enough in his leg. He felt a sharp pain and was in no hurry to remove the weapon from his leg. The girl threw away her sword and began to scream and ask why he did it. When Fila ran closer, she saw that there was a very deep wound. After she looked, the boy began to use one of his healing skills. The whole house shone. His energy seemed to penetrate the walls. Fila did not have time to observe everything that was happening at that moment. After he accumulated this mana, Ray channeled it into his wound. He spent a lot of energy in order to demonstrate his abilities in the best way. Even the elves who were not far from the house saw that the light was radiating from it. You'd think it was some sort of mystical treehouse. This went on for about a few minutes, and when the boy finished, he looked very exhausted. However, his wound was completely healed in those 2 minutes. Only his pants were damaged. Fila tried to explain this fact in her head. Ray said that if there is a person who can heal that elf, then it is only him. The boy was sure that he would definitely be able to help her. But when they voiced their proposal to the elder, she said absolutely no. Fila tried to explain to her that this is their chance, and they cannot treat Lady Era so irresponsibly. She was someone they respected and worshipped. But even with good intentions, they cannot take such a risk. The elder cannot allow an unproven medicinal method to be used on her. No matter how the girl tried to prove to her that they could really help, the woman refused to even listen. She asked them to go about their business and do something useful. Fila was upset and even angry with the elder for not giving her the opportunity to even try. Ray thought, what's the point of her not even trying? Who will they worship if she dies? Fila and her boyfriend went to the forest for a walk. It was obvious from the girl that she was very upset, especially since she saw Ray's abilities and believed that he could help. She really hoped they would convince the elder to agree. Ray said that everything was fine and maybe she would be able to heal without his help. She started to smile, but her smile showed desperation. Ray asked if he could visit them in the village sometimes. She replied that she could, and if she wished, she could even stay to live with them. The more he earned the recognition of the other elves. The guy listened to the girl to the end and thanked her for her kindness and sincerity. He said that he would leave. The girl did not think that the boy would leave them so quickly. Ray was a little embarrassed and said he had some business ahead of him. He promised to come back tomorrow, so he asked Fila not to miss him. It angered her, although she understood that it was true. When he left, the girl felt relief and sadness at the same time. She watched as he moved further and further away from their village. At the same time, the girl could not tear herself away from his silhouette. She couldn't take it anymore and decided to calm down and leave. As soon as the girl left, the boy left the path and ran into the forest. He wanted her not to see his next actions. Ray climbed into the nearest tree and began to examine the village. He tried to find among the many houses Lady Era's house, and so he finally saw him in the distance on the highest tree. The guy looked at him and said that doctors never abandon their patients. He needed to get to this tree without being noticed, and he did. When he opened the door to the house, it was like a royal court. It seemed to him from the street that it was an ordinary tree house. He began to look for the lady's room, and when he found it, he quietly entered her door. As soon as he opened the door, a glow rushed from the lady into that crack. Everything around in the room shone and glittered, because the house was located specifically opposite the sun. The boy came closer to her and saw an exceptionally beautiful elf. She was lying as if she were already dead, all in white, beautiful clothes. The body was not completely covered with a cloth. Her hands were folded on her chest. She was very beautiful, with long, beautiful hair, but her eyes were closed. Ray liked her very much, because her beauty could enchant anyone. He tried not to be distracted and to collect himself, because he could not lose his common sense in front of the patient. He took her hand to check the lady's pulse. Then he bent down to her face to check if she was breathing. All this was normal, so the reason for her sleep was something else. He took her hand tightly again and held it. It looked romantic enough. Ray wanted to look inside the body with Mana. He could walk through all her nerve cells and check the whole body. But her body was also fine, otherwise he didn't even think she was dying. Will he not be able to cure her? It was necessary to better study the peculiarities of this world before rebirth. While he was with her, a strange smell began to appear in the room. The boy also felt it on himself and began to think about what it could mean. It seemed to come out from under the body of this lady and was not very pleasant. When the boy turned her over and saw what was happening to her, he was shocked. This horrible smell was coming from the bed sores on the back of her body. He did not understand how they could bring her to such a state. They told her how much they loved her and adored her, but they couldn't even take care of that. He needed disinfectant to treat his wounds. But where could he be taken, because now his possibilities are limited, because no one knows that he was next to the lady. When he looked up, he saw from the window a very beautiful lake and a green meadow. He immediately went there and found a leaf in the form of a water vessel. Then he went to the lake and collected clear water there. He couldn't directly use his healing magic because it was dangerous. He still remembered the deer he tried to heal. So now he decided to channel the healing power into the water. In any case, he had no choice but to act on this plan. He returned to her room, cleaned his hands, and began to use the water to heal her wounds. At the last moment, he stopped and remembered that this was a creature that everyone respected and worshipped. The words of the elder stuck in his mind that she did not allow the use of the latest methods to treat Era. He hoped that later he would not be punished for having dared to touch God's creature. Her back looked terrible. This was logical because she had been lying in one place for several weeks, and no one had turned her over. In any case, how could they abandon her in such a state if they respected her so much? They had no reason to forbid saving her. Hoppets began treating her bed sores with his healing water. He carefully moved along her body and gradually healed the wounds. Ray was so engrossed in the process that he didn't notice it getting dark. He had to go, because the journey home would still take some time. Until he could figure out the cause of the illness, this was the best he could do for her. He decided that he must come tomorrow. Meanwhile, the servants in the kingdom were looking for the mistress to bring the news. They should soon receive information about the search for the saint. Their guild is searching all the kingdoms, so it was only a matter of time. The girl has already heard it so many times that it just immediately becomes unpleasant for her. She warned them that her patience was on the limit. That is, they allowed themselves to test her patience. The servants fell to their knees and again began to cry and beg for mercy. The girl was already fed up with their bullying and she had enough of that. She got up and said she couldn't trust them anymore. And she will personally search for him. Savyata asked to prepare ammunition for her departure. Meanwhile, Ray once again came to Lady Era to wash her wounds. They noticeably healed, and after a week the boy expected that they would completely disappear. Everything went very well. Every day he entered her house and worried about her. First, he wiped her body with purified water and then warmed the stiff muscles to circulate the blood. The rest of the time he spent in her study. There he studied her boring books, and this became his daily routine. The boy looked at her drawings and had fun in this way. Of course, she never answered his questions, but he always spoke out loud anyway. Told her about how he got to her or what happened with Fila, and also about other things that came to his mind. And thus a month passed. Ray came to her house the next day and opened the door. He began to tell that Fila had a day off and they decided to have tea. But when the boy came closer, he felt this terrible smell again, but much stronger. He stood shocked at the entrance and did not understand what was happening. Ray then dropped his bag and ran over to her bed to check on her. But she was barely breathing, and if a little more time passes, she will die completely. Something prevented her from breathing, and it would be noticeable even to an ordinary person. He could not even think that this could happen. The guy started looking for a ventilator, but then he remembered that he was not in the hospital. He was very angry that he was powerless in this situation. The only thing he could do at that moment was nothing. He just literally watched her slowly die. But he could not allow that, because this is his patient, and he will fight to the end. The boy looked over her whole body once more to find the reason. But there were no external damages, and no traces of poisoning either. Vital organs were functioning normally. Then it was not clear why she was dying. He had to find a way to heal her. He began to think and remembered that he possessed strong mana streams. But should he have used his power? Will Era be able to withstand his mana and not have the same result as with the deer? The thought of this made him laugh a lot, and he smiled. He studied medicine in order to save people, not to be afraid of them. And at such an important moment, everything flew out of his head. But he had to pull himself together and do his best. The boy began to activate his mana and concentrate it in one place. The whole room was covered by a bright glow that penetrated the walls. The house began to shimmer thanks to Ray's powers. Many elves who were nearby saw this same glow again, but already in the lady's house. Ira was filled with his magical energy and began to glow as well. Ray hoped she could withstand such powerful mana streams. The guy gave all his strength to heal her, and tried to control the mana so as not to hurt Era. She rose to the very ceiling under the influence of magic. Her body seemed unreal, as if from a fantasy film. Fila saw that many people gathered near the lady's house, and decided to check what was happening there. When she ran up, she saw a bright light coming from the lady's house. She had only seen such a glow once, and that was when Ray was healing his wound. Is he still trying to save their Lady Era? She did not know how long he had been doing it. But even a creature of another race cared much more for her than they, those of the same race. She ran into her house, opened the door, and saw something crazy. Ray used his abilities to make some inexplicable movements. There was a huge concentration of mana around him. The girl could not even imagine that this was possible. Ray gave all his strength to this healing. It was incredibly important to him. He needed some more time to fully finish this process. And finally, he stopped, and all that remained was to hope for a positive result. She was still in the air under the boy's mana. After some time, this barrier collapsed and Era was free. Due to this powerful wave, both Fila and Ray simply flew away several meters. The boy was affected much more because he was the one using this power. He fell to the ground, but even though he was in a lot of pain, he kept thinking about Era. When he regained consciousness a little, he was able to open his eyes. And he saw in front of him a beautiful girl who radiated joy and beauty. He had nothing more to worry about. Everything worked out for him. Therefore he fell powerless, finally relaxed and closed his eyes. He did not understand where he was. The feeling was as if he was in water. It was a very pleasant feeling, and he wanted to rest like that a little more. He opened his eyes a little and saw Era, who was telling someone that she would take care of him herself. The elder argued with her and said that this is a human being and he is not their friend. He tried to do something with her body without permission. The boy realized that he was alive and heard Era's voice for the first time. She told the elder that she didn't want to hear it anymore. They left her here to rot for 20 years. And this person helped Era without hesitation. It even sounded funny. He was saved by a person who simply felt sorry for her, not those who worshipped her all her life. The boy seemed to be flying somewhere in the sky. He almost did not feel his body, and completely surrendered to the current in his thoughts. Her voice calmed him. He was very sweet. He shouted very loudly and started calling Era. Then he calmed down and realized that it was most likely a dream. Ray tried to move his limbs to see if he was awake. Then Era spoke to him and asked why he called her. She sat next to him and did not take a single step away. Ira said she would be there to help him recover. The guy was embarrassed and could not believe that everything worked out for him, and that he did not risk in vain to save her life. She came up and hugged the boy and thanked him for saving him. Ira also added that Iona drew the picture he found when she was sad, so she asked him not to laugh at it too much. Ray was even more surprised because it seems that she heard all his stories and conversations. Ira replied that she heard absolutely everything he said. The boy cried and the girl asked why he was crying. She was grateful to him because he was the only one who cared for her until the very end. And if he had given up, she wouldn't be sitting in front of him now. Ira said she didn't even know her rescuer's name. The guy finally relaxed, smiled, and said his name was Ray. She thought for a moment and said his name several times. And then she started to smile sharply and said that it was a wonderful name. It was already dark outside and they were still talking. The boy stood by the window and watched everything that was happening in the village. He offered her to come out to people when she had already recovered. After all, they probably care. The girl replied that for the past 20 years, she did not really care about them. They did not even visit her. And none of them cared about her. Besides, her anger will not be able to disappear in one day. Ray listened intently and completely agreed with her opinion. Then he decided to ask how long it had been since she regained consciousness. But for some reason, the girl pretended that this word was completely unknown to her. The guy decided to repeat and asked when she started hearing him. Ira answered that she never lost consciousness. All this time she heard everyone. Ray was shocked by this and didn't know what to say. That is, she did not lose consciousness from the very beginning. She wanted to say that she was lying unable to move, and just waiting for something. Ray wanted to say so many words to her, but decided to hold back. The guy took her hands and simply said that she handled the situation very well. The girl was embarrassed and slightly lowered her head. And then something really moved her, and she was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. The girl said that she hated the people around her. All problems were always caused by people and always remained unpunished. The mere mention of people made her hate even stronger. Then she firmly took Ray's hand and pulled them forward. Everything was fine with her body. Besides, her life had just begun. Ira said, until one person promised to heal her. She immediately got angry from her touches. But with Ray, everything was different. He did it selflessly and did not ask for anything in return. And like no one else, he cared for the girl and made a lot of effort. She remembered how he talked to her and told how Phyla invited him to tea. He said that he never thought that elven tea was so tasteless. The girl answered in her subconscious as best she could and said that their tea was really not very good. Then he read a book about her flowers. The boy asked if these are the flowers that grow in her garden. She replied that it was them, and he was very similar to them. Devotion and a smile, that's what these flowers meant. After that, he noticed her drawing and said that drawing is definitely not her talent. She already knew she was bad at drawing, but hearing it from someone else was strange, because no one ever contradicted her, and always praised her so that she would not do it. Because everyone was afraid of punishment. The only thing she wanted when she slept was to answer Ray at least once. Era could not stand it, and her emotions overcame her. She began to sob in front of the boy. She covered her face with her hands so he wouldn't see her tears. Then she pounced on him and started hugging him, and thanked him once again for not giving up. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, the holiday did not find a peaceful place for itself. She asked the commander if he did not know exactly where the holy boy was. The girl came to visit him, so she apologized for such a late meeting and allowed her to go. Before leaving, she added something to her monologue. If they try to deceive her, the truth will come out sooner or later anyway. Saint looked at the map and thought about where she should go next. If they couldn't find any traces in the neighboring kingdom, the only place where they did not search was the nearby forest. She ordered the entire guild to gather and prepare to go into the forest. It was deep night outside. The full moon was walking among the stars. Ray asked Era how the villagers would treat him now. She asked him not to worry about it because he had saved her life. Moreover, they did not intend to do this, and that says it all. And if someone treats him badly, it will only make her worse. You will have to have a personal conversation with such elves. By the way, despite the fact that Era woke up, she still did not see the other elves. The fact that they did not appear to her even after she recovered meant only one thing. They were very frightened by this flow of mana coming from the house. Therefore, the problem was precisely with this guy, that they did not dare to visit their lady. Era took his hand and said as he filled her with mana. He held her hand as tenderly as if it were his loved one. At first, she was scared and did not think that someone would touch her body, and even more so, that it would be a person with mana. But when she felt the flow of mana, she realized that there are still good people left in the world. That's why she asked him not to bother. It was enough for him to just be next to her. Ray was very happy to hear such kind words addressed to him, and it really calmed him down. Then the boy said that from the very beginning he was interested in how old she was. It was clear that the girl did not like this question and answered that it was a secret. He knew that elves lived much longer, so he assumed she was around 200 years old. Era pretended not to hear the question and turned away. The guy was persistent, so he asked again and said that maybe she was 500 years old. She continued to be silent. But when he said that she might even be 1,000 years old, she jumped up and said that it was already too much. She did not understand why he thought about her age at all. The boy replied that he was just joking. Ira pretended to believe it and started laughing. They sat together and watched the stars in the sky. The girl had never felt anything like this. Was it happiness? The guy said that it's strange to feel happy when people make fun of you, but she was sure that she was happy now. Era could not feel happiness because she was never interested in anything. Ray interrupted her and said that now she can be happy. She agreed, but on one condition: if he will be next to her. The boy was not surprised because he understood that this situation had brought them very close. When he treated Era, the feeling of inferiority or even lack of something did not leave him. Maybe he was the best doctor in his past life, but here he is, just a helpless person hoping for luck. The most important thing in medicine is experience. He needs to gain experience in this world in various fields. If the Holiday Kingdom is the most developed in the field of medicine. Moreover, if they themselves are looking for it, then there is only one thing left. Become a saint and gain all the knowledge and experience of the Holy Kingdom. He was very sorry that he would not be able to stay with Ira, but he had no choice. They were sitting on the bed, and Ray said that it got really loud outside. In the middle of the village, people gathered in front of the elder. Ray said maybe they should go out to the people. They protested against the elder because she was hiding the fact that their queen was terminally ill. She tried to apologize and said she made a mistake. Their denunciations became even louder. In such an atmosphere, it is better for them not to interfere. Ira understood that no one had come to her all this time. He saw that the girl was angry and asked her not to do this. But she did not listen and went down to the center to the people. The lady looked very presentable and beautiful. Her health was in perfect order. She stopped by the elder and greeted her. Ira looked angry and asked to stop these accusations. Everyone began to worship her and greet her, every elf. But she said she didn't want to hear it anymore. Era asked if there was even one elf among them who came to visit her personally. Everyone was silent, and no one could answer this question. The girl knew the answer to this question, but she still felt very offended. None of them even tried to find out what happened to her. And now they are trying to blame someone for their guilt, although they themselves did nothing good. One of the elves dared to tell the truth about the elder. Ira thought he was just going to make excuses for their actions. But he said that if the elder had told them what had happened to their lady, they would certainly have come to her. He suspected that she had personally ordered the elder not to tell about it. The elder watched this from the outside and understood what nonsense he was talking. Ray also heard and saw all this. This elf definitely made things difficult. Ira was extremely angry and was ready to punish the hypocrites. She has demonstrated her power and strength, which makes her their queen. The girl decided to order them and use minimal force for this. She threw particles of her magic at them and paralyzed the elves. They felt pain as from an electric shock. Ira sometimes has to be cruel so that no one takes her kindness for weakness. She considered these elves to be ungrateful scum, and if they believed that it was her fault, then she was ready to leave this forest. The elder tried to stop her, but it was in vain. The elves fell to their knees and began to beg for mercy and to stay because without her they can do nothing. The girl climbed back into the house and Ray asked if she was all right. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to this place if the head of the elves left. This meant that they could be attacked at any moment. Ray reflected on this act on the part of the girl. Is she really ready to go to such lengths for the sake of justice? Ira was now very hard to calm down. She didn't understand how they could afford it. And when she missed that moment, her status as head of the elves became nothing. Ray waited for a good moment to pop the question and asked if she really wanted to go. She replied that it was a better solution than watching their arguments. And it was obvious that they needed her help all this time. He asked where she would go if she decided to leave the village. There was one place she always wanted to visit. She was not there for only 20 years, although in reality it is an eternity for people. If she is about 1,000 years old, then 20 years is really very little. Elves stood at her door and asked to come down and asked to forgive them. They begged to give them one last chance and they would make it right. Ray looked at her and realized that she said all this out of anger. But the elves didn't lie. She really wanted to leave. The boy was forcing her to admit that she really didn't want to. Maybe they did wrong, but in fact they needed her help and support. Era thought about it and agreed with this opinion, although she was very angry with them. The story about the legendary surgeon doesn't end and continues to develop, and the dialogue between the guy and the girl is just beginning to continue, where Ray still manages to convince the girl that they still need her. His wonderful gift of negotiation, which he himself had accidentally discovered, made him feel really good, and he began to rejoice. But the girl still continued to be troubled by something, so she decided to ask him something unusual. She turned to him and wondered, could he stay to live with her? Such a question definitely stumped him, because he had never had to deal with this before, except in his past life, and that was unsuccessfully, so he was worried. The girl tried to calm him down, because they would have much more fun together, but Ray turned around and refused, which the girl obviously did not expect, and wanted to know the reason for such a sharp answer. He looked at her with a confident look and said that he needed to go to the Holy Realm. She was also surprised, for she didn't understand what he had to do with them, but the guy explained that they had been looking for him for a long time. The girl was also puzzled, for why would they do that? But the guy was amused, and even embarrassed, because they all consider him really holy and say that the priest received a revelation from the goddess herself. His friend was even more shocked and couldn't understand what was going on right now. Was he really a saint? But he uses mana to heal, not divine power. Ray believed himself to be a saint, so he laughed and said that there was nothing wrong with not getting a blessing, although he noted that he didn't know anything yet. The friend was shocked, for how could it be? A saint and no divine power. Between a saint and an ordinary person, divine power is the main difference. She moved closer to him and decided to ask him if he had used magic when he treated her. He exhaled and averted his gaze. He hadn't planned to do that. It was just that the situation was really urgent and required immediate intervention. The girl noticed that her illness prevented her from using magic, yet she was conscious the whole time, so it was more like a curse rather than an illness. She remembered starting to glow and didn't understand how Ray was able to heal her with basic first circle magic. It completely overturned the whole idea of existing magic. Besides, is he really a saint, but without divine power? Perhaps we are witnessing the emergence of one of the most incredible saints in history. And Ray stood there and was just shocked, for still he himself had a hard time realizing it yet. The girl smiled and was also equally shocked, because exactly also before she had not encountered something like this in her entire life. She also tried to impress Ray, who looked at her, by saying that because there was still no way she could leave the village, she felt pathetic. She smiled and said that now they should start heading out. When they came out, there was already before them a vast army of the inhabitants, who knelt and bowed their heads before their chiefs in token of respect. The girl came closer to them and was very aggressive, so she made them explain themselves for their words and actions. They looked at her and were very scared, so they started apologizing for their rudeness and for not taking her protection for granted. The residents continued to look at their leaders with fear and were ready for them to unleash all their anger on them. The girl looked at them again and was very happy. She realized that she had probably overreacted when she told them that she was planning to leave the village. She also exhaled and said that she could calmly understand why they were all angry at the elder. However, she hadn't done anything wrong either. Ray felt really funny about that. He realized that if people found out about it, they would all be in great danger now. But the leader continued to talk to them and accuse them, and added that they are not absolved of responsibility because they didn't even try to find out anything. You are all to blame, but you should show respect for your elders, for if there is no elder, there will be no elf who can be responsible for the village. The residents continued to kneel with their heads down, making it clear that they had already realized everything and understood their mistakes. She was very pleased to be respected and listened to, so she smiled back at them as well. Whereupon the girl waved her hand, and since she had already calmed down, Toe smiled at once and asked, "How about having a feast in honor of her savior?" The boy was shocked by this, for he remembered what had happened to him during his first visit here. It was not apparent that he was excited after all, but he was tired of tithing, very curious and inquisitive. What was the feast after all? Meanwhile, some really strange things started happening in the bushes. It looked like a really real massacre had started there. At this moment, 3 warriors were already there, fighting a huge monster that was apparently guarding the forest from danger. The most important one ordered them to immediately try to focus on the target, for they needed to clear the path immediately. She waved her hand and used the exact same magical power, as today was the day they were bound to end it already. Meanwhile, the camp was not quiet either. Everyone was milling about and looking for Mistress Ariel. The warrior commander informed her that it looked like they would make it to the elf village within the day. She was drinking coffee and wasn't very satisfied. Maybe their scouting team wasn't that big after all. Didn't the commander think the search was taking too long? She looked at them again with her beautiful eyes and asked them what they thought about it. But he decided to reassure her, because there are really a lot of different monsters in the city, so they are moving relatively slowly in her opinion, although he, on the contrary, thinks that everything is moving really fast. She continued to drink to calm herself down. Still, she should have gone alone. It would have been much quicker that way. The commander began to cry and apologize to her for the inconvenience. She finished her coffee and threw the mug on the table, on which it began to wobble and nearly shatter. Immediately afterward, she stood up and ordered all of her soldiers to get up and get ready to move on, for they had already rested enough. The sky was blue, and the weather outside really was perfect for a walk. Ray still continued to be in a bit of a state of bewilderment and euphoria. He was pleased to be receiving such a large portion of attention in his direction. Everything around was decorated by the locals, and they created a festive atmosphere. Ray looked at the little town and didn't fully understand what it was all about or why such training was necessary. Locals danced and cheered. Some were looking for a new date, and some were just enjoying themselves and celebrating their leader. Someone walked up to Ray and started tapping him on the shoulder, catching him off guard, which was unexpected enough for him. Fia called him over to her place, as everyone at the party was already waiting for him. She started smiling and asking why he was standing there, because he was the main character of the party. He was pleased, even though he thought the party would be more modest. "You are the savior of our village. How could we make a lesser celebration for you? There's just one small nuance. The girl will not be able to attend the holiday, because she had some really very important things to do, so she wished him luck and said that he would manage without her." Ray was clearly unhappy with this outcome and asked where Fia was planning to go. She placed her hand on her holster, which held a large dagger, for the safety of the village could be jeopardized more during the holidays than on other days. It was at such times that the guardian must be most vigilant. She waved her hand at him and wished him a pleasant rest, informing him that they would meet later while the guy still continued to stand in bewilderment. It was obvious that he was clearly agitated and worried about something as well, so there was nothing left for him to do but hope that everything would be all right. He gave another shout to the girl who was already walking away. "Fia, I'll find you tonight. We'll eat something delicious." She was clearly shocked at such a statement, and it seemed to make her angry. She ran up to the guy with red, burning eyes and lifted him above her, asking if he really meant it all now. Fia was still just surprised after all. No one had ever said anything like that to her before, especially since they also wanted to come to her. Ray noticed that the girl was very nervous, but he didn't pay much attention to it because he realized that she lived in the forest all the time, and it was unusual for her. Then she let him go and ran away sharply, for she had to run away. In parting, she shouted to the guy that he would definitely come to her because he had made his promise. He lay very happy on the ground and didn't mind doing it. If it would only make her happy, it looked like he was really starting to fall in love with her. He looked at the festive village and wanted to walk around it. To one side, local guys stood around and competed to see who had the strongest pumped arms. And on the other, Ray was surrounded by several pretty girls at once, who started grabbing him wherever they could and asking him to go along with them. The guys also did not leave him alone and invited him to the table, where a lot of delicious food was prepared, which he loves so much. He was of course grateful to them, even though the whole thing had really worn him out a lot. The house, which is located in a large and powerful tree, immediately received information, opened up old doors that were long overdue for replacement because of the unpleasant creaking noise they create. On the table was a cup of tea that had literally just been brewed, and everyone was asking, what happened? Why did the chief guest leave the party that was organized in his honor? He clutched his head and began to smile, as he finds such activities difficult, and there was no other quiet place to be. Ira smiled and said that since this was the situation, then let him settle down as he pleased and start resting. Ray stepped closer to her and had no way of knowing what that wonderful scent was. It made him smile at once, for were they really the same flowers that grew at the entrance? That's right. Today is also a girl's special day that she is celebrating in this way, so she would like to share this beautiful moment with her boyfriend and also poured tea into his mug. He immediately began to enjoy this drink, as it was just what he needed in this weather. But still, he was still stuck with the question he so wanted answered, so he approached Ira and asked why on earth she wasn't going outside. She smiled and said it wasn't at all appropriate to talk about such complicated things over a mug of tea, so Ray apologized and said it wasn't appropriate at all if she wasn't ready for such a conversation. Ira thought for a moment. After all, there was no point in her hiding this information, so she began to contemplate where to start. A long time ago, there was a conflict between the common elves and the higher elves. It's all about the fact that high elves have a different status from ordinary elves from birth, so it's customary for high elves to be respected regardless of their age. However, an ordinary elf had a conflict with a young elfess of higher bloods. This forced her to leave the village, which had some consequences. She smiled and looked at the guy, for he himself knows what happened after that, doesn't he? He was shocked at the information he had received. Was she really not coming down for another conflict like this? Ira was very upset, so she didn't even know how to choose the right words. Suddenly her eyes opened abruptly and she saw something strange. It looked like what she was so afraid of had just happened. She turned sharply and looked back. She needed to act immediately, for every second mattered now. Ray also got excited and immediately asked her what had just happened. She put her hand on the table and said that something terrible had happened outside the village, but Ray was still trying to ask her for more details on what she meant. It's all about the fact that uninvited guests have just paid them a visit and they need to prepare for battle. Ray stood there in shock, for he didn't understand who she was talking about. As a sudden realization also came to him, were these really the same people who had started his search? As we entered the village, the sun began to set over the horizon and slowly night fell, which also brought fear. Fia stood and prepared to guard her home, not realizing what the humans had forgotten here. They also came here with an army of warriors which would not go unnoticed. So she drew her dagger and prepared for a battle that could possibly be one of the last in her life if something went wrong. The chief of the army stepped forward and removed her helmet, announcing that they had come to this land in peace. She smiled and said they were just looking for a saint and would like to see him. But Fia wasn't in a very friendly mood. It looked like she was ready to fight to the end. So Fia, without wasting a second, started shouting in their direction and asking what people were here for. On the contrary, they were shocked at the sight of the elf, because they knew about them only thanks to rumors and did not even suspect that they existed in reality. But Fia wasn't quite ready to have a peaceful dialogue with them, so she was already ready to pull out her dagger and start a battle. But still, before doing so, she decided to clarify the reason for their visit. The commander looked at her with a smile and said they were looking for a saint and wanted to see him. Fia immediately realized who they were talking about now, so she tried to keep Ray and the village safe by saying that he wasn't here and they should have left. But the girl wasn't going to do that, and with her arms spread out, began to walk closer and closer to the elf, trying to talk to her and questioning her. Perhaps she had met the white-haired guy after all. As soon as Fia heard that, she immediately remembered Ray and clearly understood that they were talking about him now. It was very creepy for her to realize this, because her new friend, or maybe even future boyfriend, was now in jeopardy. The commander smiled, because she realized that with this question, she had achieved her goal and found out all the necessary information. She was happy that they had managed to find out where he was, so she immediately informed her army. Fia yelled out that she had absolutely no idea who she was talking about right now, but she didn't believe her because she knows this boy, right? After saying that, Fia became very aggressive and her anger began to overflow. But the commanderess continued to stand with her arms unfolded and tried to calm her down, informing her that they had come here in peace, and only in peace. All they wanted was a chance to see the boy and talk. She looked towards the elf and informed her that they would leave as soon as they reached their goal, so she could help them do so, in return for a reward. But Fia was not prepared for this outcome, and immediately drew her dagger from her holster, making it clear that there was going to be a battle now, and she would not make concessions to them. The army was also shocked by this outcome, and some of them were also scared as they were not prepared for this. The commander grabbed her head and was clearly upset, because it looked like she wouldn't be able to avoid bloodshed this time, but without giving up hope, she once again turned to the girl and told them to just give it to them, and absolutely no one would get hurt. But Fia reported that Ray saved them, so for the sake of his protection in the village, absolutely everyone in the village will gladly stand up to them, protecting the guy. The girl looked at her with a perfectly calm face, which still showed moments of misunderstanding. If you keep standing in our way like this, a holy war could break out. With a smile on the outside, she asked if she was really ready for this. From such a question, Fia almost fainted and became very frightened, because she had never encountered such a thing before. She looked at them and realized that these were guys from the Holy Realm, and they definitely didn't come here in peace, even if you made concessions to them. So she clenched her teeth and was fully prepared to give her life defending the village, and that's not easy to do. You need great willpower and those people you wouldn't spare to give your life for. Fia drew her dagger with a sharp movement of her hand, making it clear that there would be no peaceful solution, and she was ready to confront them. The commander looked at her and realized that meant she was choosing war. Fia was very angry, so she asked, "Isn't this what people always wish for so much?" The girl raised her hand and pointed towards her opponent with her index finger, leaving the question unanswered. She ordered her warriors to remove it, so they immediately began to do her bidding. Fia was prepared for this, so she waited for the crowd of frightened soldiers who were already approaching as close to her as possible. Suddenly, she began to glow, and some magical glare appeared around her body. It looked like something strange was starting to happen right now. The soldiers were also frightened and started screaming in panic as the girl disappeared right in front of their eyes. A second later, she was already at their backs, and with a sharp thrust of her dagger, she delivered a crushing blow to their necks. After which she flew through like a bullet, piercing her opponent. The commander watched her and realized that the girl was actually strong at first glance, but it wasn't that simple. After analyzing her fighting style and how she deftly dealt with the entire army, she wouldn't have thought that Fia possessed an entry-level blade aura. In addition to the soldiers, there were also priests in the army who began to pray during the battle, asking God to give protection to their bodies as well as their soldiers from enemy attacks, receiving a blessing. After activating divine protection, they also asked him to heal the wounds that had been inflicted by the enemy, which immediately began to happen. Sophia began to attack the priests as well, who began to hinder her a lot by reviving their warriors. The soldiers began waving their arms and shouting that the enemy was much faster than they thought, so they needed to get ready as the priests tried to help their other colleagues. One of the soldiers drew his blade and threw himself further into the fight, which was moving into its most active phase. The priest was trying to heal injured co-workers who were already lying unconscious and had practically said goodbye to this world. But Fia was able to catch up to him as well before he used his healing. It was very difficult for her, because there were too many of them, and they were getting back on track very quickly with healing magic, so if things continued like this, she wouldn't be able to stop them. She started to panic a bit, and a cold sweat appeared on her face, which informed us and the world that the situation was really not easy, and it was worth making a decision instantly. So she looked at the commander and realized that she could be her next target to eliminate first to stop all of this. She skillfully and without respect stepped over the defeated soldiers and ran in her direction. And in just a second, she was at the side of Iriel with the dagger, who did not worry in any way and remained calm. Perhaps she had no idea of the danger that was coming at her. On the battlefield, a very strong thump sounded, the sound of which spread out for several kilometers. Fia was startled, for clearly she had not expected this outcome of events now. Her strike was stopped by Iriel's simple magical defense and bare fists, causing Fia to hover in mid-air with complete incomprehension and rejection of the situation. She smiled and looked at the girl, letting her know with a smile that this was the difference in strength. After these words, she clenched her fist tightly and without much trouble broke the very magical dagger that the girl had fought so long and skillfully with. Taking advantage of the situation and the fact that her opponent was shocked, she immediately charged her fist with magic and prepared to deliver a powerful blow. It was indeed very strong, as there was even a fire flash after it hit. Fia flew tens of meters upwards and was defeated. She had never had to fight opponents of this level before in her life. So with great speed, she fell to the ground, gathering dust and all the dirt that was on the ground with her body. Iriel calmed down and looked at the girl, asking if she really wanted to continue all of this. Fia looked at her opponent, who was rather blurry due to the fact that her vision had not yet fully returned from the blow she had received, and sighed. Covering the injured part of her body with her hand, she was very determined and made it known that she would never let them pass on. Iriel was amused by this, so she praised Fia for her persistence, even though it was really stupid of her. She stepped closer to her and asked her to make the most deliberate decision possible. No nonsense. Just give them the saint, and that would end all suffering, and no one would get hurt. But Fia was determined and wasn't going to make any concessions at all, so she activated her magic ability and dragged the first stick she could find to her hand. This was her magical weapon for the first time, with which she was going to continue to confront Iriel, who still stood as calmly as possible and watched the situation with understanding. Fia was wounded, but she was ready to fight. There was no way she was ready to give it to them. Help was on its way. Ray and his friend were still on the way and rushing to come to the rescue in time. The boy kept asking how much farther they had to run. But the girl reassured him, informing him that they were very close and she could already feel them not far from her. They tried their best to run as fast as they could to get to the place in time, most importantly, so that it wouldn't be too late. Ray visibly began to get nervous, for he didn't realize how many of them were there and how, and had they really amassed an entire army? What they saw shocked them. They could not even say a word for a very long time, because they did not expect to see such a thing. There was blood everywhere, on the ground, on the trees, and even on the flowers. The battle was indeed very terrible and the loudest in the history of the village. Ray saw Fia, who was surrounded on all sides by an army of soldiers, and started shouting to her, trying to support her and find out what happened. She was already very hurt, and her strength was running low. The girl was really struggling, especially after the missed blows that Iriel had given her. Ray was scared, so he immediately rushed to her aid, pushing all the warriors in his way, ordering them out of the way. They saw the gray-haired guy and were shocked. Did he really come to her rescue himself? Everyone was shocked, for was this really the saint everyone was talking about? They knelt down and saluted him, making it clear that they were ready to do his bidding and listen to what he told them. Iriel also stepped closer to him in her soiled heels that were completely stained from the battle, after which she also informed him that she was indeed very happy to meet him. She was all battered and dirty, but still introduced herself, calling herself Saint Iriel Beliaz. She was really very uncomfortable with her appearance. But Ray was very angry and looked at all of them with contempt. He didn't want to listen and take it all in, as they had caused a lot of trouble for his girlfriend. He turned to Ira, trying to find out if she was really thinking exactly like him right now. She ordered everyone to stay where they were and Ray to stay away from Iriel. Besides, if they don't want to die, they shouldn't block her path. The soldiers were shocked at such a statement, but they couldn't do anything, so they just stood still with incomprehension. The guys rushed to their friend's aid, trying to find out how she was feeling and saving her from a further battle that was clearly not in her favor. But Fia was in a state of shock and kept saying the phrase to herself, "Stop, I must stop her and not let her into the village." It was evident that she had no more strength and was badly wounded, for right in their arms she began to faint and fall to the ground, but the boys caught her. She started bleeding all over and her shoulder was very badly wounded, all the while having to fight alone. It was necessary to set the bone to put her out of such agony, but it would hurt a bit. But Fia was prepared for this outcome. There was no other way out of the situation. Iriel began to approach the saint, and with a smile invited him to go to the holy realm from which they had come, for everyone had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. But Ray certainly didn't care about that right now, so he ripped open his t-shirt with a sharp hand, trying to make a peace tourniquet to bandage the wound. After that, he immediately rushed to his friend's aid to relieve her of such torment and cure her. Iriel was not appeased and reported that he was the one chosen by God himself, a great achievement, so it was time to reveal Ray to the world. He was shocked, as he clearly hadn't expected to hear such a thing. So he asked Iriel to repeat what she had just said. Was she really talking about accomplishments? That's right. Isn't that an accomplishment where you are doing God's will? From this point on, they have a lot of work to do. Ray was in incomprehension, because he could not realize what they wanted from him and what exactly she was talking about. He looked at Fia, who was in critical condition, and asked, could they talk about such things now that she was not well? But Iriel was ruthless and informed her that all this was just a consequence of her refusal to obey her request. She could not go against God's will, so she offered her a reward and also warned her that otherwise force would have to be used, but she still refused. Waving her hands, she said they didn't kill her after all, But Ray understood absolutely nothing. Was invading their territory and taking him by force normal behavior? But Iriel informed with a calm face that they had no other choice. Ray was surprised. Did they really think he would just follow them obediently after all they had done? Iriel's eyes lit up, and she began to threaten him, saying that she wouldn't want to use force on a saint. Ira started to get angry as well, after all. She was amused to hear such things. Apparently it wasn't enough for the army that they had invaded their territory, so they also dare to threaten her savior. So she got angry and suggested that Iriel reveal all her power to her. But Iriel informed them that the power of the Holy Realm would be no match for some elven woman. Ira was ready to fight, and since she was so confident in her words, why not put it all to the test and see who was stronger? The soldiers immediately surrounded her and asked her how dare she speak like that. It is not right to attack the safety of a saint. But with a simple force of thought, she broke instantly all of their weapons, which were already definitely not combat ready, just as Iriel had done to her friend. They were shocked, for they did not understand how such a thing was possible, though they had already seen so much today. Ira continued to look at them with contempt and hatred. She was ready to destroy each and every one of them. The soldiers were ordered to fight even without weapons, so they were frightened, but they still began to obey the order. All of this lasted until one of them fell to his knees and started begging Ira for mercy and asking for forgiveness. Ira laughed, for was this really the power Iriel was talking about? It looked like she couldn't get anywhere with these guys. Iriel also became saddened by this. It means their faith in God is weak and needs to be corrected. It also made Ira laugh even more, because did she really think that God was really able to give her power? In fact, they are all just limited by their faith. Iriel wouldn't stand for it, so she immediately activated her magical powers and was ready to fight, as such statements hurt her self-esteem a lot. She wasn't happy about Ira talking too much, so she threw herself into the fight, even though tears were already starting to come to her eyes. Ira smiled and used a grab that should help her in this battle. And it did work. Iriel was terrified. For the first time in her life, she had been captured and disarmed by magical chains, something she clearly could not have expected. Ira laughed and asked, "What was it like to call yourself the power of the Holy Kingdom and be stopped by some elfis?" Iriel was startled, but still asked, did she really think the Holy Kingdom's powers ended there? Panic began to take its toll, and she announced that she would take Ray back to her lands at any cost, even if she had to pick him up piece by piece. At this point, the birds began to fly away from the scene of the battle as they realized that the situation right now was starting to heat up. Ira slapped her and ordered her to shut up and not to speak in a tone like that, something she clearly wasn't used to hearing towards herself before. If it's enough for her to take his body, then the guy's life is really precious to her. So she can at least use her powers now and show what she can do. Iriel was terrified, for Ira had said he had no problem wiping out her disgusting country, and her along with him. But Ray asked her to stop and stop bullying, for he himself had said he was going to go to the Holy Kingdom. This made Iriel very happy, for she realized that right now she would definitely be saved. Only he was going to do all this for a reason. He had certain conditions for it to happen. The guy still continued to stand there looking at Iriela. It was very important for him to get exactly what he wanted. She was also very much shaken and aroused, so she didn't fully understand what the guy in question wanted to get from her this time. Ray showed his finger and said the first thing he wants to do is that he will now call himself a saint for no God's sake. He will become a saint precisely at his own will, and can also cease to be one when he wishes it. And Ella was very much surprised, because she was obviously not prepared for this. She had absolutely no idea what to do now and how to react to it. How would it stop being holy? It's really unacceptable. But the guy was determined and immediately made the second point of his conditions. If something like this happens again, he doesn't know what he will do about it. In this way, he made it clear that he did not plan to tolerate any more of this kind of behavior towards himself and his friends. The girl was scared. Vitya, she didn't even realize how he would react. How would he act in such a dire situation? But the guy just threw up his hands and said he might leave the Holy Kingdom and become a saint in an enemy country. Iriella looked at him with bewilderment, for she did not understand how a saint could give a god. But still, she calmed down, because if he could betray a god, he would lose his divine power, so she wasn't completely worried and asked perhaps if there was anything else the guy wanted to get. And in the third, but equally important condition, is that he wants to use any library in the kingdom to study and gain new knowledge. The girl rejoiced very much from such a point, for indeed it is very easy to realize. But the conditions didn't end there, and the guy immediately put forward a new one, which made everyone around him a bit surprised. From now on, they will all pay him compensation for his work, and also the other important things that they have to give him: clothes, food, and housing. And if they are able to give him all of these things, then he agrees in principle. But Commander Esh was really surprised after all. She had never heard anyone request compensation before. What did he mean? Ray started yelling at her because really, did she not know what he was talking about? This is real money we're talking about. Iriella almost fainted from this, for she had never seen such insolence before. Already even the priests had begun to shout in her direction that it was definitely not worth it, for a saint could not make such conditions. They all began to talk, for how could a saint ask people for money? I'm sure he's not a saint at all, and God chose him wrongly. Hearing this, the girl was very much surprised, for perhaps it really was all about a mistake. She opened her eyes and looked once more at the saint, saying that they were willing to accept absolutely every condition except the first. But Ray started laughing and waving his hands, for the first condition was really the most important. The commander from this outcome of events once again fainted and did not even know how to properly negotiate and react to such a situation, so she asked the Lord's help to cope with all this. And finally, it's time to announce the fifth condition. Ray pointed at Fia, the same village keeper that Iriella had beaten very badly with her soldiers, then ordered her to apologize for her actions. He was very aggressive, so he ordered not just to apologize, but to do it really sincerely. After saying that, he looked at Ira and asked her to untie Iriella to let her dialogue freely. She lost her balance immediately after this and began to fall as the chains no longer held her. Iriella fell to the ground and sadly began to say that she couldn't do that, meaning she wasn't willing to apologize for her actions. She looked at the guy again and asked him to consider her position as a saint who was doing God's will. Ray looked at her with disrespect and decided to ask her what position she meant. She was the first to attack, and she hadn't even considered the position of the guardian who was guarding the village. Iriella could barely stay on her feet, and then informed that she had no other choice. She had to get the saint and bring him to the kingdom. It was all Fia's fault for ignoring all her requests. With a sad face, Ray looked at her once more before asking if she really wasn't going to apologize. But the girl was determined, so she closed her eyes and lowered her head before answering, saying that no apology she wasn't going to make. She began to analyze the situation, saying that she could have apologized if it were her misdeed, but the responsibility that lies upon her is very great indeed. One word could bring the wrath of God. Meanwhile, the sun had already begun to set over the horizon, and night was coming, albeit slowly. Ray began to turn around and said that in that case he was ready to end the conversation. Now let God give them another saint if they were not ready to accept his terms. The girl was shocked by this behavior, because she did not imagine that everything could be really so complicated. She was used to that everything always obeyed her, but it seems not this time. Ray looked at his friend and said that they needed to get back right away as the keeper needed to be treated and helped. They started to walk over to Fia and tried to lift her up, which Iriella really didn't like very much. You could see she was clearly against it. She asked for her attention for a moment, trying to distract them from the activity. She said she may not be able to apologize, but she would do everything they asked, so she would ask him again to accept the offer. But Ray wants absolutely nothing more. He said that just an apology would be enough for him. The girl was very much frightened, for she realized that this could be very bad for her, but a decision had to be made right now. The boy had already taken the keeper in his arms and was about to leave with her, the moment the entire army of opponents stared them in the back. Well, in the meantime, the night was already approaching. His girlfriend also became curious that everything would be all right. When they had already moved a fair distance away, Ira still informed him that it was not too late to go back, for they would welcome him with open arms if he so desired. And the guy thought about it, but all already reported that he is not a bit sorry for this act. If she cannot apologize for her act, then all the more should not go there. Ira didn't understand why the guy was doing all this for them. They're not even from the same race, and he was amused and very pleased. He's just doing what he wants to do. If we have already touched on this topic, it would be foolish not to find out what he really wants. The answer is very simple: a happy life. His friend became nervous, for in that case he should definitely have become a saint. The guy kept walking along with his wounded friend and developing a dialogue. Yes, of course it would be nice, but being nervous about nothing and helping the sick was not exactly what he wanted to do for the rest of his life. The life he has now isn't really bad either, is it? He looked up at the sky and realized that finding happiness in the little things was his calling, and that was what would be enough for him. The girl looked at him with understanding and a smile, for there was indeed a great deal of wisdom in his words. They continued onward, and with every step, every minute, Ira was more and more amazed at the genius of this guy. A truly nocturnal atmosphere has already formed outside, as the sun will be fully behind the horizon in a few minutes, and the moon will replace it. Iriella continued to stand there with incomprehension and guilt, for through her they had just lost a saint. She began to remember the dialogue with him, also the moment when he started to leave, saying there was no point in continuing the conversation if she wasn't ready to apologize. She continued to stand there pondering all these phrases in her head, for had she really made a mistake? One of the priests ran up to her in a panic and tried to explain that perhaps there was some mistake here, as there was no way a saint could introduce himself in such a way. Iriella looked at her equipment and began to run that phrase over and over in her head. She then picked it up and threw it on the ground, which really shocked all the nearby team members. She ordered them all to go forward, exactly in the direction all these guys had gone, along with the saint. She was getting very curious. She seemed to have some sort of plan. After all she has to do is go to her elf village. The time was already quite late, and, as you can already understand it, so immediately at the entrance to the village, the guys were met by two strong elves who were very much worried about the guardian's condition and hoped very much that her injuries would really not be critical. Immediately afterward, they also saw Iriella walking alone towards that very village, but clearly no one here ever wanted to see her. So the elves immediately drew their weapons and pounced on the girl. They ordered her to stop, and under no circumstances dare to come close to the place. But she spread her arms and informed that she came to this land in peace, so she wants to meet the saint who is in their village. The elves were shocked by such a statement, for just as well they had never known before that they had some kind of saint in the settlement. But nevertheless, they still didn't fall for this provocation and request, because even if the girl is telling the truth, they have no right to let a person into the village, so she needs to leave now. If she comes even one more step, they will consider it as an attack. The girl realized everything, so she stopped and asked them to relay the information to Ray that she was here and waiting for him. The elves were emphatic. They made it clear that doing so would be impossible, so the girl needed to leave right now. But Iriella was persistent, so she asked for their help and to let her just wait for him here. She looked at the elves once more and promised that he would not harm them in any way. But they didn't want to listen to her, so they said it would be much better if the girl kept her distance and stood in the same place, or better yet, moved farther away. Iriella lowered her head in acknowledgement, then indicated that she would not be moving from that spot. The elves just looked at her with misunderstanding, but everyone was already further away from reacting to it in any way. They began to wonder who this girl was talking about. Did it really come down to Ray? Meanwhile, the girl dropped to her knees and covered herself with her jacket, seemingly preparing for some kind of ritual. Some strange sounds began to appear near her cape. She knelt down and removed all her shoes in preparation for prayer, whereupon everything around her began to glow. She did it very long and intensely. It looked like she was trying to apologize and redeem herself. The elves began to worry a little because they had never encountered such a thing before, so they consulted and decided that they should inform Ray about it. It was already dark in the village and everyone was practically getting ready for bed, but right now, our guys didn't care about that at all. They took Fia into a room and began the healing process. After a while, things weren't so critical anymore and finally Ray can take a break too. He felt very good about being able to help his friend who was willing to give his life for him, but suddenly, someone knocked on the door. And he opened the doors with a misunderstanding and decided to find out what was going on and why wasn't he interested. Lion informed him that there was someone on the outskirts of the village who wanted to see him. Ray immediately realized what was going on and was a little perturbed, since they were still trying to change his mind. The guy got very aggressive and started yelling, asking how much is there, 10 or 20. Well, the answer really surprised him after he found out there was only one person there. He couldn't believe it. It was already very dark outside. It was deep night. The moment he approached the village guards, they greeted him and began to explain the situation. In front of that, they traded him hard and started asking where the culprit of the celebration had disappeared to. But it seems the guys had a good time without him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person was looking for him after all. The elves simply pointed a finger in the direction of where the girl was standing and informed him that she had been waiting for him all day and had not stopped praying. He moved closer to you and was clearly expressing his displeasure. She was shocked that he had come to see her, but he wasn't ready to talk. He just wanted to know why she had come back here. Tears came to her eyes. All she wanted to do was just talk. Ray didn't believe these tears and talk, so he just calmly asked her once more if the girl was going to apologize. But the girl was also still talking about how she couldn't apologize, but instead, she was willing to prove her sincerity to him. Ray waved his hands and became very aggressive again, because if the girl is not going to apologize, then everything she did was in vain. Doesn't she understand? She began to panic and tried to get up off the ground, trying to change Saint's mind that her feelings were indeed genuine, which of course he began to doubt. She looked at him and informed him that her status did not allow her to apologize, but she could pray for all elves until they realized it. Ray looked at her and said that if she remained absent from her post like that, the Holy Kingdom would go looking for her, and because of that, they would be attacked again, and it would cause a lot of damage. Hadn't she even thought of that? She felt a little scared, but she understood everything, so she kept praying. She prayed to God that the Holy Kingdom would not take such measures. But Ray was skeptical. Did the girl really think he'd believe her so easily? But she convinced him that he should just take her word for it. And she pointed at Era, for if her words seemed to be a lie, then wouldn't an elven woman be able to recognize such a lie? Besides, they would all be able to overpower her. Ray was a little perturbed, for should one really believe her? Ariella realized that her arguments had become solid, so the guy practically trusted her already. He waved his finger and said that he would only let her do what she wanted once. After that, whatever they did to her was not her problem, and if the elves turned her around and told her to leave, she wouldn't dare disobey them. Ariella was very happy about this decision, for it was exactly what she wanted. A smile immediately appeared on her face and the realization that she was now trusted. Ray immediately started walking towards the village, not even turning around or looking at the girl, but still she had some points she would like to discuss with him. Ray turned around and asked what else she wanted. She was very embarrassed and didn't even know how to ask it properly. But still looking at him with her sweet eyes, she decided to find out where she could clean herself up. The guy was very angry because he had no idea that it would be so difficult, so he began to think to himself that he was already fed up with her. The dark night had passed and a bright sunny day had arrived. Ariella was still kneeling as well, only in a different place, and continued to thrash about. This was seen by the elves, who were puzzled as to why she was standing there. They just watched her and realized that if things did go on, she could spend the whole day there again. Didn't she have a problem sitting in one place for that long? At this point, Ray approached them and was about to head home, but the elves had a few more questions they wanted to know. They were a little perturbed. Was she really allowed to stay sitting here after all? Would she be all right if she was allowed to sit like this for so long? Ray thought about it and didn't even know how to do the right thing because the fate of the whole village might depend on his decision. But Iriella looked harmless enough, for she had been praying the whole time. It was safe to assume what kind of god would do such a thing for him. Underneath the shell of this beautiful girl, there was a very real monster. So she spent the whole day sitting in one place, and without rising at all, it was already getting dark outside again. Ray walked up to the house, and he was very happy about it, as it had been a long time since he had been here and he already missed it. His parents, bringing the boy even a little scared because they had already considered him missing, but obviously did not expect to see him now as they were engaged in their marital affairs. He smiled and told you to keep going. He wouldn't bother them. After that, he immediately closed his door and went to the other room, but his parents started yelling and making excuses because it wasn't at all what he might have thought. He put his bag on the table and was really quite tired. So after such a hard day, Ray just collapsed on his bed and started to worry because he was really having a hard time. The guy immediately started remembering all of his past accomplishments and how he worked at his previous job as a doctor, which was still in his past life. But after all that, he remembered the Yura that reported that he should have gone to the Holy Realm. He remembered the girl informing him of this several times, even when they were healing the keeper. He asked Ira why she kept telling him this, to which she replied very simply, she thought he wanted it himself. She was very pleased that he cares about them, but he should not miss such a chance. Because he got to the Holy Kingdom, he will be able to learn medicine. So he started to get out of bed, and remembered that he had made a promise to himself to learn how to cure any disease in this world. Immediately, he began to pack his briefcase and put various notes and books in there so that the training would go as fast as possible. He was very determined indeed, for he realized that he could not miss such a chance. The lamp on the table was still on, and it was already quite dark outside, but he needed to consult his parents about this decision. His parents began to throw dishes and get very angry, for they refused to understand and accept what he was now saying. They couldn't believe that he was really a saint, and his father was drooling after this flood of information, but they still didn't understand what he meant when he said he had to go to the Holy Kingdom. Ray was also thinking about all of this and trying to get the words right, but his look said it all for himself. His parents were shocked, especially his mom, who couldn't believe that he was being completely serious now, but they also wanted to know when he should go there. And there was also an equally important question. Would the boy be able to come home? Ray exhaled and really started to get a little worried. After all, the departure was already planned for tomorrow, but the thing was that it might take a few years, but he would definitely come home. His mom started crying. His dad was also equally upset, because they didn't want to accept this reality, because the guy would have to spend his whole life there as a saint. But Ray didn't worry about it, because he knew he would come back, so he promised his parents again that everything would be fine and he would definitely come home. His mom ran to hug the guy, asking where could it be that a saint could come back again, but the father had already stopped worrying and just accepted this reality, asking his wife why she was crying. After all, she just needs to let him go and everything will be fine. He also started to get tears. He tried to calm her down. After all, they could take care of themselves and have a good time until Ray got back, so he gave his consent to the guy and told him to go if that's what he wanted. Dad started to cry, but Ray tried to calm him down and tell him everything would be okay. He smiled and also started to cry a little, though he promised he'd come back in one piece, so it was definitely not something to worry about. In their big house, the conversation went on, for even as a small child he had not roared like that. But now, becoming a big boy, he cried. The next morning, when the sun came out again, action had to be taken. Iriella was still on her knees as well and kept praying that all would be well and trying to atone for all her sins. Suddenly, her stomach started to hurt really badly, so she started grabbing at it, trying to reduce the pain. But it wasn't as simple as it seemed at first glance. As the girl hadn't eaten anything for a very long time, she was the one who slowly began to hallucinate. Ray approached her and informed her that everything in this field was edible, so the girl could eat absolutely anything she wanted. After saying that, he turned and walked away, saying that she could do exactly as she saw fit. She looked at these plants and was very much perturbed. Should she really be eating these? But there was no other choice, as starving to death was not a good idea, so she took and plucked those leaves, after which juice started running down her arms. It was quite a horrible and not quite pleasant sight, but there was no way to escape. Just imagine that this girl had been eating only in expensive restaurants all her life and had the appropriate attitude. She ate the product and immediately tried to cover her mouth and nose in order to avoid vomiting. But after a second of time, her eyes opened abruptly, and it seems the girl finally smelled that beautiful scent. She began to scream in pain, for this plant was very sharp and bitter. She was absolutely not used to eating such things. Her stomach was starting to really hurt and was giving out. She didn't have the energy to stand it anymore, so she held on to it with her last strength, trying not to vomit in the middle of the main entrance to the village. The elves watched the situation and were also very much surprised, for did the girl just eat the plant raw? But one of them was absolutely sure that people were omnivores, but he could not even imagine such a thing. The girl couldn't stand still anymore and started running around, so she asked the elves to give or at least water. But suddenly a huge lake immediately appeared near her, in which she could quench her thirst, for all the water in it was fresh. Iriella started running there with her last strength to get rid of the pain somehow. The lake itself didn't mind welcoming her anymore, so it started to form big waves. And so very quickly the girl ran up to the right place and immediately fell into the water to drink and quench the thirst and burning that she had formed after the plant. Still, the question continued to plague her. Why hadn't the saint informed her that it was going to be so bad? Meanwhile, the weather was really beautiful. The sun was shining and the birds were starting to sing. Nothing boded ill. After quenching her thirst, the girl collapsed exhausted on the grass, in order to at least get some rest after what she had experienced. She was starting to have some not-so-good thoughts. Suggestions had already entered her head more than once about just giving up and leaving all of this. She lay there looking up at the sky, trying to find the answer to her questions there. Closing her eyes, Iriella began to worry very much. Was this really what she was capable of? She was convinced that everything was happening to her by God's will, so she had to be patient. After these words, a shadow covered her head, and a familiar silhouette approached her, who in a pleasant voice told the saint to rise and go with him. It was Ray, who had returned from his home and suggested that she get ready, in order to travel to the Holy Realm soon. He still continued to look at her and asked that the girl begin to pack and prepare to go with him to the Holy Realm. Iriella looked at him and really couldn't even believe her eyes. Could it be that she could see him, and the guy was now talking to her completely seriously and not joking? But Ray still wasn't ready to forgive Iriella, so he continued to talk rudely to her. He ordered her to get up and go to the Holy Realm, but she still didn't understand if that meant that the guy had finally forgiven her. He smiled and said that of course it wasn't, but she hadn't even practically counted on it. Ray told her to get ready, while he went to the village to say goodbye to his friends. The elfess greeted him. It might have looked like it was Fia, but no, it wasn't, so it was important for him to see her and see how she was doing. And he was very surprised, because she already knew about his coming and was expecting him. Besides, recently the elves reported that Fia had woken up, so it was necessary to see her as soon as possible. They walked up to her cabin together, in which they gave her first aid, trying to heal Fia as soon as possible. The guy was very excited as he was getting very close to seeing his girlfriend. Fia was really surprised to see him, even though she knew Ray was coming. It was much better visually, and she looked really pretty, you'd have to agree. Ray was a little embarrassed even, but he still picked up on the fact that it was really nice to see her here, because she was finally waking up. He approached her and wanted to ask her how she was feeling. She talked to him nicely and was very happy about the question and his visit. Ira was also standing behind her, and was very happy that the guy had gotten back so quickly, and also noted that she was very happy that Fia had recovered so quickly and was already feeling much better. Ray didn't even notice her right away, so he asked her if she really cared about her friend that much, being here all the time. But she exhaled and said that for a high elf, caring for her people was a common thing. Suddenly the keeper was very frightened and began to grab her blanket, for she had just been struck by her abuser, which she obviously could not have expected, but Iriella asked her not to move, for her wounds had not yet fully recovered. Ray was already standing with his backpack, which was immediately noticed by everyone around him. His girlfriend got really excited because he's finally got his head around it, and it seems like he's ready to move on. Ray smiled and said that he planned to go to the Holy Kingdom as he had been told, for it was indeed foolish to miss such an opportunity. Ira got a little embarrassed and let him know that she was really happy to hear that, even though she realized that he would be leaving very soon. Fia started screaming at this and tried to get out of bed abruptly. She clearly didn't expect to hear such a thing. But she remembered that Ira was near her, so she quickly calmed down and apologized to her because she didn't want to behave like that, especially in her presence. But Ira was not embarrassed by this behavior at all. Ray also smiled, then began to parody the girl, saying if there were any questions or points of interest, she could safely ask them. Ira was very much surprised by such a thing and got a little angry, for was he really parodying her? For how dare he drive himself in such a manner? So Ray immediately apologized for such behavior. His girlfriend was looking at him, trying to find out if he was really leaving. So he hadn't planned to stay here with them? Fia Ira's words really hurt a lot. She really didn't understand how he could do such a thing. Would he really go with those people from the Holy Kingdom? Ray also thought about it, not that he had decided to do this because of their arrival here, but he had considered going there much earlier. Did he really plan to leave them for a long time? He didn't know the answer to that question himself, so he said that he would probably only be there for a few years. His girlfriend didn't even know what to say. It was obvious that she wasn't ready to accept this reality, just like his parents. Then she smiled and informed him that it really wasn't that much, so she wished him good luck and told him to have a good trip and rest, and to promise her that he would definitely come back. He started grabbing the back of his head and talking about how elves have a slightly different perception of time. Ira also asked if they had finished their conversation. If so, she would like to have a private conversation with him as well. Ray looked at his friend one more time and said goodbye to her, telling her that they would definitely see each other soon. They went outside and were already approaching the house that Ira already lived in. She came closer to him and told him she wanted to give him something, but asked the guy not to refuse the gift under any circumstances. Ray was very surprised, because he really likes surprises like this, so he wondered what she was offering him. The girl asked, holding out her hand, after which she grabbed it. Ira squeezed her very tightly and informed her she was passing a piece of herself to him. It would serve as proof that she was always by his side. Suddenly, his hand began to glow, everything began to transform, and the process of transferring magical power began. Ray didn't realize what was happening to his hand, but it felt really good. On it seems to have begun to form the very real seal that belongs to the elves, which has magical properties. His friend began to smile and informed him that he could now turn to her when he needed help. It was obvious that the process of transferring the magic had a very strong effect on the guy's condition, because he was really starting to lose consciousness a bit. But after a minute he came to his senses and he was already feeling much better. He started to panic because he remembered that elves used to take people as slaves, so maybe Ira had enslaved him right now, so he really started to panic about it, because would he be enslaved until his death? She calmed him down and told him that she didn't know exactly what he was up to, but it wasn't it. It was just a piece of her seal, so don't worry about it. It is a seal created by her magic, and she has asked that it be considered a gift in the form of hers, meaning she is now willing to obey it. She smiled and said that she would always be there for him now, so if he needed any help, for him not to be shy and turn to her, let him remember that and be careful. Ray looked at his hand that was enchanted with the seal and was very much pleased. He was tithe very pleasant and unaccustomed. The guy deep down was very happy, but was still afraid to convey that emotion yet. But he could not resist for long, and after a while he smiled and was very happy with such a gift. It was already getting dark outside again, and deep night was approaching. The villagers were beginning to get ready to go to bed again. Ariella was also watching the whole situation and was very pleased with this outcome. She quietly followed the guy and smiled the whole time. She was tenthly pleased that he was walking along with her. He thought this tithe very strange, so he turned to her and asked if she was really that happy, because he had never seen such strong emotions before. Of course, shouldn't she be happy that she would soon return to God? But Ray rolled his eyes and realized that it seemed that these days away from the temple were really hard on Ariella. And she looked at him and said they should go as fast as they could before it was night yet. Ray looked at the village once more and was indeed very upset, for these villagers had really given him a lot. The sun was already setting over the horizon and the land was preparing for midnight. Ray continued to watch the sunset and admire these beautiful surroundings. Ariella walked up to him and asked if he regretted the decision. But Ray was indeed a little upset, for he realized that he would still be able to come back here anyway, but something was nagging him. He looked at the girl and wanted to check with her again. Would all those conditions he had spoken of really be fulfilled? But the girl smiled and then said that about the first one still needs some thought and discussion, but the rest she will do. This made Ray very angry, and she could see that he really didn't trust her and didn't want to accept her. Maybe it wasn't too late to go back. But the decision had already been made, whereupon he threw on his bag and ordered the girl to go as soon as possible, which she was very much pleased to do. They walked together and realized that they had a very long way to go indeed. Their road also passed the large house where Ray was born and spent his entire childhood. While they were walking, the guy decided to look at the map to make sure they were going in the right direction. Besides, Ariella had changed the place they would need to visit before going to the Holy Kingdom, so they needed to explore it as soon as possible. But to begin with, they will need to go on a royal journey. That this is still a mystery, but the girl was very much surprised. All the matter is that the accompanying squad is in the royal capital, called Cilia, so they need to first meet with them, and only then they will be able to direct the Holy Kingdom. It would be good to continue on the path to begin with, but Ray still didn't understand why Ariella was so agitated. The thing is, it takes about 3 days to get to the royal capital, but using mana, you can get there much faster, in about 1 day, right? Need to relax a bit since he'd have to run all day. This procedure really surprised the girl, so she didn't hold back and asked what the saint was doing now. She smiled and was very much surprised at the same time, for was he really going to run all the way? Ray was also a little shocked, but still tried to convince the girl that it was faster that way, wasn't it? Ariella was very surprised at this suggestion, because even her divine power had been corrected, and Uri didn't have divine power yet, so he wouldn't be able to pull this off in any way. He thought about it for a moment and said that it would probably be much faster to get there with his mana flows than on a horse, but why do it? After all, the girl had even bought a horse to make it much more comfortable for them to get around, but he couldn't ignore that. So Ray exhaled and smiled, for now he wouldn't have to waste his strength. Ariella said she only bought 1 horse to save money for emergencies. No big deal. She was very worried about whether the guy would mind, but unfortunately, he doesn't know how to ride horses anyway. So they sat down together and started driving in the right direction, where Ray kept hugging the girl to fall. Their journey was indeed very long, because it passed through various mountains and difficult to access areas of land where without a horse, would have been very difficult indeed. After they had traveled quite a bit for the day, it was late at night, so they needed to make a quick stop and spend the night, in order to start moving with renewed vigor the next morning. It didn't take long for the guy to start using his superpowers, which he had already mastered at a fairly young age, so he heated his hand and made it sparkle. Seconds later, a fire had already formed, which began to water all those branches and provide heat. The girl was very surprised by this, because then it is possible that the guy can just activate magic by saying just 1 word. He is very good for his age, Maybe he is a mage of the second circle? But it made her feel really good about it, so he smiled even though he said it was no big deal. Whereupon he decided to make another impression on the girl, and with his index finger, he pointed to the pot and filled it with water. After he was done with all that, he started pulling out plants to make something to eat from. Iriella was very much surprised, for she was absolutely convinced that it should not be added there, as she already remembered her bitter experience with this plant. This surprised the guy very much, because why does she refuse this ingredient so much? It is quite tasty, it is only worth a taste, but the girl was very nervous, because she remembers that it is very spicy and bitter. Ray smiled, for did she really eat those leaves? That is, not just the branch itself? He found it very funny, for the girl really did, after which he had to explain to her that people usually only ate the branch, though the leaves contained many more nutrients. The girl was very much surprised at such a thing, for they are indeed too bitter and spicy to eat. But why is all this information he is talking about only now? After the preparation of this dish was over, Ray held it out for her to appreciate how it should ideally be. The flavor would be different many times over. She thanked him and took her portion and already wanted to taste it as soon as possible. After looking at this dish, she concluded that it was indeed very much like a standard soup. She was still scared to eat it, but visually it looked quite appetizing, especially since it had a really nice smell to it. She took a spoon and decided to stir it around a bit. After that, she wanted to try it as soon as possible, and it surprised her a lot. Iriella was very much shocked at such an ingenious preparation of the dish, laying down accolades that she had made it to the culinary talent shows, for she had never eaten anything tastier before. Ray wondered very much, for why was she eating it so fast? Do they not feed them in the Holy Kingdom? It's certainly a lot scarier than it looks, so the guy recommended eating this dish a little slower, as it can be a major stomachache afterward. The next morning they set out on the road, where they were already greeted by the palace and the beautiful city that was built near it. The market is incredibly large. This is to be expected as this is the royal road, meaning it is exactly the same terrain as the outskirts. And so the boys had already arrived at the castle, where their escorts were surely already waiting for them. Ray looked at the whole environment and wondered very much. He was really enjoying watching it all. After all, it was his first time here, so he was still a little worried and hoped that nothing would happen. And so they had already reached the main entrance to the castle, where two butlers were waiting for them to open the gates. They greeted the girl and were glad she had come. The butlers were only so friendly to the girl, so they asked her to introduce the young man who sat on the back of the horse. Iriella smiled and reported that he was also indeed a saint. But she felt a little awkward and funny, so she decided to clarify his holiness with the guy himself. He was a little perplexed but still said himself that he was a saint, and his name was Ray. The butlers immediately apologized for such a stupid question, and of course let them pass on. The guys walked into this palace and were really quite shocked by such luxury. The priests were already at the entrance and bent their heads in respect, welcoming the saint and the holy man to the castle, for they had come such a long way. The girl reported that she had finished her mission that Celia had given her, and they intended to leave this castle tomorrow, so she ordered them to contact her country and notify them of their return. The priests obeyed her and said they would inform the Light Kingdom of their arrival. At this point, the girl smiled and informed the guy that he could now go and get some rest. For this, she would guide him to a resting place. And so they opened the doors, which were much cooler than the very elf village. His room was like a very real palace, though, yes, you are right, it is indeed a real palace. Ray was very much shocked, because this is really a real luxury. He could not even imagine to be in such a place. Because his previous life, he did not have the opportunity to even visit such apartments, all because he was constantly busy. Iriella approached him to ask if he liked everything. Well, the answer, as you can imagine, was as obvious as possible. You should get some rest, so I will go, Iriella said. And then Ray was a little puzzled, for they were to go to the Holy Kingdom tomorrow morning, and would not stay long, would they? But she left the question unanswered, and only said that they would see each other tomorrow morning. The guy was very much alarmed by this, for was she really up to something? He stood there puzzled and really trying to figure out what had just happened. Maybe she wanted to set him up somehow or do something unpleasant to him. But there wasn't much time for negative thoughts, as he was really already tired, so he decided to sit down on his bed and change into his pajamas. Ray lay down and decided to relax, for tomorrow he would indeed be traveling to the Holy Realm. He closed his eyes and began to daydream a little, for tomorrow he would have to live there, but he still wondered if his living conditions would be much different. The next day morning came and it was time to get ready for a new day. Ray changed his clothes, and immediately afterward he heard banging on his door, which should have woken him up, but he was already awake. Yahello went over to him and asked if Ray was really awake already, but he was still having trouble opening his eyes and also wanted to sleep some more, but still self-informed to move on as quickly as possible. The girl smiled, for if the guy was ready too, it was time to move out. She was very happy and dressed very differently, although the new image also suited her very well. Perhaps she wanted to make a good impression on the guy and please him with her beauty. But he didn't care. He wasn't even listening to what she was telling him and was constantly thinking about his own, so he didn't even pay attention to it. But it didn't last long. He still had to tense up as he didn't fully understand where they were starting to go. Was it really to the king? Her eyes began to shine like diamonds. Yahello couldn't get excited about the future event, for very soon they would see the most important person on the continent. Ray looked at his room and didn't understand why it was necessary to do this, since they usually warned about this kind of thing in advance, at least before going to bed. But Yahello reassured him and informed him that everything would go well. They would just say hello and go, informing him of his departure. Ray grabbed his head and tried to explain to her that it wasn't the main thing right now. If he knew he was going to meet the king, he would at least learn some manners. The girl continued to smile and informed him that she purposely didn't want to do it because she was worried that it might disturb his sleep. That wasn't a problem, right? He was already uncomfortable watching all this, as such suspicious courtesy on her part was already beginning to arouse a great deal of suspicion indeed and was starting to get tiresome. The doors opened and the butlers greeted the boys once again. Ray was a little embarrassed, for the conversation immediately began with a discussion of his new position, where the king began to wonder if he was really the newly elected saint. He was still quite young for a king of Cilia, but he was still very strong, though not quite wise, and his name was Theogard. Well, we continue this interesting story, where the team approached the king and lowered their heads as a sign of respect. Yahello was actually a little indignant, since Ray did not want to lower his head and just looked at the king, so she tried to hint to him that he needed to lower it. After which he did this, and immediately also bent her over and expressed his respect. The girl became a little embarrassed and asked if he was really trying to disgrace her in this way. But the king was also quite wise and treated all this with understanding. He asked the boys to raise their heads and told them that he had heard that they were returning to the Holy Kingdom. The girl looked at him and said that the fact that they have the opportunity to return to the Holy Kingdom is all thanks to His Majesty. Theogard smiled and said that he had done nothing at all for this. All this was the merit of the strong Holy Kingdom. But Yahello insisted on her own, because thanks to the fact that they accepted him in Cilia, they managed to find the saint, and their return after that became possible, so she bowed her head and announced that she would definitely repay the debt. He thought about it because he was really interested in such an offer, which he would not mind gladly taking advantage of. The king looked at Ray and asked if he was now really the newly elected saint that everyone had been talking about for so long. He was a little scared, but still said that it was true, and introduced himself again, saying his name. The king began to study him deeply and began to doubt him, because he did not feel at all that he had mana. But if you analyze his body, it would seem that he has mastery of the sword. Even Theogard himself noticed the fact that for the second time in his life he was observing the appearance of a saint, so he was also a little nervous. But now, looking at him, he also realized that Ray now poses absolutely no danger. After he analyzed the whole situation, he continued his story, saying that it was indeed a great honor for him to meet two saints in one place. While the girl was trying to say that the king was exaggerating, Ray turned to her and asked if they could quietly take it and leave here. The king was a little surprised after hearing all this, so he didn't even understand how to react to all this correctly. He extended his hand and turned to the girl who just a few minutes ago had reported that she would be in his debt. It looked like he had a proposal. Yahello was a little surprised, because perhaps the king was already ready to do a special task for her. The king asked them to look again at the interior of his room and tried to somehow choose the right words, because it was noticeable that he was nervous and did not know how to correctly talk about his request. The thing is that his cousin, the daughter of the Archduke of Silos, is sick, and no one can cure her. They had already tried to heal her by any means. They invited many priests, but none of them could identify the disease and make an accurate diagnosis, not to mention its treatment. He looked at the guys and asked them to at least look at her and say what it could be, but Ray was very surprised by such a request and began to behave ugly because he began to aggressively refuse, arguing that they did not have time at all. Ray looked at Yahello and asked her to refuse as soon as possible because they still have a lot to go towards the kingdom. But she agreed, which greatly surprised the guy and made him nervous, because he definitely didn't expect this now and was determined to move on and not stop and give help to those in need. Even the king laughed because he himself did not fully believe that they could agree. Now he had no reason to worry at all, because now the saints would take care of the girl. He looked at the girl and thanked her very much for this, which made her very embarrassed, because she herself understood that this would not only be her merit. But still, she came to terms with it, and they went into the garden in order to look at it and move to help. Ray was clearly not happy, because he didn't understand why he couldn't immediately go to the Holy Kingdom. Yahello smiled and said that he was now also a worker of the Holy Kingdom, so if he learned to handle divine power just by monitoring it, it would be a big breakthrough for the world. But Ray was still not happy, because now they will spend much more time first going to the Archduke's estate and only then going to the Holy Kingdom. Yes, that was exactly Yahello's plan. Meanwhile, the weather was beautiful outside, but that was not the most important thing. They are going to treat a sick person, aren't they? He looked at the girl and asked, since they are the only ones who can help, doesn't that mean they need to hurry up now? He is ready to go anywhere if there is a patient who needs help, because this is precisely the duty of a doctor. The priests were also already preparing for the campaign and turned to the saint, informing her that it would not be as easy as it might seem. They have already reported to the Holy Kingdom about their return, and preparations for the appointment of a new saint are now in full swing, so there can be no question of them going to the Archduke. The girl came closer to him and said that this was a request from the King of Silla himself, and she had no right to refuse him at all, so she asked him not to distract her. The priest asked if the king promised anything in return. No, nothing like that. This is her way of expressing her gratitude for the fact that he allowed them all to stay here. He bowed his head and agreed with the girl, because in this case, they cannot refuse him at all. So in order to maintain a good relationship with Silla, he will contact the Holy Kingdom and report to them about the delay in order to delay the ceremony a little. Yahello bowed her head and thanked him for his understanding, saying that they were going there right now in order to save at least a little time. Due to the fact that people in this world have not yet learned medicine, the first patient whom Ray helped, instead of gratitude, caused him a commotion. While they were moving forward to help, he became very interested in what kind of person his second patient would turn out to be, and what consequences should be expected from him next. They walked all day, so since the sun began to set and night was approaching, it was decided to stop the journey for today and stop in the forest to spend the night and rest. The priest pointed his finger at the tent that he and his colleagues had set up and asked everyone to go there. They looked at the guy, who was upset because everything did not go according to the plan he had imagined, and continued to discuss it, since they themselves could not quite believe that he really was a saint. They also noticed that he was actually much more handsome than the rumors that were circulating about him, so they wanted to get to know him better and come talk to him. Ray was a little surprised after they immediately approached him and started talking to him, trying to find out if he was really a saint. The girls kindly offered to help him, but the guy assured them that everything was fine and there was no need to worry about it. They were very interested in talking to him, so they asked him for permission to stay next to him, since they were very interested in watching the guy. Ray smiled and invited them to sit next to him in a way that would be comfortable for them. Perhaps he should invite one of them for coffee when they already arrive at the Holy Kingdom. A second later, the girls were very scared and surprised because they were definitely not ready to see all this now. And they looked at the guy who began to glow very strongly after he took out his magical plant, which he found in the elven forest. It was already starting to get dark outside as the sun was setting below the horizon. Ray looked and really didn't understand how there could be so much energy in these young girls. He was really a little surprised because after the girls left, he decided to eavesdrop on them and think about what they were already saying. It turned out that the priest was really not very pleased that the girls were discussing him, because isn't it too much honor for such a guy? He explained to them that this was still a child who had not even known life, but simply dared to set the conditions for the kingdom. Besides, he was together with those elves who dared to raise their hands on their saint. Had they all forgotten about this? Ray really became very aggressive because he didn't understand what they were allowing themselves to do. Why were they starting to throw mud at him behind his back? The girl threw up her hands and said that in any case, upon arrival in the Holy Kingdom, it would become clear to everyone that no guy is a saint, but just a dummy. Iriella listened to this statement, after which she became very angry, asking to explain what they just said about her and the saint. She was very angry, although she looked quite safe. She looked again at the guys who had just discussed them and asked them to repeat everything again, giving them the opportunity to apologize, and she would pretend that she had misheard. She was really very unpleasant that they were discussing them behind their backs, because she really didn't understand which way they ended up in their dialogue. So she simply invited them to continue, because apparently they had something to add. At this time there was complete silence on the street. No one said anything, trying to simply ignore this phrase and avoid further showdowns. But Iriella stood her ground and did not let them do this, asking if they would continue to remain silent. At that moment she became very angry and said that in this case she would simply consider what she heard to be the truth. So could she think that the priests had such an opinion about them? They didn't know how to react correctly to all this and were very scared, trying to find at least some justification for their actions. Children, they just didn't want others to forget about what she had to go through. Iriella was very surprised, because how does what she had to go through have anything to do with them? Or maybe she ever complained about it. So they were talking about it for her sake, right? Well, did she ask for such help? She turned around and left, but the priest wanted to stop her and apologize. He understood that these guys were still very young and quite stupid, so it was just a big misunderstanding, and that's probably not what they really wanted to say. The senior priest grabbed them by the neck and immediately ordered them to apologize to the saint. Did they really think that a simple apology would just be enough? How dare they make fun of Ray just because he is still young and even have the audacity to call him a dummy? Do they really think that the girl will let them get away with all this? Obviously, the saint was chosen by God himself, so insulting the saint can be equated to insulting the choice of God himself. This is simply blasphemy. Do they really think that this situation can be resolved just because they apologized? And what if their apology seems unconvincing to Iriella? Ray continued to stand behind the tree and observe the situation, because he was interested in finding out what they were saying about him. The priests had already begun to fall to their knees and asked Lady Iriel for forgiveness, because they had no right to discuss such things. But Iriella was very aggressive, so she made it clear to them that they were apologizing very poorly. Had they really decided to doubt God's chosen one? And besides, they couldn't even properly apologize for their misdeeds. But there are people in the world who would like to apologize, but this is not permissible for them. Ray was very surprised, because he could not understand what kind of whisper it was. Was she really talking about herself? That's right. Being a saint at such a young age is really a heavy burden because she knows like no one else without her words. Ray smiled and said that he knew this because he himself was a man who in a past life was a brilliant surgeon. He was already tired of standing behind a tree, and he understood that it was time to show up and talk to all these people. They ended the conversation, right? Having not received an answer to this question, Ray decided to go out and talk to them, saying that it was really unpleasant for him to hear this, and it really upset him. Ray looked at all these people, telling them that he could not even imagine that they had such an opinion about him, because do they really consider him a very small child who is not able to think logically? The priests fell to their knees and were very worried because they understood that their lives were now at stake, so they began to look for excuses in every possible way, saying that this was not what they meant at all. In fact, they are not mistaken, since they thought that he would become a saint, being a dummy. Yahello was very surprised, because why is the saint saying this now? What kind of dummy? The guy calmly replied that now he does not have divine power, and he has absolutely no idea how he will manifest himself now in the Holy Kingdom. But even if God himself chose him, then isn't he an ideal candidate for the role of a dummy? In truth, every one of them thinks so, doesn't it? Yahello was also very surprised, so she answered this question in the negative, because why should he be a dummy? Ray continued to talk to her, but the girl insisted that God has his own plans. But Ray also did not say that God chose him for no reason. He is just sure that there will be many people in the Holy Kingdom who will think the same way. In this case, for all of them, he will remain a dummy in any case. That is why he decided to look at them again, and it was clear that he was not quite ready to continue the dialogue with them, so he turned to Yahello asking, what if he wanted to choose a punishment for them? They were very scared of such a priest, because the guy offered to hand them over to the inquisitors, or in the worst case, just kill them. They began to fall to their knees and begged for his forgiveness, which also surprised him very much, but they needed to receive forgiveness, at least for once. Ray thought about their proposal and thought about how he could answer all this correctly, so that he would not be humiliated further and would not be talked about behind his back. He was sure that there were other guys here who looked down on him, wasn't he? Therefore, he addressed them, saying that those who take him for a dummy, as well as for a small child or an insufficiently qualified specialist for this task. All of them are probably right in some way, at least in that their words are that he is still young and has not won their trust, and also that he does not yet have power, ability, connections, or reputation. However, after a couple of years that he spends in the Holy Kingdom, he will prove to them all that they were very deeply mistaken about him. The priests were very surprised, so they asked what he meant, how was it wrong? But I turned around and told them something that would make them regret what they said. Everyone who looked down on him and despised him, absolutely everyone who dared to insult him, would pray that he would forgive him. Ray looked at these priests, who began to cry, and said that he would leave them as witnesses to this promise, and would not punish him in any way, and extended a helping hand to him. The priests just continued to cry, begging for forgiveness, because they themselves began to realize that they had made a terrible mistake. Perhaps all this was due to the fact that they were really in danger of death. But still, they really looked like repentant people who asked for forgiveness. Ray smiled and said that he really hoped that the day would come when they would regret what they had done even more than they did now. All this will happen as long as he is in the territory of the Holy Kingdom and does not achieve his goal. He is ready to do absolutely everything to raise the honor of the Holy Kingdom even higher. He looked at the moon, which was already lighting up the earth, and said that he himself did not know how many years it would take. However, he is ready to do absolutely everything to make them go crazy about today. He began to glow. It was really clear that the guy was confident in himself, who was afraid of absolutely nothing and was ready to work to take revenge on his offenders. Absolutely all the priests and those who were next to them were very surprised and shocked, because they had never seen it so bright near a person in the middle of the night. That is why they all began to fall to their knees and express their respect. And also many of them began to mentally ask for forgiveness for what they had done. Ray continued to sit by the fire after this conversation, preparing another portion of delicious food, and while calming down, he saw Iriella, whom he immediately called to him. She was very surprised and even embarrassed, because she was very impressed by the speech of this guy, who spoke so confidently, but he also felt a little funny because the girl began to mock him a little, repeating his phrases. She immediately drew attention to the fire and asked if she should cook dinner for herself again. That's right, because the priests also ate his portions, so he needs to cook everything again. Ray looked at the girl and smiled a little, because after everything that had happened, he was really a little hungry, so he invited the girl to eat with him, because food really tastes much better when it is still hot. Iriella smiled and said that she really wanted to eat and could not refuse such an offer. Together, they also looked at the night sky where a shooting star began to fly. At that moment, there really was a very pleasant atmosphere. Everything was calm and there were no signs of trouble. Iriella really hadn't looked at the night sky like that for a long time, and right now she was lucky enough to see a falling star. Perhaps this really was some kind of sign. He remembered that in a past life his name meant a shooting star. Unexpectedly for himself, he remembered that he had even forgotten that in his previous life he was called that way, because he was so accustomed to his new name. Therefore he opened his eyes and, smiling, turned to his girlfriend and said that where he comes from, there is a tradition in which you make a wish when you see falling stars, and it really must come true. The girl immediately took these words as truth and began to make a wish, which surprised the guy very much. Does she really believe in superstitions? After listening to the guy, Iriella remembered the legend of their kingdom, where they say that everyone who has seen a falling star knows a happy death. The guy continued to eat his food and kept the spoon in his mouth because what does a girl mean when she talks about a happy death? He couldn't believe that death could be happy just like the girl, so he decided to ask her how she sees a happy death. But we will never know the answer to this question, because the night has already ended outside and the morning has come, with the most beautiful weather. The carriage and crews began to arrive in the Duchy of Silos. Ray continued to read his book, and the girl just looked out the window and said that they were about to come to the patient and they would need to treat him. The priest also looked at them near the carriage and asked where they would go when they arrived in the duchy, but the girl told him that they were really in a hurry, so they would go straight to the patient. She continued to look out the window and realized that they really didn't have much time. They need to figure out the treatment as quickly as possible, after which they need to return to the Bright Kingdom, because if they are delayed, then they could have really big problems. At the entrance, they were greeted by Hertz, who said that he was really very glad to see the guys, because when he learned about their arrival, he was really very excited. He is really very happy, because the team has come such a long way for the sake of his daughter. Iriella also smiled and said that everything is happening according to the will of God. For the sake of the suffering, they came to give her grace, because this is the duty of the saints, so there is no need to worry about this. The Duke was a little scared, after which he began to worry, but still he apologized again for the rush. However, he would like to ask them to help his daughter as quickly as possible, because for him, her existence is like a tar, so he cannot watch how his precious children are suffering. The team informed him that they were ready to go there right now. The Duke promised them to do absolutely everything they asked if they managed to cure his daughter. Ray was very surprised, because Duke believes so much in this girl, although she has not done anything yet. Of course, being a saint, she has divine power and is a great person. The maid asked everyone present to follow her so that she would lead them to the bedroom where the girl was. She knocked on the door and told Mrs. Layla that the saint had arrived. Ray was very surprised, no less than Iriella, because they had never seen this before, so they didn't even know how to react correctly to this. They were noticeably scared. It looks like the guy began to guess about something. Is this really what he was thinking about now? Meanwhile, the patient's hand became covered with red spots, which looked really very terrible. The girl got up and lowered her head because she was really very scared, since absolutely no one could help her, so she was in hopelessness. These were erythematous papules. Is this really a case of dermatitis herpetiformis? Ray started yelling that they should have started treating her sooner so that she wouldn't end up in a state that they even thought was possible, because it looked really disgusting. Iriella walked closer to the girl, who began to cover herself with her blanket and was scared, after which she asked her to extend her hand to examine her. Since there was no other way out, Layla listened to her and kindly agreed to do it. Iriella decided to cheer her up, saying that she knew that it was not easy for her now, but from now on everything would be fine and there was no reason to worry. She continued to hold her hand and used her magical power to heal the girl, after which the entire room began to glow with a bright yellow flash that blinded everyone present. Layla was shocked by what was happening and began to believe that her illness would pass and she would begin to live life like an ordinary person. Everyone in the room watched what was happening and were shocked because divine power really exists. After several minutes, the girl's hand continued to glow, but there were no longer any traces there that would remind of this terrible illness. Layla was shocked because her skin began to hurt a lot, like after an operation, but all the spots disappeared and she became a healthy person again. She pulled them out and was very happy because she again looked like a beautiful girl who should worry about what to wear on a date and not about her sores. Layla began to cry with happiness because now her hands were healed and the treatment was completely completed. Iriella looked at the Duke, who was clearly perplexed and shocked, saying that everything went fine and there was absolutely no reason to worry. He immediately ran to his daughter and hugged her very tightly, crying with happiness, which she did exactly the same. The Duke looked at Iriella and thanked her again for her help. She really is a saint, because his daughter suffered so much for the last 8 years, after which he completely lost hope for her recovery, so he promised them that someday he would definitely repay them. Iriella smiled and said that this was not at all necessary, because everything was God's will. Ray watched the situation and was perplexed, because at first it looked like a skin defect that required a very long treatment, but the fact that she can heal people just by touching them really inspires respect. He was very upset, because does medicine really have no meaning in this world? Iriella spent the whole day in their palace with the team, since the Duke asked them to stay with them in order to somehow thank the saints for their help. He ordered his workers to prepare a delicious table from the most expensive and luxurious dishes, after which he invited the guys to a meal, worrying that perhaps this would not be enough, but he tried to prepare the best. The saint thanked him for the food and looked at him, saying that it was not at all necessary to do this, because this was already much more than they could ask for. Lord Hopple looked at her and could not take his eyes off, because he understood that, according to rumors, he knew that the saint was amazing, but he could not even imagine that she was so merciful and beautiful, so he would also like to thank her from the bottom of his heart for the treatment her younger sister. She was a little embarrassed, even though she loves attention in her direction, but she was still confident that they could do the best for their Lord Gaia. At this moment, Hopel really admired the girl, and also how modest she still was. Ray, meanwhile, continued to sit upset. It was clear that this situation hurt him very much, because would medicine really not be needed? The Duke noticed this and asked what happened, because the guy doesn't speak at all. Maybe he didn't like the food? Ray smiled back, saying that the food was really great. He was just really thinking about something, so he immediately apologized for making Duke worry. Iriella tried to rectify the situation by saying that the saint had a lot of thoughts that bothered him, so there was absolutely no reason to worry about this. She looked at the guy and tried to find out what was happening, was something wrong, but Ray told her that he was really tired and would like to rest. Iriella had already agreed to stay that night in the castle, so she invited the guy to go to her room and relax. In it, he still continued to think and analyze the current situation. It was clear that all these thoughts did not leave him peace and made him worry. He remembered how he lived his past life and could not understand why he had shed so much blood and tears in order to become a doctor. Was it really worth it? Although he still has memories of his previous life, they are all useless in this world. He really needs to forget about his past name as Park Yu Sung. and start living his new life, in which he is already called Ray? He has been trying to find the answer to this question in his head for several years, and only now has it reached its peak. At that moment, there was a knock on the room, asking if the saint was already sleeping and if Iriella could come in. Ray just looked at the doors and didn't say anything, because right now he didn't want to talk to anyone, so he just continued to lie on the bed and think about the current situation. Iriella decided not to open the door, so she said that she really didn't know what had gone wrong now, but despite all this, she asked Ray not to stop believing in himself and his strength. She is well aware that there are times when everyone doubts themselves and hopes that what is bothering him will not destroy what he has already created. Her words greatly surprised the guy, so he continued to listen to what she told him. Instead of worrying and exhausting himself, he needs to focus on the present, because the current role suits him much more than what he had before. These words really made him think. So he got up from the bed and continued to replay her phrases in his head, where Iriella convinces him not to lose faith in himself. He thought about it and realized that this makes sense, because now his name is Ray, but he is still a former doctor named Park Yu-sung. Now the guy just needs to find something that only he is good at and develop in this direction. Iriella still continued to stand outside the door and talk, crossing her arms behind her back. And when she repeated once again that she wanted the guy not to give up, he opened his doors and made her a little embarrassed, because she definitely didn't expect this. Ray smiled and thanked the girl, because her words were really very timely, and this is what he wanted to hear at that very moment. She smiled, because at least once in her life she managed to help the saint, but he still had one request. He turned to the girl and said that it seemed like she was comforting someone for the first time. Could this really be true? But she still didn't quite understand what the guy meant, so she asked him to explain. A situation occurred again that no one could even imagine. The maids continued to cry, because they remembered that yesterday everything was fine with the girl. Was she really not completely healed? The Duke was scared and very angry, so he ordered them to immediately call the saints into the room. They didn't understand what was happening here, because they were starting to prepare for the trip to their kingdom. The Duke fought back his tears as he told them that her symptoms had returned. So did that mean they had failed to heal her? Iriella was shocked, because the treatment was successful and there could be no mistake. She also did not understand why the symptoms returned, so she will try to cure Layla again. The Duke looked at her in despair and said that now everything was in her hands. Ray realized that this was his chance, so he asked the girl to wait and take her time. She was very surprised, after which she immediately stepped aside, as she understood that the saint now wanted to try to heal the girl in his own way. He looked at Layla, but the Duke ordered her not to even turn towards the guy. Ray looked quite pleasant and asked her politely for her hand to take a look. The Duke was very worried, because how could this guy heal something that even a saint could not do? So it seems it would be better if the saint just tried again. But Ray looked at him and said that if this is what he thinks about and the diagnosis is confirmed, then he is the only one in this world who can cure her of this disease. The Duke refused to believe it, because how is it even possible that a young guy who doesn't even have superpowers could be the only one who can cope with such a task? Ray looked at him and informed him that the saint would not be able to heal the child in any way. They could ask Iriella to heal her and everything would be fine again, but after they left, what were they all going to do if the symptoms returned? The Duke looked at him with concern, because he understood that now there really was no other way out, so he agreed to all these conditions. Besides, Ray was also absolutely sure that all Lady Layla needed now was definitely not the healing of the saint. Ray was completely confident that she needed to accept his treatment and trust. The Duke was at a loss, because he understood that the guy had no strength at all. What was he going to do? His treatment does not require healing powers. He just uses all the information he knows to get rid of this disease, which is how he will heal his daughter and get rid of the disease. Layla also agreed with the guy because she understood that he was really right, because if they didn't trust him, then she didn't think that they would have the opportunity to do anything without his help. She began to persuade her father to agree to this, because they have absolutely no other choice, since they have already practically tried all possible treatment options, but none of them have given results. The Duke agreed because he understood that they really had no other choice, so if his daughter sincerely thinks so, then he will certainly support her. He looked at Ray and began to beg for help for his daughter, falling to his knees and barely holding back tears. Ray smiled and promised that he would definitely be able to cure this young lady and return her to normal life. From the next day, he began to investigate the reason for this condition of the girl's skin. The first was hygiene, since this is the most basic component of health. The first thing he tried to check was this option, but seeing that they maids washed blankets and clothes at least once a day, a logical decision was made that one could safely rule out poor hygiene as the main one. Reason: considering that the castle was protected by a magical barrier, it is also very unlikely that a parasite from the external environment could cause this disease. However, Ray noticed one problem that arose from her diet, because there was one thing in common. All the dishes she ate every day had one characteristic. All of them were prepared using flour. Not only that, bread is the most commonly consumed food in this world. Also, even all the main meat products were garnished with flour products, which was very surprising. In addition, the girl's condition further worsened after eating food, which at the moment was the only clue that the guy managed to find. Flour contains an insoluble protein called gluten, which Layla eats daily, so her illness is caused by a severe sensitivity to gluten. Dermatitis is also known as an allergy, which is really not that difficult to cure. But unfortunately, the only problem is that there are no useful drugs in this world that can be quite effective. It would be difficult to try to make medicine from plants he is not familiar with, and it might take a long time. The only thing he can do now is change the girl's diet. He looked at the maids and told them to remove everything he wrote below from her diet from now on. In Layla's room, there were beautiful candles and mugs near a large window that overlooked the whole city. But she had no time for that now, as she continued to lie in her bed and cough. At that moment, Ray knocked on the door and asked if he could come in to talk to her. Layla was very panicked, because she wasn't quite ready to talk to him alone, so she was very worried, and Ray once again apologized for invading her personal space and tried to defuse the situation. He smiled and said that he wanted to see her and how she was feeling now. Layla smiled and said that everything had only gotten worse, which was not surprising, because the reason for this was her diet, which the guy guessed almost immediately. He looked at her and said that he had to tell her something very important, which Layla was not entirely aware of. From now on, he wants her to avoid foods that contain flour, that is, she must completely avoid anything that looks like bread, and also when her body itches, under no circumstances should she do this. Layla was very surprised because she didn't understand how to avoid bread, but Ray smiled and said that for now that was all he could do for her. The girl refused to believe it because bread was her favorite food. Why couldn't she eat it? So she began to suspect that Ray was lying to her and wanted to call security for help. Besides, she looked at him again and asked if he really wasn't going to do something else. Perhaps he's using magic to heal her or something similar? But Ray smiled and said that he had already given her recommendations on what to do. All this is her treatment, which will give results and help cope with this problem. He looked at the girl and assured her that in the coming days they would be able to get rid of all these blisters on her body, and he would do everything himself since he needed to check her condition. This was where all his recommendations and advice ended, so he ordered the girl to have a good rest, saying that this is the most important thing she can do now. Layla could not understand whether her condition would really improve if she gave up eating bread, but how could this be connected? Iriella ran to the door and asked the guy what condition the girl was in now, but he said that everything was only getting worse. Iriella was very upset, but it seemed she began to guess where Ray had come to their world, but still asked if he really thought that she wouldn't get better if she tried to heal her again. Ray looked at her and informed her that her healing method was really useless, so if they use it again, everything will return to the same state as now. But Iriella did not understand his treatment method, because can a girl really get better if she just goes on a diet? If this is the case, then why didn't he do so right away? Iriella looked at him and said that she believed the guy, but the Duke thinks otherwise, and as he himself understands it, now they cannot stay in this castle for a long time, since they need to go to the Holy Kingdom. Ray thought about it, because the girl was also really right, so it was necessary to make a decision quickly so as not to delay it. She was a little scared, so she asked not to look at her with that look, since she herself could not do anything about these circumstances that had developed. Ray clenched his hand into a fist and said that now it doesn't matter at all whether he can heal Layla or not. What's important is something completely different. How he will treat all his patients from now on will depend on this. Ray looked at her and said that he only needed 1 week to see the first results. He showed one with his finger and was absolutely sure that in such a period of time he would be able to completely heal the girl. Iriella looked at him and had no choice but to simply accept the guy's decision. The next day, Layla began screaming in her room, convincing everyone that she was not at all ready for such a treatment method. Ray could no longer hold back and also began to shout at the girl, ordering her to drink the medicine, since she did not even drink a small part of what she should. Moreover, this is simple water, which she needs to regularly drink 3 liters a day, but she cried and refused, not understanding how water could heal her because it is not even holy water. Water helps cure allergies. Just believe it and drink it. Is it really that difficult? When foreign substances enter our body, a chemical created by the immune system called histamine is created. Although it is produced in response to the body's defense against foreign substances that enter the body, in people with allergies the chemical is produced in excess and can cause dire consequences. Therefore, after Ray explained the whole situation to her, he tried to once again hand her a glass of water and asked her to drink it calmly, because when she starts drinking enough water, the cells of her body will be able to start working properly and everything will return to normal. This will also reduce the effects of the allergic reaction, so it is the best way to cure the girl. So he simply started pouring water from a glass into her mouth while she cried. Layla panicked because she couldn't understand how he could call himself a saint if he treated her like that. He's just crazy and looks great. 4 days passed in this manner in this castle, where similar procedures were repeated every day. After Ray put the girl on a diet and also forced her to drink a lot of water, she began to hate him. However, Layla decided to trust him because she really had no other choice. As a result, everything went well and she herself called the saint to inform him that her skin had indeed healed and Layla began to recover at incredible speed. Ray smiled and said that he was right, because he himself promised her that he could really help. Layla felt much better after she stopped eating flour and started drinking a lot of water. She couldn't believe it. Despite all the successes, Ray still said that the girl was still not completely cured, so she needed to continue treatment so that there would be no problems later. Layla already fell in love with the guy, so she listened to his every advice and no longer perceived him aggressively. Although he was worried that people in this world would react differently from those in his previous world, it seems that he was worrying about it in vain. Now it was only a matter of time before the girl was cured, or so he thought until they ran into trouble again on the 6th day. In the dining room, plates and all other utensils began to break, as it was simply unbearable to endure. Layla began to cry and demand that bread be brought to her immediately, as she had withdrawal symptoms. In this world, flour is a staple of the diet, so it was quite expected that she would break out and run for flour products. Therefore, Ray began to shout at her, because he understood that if she ate flour products without completing the treatment, then all his efforts would be in vain. To distract her, he needed to help the girl focus on something else, so he approached her and tried to tell her in a calm voice not to cry, otherwise she might become dehydrated. He took a wooden object in his hand and made a magical blade, starting to carve a figure out of it, which surprised Iriella very much. She asked what he was doing, but he was just trying to come up with a game, but he wasn't sure if he could do it. Iriella also didn't understand what kind of game it could turn out to be and why she should do it at all now, but Ray simply invited her to look at the chess piece he was holding in his hands. He immediately asked, What comes to her mind when she sees this? Iriella didn't quite understand what he was talking about, so she asked if he was now talking about the white thing that was in his hand. She said that it reminds her of a castle. It feels like they are in a holy kingdom, and it also looks like a crown. Does it look like a crown? Ray was very happy that it really worked, so he turned around and ran, asking Iriel to follow him. She was shocked because she didn't understand how he dared to leave her like that. Layla's room was in order, and all her things were already in their places. She had already calmed down a little, as she was informed that Ray would like to see her, as well as her brother. The Lord was glad that the saint invited him for the first time, so he immediately asked if he could help with anything. Ray smiled and said that right now he needed his help, because what he was going to show them now would help cope with the withdrawal symptoms of the young lady Layla. She was surprised because he was really talking about this strange thing that was in his hands. He made a game for them that was very popular in his previous world, but in the new world absolutely no one had ever heard of it, so he proudly introduced it, saying that it was called chess. He sat them all at the table and began to explain the rules, saying that each of them has his own army, and the rules of the game are quite simple. All you need to do is capture the opponent's king by moving your pieces, and the one who controls best will win with their troops. However, there are rules regarding how each of these figures can move, which surprised everyone in the room. What Ray now holds in his hands is a king. He can only move one square like a true ruler, keeping his movements to a minimum, and on the other side is the queen, which is the opposite of the king. As long as it is not captured, he can move as much as he wants, just as each of these figures has its own rules, which he will explain. It's really very interesting. There are a lot of variations of moves, so it's quite a complex system that would be useful in real military training. Layla was also absolutely sure that Dad would like it too. Therefore, Ray suggested not to delay it and invited the girls to play a game if they didn't mind competing. They immediately agreed because it was something new for them and seemed quite exciting. Iriella smiled and invited the princess to start her turn first. Layla was also very happy, so she kindly agreed, saying that she would take the game very seriously. Ray was also very pleased because the game really interested them, which means he was able to achieve his goal, because as long as she is involved in the game, she will be able to take her mind off her addiction. Meanwhile, their game ended, as one of the participants made checkmate. The winner turned out to be Iriella, who was very happy about such a victory, and said that all this was thanks to the power of the Holy Kingdom, so they can try to hide from it, but it will still overtake everyone. She began to rejoice very much, so she began to dance and mock the girl, inviting her to simply give up, telling her that she would allow her to become her subordinate. This made Layla cry. She was very upset that she lost, while Iriella couldn't get enough of her victory. The Lord decided to help his sister, so he invited the saint to fight him to avenge his sister's loss. Iriella smiled and said that she was ready to accept absolutely any challenge, so she invited him to start the game first, since in any case, everyone would kneel before the power of the Holy Kingdom. Ray thought, because everything is becoming much better than he imagined, does this really mean that they like the game? Another checkmate, only with black figures. Iriella smiled and said that he at least tried to defeat her, but he just smiled, asking if she really thought they were playing so easy. Therefore, the Lord took his figurine in his hand and said that he was waiting for her next move, after which he would be ready to show the full power of their dukedom. Ray smiled and suggested that they stop a little so as not to get carried away so much, because until that moment, he thought that this would be a good way to distract her from thoughts about starchy food, but there was an unexpected change in events. Information about the new entertainment quickly spread throughout the castle. Therefore, the father came into their room and was very surprised because his children introduced him to a new game called chess, which was invented by the saint. His son smiled, because this is indeed a very complex and interesting game, thanks to which the Duke will be able to evaluate his strategic capabilities as a military leader. He was shocked that Ray was able to create such a perfect game. He knew that Ray was sent to him by God himself, but if he could also find a real use for this game, then it would be just great. After the Duke plunged into the game, the situation took on truly strange proportions. The week they agreed on is over, but why is no one talking about it yet? Ray was a little surprised because he was not at all prepared for such an outcome of events, since he did not understand who all these people were. And why did even the servants also start playing chess? He looked at the guys who were also standing and starting to make figures in order to play this wonderful game. Now Ray really thought about it because why does everyone play chess? After all, they were originally intended as a game that would help Layla distract herself and finish her treatment. Therefore, he simply excitedly watched the situation and did not understand what was happening here, since he never even thought that the game would be able to completely capture Silos Castle. After all this, the Duke decided to call them to his meeting room, where the guys kindly came. They looked at him and actually smiled very much, as their mood was very good, announcing that they had appeared, as he had asked. He greeted them and said that in just 1 week, thanks to Ray, his daughter's condition had really improved very much, and he also managed to create such a wonderful game that everyone liked, so he couldn't believe that he was capable to do this at your age. He was very happy since his daughter's condition had really improved noticeably, so he thanked them for the work they had done. He bowed his head in gratitude, saying that when his father, it was really very painful for him to look at her in such a state, so he asked their permission to thank him for freeing her from such suffering. Iriella smiled very hard and said that this time she did absolutely nothing. You only need to thank the saint and his methods of treatment. The Duke smiled and asked her not to belittle herself and her dignity, but indeed the saint did a really great job. Therefore, as a token of gratitude for their help, he would like to give them something very valuable to him. Ray was very surprised because he couldn't believe his eyes. Would they really give him something now? This ring was given by the ruler of our territory. It was given to this kingdom back when they saved the dwarves. Ray was very surprised because as a sign of gratitude, are they really ready to give him a family heirloom? Well, the Duke insisted on this, since in this way he expresses his gratitude, so he asked to be received as soon as possible. Ray said that he would never be able to accept this kind of gift, but in his head he was already very happy because he understood how much money it cost, and also realized all its uniqueness and rarity. But the Duke insisted that the guy try it on, since it was very important to him, and so he put the ring on his hand and was really grateful for it. But still he said that he probably shouldn't wear it on a regular basis. Ray was very scared and surprised. After the ring really fit perfectly on his finger, he couldn't believe it. So the Duke said that since it was made by the palaces, the Long Johns are already so simple. Ray smiled and thanked him for such a precious gift, but still you are sure that he cannot accept it so easily. If the dwarves find out that the saint got this ring, they will be glad. This is how the Duke calmed him down. He also heard that the boys were going to the Holy Kingdom tomorrow. Therefore, he allowed them to ask permission to sponsor their trip in order to make it as comfortable as possible, since the journey would be really long, so they needed to rest a little before setting off. He once again allowed them to thank them for all the efforts they had made to help his daughter and invited them to his rooms to sleep. The next morning, Ray woke up and began to communicate with Iriella, where she talked about how she was really very glad that everything was over. But doesn't it really seem to her that the Duke is really very generous? But Iriella believes that most likely he just wants to thank them in this way. Ray was very skeptical since he always looked for a catch in everything, so he really didn't believe in such an outcome of events. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door, which greatly surprised the guys, so Ray decided to find out if they were really waiting for someone. Iriella also said that this was definitely not for her. I wonder who it could be at a time like this. It was Layla and her brother who apologized for the late visit, because they heard that they were leaving tomorrow. The Lord was very happy, because he could not even think that they would be able to meet the saint and saint, whom they had only read in books before, because they really helped with his sister's illness and created the game of chess. So they also wanted to thank them for everything what they did for them. Ray grimaced a little and said that there was absolutely no need for this, and Ella also replied that she was very glad to meet them. but she was very sorry that they could not stay here for a long time, because great things were ahead of them. Therefore, the guys suggested that they go on a night picnic, if they don't mind, of course, since there is a castle in the backyard, which offers an incredibly beautiful view of the night sky. This will be truly unforgettable. What do you say, Ray? Sure sounds interesting enough, why not? The children were very happy, because it was also a great honor for them to walk together with the saints, so they asked them to wait a little so that they had time to prepare. After that, they turned around and ran to catch everything. The girl smiled and laughed very hard, which surprised the guy very much. He didn't understand what was funny, but she beat him to it and said that this would indeed be a farewell party for them, so she thought it was very nice of them. But Ray believed that all he does is work for the good of the Holy Kingdom and scare away all the people around him, so he never had the opportunity to experience something like this. Even in the previous world, maybe this one has changed for the better, but he still didn't notice? Iriella also noticed that she had never experienced such feelings before. Ray also closed his eyes and thought about the moment when he first met Iriella. She was very cold, and I went towards my goal, no matter what. She was also really incredibly cruel. But now the old Iriella is no longer there. She seems to have dissolved. Especially after her questions about whether the world has changed, we can safely assume that she has actually changed. Ray asked if she would really look up for a long time. Maybe they would already start moving and somehow help the guys organize a picnic. Meanwhile, the guys had already called them and said that they really needed to hurry up and go to them. They were a little worried about the fact that perhaps this was a bit of a modest picnic, but I also needed a big table. The most important thing was to spend time together. Ray was a little surprised and immediately decided to tell them that he had forgotten to say one important nuance. The girl would have to avoid flour even after he left, so if the girl continued to eat flour, the disease would return. Layla was very scared because had she really not fully recovered? No, because her body reacts to chemicals, and flour products act like poison, so it is very difficult to recover from this disease. But Ray said that not everything is so simple, because if she can hold out for at least 5 years, then by that time the disease may already have receded, which frightened the girl very much. The Lord smiled and said that he had prepared something for them as a gift, which surprised them very much, while the girl continued to cry because she could not eat bread. The Lord said that he was going to light up the area, so he used his finger and magical power to make fireworks. A few seconds later, beautiful explosions began to form in the sky, lighting up everything around. Ray was very happy about what was happening, like a little child. It was really very beautiful, especially in such a friendly atmosphere, and I remembered that he had never paid attention to such things before. So he turned to the Lord and asked him for friendly advice. Did it really take a lot of mana to do such a thing? He was a little embarrassed and said that this might be the last time he would not see each other. He wanted to do everything in his power. This made Ray very happy, as he seemed to have found some really good friends for himself. If this is really the case, and they see each other for the last time, which is of course unlikely, then he would also not mind giving them a gift. Therefore, he also decided to do a standard trick, which he had already shown to Iriel in the forest. Ray took his finger and ordered it to light up and make an explosion. A second later, a beautiful glow formed in the sky, which very much resembled lightning. It perfectly complemented the fireworks the Lord had made, making them much more colorful and vibrant. The maids watched the fireworks in the sky and were very happy, as it was a real miracle. The Duke also drank wine and watched the situation unfold through the window, rejoicing that they were lucky enough to meet such guys. Layla held her cheeks and was very happy, because she understood that it all looked really incredible, especially since she had never seen such beautiful fireworks before. The Lord was also surprised, because not everyone can achieve such a high understanding of magic, so he once again praised the saint and said that he would never forget this night. Ray smiled and said that he was really very glad that he was lucky enough to spend such a wonderful time with them. It would also fill him for a long time. Magic is too convenient a tool, so he considers giving up his personal aspirations, but in the end, he still managed to understand that his methods of medicine work. Thanks to this, he was able to develop new relationships and create wonderful memories, so he will travel only as long as it takes to cure the maximum number of people, but still, they need to now start going to the Holy Kingdom. Finally, Ray and the Saint decided to head to the Holy Kingdom of Taya, the path to which was quite long, which is why it began in the morning. Although they had a long journey ahead of them, thanks to the support of the Duke, they were able to continue their journey calmly, without any problems. The Saint's squad knew that all this support was thanks to Ray. They thanked him for this, because they would be able to have a very good lunch anywhere and relax, restoring their strength. Time passed. Ray was just gaining a good reputation for himself, and began to get a little upset, because in just a couple of days he had become so accustomed to tents. Suddenly they came up to him and said hello, which surprised him a little because the voice was somehow unfamiliar. It was one priest who said that she was very inspired by the game he created, so she decided to present him with some strategies for it to make it more interesting to play. She was not alone, but with a whole team at once, so she invited him to look at their development, and perhaps even play, if Ray, of course, was not busy. He was surprised because there were too many of them, but still agreed, because why not? There's nothing to do anyway. In return, he promised to spare absolutely none of them, especially newcomers like them. The priests were a little scared, but still agreed even though they had a bad feeling. Thus began a team chess tournament, completely spontaneously, where Ray defeated his first opponent in just 4 moves. The guy was also defeated in a similar way, which shocked him very much, because how does Ray manage to win in just 4 moves? Since they all didn't know that Ray took part in the World Chess Tournament in his previous life, all 7 players lost to him in 4 moves. This is how he set a record without defeat, and was very proud of himself, since he had not experienced such feelings for a long time. The priests were shocked. The girls began to say that they knew that he was invincible, and the accompanying squad forever changed their opinion about him. So another day passed on the way to the Holy Kingdom, after which the team went for a good rest, before the no less long journey that lay ahead of them. The next morning the weather was not entirely good, as large clouds appeared in the sky, but still no rain was expected. Ray began to worry a little, as he had the feeling that during all this time they had not actually moved from their place. Perhaps it was because they were coming such a long way. Iriella approached him and informed him that as soon as they left these surroundings, the Holy Empire would already be very close, which made the guy very happy. The ground began to shake sharply under his feet, and Ray rose from his chair, barely able to stand, not understanding what was happening. The soldiers began to panic, since they had never encountered anything like this before, so they were very scared. The earthquake was caused by a crowd of orcs who were out hunting, so the commander ordered everyone to take positions and prepare for battle. Ray realized that it looked like the soldiers were fighting monsters there and suggested that Iriella go to help, but she smiled, saying that she was completely confident that they could handle it themselves without any problems. But why not help them get on the road faster? There must clearly be more than 3 orcs there. But the answer was very simple, because if they came out, they would have to change their positions to protect them. This would cause discussion in the ranks and would do much more damage. So she looked at the guy and asked him to leave everything to the knights of the kingdom. Ray understood that she was partly right, but the orcs did not stop and continued to attack the army. One of them threw a huge stone towards the knights and was ready to destroy absolutely everyone who stood in their way. The knight on horseback parried one of his blows, complimenting the orc, since he himself did not expect that he could be so powerful. He clenched his teeth because he understood that they no longer had any other choice. Therefore, he immediately shouted to the middle detachment and ordered them to reform to protect the saint and saint from the attackers. He ordered all the soldiers to try to prevent the orcs from passing towards them, but at that moment an attack was already being prepared on him. His name was Yahello, and right now he was shocked by what he was seeing before his eyes. The orc's huge fist flew straight at him at high speed, making it very difficult to dodge. But Ray came to the rescue, who activated his superpower and created a shield that stopped the orc and forced him to stop. After that, he smiled, saying that even if he gets out, it certainly won't get any worse, because it seems like the knights are having a little trouble now, doesn't it? Harrio was shocked by this outcome of events and immediately began to turn to Ray, asking what he was doing here, because it was really very dangerous here. He smiled and said that everything was fine and the situation was under control. Everything looked like the orcs were superior to the knights in strength, so they could use some help. Ray stopped and used his magical powers to stop them. It was like lightning that swept across the entire earth and completely captured all the orcs in its path. It was triple magic, which even the guy himself was a little surprised by because he had never used it in practice before. The binding, earth, spear, and fire obeyed him this time, so he began to attack the orcs with all his might, practically burning them alive. Harrio was very surprised by this because he had never seen anything like this before, so he asked the guy if he was injured and how he was feeling. In addition, he thanked the guy for blessing him with his protection, but he asked not to worry about this, since they should help each other. If the commander is not mistaken, then the saint is quite young. How can he use such strong magic like this? Ray closed his eyes and said that he smelled like roasted meat, so he wondered what orcs tasted like. The guy was able to use a fourth circle spell, an earthen spear, and all this only with the help of words. But how else could he use binding and fire along with that? Perhaps he is a magician of the fifth circle, or even reached the status of even the sixth circle of magic. But he did not care, as he continued to smile and enjoy his victory, calling out to Iriel. She looked at him and asked if he was really trying to exploit the rumors about how brilliant he was throughout the continent. What does he mean by this? Nothing, he just has a very strange feeling. For some reason the orcs have become so strong. Maybe someone is training them. She had a bad feeling, so she said that they need to move on before the monsters unite. But Ray said that it was already quite late, as armies of other goblins began to appear from behind the bushes and were ready to fight. Harrio couldn't believe it, because the goblins would also have to have a lot of courage to stand in their way to the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, he ordered his knights to take care of them, because they did not have the opportunity to waste so much time. So the knight rushed into battle to clear the way and eliminate the threat, swinging his sword. But at the moment of the blow, the goblin jumped back sharply and began to laugh loudly, thus humiliating the warrior. He was shocked by this outcome of events, because how could this be? Are these specially trained goblins who cannot be gotten rid of so easily? After that, he was dealt a strong blow by the green monster, who apparently did not want to endure humiliation in his direction. He wounded the knight and caused him severe damage, although he still could not understand why the goblin was so strong and how he could just do it. He looked at him and did not understand how he was able to achieve such power. Ray looked at Iriella and asked if she thought this goblin looked quite unusual. It was already difficult for her to disagree with this. She looked towards the fight and said that now they have no other choice, so they must intervene. Without hesitation, she took a step and was also ready to fight, since they simply had no other options. A second later, a large protective field formed near her, which scattered all the goblins who tried to attack her. Iriella did not feel sorry for them at all, so she mercilessly destroyed them one by one, trying to avenge her knights. Ray began to think that perhaps Iriel would actually be stronger than him in martial arts. But at that moment she shouted to the guy and warned him that a nasty goblin was attacking him right now. With no time to think, Ray swung his arm and used the force of the wind to push the goblin back. No matter how many they kill, goblins will still keep appearing out of nowhere, so if they just stall for time, they simply won't be able to deal with them. It would be great if they could destroy everyone at once, so Ray got excited about this idea and began to think about how to make it a reality. So he looked at the goblins and called them to him, getting their attention. He began to make faces in order to provoke as many goblins as possible to attack him and gather them all in one place. They were a little surprised, because people had never done this to them before, so they didn't even quite understand how to react to it, and stood in bewilderment. Ray continued to tease them and run away, gathering a large crowd of green monsters around him who tried to catch him. Iriel was scared because she didn't know what he was planning. The only sounds that could be heard were running, scattering leaves and dust throughout the forest. Iriel didn't understand what was happening, Maybe this was some kind of spell. Ray stopped near a tree because it seemed to him that he had already run enough. He exhaled and wanted to rest a little, because he understood that there were a lot of goblins gathered in front of him, much more than he could have expected. Ray began to worry whether he had taken them far enough from the others. But there wasn't much time to think, so he extended his hand and created a huge fireball. The goblins, seeing this, could not contain their laughter. They found it funny, because is this really all that the guy is capable of? Ray smiled too, asking if they were really having so much fun right now. Therefore, he suggested that they talk about this a little later, when he showed them what he was capable of. A second later, he activated his abilities to maximum, and a large flame flew towards the goblins, which looked like a meteorite and noticeably instilled fear. Ray continued to laugh at them, because now they themselves understood what situation they were in, because he had prepared a separate ball for each of them. The two goblins were perplexed and pointed their fingers towards the guy. Right at that moment, they were all torn apart as a large explosion was created that could be compared to the power of an atomic bomb. The knights who were at a very far distance were also blinded by such flames, so they tried to close their eyes so that so much light would not fall on them. The commander was very happy because now he understood where and why the saint ran. He began to worry about him, so he shouted in his direction and started running to help, asking if everything was okay with him. A huge hole appeared at the site of the explosion, several meters deep. And as happens in films, Ray emerged from the smoke and immediately began addressing the soldiers and asking how long they were going to stand idle. Because it seems they still have a very long way to go, doesn't it? He smiled and suggested that they all hurry up to get out of this forest, and also hoped that they would not meet any more monsters on the way. The soldiers asked for a little time and said that very soon they would be ready to leave. Near the fire, Ray decided to ask Iriel, as he was very interested, "Are usually monsters as strong as the ones they encountered today?" She replied that no, because their squad often copes with them on its own, but today it was very difficult. She was a little upset and emphasized his mana, which really surprised the guy. He also thought that if he undergoes the baptism ceremony, his mana will disappear forever, but Ray still did not understand whether this means that it will completely disappear from his body. If he is baptized in the Holy Kingdom, God himself will bestow upon him divine power, but as we know, the human body can only store one type of power, and divine power has the same properties as mana. If divine power enters his body and mana is present there, most likely it will not withstand it, and the guy may die. Therefore, before bestowing divine power on him, the mana in Ray's body will gradually be replaced by divine power. He asked what happens to those people who have no mana. In this case, divine power will fill the body without any problems. But what about the mages and their circles of power? They can't save them, right? This is a really good question. So Ray continued, "Is it possible that magicians who do not have magic circles can gain divine power? But things work completely differently. God will create vessels for mana in the body so that they can use their divine power. Once this happens, the mana vessels created by God, which they used to call golden chains, will control all the mana that circulates in his body." But what are golden chains? This is just a term that the saints came up with. They cannot go against the word of God, as they are not allowed to say or do anything that goes against their faith, so they call it the golden chains. Isn't this funny? They can't even say what they really think, so Ray also thought about it. After all, their actions contradict their own taboos, so he asked a logical question. What will happen if you break the rules? Iriella took the sticks in her hand and decided to remind them that she said that golden chains control the mana in the human body, so if you break the rules, then all the mana in the body will disappear, and he will disappear with her. So in order to better demonstrate this, she threw these branches into the fire, after which she began to laugh an evil laugh, saying that the disappearance would happen forever. Ray wondered, could one extra word really destroy him? This is pretty much a threat to anyone who dares to say what they want. But Iriel tried to calm him down, because in fact there are not many people who disappeared in this way, so Ray needs to be careful to avoid this. In any case, this is nothing for the saint. even though he will lose the mana that is now flowing in him. Ray was a little scared because he still had so many questions that he wanted answered, so he decided to try to get it. If the mana disappeared from his body, would he be able to get it back later? But Iriel upset him because if the mana disappears, it will be forever, and it will be impossible to return it. She asked Ray not to be upset, because divine power also has its advantages. He may not be able to use magic, but he will be able to cast divine spells on others. He closed his eyes, as he did not want to say goodbye to his achievements, but Iriel calmed him down, telling him that he could be very useful during the battle. But this did not help him, since all he was thinking about now was how not to lose his mana and gain divine power, so he promised himself that he would try to find a way. The knights informed the saint that they were almost there and were arriving in the Holy Kingdom. Ray smiled because they were finally arriving, as it had taken quite a long time. The priest looked out the window, and Iriel asked him, as soon as they crossed the border, to go straight to Salonia. Ray was unhappy, because why are they going to the capital again? Does she really mean that they are going to perform the ritual without even resting beforehand? But she reassured him, because they did not plan to hold a baptism immediately upon arrival. The baptism ceremony is an event that is celebrated by absolutely everyone. However, Ray already knows nothing about the Holy Kingdom, so he will have to gain as much knowledge as possible before performing the ritual. Get knowledge? Yes, this is important, but who will teach him then? Iriella proudly said that she would personally look into the matter. Etiquette, discipline, and everything related to baptism will be her responsibility. She smiled and said that she would tell and teach the guy everything she knew. At the entrance, they were greeted by a huge and very beautiful castle, which delighted all visitors with its beauty. No matter how much Ray looked at it, he always couldn't take his eyes off it, since it was truly a magnificent mansion on a completely different level, compared even to Silos Castle. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was it all his now? All the saints live in this estate, so it is a sacred place that even priests need permission to enter. Even the people working inside have been specially selected and have status, so there is nothing to worry about. Within 2 days, Ray will need to undergo training, which Iriella spoke about even earlier, which of course he was already tired of, although it had not even begun. Ray still couldn't understand why the head of the mansion, who was supposed to be training him, suddenly became so busy. At the same moment, someone came up to him and said hello. It was the maid who said that she was ready to show Ray to his room, because he was probably very tired after the trip. He smiled, because such a beautiful maid suited him very well, so he began to think that he could talk to her properly later. Just like Iriel said, of course she must have some kind of status, because she also does not look like an ordinary person. She led him into a room, near the entrance to which there was a vase, telling him that the guy needed to come here. The maid showed him his room and said that now he could arrange himself here the way he wanted, and the room looked simply incredible, you must admit. She lowered her head and asked him to get some rest since she would be forced to leave him right now, so Ray smiled and thanked her for her work. He was very surprised, because such wonderful communication really amazed him. He could not believe his eyes. Ray really becomes a saint. Who would have even thought about it before? The next morning, a small discussion began in the castle, where the speaker asked for a moment of attention. She said that they really don't have much time, so there is a lot to do and study, so they need to focus as much as possible. Iriel waved her pointer, asking why not take a look at the materials she had prepared. But Ray could not perceive her normally, since he was very annoyed that she was so joyful. She continued the story, saying what would happen if you looked at the first page. But Ray interrupted her, saying that he had already learned everything. No one could believe it, but he smiled and said that the 3-day baptism ceremony is divided into 3 main categories: the welcoming ceremony, then declaring him a saint, and finally receiving divine power from God. So of these 3 steps, the last one takes place in a holy place with saints in absolute isolation. And also, during baptism, the saint should not lower his head, and he is allowed to greet others only with his left hand, placing it on the upper abdomen at an angle of 70 degrees. Iriel was shocked and continued to listen, because there are 3 more basic rules of behavior at the table. Do not make sounds while eating, never lower your head, and always keep your back straight so that your elbows do not go behind your body. She couldn't believe that the guy remembered everything so perfectly, so she began to wonder if he was even human. But he was interested in the 3rd part of the ceremony, because he did not understand what exactly he needed to do after it, because nothing was said about it. He looked at his hand and said that the only thing he knew was that he would need to show his sincerity to God, so he asked the girl to tell her what she did before her ceremony. But she said that absolutely nothing, she just ate and slept all week, which really surprised the guy, because he thought she was joking all the time. But this was the truth, because after a week, mana vessels appeared in her body, and she felt divine power begin to flow through her body. Did the vessels of divine power appear without her knowledge? How is this possible? Maybe that's why she is called divine. In any case, Ray remembered all the information, but Iriella reported that his manners really left much to be desired. Even if his memory is beyond human understanding, he cannot in any way learn the custom, because memorizing everything and showing himself in action are 2 completely different things. She smiled and said it was time for a good snack. It was she who would personally test all his skills in action, to which Ray kindly agreed. Like a real aristocrat, he put a napkin on his clothes and straightened his back, preparing to eat the prepared dish with a knife and fork. The girl was shocked that he knew everything, so she decided to ask if he was doing well. The answer to this question was obvious. Of course, yes. But she didn't calm down, so she started waving her hand, saying that there were still a lot of things that needed to be worked on, so the guy should put him down. But what exactly? He didn't understand what she needed from him. Did she really want to fight with him? Ray didn't understand why she was so strict and what she wanted from him. But now she continued to shout at him, ordering him not to talk with his mouth full, but he still couldn't understand why. What was going on? She smiled and said that the annoying nobles would find fault with everything he did, so she planned to keep an eye on him throughout his training so that no one could shame him later. Ray was surprised and said that he did not need this help, so let the girl go and rest, but she insisted that this was very important because how could she go to rest if Ray was in such a predicament? At that moment, the dialogue was interrupted by the maid, who approached the saint and asked her permission to express her thoughts. She believes that Ray should not yet live in the mansion allocated to the newly minted saint, as this may attract too much attention and lead to rumors about them. She understands that this is rude, but still insisted on considering this point of view, since she was simply sharing her thoughts to avoid trouble. The saint thought about this and looked in her direction. She sat back in her chair and asked the maid's name. Her name is Belacroix C. Eucliwood. Did she really tell Belacroix? This is one of the 3 noble families. The thing is that within the Holy Kingdom there are 3 families that are served by saints. In addition, there are also 6 families who have received the title Shi, which are known for their achievements. So why is such an important person like her chosen as a servant in the saint's estate? Although she tries to smooth things over, Iriella understands that the maid needs to be very careful here. Therefore, she herself understood everything and said that it was better for her to return to herself, which was really the right decision in the current situation, because Iriel was already starting to get angry. Iriella looked at her, and there was a really suspicious look in her eyes. It looked like she was trying to analyze her completely, so she said that she would remember the girl and thanked her for the advice, so as not to look quite uncultured. Ray also looked at her and was surprised by the name Belacroix. If she has a title, that means she's a noble, but do nobles even work as servants? The status of a saint was indeed much more significant than he thought, and this pleased him, since he had loved power since childhood. Night fell and everyone went to their rooms to sleep. Suddenly the doors opened sharply and made a rather unpleasant creak, which was not very audible. Ray, meanwhile, was already fast asleep, as he was very tired and heard absolutely nothing near him. The same maid approached him, whose eyes glowed with a red light. It seemed she was ready to do something very bad now, but her motives were not yet entirely clear. She held her palm near the guy's head, seemingly trying to cast a spell. Then she clenched her hand into a fist and hit him on the shoulder, but not too hard, so as not to wake him up. Her look spoke for itself. It looked like she wanted to take revenge on him for something, perhaps because he took her place and became a saint. After this ritual, she turned around and left the room, also with glowing red eyes. The next morning, Ray decided to drink a cup of coffee to cheer himself up and get ready for a long day of work. He looked at the maid and praised her for being able to make a truly delicious tea, after which she thanked him and informed him that it was brewed using flower petals from Ceylon herbs. Last night she entered the room so quietly that even the attentive Ray, who was skeptical about all this, could not notice her. However, she did nothing, and the next day was as peaceful as possible, as if she had never planned anything. Iriel looked at her and reported that she was quite suspicious. She approached the saint again and said that everything was ready for the ritual, so he needed to follow her, but he was very surprised, because the beginning should be in the afternoon. But the maid insisted on this, because the guy still had a lot to prepare for the ritual, which really surprised him. Iriel also smiled and said that Ray must impress a lot of people. The ceremonial outfit suits him very well, isn't it surprising? Now no one will be able to take their eyes off him. The maid apologized for being late, since she understood that everyone should have already gotten ready. But Ray reassured her, because weren't they still there? They were exactly where they were supposed to be, and inside the room that these doors separated, the Pope and the highest nobles were already waiting for the guy, so he himself began to worry. He had no other choice, so he opened the doors and decided that he would at least go in first. He began to walk along the red carpet and caught the gaze of all the people who came to watch the ceremony, so he was a little nervous, as he was not ready for such popularity at that moment. People looked at him and were also shocked because they could not understand how this child could become a saint. One of them was very nervous, but still understood that now was his chance and he needed to act immediately. He and his companion walked closer to Ray and bowed his head as a sign of respect, after which they began the process of getting to know him. Ray was already excited, so the girl's hand separated him from the nobles. Iriel said that she was very glad that they wanted to meet the saint, but this went against the rules of etiquette of the previous ceremony, so after the ritual they would have a chance to congratulate him. One of them was very upset, but still both understood that the girl was indeed right now. The maid also asked them to be more polite to the saint before the ritual, and rude behavior should also be avoided. They apologized for this and did not understand why the young lady from the Belacroix family was wearing a maid's outfit. She walked right behind the guy and said that she would take him out somewhere, but he didn't understand why he should do this, because they were already on her. He needs to remember to say a few words about how he is preparing to officially become a saint, but this really surprised him, because why didn't the girl warn him about this earlier? Now he understood what she meant when she said that he would have to impress many people. They asked him to calm down and not worry, but just tell him how he feels right now and be polite, and people will understand it all the way they want, because they always do. Ray began to get very worried, because he didn't know what he needed to say now. Iriel decided to cheer him up, so she clenched her hand into a fist and smiled, wishing the guy good luck. He was also very happy to hear this, so he smiled back at her, even though he was panicking wildly. Meanwhile, in front of him stood a huge number of people, one might say an entire army, who were right now waiting for what the saint was going to say. He began to worry and didn't know what to say, because it was much easier to discuss this. But when there are so many people here, everything becomes completely different. Did they all really come here for him? The maid invited the guy to take something in his hand. Ray panicked and didn't understand what it was, but she assured him that it was just a magical instrument. If he took it, his voice would sound much louder. But he said that he didn't need it at all, so he decided to make something like that from his hand, until the maid said that without it, people wouldn't hear him. A second later, a bright explosion occurred in the sky that illuminated the entire kingdom. The maid didn't understand what it was, because could it really be magic? Ray, meanwhile, began checking his own microphone and asking the nobles how they could hear it. They were shocked by this behavior because they didn't understand where his respect was. To think that God would choose someone as young and inexperienced as him to grant him divine power. He really doesn't know what to say, so he says what he feels. He said that his name was Ray, and he grew up as an ordinary little boy in a village near this city, but then he was chosen as a saint. And he made a promise that before coming here, this promise was important to him. He wants to make sure that the Holy Kingdom leads this continent. So he asked the nobles for permission to make this statement and make a promise to the people of this land. His name is Ray, and he swears that the Holy Kingdom will be the strongest on this continent. He was sure that hearing something so bold from such a young boy might seem a little funny to some of them. However, it is true, so he spread his arms to show people his superiority, surprising the maid. All the people were also shocked because they couldn't believe it. Ray extended his hand to his heart and said that for now they believe in him and support him. He will do his best to help all of them, after which he sent a huge magic ball into the sky to shock the audience. People could not understand what it was. Was it really a meteorite? And how could this be? Because this is the magic of the ninth circle, which only high magicians are capable of. After this, they realized that Ray was the high magician and began to welcome the new saint. When the show ended, he commanded the meteorite to disappear with a simple snap of his finger. All the people rejoiced and continued to praise the new saint, and the guy himself was already very pleased, although he did not understand where he now needed to go. Therefore, the maid decided to help him and asked him to follow her. She also asked for the future not to make such loud speeches next time, since it was quite promising. But Ray was surprised by this because why was she telling him about this only now? The Holy Arch welcomed the new saint and shone, letting in the heavenly rays. The guy asked if they had finally arrived at the new place. Yes, that's why he needs to lie down in a circle. The maid said that as soon as he felt that he was spiritually ready, he should ask God for a gift, which greatly frightened and surprised the guy, making him nervous. He lay on this stone and did not understand that he even needed to speak. So he closed his eyes and thought that maybe he should just greet him first. Therefore, with his eyes closed, he began to greet him, but there was still no answer. After a while, he opened his eyes and was very surprised, because it looked like something had just happened. He began to become hysterical, because it looked like he had simply fallen asleep without knowing it. The so-called God didn't even show up, and his back was starting to hurt from lying on a hard surface after spending the last couple of days in a good bed. Ray looked around and didn't understand where Euclid was now and why she wasn't next to him. But she stood on the other side with her eyes closed, which really surprised the guy, because had she really been next to him all this time? So he thought that maybe he should get up for the sake of Euclid and not at all because his back hurts. But she came closer to him and asked if God had answered all his questions. Ray smiled and said that it was definitely God, and his voice would never leave his mind. She said that this was quite impressive because even Ariel took the whole day, which surprised the guy. The maid said that he really was a saint, so he began to laugh, saying that there was nothing special about it, but still, after that he wondered, should he tell her the truth? At night, conversations began, during which it was discussed that the appearance of the saint would greatly change all their plans. Their main enemy is the Holy Kingdom, so they should act more carefully and just wait for the right moment. However, when the time comes, they must ensure that the Holy Kingdom falls, no matter the cost. None of them understood whether Ray had already completed his ritual or not yet. But isn't that impressive? After all, the ceremony can begin right now, since Marquis Hellord himself personally insisted on this. His son came closer to him and asked if his father really wanted to see him. He was visibly upset because he needed to have a pretty serious conversation with his son, so he asked him if he had heard about the new saint who could summon meteorites. He simply has to win him over to his side. He patted him on the shoulder and said that now this is definitely their chance that cannot be missed. After that, he leaned closer to him and said that they had already lost a saint. So if they could gain the favor of a new saint, that would be just wonderful. In this way, they will be able to strengthen the influence of their family on the Holy Kingdom, which could not but please the eldest son of the Marquis Hellord, whose name is Barrett. Therefore, his father ordered him to make sure that they could get along well during the banquet, and he should also remember to treat him with the utmost respect, regardless of his true age. He once again emphasized this, ordering that special attention be paid to these factors so as not to become his personal enemy. After they parted, the guy smiled and told his father that there was no need to worry so much. He had already heard that he was a simple guy from the village who was nothing of himself. It was night outside, so he sat and began to think about how he needed to beat everything. Everyone in the castle was already walking around and discussing the new saint. Many people conveyed information about his strength and majesty to the masses, but is he really a simple person and not a saint at all? He's really lucky to have been chosen and to climb this high. It's an amazing, life-changing opportunity. The nobles kept laughing at this and asked if they should teach him some basic manners. Count Train seemed to have seen something and closed his eyes to take a better look and analyze the situation. He saw that same man and was very scared. Besides, his partner was no longer laughing at all. Barrett really began to worry, because he had never appeared at banquets before. Why did he decide to do it now? It was the Duke of Trey named Zeke, who came here with a not very happy look. He looked quite pumped up and seemed to be looking for something, as he looked around vigilantly while the rest of the people in the room greeted him. Barrett smiled, although he was very worried, but still began a dialogue, saying that he could not even imagine that people from Treya would be here. But he looked at him with the coldest possible gaze, making it clear that he had absolutely no time for this, because he did not come here to admire Barrett. Hearing this phrase, the girl began to laugh and asked who he was considering then. Her name is Marquise Crayon. He came to see Ray, so he asked if he had already come here or if he was not there yet. The Marquise understood that most likely he had not yet met the saint. Barrett laughed and said that he would arrive soon, so it would be nice to wait for him together. Zeke began to suspect that he might have something urgent to do, because he left them in a great hurry, and Barrett simply continued to try to extract as much information as possible from the lips of his interlocutor. And Zeke continued to scream and scold the guy, because he was completely shameless, even though he wasn't here. Flowers still continued to stand near his room, and Ray wondered if all this was really made especially for him. This is very convenient, because it seems that everything was sewn based on his tastes and preferences. But how did they guess about it? The new uniform suits him very well. Ray didn't understand how she was able to determine his measurements so accurately, and the maid said that she took measurements on the day of his arrival and sent them to the tailor. So she should have fit him perfectly. He smiled, because with enough practice, absolutely anyone can accurately determine the size. So when they first met, he realized that she was amazing, but she turned out to be even much cooler than he expected. She showed absolutely no emotion and just stood there without much interest or desire. But still, after that, out of politeness, she thanked the guy and said that she would take him to the banquet hall. Ray laughed and said that he would not refuse such a thing, but he still could not believe that the girl had absolutely no reaction to his statements and jokes. A lot of people had already gathered in the living room, and everyone was waiting for the start of the event, or rather, for its most important guest. The nobles saw Ray and began to discuss that he came much later than he promised, so the girl began to calm him down, because perhaps he needed time to get ready. Therefore, she decided to diffuse the situation a little and asked if they had heard what happened during the ritual. Yes, but not in detail, so Barrett told him that Ray inspired everyone with his speech. But still he laughed, because he is nothing more than a simple person. After this phrase, he was a little scared, because the butler asked everyone present for a moment of attention, since a new saint had just arrived here. Ray looked like a real emperor and fully corresponded to his image of a saint. A smile reigned on his face, and he was accompanied by an equally beautiful girl who seemed to be plotting something further. All the people began to be surprised, because many of those present had not yet seen him, so they began to discuss among themselves that they had imagined him completely differently. But such a small boy emanated great confidence and calm. Barrett immediately ran up to him and said that he was the eldest son of Marquis Hellord. So Ray smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet the members of the Hellord family, and it was also a great honor for him. The son was starting to get nervous because he didn't see Ray make even one mistake. At that moment, Ray continued to stand confidently and introduce himself to all the guests present, continuing to say that he was honored by all of this. He began to panic, because at this rate, all his plans could collapse greatly, and he would have to suffer punishment from his father. So he began to try to take control of the situation, because he had heard before that Ray was a common man, so he needed to strike back to prove himself. Ray replied that he was from a small village, which is located near the kingdom of Cilia, so Barrett straightened his arms and assumed that in this case, Ray was attending such a banquet for the first time, but still, he thought to himself that it was unacceptable for a simple person to come to such events. He couldn't come to terms with this, but Ray smiled and seemed to read his thoughts, because he immediately replied that it was really his first time at such a celebration. As Barrett said, truly ordinary people are not allowed to such banquets. Saints are not commoners, so this does not apply to you. At such banquets there is nothing for any mediocrity to do. Yes, there are people like him everywhere. They cannot come to terms with the fact that others have something that they do not have, so they cannot just quietly and calmly watch from the sidelines and behave tactlessly, trying to interfere in the affairs of others. Indeed, some people are simply worse than trash. Ray smiled again and said that Barrett seemed to really believe that status determined a person's worth, but that was just common sense. What these people have in common is that they end up digging their own graves. Ray looked at him and said that he was not at all used to such a life, so it was difficult for him to understand them. But Barrett understood that it was better not to be rude, and also said that he had already forgotten what they were talking about. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the guy began to continue to be bombarded with questions that he was not quite ready to listen to, let alone answer. But Barrett continued to stand his ground and said that Ray was a commoner in the past. Therefore, he took a sword from his holster and decided to swing it sharply. It seems he decided to attack the guy. Ray was shocked, because this was his first banquet, and he was already receiving similar behavior in his direction. The ground near the arches began to shake, and an unpleasant sound of a sword whistling was heard throughout the area. Behind Barrett stood Zeke, who came to this event for a reason, holding his sword to the guy. Seeing this situation, Barrett was very frightened and started screaming. He really started to have a strong panic. Ray wasn't ready to see it either, so he started yelling and reprimanding Zeke, asking him why he was doing this. Isn't it dangerous? It's good that he stopped the sword with his mana, so Zeke decided to apologize for such an act. He apologizes for making such a bad first impression on him, so he immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head, causing the guy to feel misunderstood. But Zeke just wanted to let him know that he couldn't let that idiot humiliate the guy, even though he knew it was rude. He couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Ray and simply continued to ask for forgiveness, but he was shocked because he did not understand what he was doing. His servant also asked Ray for the opportunity to compliment, since everything that Barrett from the family of Marquis Hellord said was blasphemy, so she also did not understand how he could allow himself to make Ray look like a fool. Zeke jumped at the opportunity, saying that they must destroy him and ensure that the family was punished accordingly. Hearing this, he was very scared, but they continued to discuss it, saying that this would serve as an excellent example for others. Ray agreed and asked Euclid to call Marquis Hellord, so she ran quickly to carry out this instruction. But Iriella interrupted her, saying that there was no need to run anywhere, since he was here and saw everything himself from the second floor. The father began to insult his son, and he was shocked and did not know how to properly apologize. Therefore, he himself could not stand it, and was the first to hit his son with his hand, calling him a complete idiot. He continued to beat him for several minutes, and also did not stop his insults at all, because he seemed to have forgotten what order his father had given him. What right does he have to treat a saint like that? Everyone was shocked when they saw this picture. where a father beat his son for several minutes for such behavior, so no one even intervened, but simply watched, thinking about whether it was worth stopping him or not. The father began to ostentatiously fall to his knees, offering his deepest apologies, ordering his son to do the same, because all this happened because he raised him poorly. He looked at Barris and continued to shout at him, ordering him to immediately apologize for his behavior, so he even began to stutter a little from fear. The maid and Zeke in the background were discussing this whole situation and sincerely did not understand how he dared to say such a thing in the presence of a saint, so Zeke also offered his help, saying that he could punish him properly. Ray was already annoyed by this, so he asked everyone to stop swearing and calm down and began to think about how he could stop it. He looked at his father, who was no less frightened, and then asked what he thought would be the best punishment for his son. The Marquis clenched his teeth and became noticeably nervous, and cold sweat began to pour down his body. He said that Barris lost his mother at a fairly early age, and he should have raised him as a good father. He was upset because he didn't want him to have the same life as him, so he had to give him a good life without flaws, making it his personal promise. Therefore, he looked at the guy and said that if there was such an opportunity for him to forgive him the first time for such unreasonable actions, in exchange for this, as expected, he would renounce his title and donate his fortune to the temple. But shouldn't the punishment only affect his son? How can a parent not correct his child's mistake? Ray was very surprised, because the father is really going to give up his title right now because of his son. He quietly called Barris, who stood up in panic and waited for what Ray would tell him. He continued to kneel in front of all the guests of this palace, so Ray asked if he realized his mistake. Therefore, Barris agreed that he really spoke blasphemous words to him. But Ray was very kind today, because if the father was the same as his son, he would also punish Marcus Haylord for such behavior. But apparently he is a completely different person. It's not all. Barris's biggest mistake is that because of him, his father has to kneel in the presence of all the guests. Ray smiled and said that he was thinking about his punishment, but because of the sincerity of his father, who seems to really love him very much, he will turn a blind eye to it for the first time and have mercy on him. Therefore, he made it clear that he no longer held a grudge against them and forgave them both, which greatly surprised the maid and Zeke, who seemed clearly shocked by this behavior. The Marquis began to have tears in his eyes, so he began to ask if he was really ready to forgive them. Would he really just not take any action? Ray began to laugh, saying that this is all on the condition that they actually donate money, as they themselves mentioned earlier. The Marquis began to apologize and say that he would donate any necessary amount, and Ariel watched the situation and laughed, because this is really a very light punishment for such sins. But still, she hoped that he had thought it over and realized his mistakes. At night, they approached Ray and asked if he really thought it was worth forgiving him. Zeke said that if the saint gave an order, he would immediately take care of them, but he was already tired of these questions. Because why did this blue-haired guy pick on him? Ray stopped and really became a little aggressive, because he realized that the guy was following him practically all the way. It's even strange that he himself didn't pay attention to it. He looked at Zeke and said that even in all this time he had not asked his name. Without hesitation, he also fell to his knees and said that he had committed a really terrible sin and began to apologize, but Ray just wanted to know his name, so he introduced himself again, saying that his name was Trey C. Zeke and he was from the Trey family. Ray looked at him and said that the maid also had Sai after her last name. But what does that mean? Sai is a title. People who have Sai in their name serve the saints, and this shows their devotion to them. But why is this so important to so many people? The guy smiled, because he does not at all think that all three families should serve him, and in general, it sounds quite funny. She was serious and reprimanded him, since this is a tradition that they have followed since ancient times. Please don't feel burdened by this, it's just the will of God. So Zeke said that if Ray thinks 3 families is too many, then let him just choose him alone, and he will do everything in his power. The maid was surprised and noticeably angry with him, so Ray calmed her down, saying that he would not force anyone to leave, and there was no need to fight about this. He looked at them and asked, "What about the third family? Because there are only two of them now, but the third ensures the safety of the saint from the shadows. Their real identity is not even known to the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, they themselves don't even know who they are," which really surprised the guy. Besides, they know anyway that they are always there to protect him. Ray was very surprised at one moment as something very strange flashed before his eyes. He looked at the tree and didn't understand how this was possible. She was right. They were indeed there. So now that he knew of their existence, he could sense their mana and use it for his own purposes. He began to count them all in order, as an X-ray was formed in his eyes, which captured these ultraviolet indicators. Ray began to scream, because he counted 7 at once, but the maid simply continued to stand with a stone face, absolutely not surprised by anything. She asked Zeke if he felt anything, but he also didn't feel anything. At that moment, strange voices began to be heard from the tree, which were barely audible. A girl was sitting on him, who, despite his young age, realized that Ray was really a magician, which was very impressive. The next morning, the saint had a lot of tasks, especially after such a difficult night, where he learned so many discoveries for himself. At the castle, the first work processes began with Miss Euclid, who greeted the staff. After which she came closer to the picture with swords and thought about her past. She remembered how they shouted at her and ordered her to get up immediately, because she is from the Belacroix family. So if she can't even do this, then she definitely doesn't deserve to bear the name Belacroix. The girl was still very young, so she asked her father for forgiveness for this, but he said that the one who would serve the saint could not be weak in any way. So he ordered her to take the sword, because there had never been such a case that two saints existed at the same time. Given that they already have a saint, then there definitely should not have been saints in this generation. However, in order to serve a saint who does not even exist, does she have to suffer like this now? But years later, God answered her question by choosing another saint. But this process was interrupted by Ray, who forced the girl to open her eyes and come out of this state, calling her name. He asked if Iriel would actually lead the next ritual, but what does that mean? She was pleased because she had said more than once that the ceremony would be performed by a divinely beautiful woman. Euclid was serious, so she said that if Ray allowed, she would explain everything to him, because except for special cases, only saints can enter the ceremony hall, so it has nothing to do with appearance. He was surprised, so he asked Iriel if this was really so and did she really think it was funny. They went out to walk through the forest, and he felt very pleased to be outside for such a long period of time, because he didn't even know that there was a forest here. It reminded him of the time when he sat and studied magic as a child. But the memories did not last long, as Iriel reported that they had already arrived at the right place. Wait, there are knights here, but is there a need for such protection? So this really is the place. Ray was really excited because he didn't understand where they had come from and why there were so many guards. Iriel showed him the steps that rose very high into the sky, saying that this is where the entrance is. She looked at the guy and said that they just need to go up all the way. Iriel smiled because this part of the ceremony is meant to show his respect for God, so he won't be allowed to use magic. What? This is really too cruel. It really started to get dark outside very quickly. Ray was beginning to suspect something, so he asked Iriel to stop and wait, especially since he wanted to rest a little. What would he do without it? She smiled, because they had just begun their journey. Was he really tired so quickly? Looks like someone here is having trouble with stamina. But he denied it, because all this was due to the fact that all yesterday evening the guy walked around the kingdom talking with people, which the girl herself knows. Therefore, it is logical to guess that he no longer has the strength to continue to walk so much, especially since he is not allowed to use magic, thanks to which there would be no problems at all to get to the highest point of these steps. But she raised her hand and reminded him once again that she had already informed him that from now on they should not use magic, and at the ceremony site it would also be unacceptable. She showed him the road and told him that he had to go all this way on his own, so let him follow the stars and thus get to the desired point. But she once again emphasized that magic should not be used under any circumstances. Ray looked at these steps and wanted to turn back, but the girl encouraged him and believed that he could handle it, and he also understood that he had already gone far enough and could not give up so easily. After some time, he stopped and looked at the sky, and his whole face was sweating, since the guy was able to overcome all this path. He was exhausted, so he fell to the ground to at least somehow rest, and also did not understand what he was thinking about, agreeing to this. After all, it took much longer than he expected. But his melancholy did not last long, because in front of him he saw a beautiful house, because initially he assumed that there would be a completely empty area. Without further hesitation, he went into it and opened the entrance doors, asking if anyone was here and saying that it looked like he would need to spend 7 days in this place. Ariel also said that he will need to show respect for God, but he doesn't even know what he needs to do, because the girl told him that she hasn't done anything all week. Ray smiled because he began to perceive this mission as a kind of vacation. Therefore, he went outside to take a closer look at the house and realized that he would have a good rest there, especially since the week would pass very quickly indeed. Only then did he not know about all the trials that were prepared for him and the harsh reality that he would have to face during his stay in this place. He took the apple out of the tree, glad that they were fresh enough. Immediately after this, he decided to eat them, since for such a long period of stress on the body, Ray became quite hungry. He was very happy, because thanks to these apples he was able to eat. But after a second, his mood changed greatly. He began to throw them on the ground because of them he was poisoned, and this is very cruel. Ray began to panic and get angry because even in order to make fire, he had to take a stick, because he promised that he would not use mana, so he had to do everything with his own hands. But how can he survive here? Why didn't anyone tell him anything about this? Since even cooking fish is already very difficult, isn't his suffering enough for them? In the evening, he still managed to light a fire, but he still continued to analyze their words, where they promised only 1 week and that it would all last no more than 7 days. But why has he been here for more than a month? Ray was simply furious. It became very unpleasant for him to realize this. All he wanted was to at least find out what was happening here. He started waving his fish and asking if they really decided to make a savage out of him. So he started waving his arms and realized that he no longer had the desire to be a saint. But something stopped him. He was shocked because he did not understand what kind of feeling it was. All this magic happening because he just got angry. Ray waved his hands and was furious. Magical mana, which is given to all saints, began to run through his body, thanks to which it lifted him several meters above the ground. Finally, the process of his transformation began and divine power came to him. He began to fly like a real superhero, but such happiness did not last long. Ray stopped and began to panic, because where did his power go? She simply disappeared. But what should he do then? Luckily, she appeared a few seconds later, making a little joke with the guy. From now on, everything will be for real. Or not. His mana disappeared again and his strength disappeared, so he began to get angry, not understanding what was happening right now. A second later, a huge flurry of mana fell on him, which completely pierced his body, and he finally began to feel it. But then he was lowered to the ground again and all the power disappeared, forcing the guy to stand in bewilderment. He did not understand what was happening, so he wanted to know the answer to this question, because is God himself now playing with him? A very bright glare of the sun appeared in the sky, which seemed to be the answer to his question. A moment later, a huge charge of magic formed from it again, which again flew towards the guy. He was already very angry, because he did not understand what these senseless actions were, since he had been here for a whole month, and the power had not come to him. Therefore, he began to run away, asking God to leave all this, since he no longer had the strength and there was no point in this, because mana appears and disappears. He was already panicking, because this is even more annoying, because he feels how the air around is filled with divine power and it immediately disappears. He has never been so upset. What kind of mockery is this? As soon as he thought about someone comforting him, Iriel appeared next to him, who seemed to have appeared here for a reason. Ray was happy, because even though the first person he met a month later was Iriel, he was still very happy, because perhaps this only meant that he could leave here today? But that's what Iriel saw. She didn't understand what was happening with the guy and how she could help him. After all this, they had a dialogue where the girl asked whether Ray really claims that he can use both magic and holy power. But he replied that he had not tried magic yet. He was also very surprised because what happened to her clothes? She replied that she felt a strong divine power and ran to him in a hurry, and also said that the ritual was now over. Ray looked at the girl and said that he needed to cleanse her, which he actually did by using magic. He smiled because it seemed he could still use it, which made both him and the girl very happy. He can use mana that floats in the air, so why can't he use divine power? Iriel said that it was really a shame, but he remains the one whom God chose, and also an incredible magician. So if someone dares to say something to him, he can simply use magical power against him. Iriella seemed to have fallen in love, because she continued to follow him, and maybe it was because of the divine power. But the air around became very pleasant, and even Ray began to smell delicious. This surprised him very much, because he did not understand what she was talking about now. It's a warm scent that makes you want to be close to him, so Ray rolled his eyes and realized that he needed to stay away from her for now until he learned to control his power. The servants also came to him in the forest to inform him that they wanted to congratulate him on acquiring strength. The guy was happy because he was pleased to see Euclid and Zeke together, so he also thanked them for the visit. They said it was a great job, and as soon as they heard about the news, they came right away. Zeke insisted that Ray give him his backpack to carry, and Euclid insisted that she wanted to carry it and would not mind if Ray gave her more tasks. So he was shocked because he did not understand what was wrong. They are not like that. He looked at the sky and ordered them to stop as soon as possible, because he wanted to return to his mansion and not waste time on these meaningless things. He looked at Zeke and asked why he was constantly following him. But he said that as a member of 3 families, it was his duty to serve the guy anywhere and any time, so he would never change his principles, and he would never have bad intentions. All this was really suspicious. So in the mansion, Ray continued to sit in his room at night and wondered when it would end. He looked at the stack of books and wanted to look at them all, because when he became a saint, he promised himself to make the great kingdom the greatest. So he began to read, and since he was now officially a saint, he needed to fulfill his promise. And first of all, he needs to learn more about the kingdom and its history. So in order to understand all these nuances, he had to turn to books for help. He was very happy because he figured out what could be done, because in order to lead the Holy Kingdom, he would create a completely new system. As soon as the sun rose, Ray called all the nobles of the Holy Kingdom to the mansion, to criticize them for not working efficiently enough. Therefore, due to this, he proposed adjustments for agriculture, commerce, and trade. Among them was Mill's solar system, which was intended for the agricultural industry. Ray spoke so confidently that he received enormous support from the nobles, so the first technology was approved very quickly. But Count Train was a little worried, so he turned to Ray, informing him that among the things that are written here, there are still incomprehensible points, because what does it mean to use priests as mercenaries? But he smiled and said that this is indeed true. The whole point is to send priests as mercenaries. Was Ray really suggesting that he send his priests into battle? Yes, everything is absolutely true. At this moment, the others also began to realize the whole situation, because the fall of the priests will lead to the fall of the nation. In addition, the number of people striving to become priests will decrease. Ray reassured them, because of course the priests would not stand on the front line. They would all be in the rear of the battle. While the wounded at the fronts are brought to the priests, in this way they have the opportunity to avoid casualties among them. But the nobles did not fully understand this, because in any case it is always very dangerous on the battlefield, especially if enemies attack from all flanks. Ray understood this and completely agreed with them, because the battlefield is indeed not a safe place. But with a good strategy, all the priests will return to their families alive. Naturally, he will not send them into battle without a plan, so there will always be paladins near them. With this alignment, their priests will be completely safe. But there is one caveat. Using them as mercenaries is a completely different strategy. If they win without their intervention, that's good, but if they lose, then you'll have to use them as backup. Seeing those who were wounded on the battlefield, as well as witnessing the action up close, must be a truly good experience for the priests. However, the nobleman was not entirely sure of this. Of course, they are indeed a necessary force in battle, but are there really no other options? All for the sake of victory and getting money and glory. But Ray interrupted him and said that using priests as mercenaries is not just money and their honor, but just a nice bonus. He smiled and said that they would send priests to the battlefield, and in return, they would receive power. Although the interlocutors did not understand what exactly he meant when he said the word power. From the point of view of the peoples who need the help of the Holy Empire, they cannot do anything that could endanger them, and as long as they occupy their troops, they will be able to ask for compensation for the sacrifices made on our part. The interlocutor also thought about this, because it is indeed true. They will have more opportunities to gain control as soon as they begin to allocate their forces. But still, isn't it too dangerous? Ariel also chimed in, saying that despite the risk, she also thought it was a good idea. So she raised her hand and said that she agreed with the saint's ideas, because they are always great. However, she is also sure that the idea of hired priests will cause some backlash. Ray was a little worried, so he asked if this was true. Then could they somehow win the favor of the nobility? But Ariel calmed him down, telling him that there was no need to worry, since she would be happy to help him with this. She put her hand on the table and said that there was no point in winning favor. And all they need is the words, "Oh, the most beautiful girl in the Holy Empire. Please help me, Lady Ariel." Ray smiled and had a good laugh, and also noted that the influence that Ariel has is very unusual, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that all the high-ranking nobles are supporters of Ariel. He looked at her again and thought that if she really helped him in this situation, then it would be difficult for everyone to object. This was the best way out, so he had no other ideas at all. In the meeting room, Ray said that they were done for today, so if anyone has other ideas regarding the promotion of the Holy Kingdom, then feel free to tell them. Most agreed with him because they thought his ideas were very good. The Holy Empire slowly improved all of its activities, but it was difficult to completely change the farming method, so they started with a small plot of land for the sake of experimentation. And the public turned out to be not at all against the use of priests as mercenaries, after they received consent from the priests themselves. A lot of letters of help appeared, where people asked them for help from hired priests. So thanks to this function, the Holy Kingdom was able to collect a lot of funds. Ray was happy because his ideas really helped the Holy Kingdom improve their quality of life. But even though everything was more or less in order now, they would still need specialists in various fields, and this would be a very difficult task to think about. Ray spent all his free time in the library, looking for answers to his questions. The librarian also seemed very tired, so the new visitor decided to cheer her up a little. She immediately rose from her chair and was delighted because Lady Eklat had really returned so quickly. Yes, she said that she was gone for a while. 3 whole months have already passed since their last meeting. How quickly time flies. It was very strange for her to see so many people in the library, since it was usually empty, so she asked why there were so many of them here. The librarian smiled and said that the saint had been visiting her for several days. Saint? Yes, it was he. Even at that moment, Ray continued to sit and read the book. It seems that everyone fell in love with him, doesn't it? Therefore, the girl came closer to him and moved a chair near his desk, which surprised him quite a lot, because Ray did not plan to see anyone now. She smiled and greeted him, asking if he was really the new saint. He agreed and asked what she wanted, and he was also haunted by questions. Who is she, and why does she communicate with him as with a friend? She took one of these books and asked if they were all devoted to medicine now, and had he really read all of them. She began to openly laugh at him, asking if he really managed to remember anything from this. He agreed. Of course it was successful, to some extent. Eclat continued to laugh. So she asked the guy how to treat a cut from a rusty knife. Ray thought about it and said that she could prevent the symptoms of poisoning if she used holy medicine, after which the wound would heal. She said it was right, but does he himself agree with it? Ray replied no. So she looked at him and asked what he was going to do then to cure the patient. Ray said he would make an incision around the infected flesh, but why? The answer is simple, because everyone thinks that getting cut by a rusty knife is tantamount to poisoning, but this cannot be said. No one will be poisoned by a rusty sword. But around the cut site, an infection can enter the cells. So, it is impossible to cure this perfectly using holy healing, so it would be much better to remove the infected area around the cut and heal the area itself. Eclat looked at him and asked what kind of cells he mentioned earlier. But Ray forgot that in this world people don't yet know about the cells in the body. So the girl looked at him and said that maybe these cells he was talking about could not be healed with holy medicine, but wouldn't it be too barbaric to cut out the affected area? Ray agreed with her, but said that this was the only correct way out of such a situation. Eclat leaned back in her chair, because she realized that as long as they could cure the patient, the method itself would not be so important. But Ray did not quite mean that. She put another hand on the table and stood up, saying that she liked the guy, which shocked him very much, because no one had ever allowed him to behave like that in the presence of Ray. After which she smiled and invited the guy to go to her laboratory, where they could discuss even more interesting points together. She also looked at the fallen book and apologized for not introducing herself. Her name is Eclat, and she had already begun to announce her position, but Ray interrupted her. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could this really be Eclat? She's the manager of the priests, so is she really the high priest? And despite the fact that they met for the first time, the girl heard about the guy even before she got to this castle. So if he needed any medical help, he could call at any time. Though to be honest, she didn't really understand why a saint was studying useless medicine. Before him stood a huge number of different books, and all this was in the girl's laboratory. Apparently she is also studying medicine, although she says it is useless. Eclat still hoped that this would help her cure one long-standing illness. Ray looked at her and said that this is something innate, isn't it? She felt very funny. It was a defensive reaction, because how was he not surprised after seeing this? That's why he said that she had this sore since birth. Ray asked if she was blind in one eye and could she feel pain. Eclat replied that she was not in pain, but she still could not see. Ray noticed a huge number of books on medicine, which were even more numerous than in the library. If she would mind if he looked at all this more closely, after which she gave him a look. These were symptoms noticeably similar to cataracts. He said that it was she, but in this world people did not know what it was, so Eclat was very scared and began to ask Ray what it was. But he was not yet completely sure, so he began to ask whether the girl could see in the dark. She replied that she really could see a little better at night, so Ray was convinced that it was a cataract and was ready to explain everything to her. So he asked her to look at what he was now drawing. This is the pupil, and next to it, the lens. When she looks somewhere, the lens focuses on the light, thereby allowing us to see better. But in her case, the lens is very clouded, and this disease is called cataract. She looked at him and asked that if he was telling the truth, then what should she do? If it's a disease, can't it be cured by healing? Maybe it's because the girl was originally born with cataracts. But what if the healing doesn't work? Ray looked at her and said that divine power eliminates disorders in the body and heals them. But what if the divine power does not accept this as a violation? Perhaps for this reason she is unable to heal. But this is a violation, because Eclat has only one-sighted eye. This is from the point of view of other people. Maybe from the moment of her birth, the body does not understand that something is wrong. In any case, the girl should clean her lens to cure the cataract. but she did not understand how this could be done. Ray looked at her and said that she needed to cut out the problem area, but still panicked a little, because she did not understand how in this world this could be done without precision tools. Ikla started screaming at him, because does he really want to say that she needs to cut out her eye? But Ray said that's just part of the operating process. First of all, you need to get rid of the clouded lens and replace it with something else. Although he thought about it and decided that it could be simply removed, because there is no artificial lens in this world. He continued to say, because even if they get rid of the cataract, there is no point in this, since she will not be able to restore her vision. Eklat smiled and bowed her head, saying that there was no need to worry about her incurable illness. She was sure that in a couple of years he would be able to find a way. These words hurt her very much. Because did she really say right now that Ray would not be able to cope with this task? Even if this is another world, won't it really be able to cure cataracts? He looked at Eklat and ordered her not to worry, as he would definitely help her. She liked this approach much better, so she smiled and looked at the new saint with pride. A second later, she burst out laughing very hard because she couldn't believe it, so she started laughing at the guy and saying that he was really very funny. But still, she told him that she agreed to treatment and invited him to follow her to show him something. This was her laboratory where she spent most of her time. She was founded by the Holy Kingdom so that she could study medicine, so she told Ray to feel at home and take whatever he wanted. His happiness knew no bounds. He could not believe it. But the girl said that she was lonely here anyway, so this is the least she can do for someone who is really interested in medicine. Ray thanked her and every day began to study the girl's illness, almost without getting out of the laboratory. A month later, he already had several prepared test tubes on his shelves, which he tested. He took one of them and began to examine the troll's blood. After contact with air after a short period of time, the blood changes its consistency. And while he was saying all this, she had already become hard, like a piece of jelly. But the blood of different monsters has its own characteristics. Does he really think that, from a medical point of view, it will be useful to them? Ray thought about it, because it looks like she will most likely really suit them. He was a little scared, so he wanted to ask the girl if it was really impossible to mix the blood of different monsters with each other. She said that this is true, because each monster has its own different blood composition. But there is one exception. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, due to their great adaptability, they can be mixed with other blood. These words made the guy think, so he began to think what good adaptability means, and is it possible to somehow test it? It was already getting dark outside and the whole kingdom was getting ready for bed. But the guy still continued to walk through the forest in search of medicine. He was really very tired, so he began to wipe his forehead, deciding that that was enough for today and that he should also go to bed. Something unique near him, but what was it? Was there really an orc and a troll next to him now and both of them were dead? And what if they had just fought? It's like a gift from fate. He glanced at the troll who was still alive. He noticed a large wound on his body and realized that he was now in a state of shock because he was bleeding. However, it was surprising that he survived after fighting an orc that was twice his size. Now it was the turn to look at the orc, who was lying exhausted. Ray immediately remembered the girl's words. Unlike other species, in the case of orcs, due to their high adaptability, they can be mixed with other blood. He immediately stuck out his tongue and smiled, because this is really a great chance to test all these hypotheses, so if he seizes the moment, he can save him. The troll continued to lie and moan from impotence. But he was a little surprised when Ray connected a blood transfusion machine to his veins. All this time, the guy was near him and noticed how the troll woke up and was very scared. So Ray tried to calm him down. But he immediately rushed to the attack, frightening the guy, who asked him only to stay in place and not move at all. Therefore, in order to protect himself and save the blood transfusion machine, Ray used a numb spell and stopped the monster in place. He waved his hands and asked him to calm down, because he did not want to harm him. But on the contrary, he was trying to help him, since he had lost too much blood, so he transfused him with some of it from the orc. He woke up too quickly, so he never had time to finish. But Ray was even more surprised by the fact that the wound on his body began to shrink very quickly. He looked at the blood and didn't understand why it was like that. Had it really just cleared up? Ray waved his hands and was very happy, because it was just perfect. If it worked here, then now he will definitely succeed in public. Ray looked at this place and understood that it was exactly this place that Eclot had told him about. When he transferred the blood of an orc into a troll, it became very pure and pliable for use, so he was very surprised, because he could not even imagine that such a wonderful result could be achieved. It dawned on him that thanks to this method he would finally be able to create his own artificial lens and cure Eclat. He was serious, so he understood that now he first of all needed to get as much blood as possible from trolls and orcs. He wondered where he could find so much blood for his research. Eclat decided that she could solve this issue, so she said that not far from the laboratory there was an abandoned village, and next to it, in the surrounding forests, there was a place where orcs and trolls were quite common. She looked quite scary, like in horror films. Therefore, Ray immediately went there in search and was worried, because this village used to belong to the village of Hegel. But the girl definitely did not lie when she said that the village was really abandoned. Suddenly, something fell very hard, making a rather unpleasant sound, which really scared the guy. He turned his head and saw children there. But what were they doing in this abandoned city? Were they also abandoned and left here to die? Ray came closer to them and said hello, but the guy put his hand on the girl, making it clear that he would be ready to fight if he dared to attack. But Ray just offered them something to eat, giving them some meat. The guy was scared and worried, so Ray calmed him down, saying that the food is quite normal and not poisoned, so it can be safely consumed. He smiled because he was pleased that at least they trusted him. That's why he reached into his bag, because he understood that the only thing he could do now was to help them, at least giving them a little more food. He looked at the children and offered them something else. After they opened the bag, they were very shocked when they saw a huge amount of gold coins. Ray smiled and ordered them to spend this money on the road to Salonia, because there they would already be able to provide for themselves and find food. But the children did not understand why he was so kind to them. He laughed and said that no reason was needed for this, even if he was seeing them for the first time. The children didn't believe him at all, so he continued to reassure them, saying that he really didn't need any reasons. Just to think, this happened as soon as he left the capital. He understood that the current laws did not provide for this at all, so he would need to deal with this issue as soon as he came to the Holy Kingdom. He looked at these ruins, saying that one day he would restore the glory of this place in order to make the Holy Kingdom a much better place. The next morning, we had to continue our journey. Therefore, Ray was already on his feet in the morning and went to a large cave. He was a little scared because he understood that it was quite huge, so perhaps the orcs lived in it. Therefore, you need to be as careful as possible and try not to wake them up. Ray got as close to him as possible from behind, but was still a little nervous. He took out a syringe and apologized to the troll in advance, because he would need to steal something from him. He laughed and said that he would just take some blood from him, after which he came to a village where there seemed to be a huge number of trolls in tents. They were very surprised by his appearance, so they began to grunt, not understanding what was happening. Ray came closer to them and asked them to do a small favor. This made them very angry and surprised, since they were not used to seeing strangers on their land. Therefore, the strongest of them immediately rushed into battle, which made Ray laugh very much, since they did not want to listen to him at all. When he received no response, he waved his hand and immediately used a grappling technique to stop them. He pointed his finger at his opponent and said that it was definitely him. Didn't he really remember how Ray saved his life in the forest? So he stopped and waved his hand, telling him to just stop and listen to him. All Ray needs is to do a favor for him, for which he will repay him well. After meeting them, it was time to go back. Ray walked and was happy holding the test tube in his hands, because thanks to the orcs, he was able to test some things today. But first, when he returns, He will need to use everything that he collected. Suddenly, someone in front of him took a step towards him with his boot. This surprised Ray very much, so he also stopped and asked, "Is it really you again?" The girl ran up to him and was in tears, so she grabbed the guy by the clothes and pointed in that direction. At that moment, her brother began to be beaten and thrown against the wall. It was the villain with the bat who took all the money from him and laughed and asked if he now understood why he had to politely give it back when he asked. But the guy didn't give up and started shouting back at him, ordering him to return the money back. Another villain's partner approached him and asked what this boy allows himself. Is it really not enough for him? Therefore, he swung his bat and decided to hit him several more times for daring to object to him. Luckily, Ray arrived in time to help, so he grabbed the bat and ordered an immediate stop, which surprised the robber. Therefore, the robber jumped away from him and turned his head towards him, after which he decided to ask who he was. They began to analyze the guy and what he looked like. Ray noticed his wallet with the money that they stole from the guy, but he couldn't believe it a little. But everything fell into place when the robbers pulled out weapons and surrounded Ray, because he had a large bag that they wanted to take for themselves, but they also asked if he didn't think that walking here alone was not a good decision at all. The main one began to laugh, saying that now he would teach him a lesson. At this moment, they also began to attack him from behind. Ray was absolutely calm, so he didn't even look in his direction and put out his hand, hitting the enemy with it and inviting the main one to attack. He was shocked by the guy's skill, because he didn't even understand how this was possible. But what exactly? Ray asked if he was really interested in how he knocked him out with one blow. Therefore, he smiled and said that he would not mind continuing. The robbers took out weapons and rushed into battle, asking if he really thinks that everything in life is so simple. A few seconds later, all the attackers were disposed of and lay unconscious on the ground. The children united at this moment and hugged each other tightly. Ray smiled and looked at them, asking if everything was okay with them. He also apologized to them for what happened. Ray took the children with him and invited them to the Holy Kingdom. But the maid was clearly against this, as she said that the mansion is a holy place in which only saints, as well as their servants, can live, since they don't know who these children are, so they cannot let them in. Is it really impossible to do this, even if the saint living here allows them? Can't only 2 children fit in such a big place? But Euclid said those are the rules. Ray was shocked, because he couldn't even think that there were such strict rules here. He didn't even know. But he looked at the guys and smiled, asking them not to worry, because if they couldn't live here, he could find them another place to live. Do you like it? The children were shocked by such an act. Ray just came and bought them a house, but he was very surprised, because he didn't even ask them what their names were. So he looked at them and decided to ask, but the children shocked him, because they still didn't have names. This shocked him, so he looked at the guy first and began to come up with some interesting name for him. Ray remembered Christmas and laughed because he had just made a decision, so he said that the girl would be called Mary and the guy would be called Chris, since they had a very good meaning from the place he came from. The children stood in bewilderment and did not say anything, so Ray smiled and asked if they didn't like the names. No problem, he can come up with something else. But the guy put his hands on his sister's shoulders and said that this was not at all true. He just didn't know what to say because he was very grateful to him. Ray was very pleased to realize that he was also able to help children. They ran up to him and wanted to hug him tightly for what he did for them, thanking him for all this. But there wasn't much time, so it was necessary to continue working in the mansion. Ray still continues to sit and study all the necessary materials, because he needed to come up with a cure for cataracts. Eclat approached him and asked if he was still working on it. She didn't understand what he was going to do since he sits at work for days on end, but Ray asked her to just wait because he just wants to help her. Finally, he managed to create an artificial lens, which began to glow magically blue. Eclat decided to find out exactly how Ray wants to help her, because he talked about curing her eye. Has he really abandoned this idea? He raised his glasses and said that of course he knew how to help her. So he showed her the test tube and said that thanks to this he could cure her eye, but she was shocked by this, because did he really think that it would help? She looked at the guy and asked what it was and where he could find it, but the guy confidently told her that it was troll blood. But after studying hundreds of books, she couldn't understand how the blood could become so pure. So Ray explained to her that he simply mixed it with orc blood. As Eklat said, orcs are able to adapt to anything, unlike other species, although Ray learned this by pure chance. While the orc's body can accept blood, during the purification process, it becomes pure. That is why he mixed the blood of an orc with the blood of a troll. This is amazing, because they can produce clear blood that is still malleable to manipulation. She asked Ray again if it would really help her heal her eye, but he simply asked her to trust and said that everything would be fine. Ray showed her the lens and told her that he would only have to put it on his eye in order to heal it. Eklat was shocked and started screaming, because at first he said that he was going to cut out this cataract, but now he says that he wants to pour this blood on her eye. So Ray looked at her and tried to reassure her, because technically speaking, they cut out the parts of the lens that were affected, and then they will put it in as a replacement for what was cut out. He looked at Ekla and understood that most likely she needed time to think about it, because after all, she could not even imagine that something like that could be possible. So Ray looked at her and tried to convince her with his eyes of this decision. Then he bent down, making it clear that he respects her and is ready to help if she allows. She was shocked and started screaming, because doesn't he understand what it means for a saint to bow his head? Ray tried to convince her and said that he understood that it was difficult for him to believe, because it sounded between something unreal and impossible, so he asked her to trust, because he would do everything possible to cure her eye. Ekla was shocked, because he spoke quite convincingly. She continued to look at the guy and felt the sincerity in every word of this child, who was really trying to help her, and it sounded very convincing. She felt sincerity in his every word, although she herself understood that this was madness. Therefore she smiled and kindly agreed to this, because this is already the last hope for her cure, so if there is even the slightest chance of success, then she will grab it. A little later, she was already lying on the operating table, where Ray was preparing everything necessary for the operation. He decided to use mana to keep the girl's eyelids open all the time, and by making an incision in the lens, he is going to remove all the affected areas, and then, after removing the entire affected area, he will replace it with a new artificial lens. But although the procedure is not at all complicated, there are still some nuances. At least there is no professional equipment here, but it is also not difficult for him to do everything manually. After all, don't forget who he is, because in a past life, he was Park Yu-sung, a brilliant doctor in the world, who was called the Hands of God. After some time, the girl began to open her eyes and come out of anesthesia. Ray looked at her and asked how she was feeling because her new eye looked really good. She began to be very surprised because her eye was beginning to make itself felt. Eklat looked to the side, trying to examine the entire room in which she was. She looked out the window and noticed how much better she saw. She even had tears flowing, which means that the eye is functioning normally. Ray noticed this and smiled, asking how the girl was feeling. Was everything okay? He wondered how she was all this healing process. She cried with happiness and smiled, saying that she was completely fine and saw really very well. She couldn't believe it, so she asked him if this was really not a dream. But the guy just smiled. They looked out the window together and rejoiced at the pleasant view and the fact that they had succeeded after so much work. But everything could not be so good for a long time, because someone was already rushing for help. A nobleman ran up to the saint in a panic and said that they now had an emergency situation. A huge army gathered at the borders and was about to march towards the Holy Kingdom. Iriel did not understand what he was talking about, so she wanted to find out more information. What kind of army, how many are there, and how far are they located? But he leaned over from fatigue and said that for now this is all the information that was reported to him. But it seems that they are not from any particular nation. Iriel was shocked, because it seemed that this army had been assembled by a necromancer, and it was heading straight towards them. Not far from the kingdom, there were terrible magical clouds that were moving towards the kingdom. Even a simple flower that grew in the forest could no longer do this, since it was already destroyed by the monster with its metal leg, around which there was magic. A few seconds later, everything in the forest was covered with a purple curtain that inspired fear. A terrifying army of a necromancer was approaching the Holy Kingdom, who gathered all his strongest fighters in order to enslave all the inhabitants of the kingdom. There was no time to hesitate, so a state of emergency was immediately declared. Tomorrow will finally be a day of holy war. Are all preparations ready? With the paladins at the front, all guardsmen and knights will protect rear. Many lives are at stake, so make sure you prepare yourself mentally before battle. The knights began to discuss all this, because they still can't believe they are about to face the undead. What are you looking at? It's times like this when I have thoughts about my family. Rather than praying to God, I thought that my family first as well. I should have made the trip to see them before I came here. Same praying to God was the last thing I thought of. I happened to hear this from the officers, but it seems that the new saint is joining us in combat. Really? Are you talking about the one who can use meteor? However, it'll take 4 days straight to walk all the way from Salonia to here. That right? Seems like it is a matter of if we can hold the line until the saint arrives. The knights looked up and were frightened, for they were obviously very worried about what was to come next. Yahello was also going through a bad time, for they were going to have some very difficult times ahead of them. While she was thinking, someone came into her room to tell her that the Pope had ordered for the saint to be sent to the border, and the order had been issued by the Pope himself. To think we'd be faced with such a force that the Pope would even order the saint to join the battle. She was also told that they had already asked for them, and however it seems that they will take at least 4 or 5 days for them to arrive. But she can't believe in that, because if that's the case, who is traveling alongside the saint? The boy informed her that the 3D Paladin Order and the Holy Altar, along with the Royal Guardsmen, and they are currently en route to the border. Yahello was just extremely surprised by this, since no one had told her about it. So are these all the troops they have? The guy only remained silent, so the girl started to shout and get angry, once again asking, "Has the Pope gone mad?" Their opponent is a necromancer from the age of sorcery, and she is sure he's well aware that is not enough to fend them off. Meanwhile, in the age of sorcery in the far past, magic was the topic of research, and the entire continent was blooming with innovations in magic. However, forces that used dark magic brought an end to that age, and the one that was considered to be the key cause of their downfall, the king of the dead, is necromancer. So he managed to be revived. Meanwhile, the servant continued to tell the horrifying news that they have to deal not only with external conflicts, but also with the coming rebellion, for they can see the mood of the people and therefore are unable to send a larger army. Yahello summarizes with quiet gloom that the border is not that important to the Pope right now, and inside her, rage and resentment burns brightly for the saint the Pope is using as an expendable commodity to maintain his power. All of a sudden, the door swings open with a wild shriek from a temple servant, and it turns out that while Yahello was reported one piece of information, another has already appeared, and now the enemy army is approaching much faster than expected. Yahello shrank with anger and despair. Suddenly, she abruptly leaves her place, and under the surprised shouts of 2 servants runs out of the room, unable to waste any more time on all this uselessly. In the meantime, a bugle trumpets in defense of the Empire, calling the soldiers to full battle readiness, and one of the army commanders announces the approach of the enemy army and demands to raise their weapons. On command, arrows immediately flew into the air, cutting through the blue sky with a deadly cloud, and the enemy army, including skeletons, immediately felt the weapons of humans. The confrontation between the living and the undead heated up. Neither wanted to retreat. The holy woman called on God for help, asking him to support the soldiers, so that their bodies would become stronger and be able to withstand this battle. With glittering hands holding the book, she spread God's grace to the soldiers around her, boldly looking into the eyes of the enemies. The soldiers immediately felt their bodies fill with divine power and rushed into battle with renewed vigor, hoping to finish everything before the reinforcement forces arrived. The commander of the squad immediately shouted at the soldiers not to relax because of this help, because the enemies are acting in a variety of insidious methods, and most importantly, the strongest is still ahead. And his words were confirmed when the first appeared white spirits with terrible smiles, banshees and black impenetrable lats, dead knights. The commander shouted in horror to the soldiers to retreat and regroup before it was too late for them. But it was too late for him. One of the banshees was right in front of his face, extending its sharp claws towards him. Both the temple servants and the soldiers began to flee, unable to bear what was happening, but none of them could escape. And in the midst of these cries of pain and suffering, in a dark cloak hiding him from head to toe, stood the necromancer, savoring every drop of spilled blood. He ordered his dead not to let go of a single living soul, and immediately the soldiers felt how the enemy army became stronger. And as much as the surviving commander tried to help the soldiers by recalling them, he had a terrible thought. Were they really alone with the dead? The commander did not have time to dodge the mace of the huge dead man and prepared to say goodbye to his life. But in a split second the situation changed, and a white glow saved him from horrible destruction. Ray appeared on the battlefield in his developing white robes, with such martial energy on his face that even the commander exhaled with delight and relief. Remembering how he rushed to the army defending the empire, Ray also recalled how the Pope had ordered him to go to the border because of the difficult situation in the empire. So now that all the soldiers were surprised to see the saint, Ray only activated his powers while gloomily looking ahead. Turning around, he ordered those who remained in formation to divide the wounded among the priests to heal them as soon as possible. But the soldiers and temple servants were unsure, for if they helped the wounded, fewer people would be able to defend against the undead's attack. Until they saw that the bones of the dead around Ray had already managed to melt like ice cream in the heat, and they praised the saint's strength with admiration. Ray only hummed as he faced the army of dead running at him, led by the necromancer. Although his saint's powers helped a lot, due to the fact that skeletons and other foul things were numerous, he decided to use his magic as well, sending a fireball forward. Explosions and bright flames filled the battlefield, burning everything in its path. And once the fire had calmed down and the smoke had cleared, only one figure with raised arms stood proudly alone, covered by a translucent purple shield. Without fear, Ray assumed it must be the necromancer. The old man in the cloak stared at the guy in shock, not understanding how he was able to use magic being a saint. The necromancer, with the anger inherent in working with the dead, began to cast another black curse, unwilling to give up so easily. With his command to cast off the calls of the underworld and bring death to its knees, he summoned another endless army of the undead and sent it into battle. The knights of the army once again stirred behind Ray, looking at the new number of those they would have to fight, losing their lives. But the saint was with them for a reason. With one spell and the power of the saint, he managed to get rid of all the summoned dead, causing the necromancer to retreat a step in horror. The old man in the cloak shouted that he would never give up and that no one would stop him, sending another deadly spell specifically at Ray. Once again he was defeated with a gesture of one hand. The holy chains bound the necromancer before he could cast any more terrible spells. Ray's incredible strength, his skills, and the combination of divine power and magic led the necromancer to a surprising thought. He couldn't just be a saint. He must have already approached the level of a god. The weeping knight, no longer afraid to approach the necromancer, knocked the thought out of his head with his fist. Looking sadly at the blazing field, Ray realized the reason for his tears. Those people who had fallen in this battle were also becoming dead, and unfortunately falling under the power of the necromancer. And all those they saw now in this horrible state used to be someone's slain family. Ray berated himself for not coming sooner, so he did the only thing he could in this situation. Summoning the Scylla of the Saint, he laid the dead to rest, giving them a relieving oblivion. A cleansing rain covered the battlefield, covering the soldiers and priests mourning for their lost loved ones. Ray, chiding himself for his slowness, looked sternly at the kneeling necromancer, not forgetting the real culprit. But when he asked if he felt guilty for what he had done, and if he was afraid of joining the dead he had ruled before, the necromancer laughed madly. Paying no further attention to the insane old man, Ray ordered him to be taken to the Holy Empire. Having done his business at this place, he hurried to help at the next point, for the war didn't end here. Meanwhile, the dead were terrorizing another city where the saint was already waiting. And in that place, using her holy power, the locals were protected by Iriel, supporting the soldiers. Divine power shone in her eyes as she looked at the next approaching wave of the dead. Alas, besides the undead, there was also an unknown army among them, so it was doubly difficult for them. A sudden sword thrust caused an explosion that scattered a crowd of skeletons around her. Iriel stared at it in surprise, trying to figure out what it was, until, in answer to her unspoken question, the pink-haired and purple-haired knights appeared before her, apologizing to the saint for being late and saying that there was nothing to worry about now that they were here. Iriel, on the other hand, was even more worried, for Lord Zeke was supposed to be with Ray, and now he was without his support. When she heard that Lord Zeke had been ordered here by Ray himself, she couldn't believe her ears. The knight recalled the past, in which Ray had ordered him to stay in Salonia, because if he went after the saint, he would only cause him inconvenience instead of support. And when Lord Zeke had resented it, and still asked to go with him, worried about Ray, he had offered to fight Ray one-on-one to prove that he would not be in the way. The man apologized for pulling his sword from its sheath and swung at Ray, not doubting his strength. Well, he should have doubted, because the huge sword was able to hold back a tiny aura sword no bigger than a dagger. And now Zeke's sense of self-importance was hurt, because he couldn't imagine Ray's strength if he was able to deflect a blow with a small dagger. After explaining all of this to Iriel, he justified his coming to her aid, making her stand in wonder. Iriel, however, forgetting her image as a saint, looked anxiously at the sky, worrying about Ray, and even daring to call him an idiot, not understanding the real danger in front of the other knights. Ray, thankfully, could not hear such disbelief in his powers, at that moment running into another city full of already broken dead. There he was met by the crying child he had saved earlier, holding her little sister in her arms. Ray snapped out of his shoes, immediately running up to them and checking on the unconscious little girl's condition. However, contrary to his hopes, he was unable to trace any pulse, breathing, or consciousness in poor Chris's body. The child cuddled closer to her sister, unable to let her go, while Ray regretted that she was too weak, even before what had happened. With tears in his eyes, the child admitted that he had to protect his sister no matter what, not reacting when Ray instead blamed himself. After all, he shouldn't have brought them here, and apologizing for the pain he had caused her with that decision. Mary disagreed, continuing to sob and blaming only herself and her weakness. And as Ray towered over the broken child, his eyes came across a knight behind the children, clearly not gone from the Holy Empire soldiers. It must have been Mary defending herself and protecting her sister. Ray, looking collected and serious, ordered everyone who was hiding to come out into the light. Though not the first time, but only when he named who was standing where, the mysterious pursuers showed themselves, and their distinguishing feature was a bone mask on the lower half of their faces. Bending in greeting, all the members of the Dane family, the 7 messengers, manifested in the darkness of the night. One of the 7 messengers introduced herself first, respectfully placing her hand on her chest. She also introduced the other 6 messengers in turn, and each of them had a unique appearance and identical bone masks on their faces that concealed their identities from prying eyes. They were given names that differed only in the first name, but the second name was still Yong, which made Ray puzzled for a second. With his hands on his chest, he explained that he had summoned them all because he wanted them to take care of Mary. Hong Yong, the first of the 7 messengers, squinted slightly to make sure that she had heard him correctly and that he was referring to the living child behind him. After hearing Ray's words about Mary's special abilities and constitution of body and spirit, the messenger confirmed that she was indeed able to survive where everyone else was already lying down. Hongyong objected to raising her as an assassin. Before he could clarify exactly what he wanted, Ray heard another messenger ask if he wanted them to train the child in special techniques, and Ray happily complimented her on her guesswork. Hongyong again declined, as they had a primary assignment, and that was to protect Ray, and they couldn't waste time on anything else. Besides, they needed to protect the identities of each of the 7 messengers, and taking care of the child implied a high risk that they would be exposed in the future. All in all, the messengers refused until the last, when a desperate Ray mentioned that he could make it an order. Seeing all 7 people flinch at that word, the saint's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity by simply issuing a full-fledged order. The messengers reluctantly but had to obey the order. Ray also ordered them to take care of the little girl's funeral and Mary herself to listen carefully and train with the messengers, as they were trustworthy people. Having dealt with the problem here, Ray sternly turned around and headed off to where his help was still needed. Meanwhile, things were not going smoothly for Iriel, though the soldiers did not notice this, continuing to receive the saint's blessing. Dressed in knightly armor, the woman commanded the knights and motivated them not to give up and get the victory. As soon as the loud words were spoken, she exhaled heavily, covered in sweat, and the girl knight worried whether she was fine after using so much holy power. To distract her, Iriel asked to take control of the left flank and monitor their progress, which the girl immediately fell for. When she left, Iriel had a moment to realize that she couldn't go on like this. There was no end to the battle, and no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to bless the knights indefinitely. As she thought about it, the woman barely dodged the unexpected blow, miraculously jumping aside. Cradling her injured arm, she stared in disbelief at Duke Zahard, who had attacked her. Lord Zeke stepped up to her defense and covered her, clarifying if the saint was all right. Lord Zahard slung his one-handed weapon over his shoulder and greeted both Iriel and Zeke sarcastically, not at all looking upset or offended by the guy's words about his betrayal of God. He mustered up the courage to argue with a mad grin that the Holy Empire had no future because of its small size, unable to withstand the power of the superhumans. Iriel was annoyed at his behavior to the point of gritting her teeth, but there was nothing she could do to counter the master of the sword. She wasn't sure if she could fight him at full strength, and even Lord Zeke's presence wouldn't help. Suddenly, Lord Zahard suggested that each side retreat, and the saint wondered what his plan might be, for despite her recent doubts, the holy power was very motivating to the soldiers, and yet they would not be able to defeat the master of the sword. Gritting her teeth, Iriel agreed in her mind that it was not a bad suggestion to pause and wait for reinforcements. When she voiced her thoughts aloud, Lord Zahard grinned contentedly and called it a wise decision. But as he was about to leave, satisfied that he had achieved his goal, he was stopped by someone's voice, and Iriel flinched, unable to control herself. Surrounded by holy magic, Ray was approaching them from behind, sternly wondering who this lord thought he was, daring to make a mess of things and flee the scene without being punished. Ray looked almost insane, ready to defend what he held dear to him to the last, summoning all his power, both divine and various kinds of magic, against the flaming orb. Considering that the human body can only withstand divine power, or only magic because in saints, magic transforms into divine power, Lord Zahard couldn't take his eyes off the picture in front of him right now. Ray, placing his hands on his hips in a relaxed pose, asked him if he had any last words before total defeat. Looking for ways out of the situation, something occurred to the Lord, and he suggested to Ray a battle between the protégés of each side. Zeke hastens to ask Ray not to get hot and accept the offer from the traitor, as he might be up to something, but when has the saint ever turned down a good battle? He canceled the fireball spell, and Zahard thought with joyous excitement that Ray was just a round fool who thought he was a fool. Ray, in his usual manner, beckoned his opponent toward him without moving or drawing his weapon. Still thinking it was foolish, the swordmaster calculated the saint's weak points, sensing that he finally had a chance to deal with the threat. After all, even if Ray is an archimage capable of summoning a meteor, It makes no sense for him as long as he can't use magic. Boots creaked under Zahard's sudden jerk as he pushed himself off the ground in seconds and took a wide swing, leaping out of the air at Ray. Still as unflustered, Ray summoned the aura sword in his hand, glowing with blue divine power. This was something the Lord was unprepared for, and as he met Ray's sword with all his might, he felt a recoil of terrifying power. He was thrown back a couple of meters, almost dragged across the battlefield, and a small but noticeable crack formed on the powerful two-handed sword. A relaxed Ray stood before Zahard, almost provoking the man to the same thoughts the necromancer had earlier. Who the hell was the guy who could summon meteorites, use divine energy, and create aura swords? Where did he even come from? Zahard made another attempt, thrusting his sword at the saint, gritting his teeth with eagerness. He tried his best until he found Ray acting strangely. And the guy with the crazy grin was finally able to play to his full potential, having learned from Zahard all the time before in practice, and adopting his fighting style. So now he was already attacking Zahard, not giving him a moment's respite, for even his thoughts were now racing. He had made a huge mistake. The saint, in a devious move, deceived the Lord, and when he put his sword up to protect his neck, slashed him in the leg, declaring that he would not give men like the Lord a second chance. Zahard, feeling the wound, feeling Ray's speed and strength, and realizing that his fighting style was not only being copied but improved upon as he went along, begged for mercy, taking a knee. The guy pointed his aura sword at Zahard and began to interrogate him, saying that a swordsman like him would be too ashamed to follow someone else's orders, so surely he was acting on his own accord. The man who had bowed his head suddenly rose out of the blue and tried to attack from the sneak, shouting that he only wanted to show the nobles in the shadows that even harsh methods like his could change the world. Of course, Ray deflected the blow and afterward made his sword disappear for a second. To Zahard's surprise, a second later, that moment remained the last he had ever seen in his life, as his head rested on the ground, separate from his body. At about the same time, in a quieter place, the commanders of knights and mages of the various kingdoms listened to the news of what had happened earlier on the battlefield, coming to shock. The sight of a defeated, bound, and powerless necromancer who had managed to be captured alive caused large question marks in their minds. A soldier from the Holy Empire's army smiled and thanked the people from other kingdoms who had come to help, but said with a relieved expression that the necromancer had already been taken care of. The servant who ran up to him drew the attention of everyone present, for he brought good news. The rebel forces had been all but defeated. Iriel was rubbing her tired wrists in the company of the unchanged Zeke and Feya, but as she looked around, she was pleased that they had cleared most of the area. The pink-haired Feya put a finger to her lips, wondering about Ray's origins since he had come here so easily and solved almost all of their problems on the battlefield, when Zeke tiredly asked her to watch her tongue when she spoke of the saint. Everything was coming to an end when a purple glow appeared on the horizon and a terrifying force pressed them to the ground as if coming out of nowhere. Feya, Zeke, and Iriel were once again forced to prepare for battle, blown by the icy, strong wind. The glow, intensifying with each passing second, made Iriel's eyes widen in horror. In front of them, the bone dragon loomed, embraced in hellish purple flames. A rumble of thunder signaled the arrival of a new demonic force, and Ray, who had sensed it when he arrived at the manor, realized with a sigh that it was time to head back to the battlefield. The maid he had asked to take care of a few things for him agreed, and relayed that she would be sure to pay special attention to the girl he had rescued. Hearing that the child was to be taken care of by the 7 messengers, the maid squinted at the Dane family and was not happy about it. Things were not going so well for Iriel and company, for the bone dragon had brought with it new problems, and now its huge wings and powerful strength were simply blowing the poor soldiers off their feet. The saintess folded her arms and summoned her divine power, and once again glowed with a warm golden light to help the army and resist the death spawn. But contrary to her hard work, although some skeletons burned in the divine glow, there were still too many crawling and reaching for them from all sides. Feya wanted to lead Saint away, but she didn't have time. Looking straight into the jaws of the monster towering above her, Saint froze in a strange frenzy. The bone dragon reflected in her eyes, and only then she realized its hidden essence. It was not just a huge flying skeleton, but a real monster, the dragon of fear. Her whole body stiffened, not allowing her head to move either. Iriel felt her consciousness floating away, and fear made her heart beat so often that it was about to fly out of her chest, piercing her ribcage. Suddenly, Saint felt a small sense of relief, but it was only a matter of time before her sight returned, and she saw Feya and Zeke covering her back and taking the full force of the blow. Neither of them could move, but the snapping sound was coming closer to the girl knight, and she froze now, not just in induced terror, but actual fear, for she could not move, and behind her, the skeleton was already reaching for her. As she braced herself for the worst, a sword blew off half of the skeleton's body. It was the work of Lord Zeke, who managed to overcome the monstrous force and began to move, returning to the battle. He didn't feel half his strength and doubted he would last long, but he needed to protect his partner and the saint, so he had no choice but to raise his sword and grip it tighter. Zeke fought like a wolf out of his last strength, not falling to the skeletons or under the eye-terrifying demons. There were too many of them, however, and at a certain point a snapping sound meant a cloud of bones coming at him. They buried him beneath them, pressing down from above and blocking even the slightest sliver of visibility. Feya asked the saint in a panic what they could do, for she couldn't move, but if they did nothing, Zeke wouldn't last that long. No matter how hard Iriel tried, the divine energy wouldn't leave her body, frozen with her. There was an explosion, and the skeletons scattered in different directions under Zeke's power, but he himself was in very bad shape, covered in wounds and scratches, breathing heavily. A weeping Feya asked him if he was all right, but since she couldn't move to see for herself, Zeke risked deceiving her by claiming she was overreacting. He himself, feeling tired for the first time as a sword master, still unable to steady himself, but walked over to the dragon, leaning on his sword. Unable to stand still, seeing that the dragon only inspires fear but does not approach on its own, the Lord makes a serious decision. It is necessary to attack this monster. Not for nothing he has trained so long. He fights back as best he can, but even though he has been called a genius in swordsmanship since he received the title of Master Swordsman at a very young age, he was unable to deal with the army of the undead on his own. Having been seriously injured, one of his last thoughts was regretting that it was him, and not someone stronger who could handle this dragon, and not put the saint in danger. That was when Ray's calm voice caught up with him, surrounding him with divine power and reassuring that Zeke had held out well until his arrival. Holding out his hand and muttering a cleansing spell, Ray destroyed the skeletons reaching for the kneeling Lord. Now they were one-on-one, the holy genius Ray against the bone dragon of fear, almost the battle of the century. Standing in front of the dragon, Ray remembered reading articles on dark magic, which spoke of a great weapon that neutralized all magic below the seventh circle, a great unliving one that even an aura sword could not touch. The saint began to use holy magic, thinking with his mind that since such a demon appeared here, it means that somewhere nearby there must be another necromancer, but he will be able to get to him only after he deals with the dragon. When the dragon was completely hidden in the blue glow of divine healing, Feya and Iriel, having been able to move, admired that it took only one spell from Ray to kill the great dragon of fear. However, suddenly, their joy was premature. A violet light sparkling in the empty eye sockets destroyed Ray's magic, and the dragon opened its mouth. Zeke shouted to the saint to be careful because the dragon was gaining breath for a deadly strike. A beam of destructive force pierced space and rushed towards the battlefield faster than the speed of sound. Ray, in his typical manner, was surprised that the creature was so powerful that even its magical shield was cracked. Ignoring the shocked people behind him, Ray cast a healing spell one after another, causing the bone dragon to literally float in his magic. Finally, a huge amount of blue magic collapsed, destroying the dragon and leaving only a trail in the air behind it. But even after that, Ray could not sense the necromancer. And behind his back, Iriel had already reached Zeke, treating him with her magic. However, even after this, the Lord did not wake up, and his wounds were still covered with demonic energy, so dense that Iriel's divine power could not do anything about it. Behind, already understanding where this was going, Ray approached, creating strong scissors from his magic, and stopping Iriel from futile attempts. Seeing these wounds and knowing a lot about medicine, the guy was amazed that Zeke was still alive. Taking off his shirt, Ray promised that he would do everything possible to save the Lord. Ray cleansed his hands with a spell, and although they were in the worst place to perform such an operation, he ordered Iriel to ensure that no miasma or demonic energy touched them from the outside. Feya, seeing the knife at Zeke's stomach, screamed in fear, but Iriel silenced her. Placing his hands on the man's chest, the saint first decided to cleanse him at least a little of the demonic energy and could hardly resist a cry of pain. Sweating with diligence, focusing all the demonic energy from Zeke's body into his left hand, Ray regained his strength and began to clean the wound before the operation. Having created an amazingly thin thread of divine magic, the guy now needed to connect the arteries to ensure the correct flow of blood in the body. Ray's hand turned black, but now was not the time to hesitate, even though Zeke already looked better. But Iriel, looking at what Ray was doing, had mixed feelings. On the one hand, she was ashamed that she herself did not fully trust Ray and his methods, and by stopping Feya, she stopped herself first. And on the other hand, she could feel with every cell of her body that Zeke was getting better, and this made her ashamed more. In addition, she noticed the saint's blackened hand, and now she was worried about him too. As soon as the last stitch was made, Ray fell unconscious. Iriel immediately rushed towards him and extended her hands, wanting to heal his blackened hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, the saint could not do anything, and helplessly almost cried, realizing that she needed a specialist in this matter who could give Ray special treatment. As if in response to her thoughts, one of the 7 messengers in the familiar bone mask came out from around the corner, unnoticed as always. She commanded her colleague to take the saint away with a heavy sigh. While Ray dangled head down on the messenger's back, Hongyong informed Iriel that they were taking the saint with them to Salonia to give him proper care, and expressed hopes that Iriel would also arrive for the same purpose. Iriel agreed to come to the saint's estate, but first she had to deal with the remaining deals, no matter how worried she was about Ray. A man in a surgical gown woke up when he was called several times to go to the operation room by a colleague. He has given his medical history to another doctor and confirmed that he remembers perfectly well that a heart surgery is now scheduled. As he enters the room, he senses some sort of catch. Something keeps him uneasy as he looks at the patient in the oxygen mask, reminding him of someone familiar. He urges himself to come to his senses, asks for a scalpel, but in response the other doctors turn on him, their hands beginning to glow with a soft green light, and they themselves are wondering why a scalpel is needed when magic can be used. And at this point, Ray jumps up on the bed in horror, waking up from a strange dream. The bright sun shines down on him from a familiar window, and he realizes he is in his chambers, so the first thought that comes to his mind is the thought of servants. Both maids are already in place, and while the dark-haired Euclid looks stern, little Mary does not hesitate to cry and openly rejoice at the saint's return. After stroking the girl's head, Ray gets a question from the second maid, who doesn't hesitate to tell him that it was a foolish and insane act. Saint quipped to the girl that she must have been worried sick about him, but the maid fiddled, parrying that she just wanted to keep her job. As Ray remembered Zeke, and Euclid grimly listed his horrible misdeeds, like not looking after Saint, and even sleeping deeply right now, Ray ran his gaze over the still dark hand. He looked it over in surprise and disgust, not understanding how he could still move his fingers, though he still remembered the terrible pain during Zeke's treatment. The maid told him that he had been cured by the saint and the chief priest, to which Ray fell out again. Although Ray had just woken up, the first thing he was taken to was not to be fed. He was instead taken to the basement, where, on a tall square stand with a white cloth, lay an object that emitted a nightmarish amount of demonic energy. The evil heart of a bone dragon, left on the exact spot where the dragon had been defeated. Ray wondered why the hell he had brought this thing in the first place, and the maid told him that he should go to the lecture hall and explain himself to the nobles who couldn't believe that the dragon had really been destroyed. Ray's thoughts and mood were far from rosy, so ordering the maid to take the heart and follow him, he went with a warlike attitude to where he was invited. The lecture hall was filled with nobles, and the chief priest, upon receiving word that Ray was in attendance, asked everyone in the room to calm down before the meeting. The Veyborn Kingdom representative questioned the fact that the saint had not only defeated the dragon, but had also used magic, something saints normally cannot do. She immediately answered him that they actually didn't know all the details yet because only God knew the truth at the moment. This answer made him angry because he believed that it was the duty of the Holy Empire to understand everything and explain this information to the other kingdoms. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Ray himself, who entered the room with the words that he perfectly understood their curiosity, but now he was here and ready to answer all their questions. And as soon as he finished speaking, a girl immediately approached him, who decided to ask her question first, but first she introduced herself as Marquise Philia, from the kingdom of Glamont, and her question was that she heard that he used magic to personally defeat the necromancer, and she wanted to know if it was true. Ray was absolutely calm, and without any excitement answered her that it was true. They were surprised that he gave such a short answer and essentially did not explain anything to them, but Ray did not care, and he wanted to hear the next question from them, but they wanted to hear at least some evidence from him. Gregory from the Resian Empire entered the dialogue, as well as Selena from the Resian Empire. According to them, it was an honor for them to be in his presence, but they still would like to hear some evidence from him. After all, according to them, they came here as reinforcements to prevent any possible danger that could threaten the Sacred Empire and this continent. Gregory also added that the events that had just happened posed a threat not only to the Holy Empire, but to the entire continent, so they wanted to ask him if he thought they deserved proper evidence to guarantee a peaceful exit from this territory. However, Ray responded to this by immediately saying that it seemed to him that the necromancer he had captured was already sufficiently convincing evidence, but Selena immediately noted that this fact did not prove that it was he who had personally captured the necromancer. Ekle thought that Ray was currently talking to a terrifying sword and the youngest princess mage of the sixth circle of the Resian Empire, and it was very similar that some very resonant names were already starting to take the first steps. In other words, they realized that the saint was a threat. They are afraid of the man who single-handedly defeated the necromancer. That is why they use this time as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him or not, and that is why she became even more interested in finding out what Ray himself will do now. The saint thought a little about his answer, but still said that he defeated the undead alone or together with other people. In any case, this does not concern them in any way, and does not relate to their country in any way. Gregory stated that obtaining accurate and reliable information was an important task not only for them, but also for other kingdoms, and if they simply took the word of the Holy Empire, then he suspected that it would be quite difficult for them to decide on a plan for their further actions. Ray was tired of putting up with all this, so he decided to give him the proof that they wanted to see so much, and he did it in a rather brutal way, by putting the aura of the sword to Mr. Gregory's neck. Selena, looking at all this, immediately wanted to know if this was an official statement from the Holy Empire regarding the Resian Empire. Instead of answering her question, Ray asked Euclivida to bring him what they had taken with them to this gathering. He took off the tablecloth and showed them all the proof they wanted to see. It was the bone dragon's heart. He was sure that they could tell it was real by feeling the demonic energy coming from it. They couldn't believe that they were actually seeing the heart of a bone dragon in front of them, and Ray offered to take it into their hands if they didn't believe him. And as soon as Selena took this heart in her hands, she immediately began to feel that she was suffocating from the energy emanating from it. Ray at that moment said that the Holy Empire gives them the full right to conduct an investigation regarding the captured necromancer. No matter who defeated him, Ray believed that the Holy Empire had enough power to defeat the Bone Dragon. But most of all, he didn't understand how they treated the Holy Empire, and if she didn't object, then he also had one question for her, asking which he would like to know if her actions were an official statement on behalf of the Regent Empire. Gregory and Selena from that moment on could not say a word. Moreover, it was difficult for them to move for some time from fear of the energy that they felt. After they had moved away a little, they acknowledged the fact that they had been a bit hasty in their conclusions, and regarding the disrespect shown to the holy people, Gregory from the Regent Empire apologized, and Selena did the same. Ray added to them that he didn't really care about the titles they held in their respected kingdoms, but he still wanted to remind them that when they came here, they were the face of their entire state. He would like to finish on this because he was busy with something when he was told that he needed to come here, so he hoped that they would normally take the fact that it was time for him to return. Ekle thanked him for coming to them. It was a great honor for them. Ray couldn't get the thought out of his head that maybe he should go and visit Zeke, because he didn't feel like he should just disappear from his life. Uklividu, as someone who serves him, could not speak out when he tries to be kind to them, but she would like to say that in such an organization, it is necessary to maintain distance between people of different classes in order to ensure fair treatment for everyone. But he just wanted to check how his patient was doing. But as it turned out, she had more in mind than that. According to her, she had a whole list of people who were waiting to meet him. After he left the meeting, negotiations took place. People said that Ray had captured the necromancer and defeated the bone dragon, and the saint had done all this with the help of magic, and so they didn't know. Could they say what circle of magic the saint currently possessed? Ekle tried to convey to them that even the Holy Empire does not suspect what kind of magic the saint currently possesses. However, she couldn't help but say that they were a sacred empire, and they currently rated him at least the 8th circle level. The statement made by Ekle during the meeting was based on an analysis of the magic that Ray demonstrated during the baptism, and it was just a guess. The head of the Magic Society possessed the magic of the 5th circle. Even the main imperial magicians of each country did not possess magic higher than the 6th. This statement made an incredible impression on those present. Selena couldn't believe her ears. She always thought that 6th-level mages were the limit that not everyone could reach, and she couldn't even imagine the 8th circle. Therefore, she decided to make a statement that they, as representatives of the Regent Empire, would like to spend a little more time in the Sacred Empire, and they would also like to confirm the statement made by the head priestess. Ekle said without any problem that those who wanted to stay in the Holy Empire were free to do so if they had such a desire. All this was told to him by Euclid, who also added that the representatives of the Regent Empire asked to talk to him, and although Ray had assumed something like this, he still could not think that they would show up so suddenly. So he didn't think long and ordered Euclid to cancel everything because they were going to the Duke's estate immediately. The girl tried to tell him that he shouldn't worry so much about Zeke, but Ray didn't even want to listen to her. After some time, they set out on the road, and Ray noticed that the estate was quite far away, although they had only recently set out, and he already had the feeling that they were entering an elven village. Euclid decided to find out if Ray had ever been to the elven village, and Ray immediately told her that he had once lived there before he came to the Holy Empire. Now that he remembered this, the guy became very interested in finding out how they were doing, because in fact, he missed them. During these conversations, they arrived at the Duke of Trey's estate rather quickly, as the carrier informed them. The Duke of Trey's estate was simply incredibly huge, and this castle immediately reminded Ray of Zeke, and as it turned out, Zeke was the one who designed the exterior of the estate, while the inside represents a number of design decisions by the previous owner. And as soon as they got closer to the palace, they were met by a servant who told them that Zeke was already waiting for them. While they were walking towards him, Ray decided to ask Euclid why Zeke had come here, because it seemed to him that it would be great if he were recovering in the castle of Salonia. The girl in response told him that when Ray lost consciousness, Zeke was the only one who continued to take care of him with his last strength. According to Euclid, he literally did not leave Ray's body the entire time. He even managed at some points not to let anyone near the saint, saying that each of them had vicious hands. He did not even allow Euclid to come close. And after that, he said that he couldn't continue to serve him while in a dying state, so he came back here. Although it was very nice of him, Euclid still thinks that there was absolutely no need for it, and listening to all this, Ray became convinced that she hates Zeke. Ray, looking at her, assumed that 3 families were literally hovering around him, and therefore it seemed to him that there was some kind of rivalry between them, although Euclid continued to prove that no one hated her. In any case, they decided that it would be better to postpone this conversation until later, because now they went into Zeke's room. The guy clearly did not expect such sudden guests and wanted to get up to greet the saint, but Ray immediately told him that he did not have to get up. But Zeke didn't listen to him and literally flew out of bed to salute the saint, and Ray meanwhile told him that he had come to visit him so Zeke could lie down so that it would be easier for him to examine him. Zeke was incredibly happy that the saint had actually come to examine him, so he didn't wait and immediately did everything to make it convenient for Ray to examine him. Ray was surprised that Zeke had such an incredible recovery speed. Zeke was sure that it was all thanks to Ray, who healed his wounds. The only thing that Mr. Zeke didn't like very much was that Mistress Euclid came here. She had to explain that she was here only because she was following the saint, and not because she wanted to see Zeke. Ray got tired of hearing this and ordered them to stop arguing immediately, because if this happened at important moments, then he would punish them, and so they had to ask the saint for forgiveness for their behavior. After which Ray said that he came here to examine Zeke's wounds, but in fact, there was something much more important, and as soon as he finished speaking, he asked the messengers to leave. Hong came out first and immediately told the saint that if he continued to call them like this, it would become a big problem for them. Zeke at this moment was trying to understand how it was so close to him, and he didn't even have time to feel them, and this made him find out why such destroyers like them are here. And before he could reach for his sword, another member of the deism family stopped him and said that they were not his enemies, so he had better put his sword down. Even though Euclid didn't like Zeke, even he didn't have time to react to these guys, and he is one of the most powerful swordmasters in the Empire. Her attempt to do something was also blocked, and they explained that if they were her enemies, she would most likely not be breathing. Ray forgot that Euclid and Zeke were seeing them for the first time, so he decided to introduce them by telling them that they were messengers of the Dame family. While Zeke and Euclid were recovering from the shock, Han decided to ask the saint why he had called them at all. After this question, Ray decided to get straight to the point, and given his tone, the reason was indeed important. And the most important thing was that he wanted them all to have dinner together, so he gathered them all here. On another part of the continent, 2 people were discussing the fact that their plan had failed, and the necromancer had been captured so easily, and that when their identities were revealed, there would be trouble. So one of them suggested destroying the Holy Empire before it was too late. But they immediately abandoned this idea because they remembered that there was a monster living in the Holy Empire that would not let them do it. By monster, they meant the saint who destroyed the bone dragon, and now they didn't even know what kind of plan they should come up with to destroy this swordsman mage. But one of them assured them that in fact, the plan was already prepared, and it was that they would make sure that Ray was sent to another kingdom. They all wanted to know from the saint why he decided to hold such an event in the first place, and according to the guy, he hoped that they would be able to get to know each other better and thus begin to cooperate. After all, it seemed to him that the main point of the organization was to help each other and level out each other's shortcomings, and working alone as they were doing now seemed extremely ineffective to him. Hong answered him that if that was his wish, then they would obey him without any problems, after which Ray immediately stated that he did not want to force them, and if all this was a burden to them, then he would not force them, and they could continue to work separately. But before he could finish speaking, Zeke was the first to respond, and said that the Trey family would cooperate with everyone. Euclid immediately decided to tell him that when he said something like that, he was breaking family traditions, and she hoped that he understood what it meant. And without thinking twice, he told her that the Trey family's duty was to protect the saint, and he was making this decision only because he wanted to fulfill his duty. The entire Dame family was also ready to cooperate, because it was their duty to carry out the saint's orders. At this rate, everything would go much better than Ray could have expected, and before he could think about it, Euclid said that the Belacroix family would also cooperate. After all, it was the duty of the Belacroix family to inform the saint, so she assured him that their family would be faithful to their duties and stay with the saint. In other words, Euclid wanted to say that she was ready to marry a saint. Ray didn't mean it that way, and he wasn't the only one who was surprised when he heard it. They couldn't believe that this was the Belacroix family's mission, but apparently that was the reason she didn't want to tell them about it. However, she immediately told Ray that he could not worry about it so much, because marriage in this case is just a means to fulfill her mission, and there is no such need for it. Besides, the saint is still 15, and she has no intention of doing anything with him yet. Now Ray, sitting at the table with Iriel, thought only about the look that Euclid had when she came to him at night, and did not hear at all what Iriel was telling him. And she told him that a saint was coming to them, who would like to see a saint, and as soon as such an opportunity presented itself, he approached and first of all asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. And in order to make it easier for him to make amends, he brought a necklace, which, according to him, was created from the stone of one of the wyverns. Iriel almost jumped out of her chair when she saw Cecilia's tear, although Ray clearly didn't understand what they were talking about. According to Iriel, Cecilia is a famous English craftsman who lived several hundred years ago, and one of the jewelry she created was earrings. They say that only one remains, and the second can only be found by using a high level of magic. It was literally a legendary treasure, but the Duke assured that he would spare nothing for the saint, and that it was simply a gift. But Ray acted like it didn't bother him at all, so he immediately tried on the jewelry and asked how it looked in his ear. After which he thanked Gregory for the gift, and said that the man could go, but the Duke asked Ray not to hurry so much because he needed to tell him something else. He started talking about how they were representatives of the Regent Empire, decided to visit him to improve their relationship, and therefore he would like to ask Ray to express understanding and visit their empire as well. As it was known, the Resian Empire was considered the greatest nation on the continent in terms of economy, military, and political power. So Ray understood very well that establishing a political union with such an empire would clearly benefit the Holy Empire. In addition, in such an empire, medicine was clearly much better developed. Gregory went on to say that Ray had not only managed to organize production on his farm using new methods for development, they had also optimized the composition of the clergy by using some of the clergy as mercenaries, and Ray realized that this was the result of hard teamwork. Gregory stated that they were truly inspired by the impact they were having on the Holy Nation, and so he believed that if Ray went with them to the Resian Empire and combined his techniques with their technology, he was almost certain that they would be able to improve the economics of their countries. In his mind, the man understood that it was actually impossible to refuse such conditions, because in essence, they provided him with everything he wanted absolutely free of charge, and he also understood that if they could capture his attention, then the technology of the Resian Empire was actually not that expensive. For Gregory and the Resian Empire, this boy was much more important because he is the one who can make any nation the greatest. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ray himself, who stated that no matter how much he wanted to, he would still have to refuse this offer, because he had too many things to do in the Holy Empire. And he also decided to shout that this applies to the representatives of the countries that are on the other side of the door. At the moment, Ray is not going to leave the Holy Empire. Gregory realized that there was no point in begging Ray, so he simply said that he would wait for the saint at any other moment when the guy had such an opportunity. Ray, in response to this, promised him that he would definitely do it. Euclid decided to ask Ray again if the main reason really was the Holy Nation, and the saint confidently confirmed this information, adding that they had not yet completely cleared the borders of opposition forces, so it seemed to him that it would be very difficult for them without him. After which, he asked Euclivida to gather the nearest nobles and ask them to tell them that he needed to discuss something with them. He then turned to Iriel, asking her to express his intentions once again, but this time she wanted to first listen to what he had to say before agreeing to it. According to Ray, he would like to create conditions for teaching his medicine. Namely, he would like to create an academy to teach doctors to treat and save lives. He was sure that she had already seen it herself on the battlefield, but according to him, there were many people who could not be saved by holy energy, and it did not seem like everyone could use holy powers or magic. Iriel understood his idea perfectly, so she very quickly agreed to such an idea, with which she would of course help him. However, before he had time to thank her, she told him that in fact she thought that he would not need her help, and she thought so because for the entire holy nation the guy was a hero. After this, a meeting was held with the assembled nobles, and Ray proposed to found a new medical academy. Upon hearing the news that the academy originally planned to serve the needs of the nobility would be repurposed, many members of the noble families began to hesitate. But in this case, Iriel intervened in time, setting as a condition that Ray teach magic lessons in already existing academies. Thus, Iriel managed to reach a compromise and establish a multidisciplinary academy for both magic and medicine. Thus, Ray finally began teaching at the academy as a professor. At his first lesson, he introduced himself and said that he had been recently appointed as a professor at the academy, although he specializes in medicine. But once a week he would lecture them on magic as a guest lecturer. He was very grateful to everyone who listened to him carefully, and he also added that he hoped that everything would work out for them. But still, Ray felt a little awkward saying all this, because there was an incredibly huge number of people gathered in this class, and at one point it even began to seem to him that there were other professors standing behind the students, who apparently also came to listen to him. And he was actually right, because the news of Ray's appointment as a professor quickly spread throughout the academy. Everyone knew him as a teacher who had a large number of magic circles. Among the stories that attracted even more attention were the talks about his appearance as well. Most of the stories were about him having shiny gray hair, blue eyes, smooth skin, a sharp jawline, and a teardrop earring with strange magic that complemented his appearance. This place was an ordinary academy where nobles of different statuses studied, but even for such students, Ray's appearance was enough to attract their attention. The guy tried his best to calm them down and make them concentrate, after which he announced that the first lecture would be devoted to the manifestation of magic, which, according to Ray, was an integral part of the life of every magician. And of course, the goal and the first question, Ray would like to know from them, who knows what the components of magic are? One of the students who sat in the first row tried to say that the main components are the mana spell, the correct pronunciation, and the technique of the correct direction of the spell, and this was an absolutely correct answer. However, he would like to immediately add that there are other ways, and to show them this, he suggested that they use a fire spell as an example. For this, they need to heat up the mana, then collect everything needed for the spell and apply friction. But before that, he would like to ask them what would happen if they reduced the number of words in the mana spell from 3 to 1, and the same student replied that the spell would simply not work in that case, and the mana would be wasted. This time the answer was wrong, and Ray had to explain that the magic words would become easier to pronounce, and the total amount of mana would decrease, and until the expression was fully pronounced, it would be quite difficult to determine what spell was being used. Looking at their faces, he immediately realized that it was actually very difficult for them to understand this. One of the students simply couldn't understand how Ray had even come up with such an image. He felt that this scheme allowed them to get to the fundamental truth of the spell. But as soon as they tried to do what Ray advised them, they immediately realized that he was right, because they managed to use magic without using a single word. Ray thought at that moment that he would never have actually thought that he would ever teach other people, but he was really proud of what they were able to do after he tried to explain it all to them. He also hoped that he could achieve the same results during his medical lectures, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a scream. It was other professors who ran up to Ray to tell him that they had never attended such a great lecture, and so they would like to express their gratitude to him. It was just an amazing job for them, and they would also really like to introduce it to associations. But for this, they wanted to find out from him what this theory was called, and this question initially stumped Ray, because he did not have a name in his head, but then he decided to call it the atomic theory. That evening, after the lecture ended, there was a big commotion at the Magic Academy. The thing is that after Ray's clear explanations at the lecture, Professor Claris managed to become a fifth circle mage. He managed to overcome the difficulties of a fourth circle mage and thereby raise his level. With this news, the students ran to Ray early in the morning, and the saint simply could not understand what was going on and why they decided to wake him up so early. He opened the doors half asleep to see what the students who had gathered behind his door wanted from him. And the first thing he heard was that the students were asking him very much to repeat the lecture he had given them yesterday, and they would also be very grateful to him if he made his lectures on magic regular. But instead of fulfilling their requests, Ray decided to simply close the doors in their faces and use a silence-strengthening spell to continue his sleep. However, Ray had no choice but to answer their pleas. In exchange for them never coming to his private quarters again, he increased the number of lectures on magic to 2 a week, which was not at all what he had planned from the beginning. Meanwhile, in the elven settlement, the elder wanted to know from Lady Era what she wanted to do with the elven village that asked to move. Ira asked the elder to tell them to finish everything within a week because she needed to go somewhere, and the elder first wanted to ask where she suddenly needed to go. But then she herself came to the correct answer, so she decided to ask Mrs. Ira to say hello to Ray and say that everything was fine with them, although Ira didn't even hint that she was going to the Sacred Empire. Then the elder asked her to say that she was wrong, and instead, Ira simply agreed to say hello from her. In her head, Ira thought that half a year had already passed, and although this period of time meant nothing to the elves, she still really wanted to see Ray, because just thinking about him gave her the feeling that an eternity had passed. Ray didn't come to the next lecture alone. He took an assistant with him, who this time would be the ice element Professor Claris, who apparently wasn't too happy about being invited to this event. Some students didn't understand how a professor like Clarice could get close to someone like Ray, but apparently they had better stop these conversations, because Claris already suspected something was wrong, and therefore looked at them with a rather frightening look. Ray interrupted them when he suggested that they focus and begin the second lecture. Ray first started talking about how all mages are forced to use mana of the same quality, and according to him, it doesn't matter who casts the spell or what kind of mana is used, and to show them what that means, he asked his assistant to demonstrate the Windcutter spell on him. His assistant began to noticeably get nervous, because he didn't think he would be helping in this way, and the students also became tense when they heard this. Ray assured him that everything would actually be fine, and if he was that worried, he could aim for the board next to him. After the professor cast the spell, he was finally able to release the wind from his hands, which he directed at the board next to Ray. But the professor's spell did not reach the saint, because at that very moment he used cancellation magic, which completely destroyed his assistant's spell. After which Ray added that this is how it is. If they can determine where the source of magic is, and if they cause a collision in the same place, then even if the spell is performed by another person, it can still be cancelled. And having said this, he immediately informed everyone that he was ending the lecture because he wanted them to spend the remaining time in pairs and try to cancel spells as he had just shown them. But the students kept telling him that this was simply impossible to do. This provoked Ray to scream, because it seemed to him that they had all forgotten who magicians were. According to him, magic defies logic, and if they stop accepting new ideas, then everything will come to an end, and even if the method turns out to be unsuccessful, they should never forget about the final goal. They didn't even think about it, so as soon as he told them about it, they decided to immediately start training, so Ray's plan worked and kept all these guys busy for some time. The next day, Ray got up already tired because he had not studied for so long, but he was able to prepare everything for his lectures on medicine, and at least this made him happy. All that was left was to hope that people would come to him. Although in reality it was a problem, because this type of activity was not as popular as magic or fencing, so he would have to think about how to attract people. Suddenly he heard a scream, and when he looked around he saw a big guy pestering a girl. He said something like that he had been waiting for her answer for about 200 days and still hadn't gotten it. So he, Minos, decided to hear the answer right now. From the outside, it seemed like they were hitting on this girl, but from the other side, if you listened to them, Ray wasn't so sure anymore. In any case, he decided to come closer and find out why they surrounded this girl. Can't they see that she is very scared? This big guy immediately started to get nervous because he in no way wanted to scare the girl. He came here just to talk to her. Graya, that was the name of this girl, decided to finally confess to him that the type of person he was didn't quite suit her, so she simply couldn't be with him. Minos couldn't believe it, and immediately assumed that Ray, who had just come up, was to blame for everything. For some reason, it seemed to him that he was the one to blame. But without waiting for her answer, he began to call Ray names, calling him a smooth-faced and skinny idiot. And was she really ready to trade such a weakling for him? Without thinking twice, Graya said that he was certainly not ideal, but still better for the big guy, and Ray immediately realized that this was clearly not what she should have said, because in this way she only added fuel to the fire. And he was absolutely right, because as soon as the big guy heard these words, he immediately wanted Ray to fight him. The saint did not know what was best to do in this case, because he had already caught the big guy's glove, which meant that he was obliged to go out to a duel with him one-on-one. Meanwhile, Minos continued to shout and talk about how he is a third-level fencing master, and that he can take out weaklings like Ray with one hand. The saint got tired of hearing this, so he hit the impudent man on the head and forced him to shut his mouth. After which Ray wanted to know who he thought he was to allow himself to talk like that, and as soon as the guy defeated Minos with just one branch, everyone around started chanting that Ray was a great guy, because in fact Minos was the most annoying of all, and they were just waiting for the moment for someone to teach him a lesson. Thus, Ray once again became a hero by accident, although he didn't even plan to do so, and the girl he saved was very grateful to him for it. While he was answering her that he was always happy to help, at one point he stopped because he smelled a very strange smell of perfume. It smelled very strongly of alcohol. Ray decided to ask her what kind of smell was coming from her. It was some kind of alcohol perfume, but as it turned out, the girl had been preparing potions before, and most likely the smell was from them. The guy immediately understood that since she was preparing potions, it only meant that she was interested in medicine, and the girl confirmed this theory, saying that she really couldn't wait for the time when lectures on medicine would begin. Ray was obviously happy when he heard such words because this was his first student. He decided to introduce himself. And as soon as he did this, the girl noticed an interesting fact that his name is exactly the same as the professor's, and in any case, he can call her Gria. After such a short conversation with Gria, Ray immediately got the impression that everything would turn out much easier than it seemed to him. As soon as he walked away, her friend immediately ran up to the girl and told her that she had just spoken with Professor Ray, which the girl simply could not believe. Her friend saw concern on Gria's face, and the first thing she assumed was that the girl had fallen in love with the new professor, who actually looked quite attractive to both of them. The girl did not deny it, and simply continued to follow Ray with a loving gaze. When the saint came to his room, the first thing he wanted to understand was why he couldn't spend at least one day peacefully, and what he should tell him about at his first lecture on medicine. He was faced with one problem after another, and therefore had so many reasons to worry. How suddenly he was very much frightened by Iriel, who crawled out from under his bed, and the first thing she wanted to know was what he was doing outside. Why was it so hard for her to hide? Ray was very scared and immediately wanted to know from her what she was doing here at all and why she was not in the Holy Empire. According to her, she was only here to find out how he was doing, and it seemed to him that she was doing too much for him, and Ariel actually couldn't help but agree with him. But she also wanted to add that she also came here not just to see him, but also to spend a little more time with him. At that same wonderful moment, they were interrupted by a beam of light from which Ira miraculously appeared, who, as was known, was also here, only to simply see the guy. Ray didn't have time to recover from the shock that Ira gave her, when suddenly Ira scared him so much and he had no idea what was going on here. He didn't even guess what she was doing here, because it seemed to him that today was an ordinary day, no different from others, but still, for some reason, she was here. After some time, they were already sitting at the same dinner table, and Ray felt not very comfortable, because Iriel and Era were clearly not friends. Some time before this, Ray stood with his mouth open and simply couldn't believe that Era used a teleportation spell. But she was worried about what he could say to her during such a long separation, because it was obvious to her that she came because she really wanted to see him. Before Ray could tell her that he was very glad to see her, she immediately turned her attention to Iriel in order to find out what he was doing here with this woman. Iriel didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Was there really some law that prevented her from being here? But their quarrel was immediately interrupted by Ray, who handed them cloaks and said that they were leaving the academy immediately. After all, looking at the girls, he actually understood perfectly well that if he was seen with a saint and a high elf, then most likely he would attract too much attention. But what worried him most was that he could not spend a single day peacefully. At the dinner table, Ira decided to note that not much time had passed since she was last in the human village, but when she looked around, she noticed that quite a lot had changed in that time. Suddenly, her story was interrupted by one of the restaurant workers, who asked Ray and company for permission to let some more people sit down with them. Ray and the girls didn't really care, so they quickly agreed and allowed them to sit down. One of them immediately thanked Ray for allowing him to sit down while they were waiting for empty seats, and the saint, in response to this, decided to ask them a question in which he was interested to know whether they were adventurers, although mentally he already understood that by the flow of mana, one of them was a magician, and the other 3 guys were swordsmen. As it turned out, they were mercenaries, and they found it a little funny that Ray called them adventurers. They didn't have such a name yet. But seriously, they turned out to be members of Bilical's mercenary corps. Ray had already heard about him. He knew that most of the corps members had a lot of experience, and that recently this organization had grown significantly in size, and while he was thinking about this, Iriel decided to talk to them, who, as it turned out, had heard a lot about them and therefore wanted to know what they were doing here. According to one of them, they received a request from the Holy Empire, and now they need to suppress the resistance forces and nearby monsters. Iriel immediately responded that it was actually quite impressive to receive an order from the Holy Empire, but Ray saw something else in it, because he realized that in fact Iriel was simply pushing her work onto the mercenaries. Ira joined this dialogue because she thought this story was quite interesting, although she assumed that perhaps it was because she lived in the forest. So she asked the mercenaries to tell her more stories. The mercenaries began to tell her about their troubles, and she managed to find out a lot of information, as well as Ray, because if you believe the words of the mercenaries, then after his arrival at the academy, the number of monsters sharply decreased. But this only affected low-ranking monsters. The number of mid-ranking monsters did not decrease. As if they were under someone's control, the monsters began to adhere to tactics. Now, Ray understood why Iriel hired mercenaries, because it would clearly be difficult for people in the Holy Empire to fight against such opponents. Iriel took this into account, and Ray understood it, but suddenly their dialogue and the guy's thoughts were interrupted by screams about the monsters around the restaurant. Iriel immediately suggested that he go out and figure out everything that was going on there, and as soon as they went outside, they immediately noticed a bunch of wyverns flying in the air. The mercenaries, as soon as they looked at one of them, immediately became so scared that she couldn't even move, although they understood that this state was controlled by fear, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ira also went outside believing that fear could only affect weak people, after which she began an attack on her new opponent, simultaneously asking her how she dared to use force against someone who was much stronger than her. Ray also joined the battle, using a capture skill to cancel the spell that the wyvern was about to use. Era told Ray that this wyvern was able to cast a spell even after it felt fear from Era. And for Ray this was very strange, because they both had the impression that this wyvern simply lacked consciousness. While they were trying to figure this out, Iriel turned to Ray to tell him that she would go deal with the other monsters. At that moment, the saint had only one thought in his head, and that was that there was definitely someone else behind all of this, and he was simply taking it all too lightly. But in order to find out, he decided that first he needed to talk to the necromancer. After some time, there were already several magicians standing near the necromancer who were trying to find out something from him, but the necromancer was not going to tell them anything, so they decided that it would be best to use a mental spell. This spell was also known as mind reading, but after several attempts, they realized that their magic was actually unlikely to work on him. After which the necromancer himself said that he did not even suspect where they got this sixth circle newcomer from. And he also did not believe that she was using such a low-grade spell, so it seemed to him that they should bring a saint to him. He tried to convey to them that he knew about all the events that had happened in the outside world. He also knew that the saint had returned to the academy, and if he came here to extract any information from him, he would target those areas that the saint could not reach. Of course, he didn't say the last part of his thoughts out loud, but he continued to think that the monster tamer was clearly capable of this, and they would most likely use the trade union to put pressure on the economy of the Holy Empire, and then the necromancer was sure that this state would finally fall. Ekle suddenly interrupted his thoughts when she began to say that since he wanted to see the saint so much, she would have no problem arranging this meeting for him, because her information about the saint was already here. After which she added to him that he apparently does not fully understand that in reality it is absolutely unimportant what he plans to do, because he will not succeed anyway. And all these plans were called, according to her, unrealizable dreams that the necromancer would never experience in real life. Then the necromancer suggested that they do whatever they wanted with him, and then they would see who would laugh last. It was already evening, and only by this time Ray and company were able to cope with the monsters, but he was still worried about their behavior. In any case, now he decided that they need to strengthen the defense of the academy. Ira suddenly came closer to him and asked him for one favor, namely, she would really like to talk to him alone, and according to her, this is very important. They walked a short distance, and the girl began by saying that perhaps she did not understand anything because she had lived in the forest for a long time, but she would still like to share with him what she felt. And when Ray was ready to listen to her, she began to talk about the fact that right now, including the territory that he calls the Academy, there are large magic circles located in several places. This surprised Ray very much, but Ira did not finish there, because she wanted to add the fact that these circles were simply huge, although it was also worth noting the fact that the flow of mana was weak. But then, when the monsters joined them, the flow of mana became much stronger. After these words, Ray immediately wanted to know what type of circles these were, and although Ira was surprised that the guy even knew about the types of circles, she still told him that for now, she only felt a weak magical power. She also told him right away that it would be quite difficult to destroy a circle of such a scale, so she thought that they needed to prepare for the destruction. But Ray still wanted to know if they could erase at least part of the circle at this point. Ira immediately assured him that in order to destroy the magic circle, they would need to destroy at least 30% of its area, and in this situation, Ira believed that it was simply impossible to do this, since they simply did not know what it was drawn with. Ray himself understood this. He hoped to hear other information from Ira, in any case. Now they need to come up with something, because the magic circle works, and this means that it is whole, and its size creates huge problems, and the worst thing is that Ray did not even know if he could stop it. Therefore the saint decided that first of all, they should evacuate the people, so he began to prepare an order for a mass evacuation. After this, everyone began to panic, but not Fia, who began to calmly look for options with which they could get many people out of the city at once. After some time, they came to the conclusion that since the village is divided into a northern and southern part, it would be best to evacuate people from the northern part to Gorel and from the southern part to Sulain. Since there are mountains between the northern region and Gorel, this is not the fastest way to evacuate. Ray himself was thinking about climbing to some high place in order to notify all the civilians about this, but suddenly he was interrupted by Ira, who screamed and asked him to stop immediately. She lifted Ray into the air along with a piece of land, so he simply wouldn't have to waste time looking for some high place. Next, Ray used voice amplification with magic, and in this way he was going to address all the residents of the town. He did not explain what was happening, but immediately said that they needed to immediately collect their things and evacuate to Garel, which caused misunderstanding and confusion among people. Ray realized that they wouldn't just run away, so he took off his cloak and ordered them to run away from the name of the saint. But even so, they didn't seem to be running away because they kept looking at him, so Ray decided to try an extreme method and blew up something that was near him, and this clearly sped up the people's thinking and they started running away. Even though it was an imaginary explosion that Ray created with magic, it was still the best option because they simply didn't have time to explain. After which, he decided to go to the outskirts and warn the people there, and in his head at that moment, the only thing he had in mind was that it was better for people to think that they would not be able to get out of this situation safely. Iriel also began to carry out her part of the plan, and she simply could not get the thought out of her head that such a sudden evacuation of people would require at least 3 days, so she needed to request supplies from the city. She also understood perfectly well that the road to the north was more difficult, so there was a greater likelihood of being exposed to danger there than in the south. She meant monsters, like the ones that were following her now, and that's why she was clearly wary. Iriel immediately realized that they had quite a lot of mana, and there were about 5 of them. There was also a feeling that they could release quite a lot of aura, which made them even stronger. In any case, she won't find out until she asks them herself, and the first thing she wanted to know was what business they had with her. These guys started talking among themselves about how she was a saint, even though their leader had forbidden them to do so, but they believed that she would die anyway, and there was no point in hiding. Iriel saw 3 youths and 2 adult men in front of her, and the men had as much energy as Zeke had, which meant that they could cause her quite a lot of trouble. And at that time, he was talking about how they wanted to fight the saint more than her. Iriel believed that they looked down on her, and for this, they would suffer the punishment they deserved. And as soon as she said this, one of them immediately went into battle with the words that they had already punished many who did not respect them, and she would be next. Iriel didn't think long and immediately used holy energy, which helped her block this guy's blow, as well as strike back at the rest of her enemies. After which she stopped for a moment to convey to them that it would be better for them to continue lying where they were now, otherwise she would use even greater force, and then they would regret that they were born into this world at all. She was interrupted by one of the sword masters who had an incredibly high level and quite good technique, which was basically expected from a sword master. The only thing she didn't understand was what were 2 sword masters doing here. She, of course, assumed that it could be the Lessian Empire, but they had no reason to attack her, and it was also obvious that the Empire would not be able to deal with a saint, so they would not do such a stupid thing. But the most important thing was that now was not the time to think about it. Right now, she has to focus only on the fight, because if they find even one flaw in her defense, she'll be in big trouble. In order to protect herself a little, she decided that she would use her holy power, which could slightly reduce the distance between them. But the only thing she didn't take into account was the fact that they would attack her together at the same time, and while she was watching one side, they planned and struck from a blind spot. Although Iriel quickly got her bearings and realized what she had to do, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, she used Holy Flash. Iriel was a warrior who knew full well that there was one simple tactic that could be used to defeat a sword master, and that was what she would use to defeat them. One of the swordsmen suddenly believed in his own strength too much, and without thinking crossed the barrier that Iriel had created. So he simply lost his arm, and all Iriel could say about it was that he was too careless with his life, as if it were some piece of paper. She stated that in that case, in his place, she would try to make peace or compromise. These words made him laugh, because he believed that with such power, there definitely could not be peace. Then Iriel decided that she would destroy them, but the swordsman doubted it, because he believed that they were much stronger than her. She turned to him with a smile to tell him that she might not be able to do it, but luckily she knew someone who could. At this point their dialogue came to an end, and the swordsman had nothing to say in response to these words. Iriel sent him to another world, and when she turned around, she noticed that all his friends had scattered in different directions, but she was not going to let them escape. These guys moved away some distance and discussed the fact that they could not even imagine that the saint would be so strong, and now they apparently had a big problem with catching her. But before they could finish talking about this, a saint suddenly appeared right in front of them who wanted to immediately assure them that they would not succeed in reality, and she could tell them this for sure. They clearly didn't think that she would be able to catch up with them so quickly, and their thoughts were interrupted by Iriel, who suggested that they just go with her while she was kind, because if they decided to refuse, she would still take them with her, although it would be much more painful for them. After these words, one of them threw something into his mouth and bit into it. After him, several more guys did the same, after which blood began to flow from their mouths, and it became clear that these were small capsules with poison. And looking at this, Iriel thought that it was quite decisive to end her life for the sake of preserving the secret. But it's still useless, because they've encountered someone who can cure and save them even from such a condition. After which she told them that they simply could not die while she was with them, and now she hoped that they had learned their lesson and once again offered them to go with her, or they had another option, in which she would simply cut off their legs and drag them along. The choice was theirs alone. They tried to find out what would happen to them if they went with her, but she thought it was a pretty stupid question, because for trying to destroy a saint, they would obviously be executed. One of them realized that even if they told the Holy Empire everything, it still wouldn't be able to do anything, and most likely it would be the end for them. But Iriel immediately interrupted him and said that it wasn't up to them to decide. Their job was to simply tell them everything. After which he asked Iriel to promise him something in exchange for him telling only the truth, and the girl agreed to fulfill his request if he really would tell only the truth. His friends immediately started yelling at him and saying that he simply had no right to say anything, because this didn't only concern him. They would all die, but he didn't listen to them, and still took an oath that he would only tell the truth. It was not a simple oath, but with the help of mana, the essence of which was that if the person who gave the oath broke it, then the mana inside his body would flow in the opposite direction, and now Iriel was truly confident that he would most likely tell the truth. He began his story by saying that the Holy Empire does not know, but their group is called Phroxia, and it was they who infiltrated the Empire more than 20 years ago. Iriel realized that he was talking about the Great Massacre in Gorel, and this guy was surprised that she knew about it, because when it all started, she was very young. The man continued his story and said that everyone then said that it was a monster who did it, but in fact, everything was not so. According to this guy, it happened because of Phroxia's actions. Then they survived the Great Massacre, but they were kidnapped. Only a few people with great physical strength were chosen, and all the rest became victims of the monsters, unfortunately. Swordmasters were kidnapped from other kingdoms, and their captors killed their family members if they refused to obey. They even held this guy's younger brother hostage, who tells about it with tears in his eyes, and now the only request he has is for Phroxia to be destroyed. Iriel listened to him attentively, and after he finished speaking, she confidently told him that she understood him, and now she advised them to leave here as soon as possible. They were surprised by the girl's decision, Was she really letting them go? But Ariel asked them not to be so surprised by this and to return to their families as soon as possible. Or if they wanted, they could simply die alone. It was purely their choice. And to make them feel calmer, she assured them that now they could not be afraid of Phroxia, although she could not promise them that they would destroy them, but she personally would do everything possible for this. After that, all the other guys suddenly started talking about how they wanted to tell her something about Phroxia, but Ariel didn't have time to listen to each of them, so she asked them to follow her so that she could listen to them along the way. Ray, meanwhile, was examining the territory, and to his surprise, he did not see a single magic circle, although he was sure that it was definitely here, which meant that he needed to find it quickly, because if the magic suddenly activated, then they would have big problems. While he was walking through this city, he noticed traces of explosions, mana, and bloodshed on the street, which is most likely why the villagers were petrified. It was also quite strange for him that there was no damage to any of the buildings, as if someone had specially tried to preserve them. Suddenly, these thoughts prompted the guy to remember everything that Ira told him, and he realized that the best thing to do in this case was to use an explosion spell. And now, as he expected, the magic circle begins to actively disappear and he feels it. The thing was that this entire village forms a huge magic circle. But what was most unpleasant about this situation was that there were still people left in this village, whom Ray immediately ordered to run away immediately. People didn't want to break the order, they were just trying to tell the Holy Lord that they were in a state of shock from the fact that people were just petrified like that. According to them, they thought that they would also turn into stone over time during the evacuation, so they couldn't escape earlier. Then Ray decided to find out from them who turned all these people into stone. They immediately told him that these were monsters, which are called ghosts, who use black magic, and when they came to their senses, they noticed that several monsters were running around the village. Also, these local residents did not believe that some guy started to destroy houses, and no one even suspected that this guy would be a saint. But suddenly, their thoughts were interrupted by Ray, who wanted to ask them why they didn't think of catching the monsters, since they were clearly using aura. They couldn't even imagine how Ray knew that they were using aura, but he didn't stop there and added that the blood on them clearly indicated that they hadn't been hiding here all this time. Ray led to the fact that he guessed that they destroyed the soldiers who were fighting the monsters, and then hid in the building so that no one would think about them. They realized that they had been exposed, and that there was essentially no other way out. They decided to crack the exact same capsule as the people who met Ariel did. But this time it worked much faster, and they literally dissolved, which is why the saint simply did not have time to react. He had never heard of a substance that could dissolve the entire body so quickly. He was upset that he couldn't do anything about it, but he also understood that now there was simply no time to worry about it, because he needed to deal with the magic circle. He understood that one explosion would definitely not be enough for this, so he decided to use a spell called mana detection. So he scanned the area that was around and realized that there were no people left here, so he decided to finish with all this as quickly as possible. He set about performing his ritual no matter how hard it was. Ray tried to do everything to close this issue as quickly as possible. On the way, Ariel's new acquaintances told her about how they were kidnapped by Phroxia, and also after that they went through hard training, which was necessary so that later they could do all sorts of stupid things. But all this information was not so interesting for Ariel, because she expected to hear something a little different. She hoped that they would tell her the size of Phroxia, a rough idea of their strength, skills, methods of transmitting information, at least something of this. But she understood that before this, she knew nothing at all, so for a start, it was not bad. One of them decided to find out something from the saint. He was quite interested in finding out how her childhood went, because as far as they knew, she grew up in a rich family. In a small church on a small island of the Holy Empire, there lived a beautiful girl named Ariel. She had pink eyes and soft golden hair. Ariel was the most beautiful girl in the orphanage church. She had a kind heart and a wonderful character. One day, Priest George suggested that the girl go to the outside world, because it seemed to him that the girl was always interested in learning new things about the village. Iriel agreed with him that she was really interested in learning something new about the village, but she didn't know what she would do there, and she was also quite sad to part with her friends, but he insisted because he thought that she was a pretty smart girl and would definitely cope with everything. Besides, he will try to help her, because he thought that here she would clearly waste her talent, but he sees great potential in her, and a better future clearly awaits her in the outside world. He also didn't forget to say that he would make sure that she could return at any moment, and then little Iriel immediately agreed to this proposal. And Geogre was glad that she agreed, because in fact she could go today, but she was not ready to do it so quickly, because she had not yet said goodbye to all her friends, but he once again convinced her that she needed to go right now. Iriel was actually upset for a long time that she was never able to say goodbye to her friends, but the priest assured her that there was nothing to worry about because she could just send them a letter, and in fact, Iriel understood that the man was right. On the way, she noticed that they had actually already passed the village, and so Iriel decided to find out where they were actually going. In response to this question, the priest smiled and told her that there was no need to worry because they were heading to the port. After which he added that in fact they would board a ship to sail to Yahello. According to him, it was a fairly large city, and she would be much better off there than in their village on the island. He understood that she might be worried, so he asked her to simply imagine that this was some kind of research. Iriel was becoming more and more interested with each passing second, so she happily followed the priest. After several hours of traveling on a ship, they finally arrived in the very city that the priest had told her about, the very same Yahello. Iriel immediately noticed that this city was simply amazing, but now she wanted to know where they would go next. Geogre couldn't tell her about it yet, because according to him, they needed to talk about it first. He held out a mug into which he poured tea with holy water, nothing special, he just prepared it to celebrate their arrival. And as soon as Iriel took a sip, she immediately felt an incredible clouding of her mind, and after a few seconds, her eyes began to close on their own, and she could not stop it. Iriel slept for a while, and when she woke up, she heard Geogre's voice, who was talking to a local seller with whom he was negotiating a price, and what the buyer was offering him clearly did not suit him. And when she fully woke up, all that Geogre could tell her was that he would hope that she would live her happy life in this place. At first, Iriel thought that this was the place he had told her about, but his answer made her understand that this was not the case at all, because he told her that this was a settlement of slave traders. Geogre was not shy and told the girl with a smile that he simply sold her. And from that day on she is a legal slave. Iriel clearly did not expect to see such a life. So she started yelling at him and saying that they clearly weren't talking about this. She thought he was taking her to an amazing place, and he told her he would help her find what she wanted to do. But all she heard in response was that she was just naive because it was all a lie. He also decided to add that she was a smart enough child, so he was sure that she would be able to work, and he didn't lie when he said that she could write to her friends at any time she wanted to do so. Although then he suddenly said that perhaps she wouldn't have to write to them because he would do everything to bring her friends here. At this phrase, their dialogue ended, and all that Iriel heard next was that her new owner was yelling at her, forcing her to follow him. That's exactly how these people deceived her. She stared at the wall for 4 days like she was crazy. But in reality, it was part of her escape plan, and after a while, this behavior began to bear fruit, because the guards became less vigilant towards her. During her entire stay there, she analyzed the surrounding area, remembered the actions and habits of all the people who entered and exited this building, and finally, the day of its sale arrived. Before which she remembered how her mother, before leaving, told the little girl that she had to protect her to the last, but still she had to hand over her daughter into the hands of Lord Gaia, who had to protect Iriel. The woman gave her a cross and said that she was sure that her daughter would grow up very strong and become a great person. All these memories and thoughts that she should become stronger sat in her head all this time, and now she decided that the time had finally come when she should act. She thought about this plan for 4 days. She thought that she simply had no other choice, especially since the person who bought this girl constantly told her that the priest who sold her to him was a complete fool, because someone like Iriel was clearly worth more than 2 coins. The girl knew that she was much weaker than him, and if she managed to escape, it would be a great success, but she was still going to try, and to do this, she pretended that she was very ill. She knew that a young girl would not be able to escape from an adult man so easily, so she decided that she would make this man lose his vigilance as soon as he approached her to check if she was dead. Iriel suddenly opened her eyes and stuck the very cross that her mother had given her into the neck of this big guy, and when she did this, she was right, because he really did lose all concentration. With such a past, she was not against being called a destroyer, and the guy clearly did not expect to hear such a story, so he was a little confused and did not know what to say to her in response to this. During these conversations, they quickly reached the main gates of the city of Yahello, where the saint was already greeted with all respect. But what was more important was that this priest who met her was Georg, whom she was not very happy to see, and his nervous answers to the girl spoke for themselves. In the distant past, a priest tricked her and sold her into slavery, so she had to commit her first crime and escape. But unfortunately for her, these slave traders turned out to be very tenacious. They pursued her relentlessly for months, but when they found her, she had to run away from them just like she had done the very first time. Thanks to one of her most serious sins, she became more and more covered in blood. It literally stopped washing out of her hair, leaving an imprint of each of her crimes. The traces of sin only became deeper, and the feeling of guilt weakened, so she hated the world that brought her to such a state, and when she finally came to her senses, her spirit had already become abnormal. But one day in her life suddenly changed everything. It happened when the goddess for some reason decided to choose Iriel as her student. Under the gentle light, she realized how precious life is and how futile revenge is, so now she can look this shameless man straight in the eye. Iriel doesn't really think anything about him, although she thought it was a little strange, because something inside literally doesn't allow her to just destroy this man. Ray, meanwhile, continued to analyze the magic circles, their locations throughout the city, determining their type and purpose. As he thought, the radius, structure, and shape of the buildings, they all had magic circle runes. It could be said that each of the floors formed a magic circle, and most likely, there were about 6 magic circles, and with this knowledge, he just had to narrow down the search area. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly noticed another huge magic circle that appeared right above his head. And this was actually a huge problem because the mana of the activated magic circle immediately began to bind him. At that moment, Ray realized that he was still unable to interrupt the flow of mana. Looking at this magic circle, he began to guess that it might be a cursed type magic circle, which could mean that a huge amount of mana was enhancing the properties of the seal. He also remembered that a powerful spell had been used recently, which meant only one thing. His mana was already at its limit, and he couldn't even force it out of his body. Suddenly, he smelled a scent that was quite familiar to him. He smelled exactly the same scent when he was looking after Ira. In any case, now he had another problem, which was that monsters began to come out of different portals to him. Although they were not so dangerous for the guy, he was more interested in the question, who called them here? But apparently for now, he will clearly have to put this question off until later, because he cannot fight them in this state, and therefore he should urgently figure out what to do next. After all, if he doesn't stop them, they will go after the people who are currently evacuating. So he tried to create a sword from mana, and at the moment, it is incredibly difficult for him to do this. But even in such a critical state, he was able to attack first and defeat several monsters at once. Although his strength did not last long, after some time he felt that his blood vessels would soon burst, because the mana began to flow in the opposite direction. And his problems didn't end there, because as soon as he was distracted for a few seconds, his enemies fired several arrows straight into his back. Because of which, Ray fell to the ground and barely understood what was happening around him. He began to think that they had predicted this, that they had done it on purpose to expose him to such an attack while he was careless and arrogant. A bunch of wolves and strange monsters immediately appeared around him, quickly surrounding Ray and ready to destroy him at any moment. At that moment, Ira was standing on the roof of one of the buildings and thinking about the fact that the supply wagons were arriving one after another, which meant that Iriel was doing her job and that was good, so she decided that she needed to go to Ray for help. And as soon as she thought about him, it was as if an arrow flew into her consciousness with a message in which she heard the quiet voice of Ray, who could barely speak. She immediately realized that Ray's life force was weakening, and this could only mean one thing: someone was clearly hurting this child. So she immediately created a new teleportation gate, which she immediately entered. And a few seconds later, she was already destroying the monsters that dared to attack Ray. True, at one point she was overcome by great fear. When she saw Ray, she began to worry very much about him, because his appearance was simply terrible. He was in very bad condition. She tried to reach him, and at the same time heal his body with the help of magic, but so far she has not had any positive results. Suddenly she felt again that very smell that she would probably never be able to forget, the sickening fruity aroma that had enveloped her for 20 years. This is a ghost curse that plunges you into a long sleep, and right now this smell is coming from Ray. Realizing this fact made her cry because she didn't know what to do with it next. Exactly a month has passed since that moment, and Ray still hasn't woken up. The news that the hero of the Holy Empire was unwell shocked many of his followers, and the Empire eventually held a ceremony in honor of the saint. Having highly appreciated all the merits of Ray, Pope Gliocchiore awarded him the title of Hero of the Diamond, which no one in the Holy Empire had ever received, and he also gave Ray the surname Abel. Now the Empire became extremely vulnerable to enemy invasion. Taking advantage of this, Phroxia started a war with the Holy Empire. Iriel and Zeke were on guard for the Empire and did their best to protect their home and prevent enemies from taking it over. But the enemy's attacks simply did not end. They continued for 3 days in a row, and one day, Iriel thought that even if physical fatigue could be compensated for by divine magic, they would not be able to do anything about moral exhaustion. But at one moment his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice. It was Marquis Harold, who shouted that they had come to them in order to help the Holy Empire contain the enemy. Their help was actually quite timely, because most of the warriors of the Holy Empire were already tired from constant battles and wanted to rest. Iriel watched Barrett, Sarret, and Gray closely, and she could tell with absolute certainty that they had all become worthy warriors. It seemed to her that the saint would be very happy to see them like that. But no matter how good everything was, they still had to tense up at one point, because people appeared in front of them who, according to their information, were in another place several days ago. These were special warriors of Phroxia, each of whom was a master of the sword, and there were quite a lot of them. But on the side of the Holy Empire, the only forces at the level of a sword master were only Iriel and Zeke. There were far fewer of them, which meant that they would almost certainly lose this fight. Iriel didn't have time to say a word to Zeke or think about their plan when one of Phroxia's warriors attacked them. It was not an easy blow, and Iriel had a hard time trying to block it. But this old man was not going to stop there, so he gathered all his strength and wanted to launch another attack. Zeke couldn't just leave the saint in trouble, so he immediately stood in front of her to try to block this blow. But he certainly didn't expect that this blow would be so powerful and that it would be so difficult to parry it. After such an attack, Zeke clearly did not feel his best. He could barely stand on his feet, and this was only one attack. The gap in forces was colossal. They clearly wouldn't be able to win just like that. So Iriel made a rather logical decision when she ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The enemy swordmaster was not going to let them go so easily, so as soon as they started running, he immediately gave chase. But he did not take into account that Iriel would decide to use his most powerful blow in this case, which was called the Light of Gaia. This radiation of power really stopped Phroxia's attacks, although everyone around understood that it would not last long, and sooner or later her powers would run out. For a second, this old man even thought that all his opponents had evaporated because she had borrowed divine power. The Holy Empire's plan was not too intricate. because while the order of the 7 holy knights would advance, the knights of Marquis Harold would strike from the rear. This is exactly the plan announced by Graya, who also added that the pontiff and the priests will have complete control over the paladins, and their clash will take place in the forest in the north. Iriel, at that moment, thought that this young girl stood out quite a lot among the academy students who went to war, because her tactics compensated for their lack of strength. So Iriel told her that this was a good strategy, and they would follow it, because if everything worked out, they would be able to change the situation. After these words, she decided to end this meeting. Besides, it looked like they were not going to attack, so she suggested at least resting a little. As soon as they left the tent where they were discussing strategy, the first thing Zeke told Iriel was that things were pretty hard for them without Ray, and Iriel couldn't argue with that, and she only just now realized how important he had been to them all this time. But she also wanted to say that they can't always rely on him, because she is also a saint of the Holy Empire. Several more people entered into their dialogue, and the first thing they did was tell the saint that she was completely right, and they also wanted to say that they needed to repay the favor that the saint had shown them. Zeke was glad to see them, but still decided to ask why they left their comfortable places to come here. One of them answered that during war there are no comfortable places, and this made Iriel smile, although at that moment she was thinking about whether this was one of the consequences of the changes that had occurred in the Empire. In her head at that moment, there was a thought that these nobles had previously been driven only by the interests of their families, but now they had united for a common goal, and she would never have thought that she would ever feel some kind of connection with them. Euclid once again decided to come to the saint's chambers and find out how he was doing. Ira, who did not leave the guy's side for a moment, answered her that, unfortunately, nothing had changed. According to her, his body was not moving, but his mind was quite alert, after which she asked Euclid to keep the saint company, because now she was leaving. Euclid wished her a good journey, and immediately thought about the fact that only a saint could be a person who enjoys the love and care of a high elf. Moreover, she was surprised at how many people were worried about him at all. That's why she wanted more than anything for Ray to finally wake up and delight everyone with his presence again. Ray's mana reserve is unique. He does not form a magic circle inside his body, but draws mana from the environment. But currently, there are 2 sources of mana in Ray's body: the magic of the bone dragon and the spell that Era was under. This is the same mana of the magic circle. The method he used to treat Ira was unique, because it wasn't really a treatment. He simply pushed the spell mana outside of her body using magic. He needs to push the cursed mana out of his body, but unfortunately, he has less control over it now, so he won't be able to do it on his own. He had the idea to move the bone dragon's mana because he knew that they simply could not coexist in one place, and then according to his plan, the bone dragon's energy would displace the cursed mana. Ray did this, and now all he could do was watch the 2 energies fight each other, and it seemed to him that it would be really great if the dragon's energy won. But he understood perfectly well that the curse had been growing stronger over the decades, and if the magic circle completely destroyed the dragon's energy, then for Ray it would be the end, and most likely he would simply die. So Ray decided to prepare himself properly for this moment, and for this he collected as much mana as possible, because he understood that in any case, all this madness would happen inside his body, and then it would most likely seriously affect him. The guy didn't even guess who created this magic circle, but if he ever managed to catch it, Ray promised himself that this person or creature would definitely answer for everything. Meanwhile, the fighting on the battlefield continued, and Mrs. Euclid also went out to fight again. She used quite strong magic, because of which her enemies had to retreat, and this could not but please her, although she did not show it. Euclid ordered all her troops to return to the Empire and rest, after which the knights ran up to her and began to tell her that she was simply magnificent today and no Phroxia could compare to her. And in fact, she agreed with them, because it seemed to her too that if they continued to fight in this spirit, they would easily be able to protect not only Sulain, but also Garel and Salonia. But she also didn't forget that they had to take into account all the variables, and most of the enemy troops were located near Garel, and knowing this, she understood that they would certainly need reinforcements. She ordered her assistants to transfer all their forces to Garel, and they were ready to fulfill her request without any problems. Suddenly she felt an incredibly strong flow of mana and immediately raised her eyes up to determine what was happening, but she saw nothing. And the whole thing was that Ray finally came to his senses and opened his eyes. He himself did not expect that he would be able to return, but he still managed to do it, and he returned to his previous life. Moreover, due to this experience, the bone dragon energy in his hand disappeared, and it became normal again, so now he can confidently say that it was a good idea to make the two types of mana collide. The dragon's energy was completely gone when the curse overcame it, but the curse itself was too weak to continue to keep Ray in chains, so he was able to wake up. He can't move his entire body yet, but he can control the mana in the environment. Now he has decided to concentrate more on his healing, because now a lot depends on him. After he woke up, he began to feel like his left arm was much lighter, and this was quite strange for Ray. And not only this made him wary, he also noticed that it was as if his mana was filling his blood vessels, muscles, and every cell of his body. Ray concluded that the mana inside his body had become active because his hand had become accustomed to the large amount of mana flowing through it. The mana essentially circulates in his left hand where the two energies collide, and this essentially optimizes the mana consumption in his body, and thus increases efficiency. He liked the feeling most of all when mana was activated. It was just an amazing sensation, so he decided to adapt his whole body to it. The healing was quite successful, and after some time Ray was finally able to get up, and the first thing he felt was that his body became incredibly light, and his physical fitness improved significantly. All this made him think that it was time for him to return and help his people. After all, at this moment, all the chains that bound the beast have fallen, and now Ray is absolutely free. The appearance of the Sword Masters was a turning point. At night they retreated to the capital of the Holy Empire, and therefore Iriel understood perfectly well that if they lost more warriors here, it would be very difficult to protect Salonia, so she decided to get out of here as soon as possible. Iriel ordered all her people to leave immediately, after which she sat down and thought that she had to stop them at any cost, because if she didn't do it, then she would start having big problems. Although Zeke and company asked her to leave, saying that they would try to delay them somehow, she had to leave with everyone, because without her the people would definitely not be able to cope. But these words made her even more angry. She didn't understand how they could offer her such a thing just because she was a saint. Zeke did not back down from his opinion, and repeated to her once again that the Empire would fall if she suddenly died. These words finally made Iriel think. But apparently she was not thinking in her favor, because she decided to use the maximum of her remaining powers on the soldiers and gave them almost twice as much holy power as usual. After which, she ordered each of them to fight to the last, and under no circumstances did she allow them to die, after which she still decided to listen to Zeke and leave. Zeke decided that he was not going anywhere, and so he ordered his squad to take up positions and under no circumstances allow them to break through. After his words, he heard the words of their enemies, who came to the meeting place with the words that they somehow did not see the saint, and this meant that their only chance to have fun had run away. Only the weaklings remained. Zeke didn't really expect anything else, but he wasn't afraid of them, because all he wanted was to do everything possible to stop them. He immediately went into battle, and immediately encountered one of the enemies, who was glad that the youngest swordmaster was so strong. It would be interesting to see what he could do. Zeke simply didn't believe that this guy had such a high speed, because he didn't even notice him. After some time of fighting, Zeke realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. But he was not alone, and this was what Graya was going to prove. She shouted that they would help Mr. Zeke. One of them couldn't even believe that there were so many talented people in the Holy Empire. He only felt sorry that they couldn't leave them like this. They would have to destroy them all. And before he could finish speaking, Zeke noticed that someone had appeared behind Graya. Thanks to Zeke's reaction, she was still able to repel this vile attack at the last moment. But even in this case, Zeke understood perfectly well that they were much stronger than them, and they would hardly be able to defeat them at all. Zeke didn't have time to come up with a plan that would help them deal with these guys, because they didn't give him a second to breathe, constantly attacking him. It was very difficult for him to fight them, and he felt even worse because he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he saw snowflakes falling from the sky, and this could really mean only one thing: that someone is using 6th level magic, namely the frozen field technique, and that someone was Euclid, who came to the aid of Zeke and his warriors in time, and the first thing she did was politely ask Phroxia to surrender and not continue to do stupid things for which they would later answer with their lives. Meanwhile, Iriel had already gone quite a long distance, and while she was running, she was thinking about leaving no traces in order to buy herself a little more time. But on the other hand, she understood that even if she got to Salonia, she still didn't have a single good idea. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by the same old man who stood right in front of the girl and told her that if she had chosen the straight path, she would have been able to escape from them. But unfortunately for her, they guessed how she would act. Iriel actually expected something like this to happen, but who knew they would be so fast? In any case, she was no longer afraid, and all she could answer them was that she would definitely take one of them with her to the grave, and it was so funny to hear, actually. After all, they were sure that she wouldn't have enough strength to even repel their first attack. But this opinion quickly changed when the old man who was the first to go into battle was seriously wounded. But Iriel stood still and did nothing. Moreover, she was afraid to move, because she was in a state of shock. And all because in front of her stood Ray, who had finally come to his senses and was ready to help his people on the battlefield. Ray, looking at this old man, immediately realized that he was the one who decided to have a good time and create so many problems with his magic circles, and the old man was surprised that his curse was able to delay Ray for only 1 month. These words made Ray even more angry, because it had been a very difficult month for him, which he had endured with great difficulty. And now he has little time to figure something out, so he was going to quickly destroy them, and they seemed to believe him. Because Ray's mana flow was simply enormous. They of course heard about it, but they still did not think that he was so strong. These guys made their decision pretty quickly, and to do that they needed to grab Ray. Iriel guessed what they wanted to do. Most likely they grabbed Ray in order to use mana suppression on him. One of them immediately started screaming that he had too much mana, and he was just a teenager. Even 2 sword masters had much less mana, so they would do everything to ensure that he died. Ray understood perfectly well that they were currently trying to pit their mana against each other, and the result would be that the loser's mana reserve would be torn apart. But unfortunately for them, Ray was about to let them know that they had made the wrong decision and had clearly picked the wrong guy. And after a few seconds, one could calmly say that their main problem was that they underestimated their opponents, and today this played a cruel joke on them. After Ray dealt with these enemies, he turned to Iriel and told her that he wanted to go to Yahello first, so he wouldn't mind if she followed him. Zeke, meanwhile, gave all his strength in these battles, and even so, he was too weak and he was unable to deal a serious blow to his opponent. Euclid was also on edge. It was quite difficult for her to fight against several swordmasters at the same time. Out of concern for Zeke, she began to take more hits, unable to calm down knowing that Zeke had been injured in the midst of the chaos. Therefore, she decided that it was in their interests to end this battle as quickly as possible, because if they dragged it out, they would definitely lose. The enemies, looking at this magician, thought that as soon as Euclid dodges one spell, she immediately creates another one. The speed and angle at which she uses them is simply amazing. But there was still one flaw in it, and that was Zeke, who still missed a critical hit on his body. The swordmaster that Zeke fought gave him credit, because the guy held out for quite a long time, considering how big the difference in strength was between them. And now he's ready to get down to business with the lady who interrupted them and caused a little trouble. Now Euclid simply had no choice, and was ready to give it her all to destroy them once and for all. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point by a soldier of Phrygia, who ran with all his might and shouted that they needed to run away immediately because he was here. Those were his last words, because then a huge amount of firepower came down on him. And from the fog gradually began to emerge the silhouette of a man who was quite familiar to them. Ray first walked over to Zeke's body and touched it, which made him realize that the Holy Empire's swordmaster had died about 20 minutes ago. After Ray turned to Euclid to find out who did this to him, in response to this question, the girl began to say that this happened because of her incompetence, and therefore she was very sorry to admit it. But Ray decided that it was his own fault when he decided to ask such a question, because he could actually just kill them all, and then he wouldn't have to look for the culprit. Meanwhile, the members of Phrygia were talking to each other, and the girl was trying to tell the man that they needed to leave. But he didn't think so, and ordered her to guard the front lines while he sorted everything out. But before he could finish speaking, Ray struck the girl and literally cut her in half. After which he added that judging by the angle of Zeke's wound, it was definitely not her who did it. And this gave him the understanding that most likely it was he who did it. Even though this man smiled as he looked at his end, he still understood that Ray was an opponent he would not be able to defeat. A few minutes later, Ray was standing with Zeke's body in his arms, asking Euclid to take care of everything here. She would fulfill his request without any questions, but she was also quite interested to know what the saint was going to do with Zeke's body. Ray retreated to a relatively quiet area where he attempted to remove the damaged spinal cord and stitch up his kidney. But to Ray's great regret, he realized that without some form of blood transfusion, it was simply impossible to bring him back to life. Ariel approached him to find out if Zeke had really already raised him to the gods. It seemed to her that he should be in a better world, and she would also like to say goodbye, that all his exploits will remain in their memory. But her speech was interrupted by Ray, who assured Ariel that they could still save him and that there was no need to say goodbye to him yet. Ariel felt very sorry, but she still tried to explain to Ray that divine magic was not omnipotent and that he would not be able to bring a dead person back to life. But the saint himself understood this, so he himself was going to save him, and not divine magic. The saint tried to shout to him, saying that she herself perfectly understood what he was feeling now, and that it must be difficult to accept it, since he valued Zeke so much, but he really could not be saved. But Ray disagreed with her, because he believed that if giving up a life that could be saved was God's will, then all he had to do was crush the will. Ariel, hearing these words, immediately began to shout that this was blasphemy, and that it would most likely lead to tragic consequences. But when she saw that nothing serious was happening to him, she decided to listen to him. Ray tried to convey to her that he could not explain to her what exactly he was going to do, but she just needed to trust him. The girl could only watch as Ray used his strange method of treatment, which he believed would save Zeke. At that moment, she felt the holy power emanating from him, despite the fact that Ray used mana and said words that undermined his faith in God. It was really absurd. But still, she was willing to help him. He just needed to ask her for it. Ray was glad that she finally agreed with him, and so he assured her that she was actually already doing quite a lot. Although the saint himself understood perfectly well that Zeke's brain had already died, this was the very state in which it was impossible to save him. But just now, with the help of divine magic, his physical condition became the same as that of a living person. He did not forget that he could save him within 4 minutes from the moment the heart stopped, and now every second counted. So Ray decided that he would first cut the ribs that covered the heart. At that moment, he really needed an automatic external defibrillator. Instead of this device, he decided to use lightning, which caused the heart to start up again and begin moving blood throughout the body. The defibrillator is actually a solution to the current problem. If the movement becomes unstable or stops, then it is an indicator of the body's weak state, so Ray decided to use magic to control this movement. And for this, he wanted to strike lightning in a precise rhythm in order to massage the heart and stimulate blood flow. He did this for quite a long time, and all the while he begged Zeke to fight and start pumping blood through his body. and at one point his heart started up and began pumping blood on its own, so Ray immediately turned to Iriel and asked her to heal Zeke. She began to fulfill Ray's request, although she thought in her mind that it was simply impossible. Iriel looked closely at the color of Zeke's face and saw how he was breathing again. For her, this was beyond the realm of possibility. After which she decided to find out from Ray who he really is and how he managed to cure Zeke. In response, the saint told her that he could never have done it on his own, so they had just saved his life together. But she didn't listen to him, because she believed that she would never practice black magic, although Ray didn't understand what she was talking about because he uses medicine. After they managed to save Zeke, Ray asked to go to Phroxia to help Eucliwood, and Iriel was surprised that the saint did not go with her. But as it turned out, he needed to meet with the Pope. Iriel didn't have time to say a word to him before he immediately disappeared right in front of her. She wanted to tell him that dating her dad now wasn't really the best idea. The priest standing over the burning city of the Holy Empire said that soon all this would end and these people would take him to a safe place, but for now he decided that he just needed to hide to ensure his safety. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he felt the presence of a man behind him, who asked him to close his mouth and not twitch. The priest decided that he would not follow these orders, for which he paid, because his hand was cut off. He sincerely did not understand what was going on here at all, because he was sure that he had placed mana barrier stones everywhere, and he was bothered by the fact that he still could not feel its presence. But his thoughts were interrupted by Hom, who once again repeated to him not to twitch, otherwise he would lose his second hand, after which she asked him who he was working for anyway. The priest, with tears in his eyes, immediately told her everything, and according to him, their high priest is Mr. Xavier, but Hom wanted to know who from Phroxia gives him orders. He suddenly didn't want to answer this question, and this caused such disappointment to the Dame family, because they always didn't understand why people constantly complicate everything, and why they couldn't just tell them the whole truth right away. And all because what she disliked most of all was that very feeling when she had to dig around in someone's head. The priest couldn't quite believe that they were using divine magic of unorthodox interrogation on him, and how did they even manage to do it? Anyway, after a while it was all over, and basically after such an interrogation session, they learned useless information, and on such a not very good note, they decided that they needed to leave immediately. Before leaving, one member of the Dame family stayed behind to clear all traces, after which he would return to the main group, which had gone to see the saint. Hom understood that Ray had most likely already headed to the Vatican by this time, and they should speed up. And she was right, because Ray had indeed already been to the Vatican and was thinking about the fact that if we analyze the current situation, then the neighboring countries united and formed Phroxia. This is not a newly emerged force. If they infiltrated the top leadership of the Holy Empire, then it will be difficult to figure it out with the help of his influence. But Ray still decided to try to do it, and the first thing he did was go to the Pope's chambers. On the way he was met by one of the guards, who was slightly shocked when he saw the saint in front of him. Ray didn't say anything extra, he just asked the guy to tell his dad that he wanted to meet him. As soon as Ray met his dad, the first thing he told him about a group called Phroxia and the things they did, which made his dad incredibly angry, because he didn't understand how they dared to do something like that. He immediately decided to order his men to find them immediately, but Ray immediately asked him not to do this, because Ray believed that they needed to wait to get rid of them completely, since any action they took would make them more careful. But these words made the Pope even more angry, because he did not understand how he could think that he would be able to turn a blind eye to the heretics, because he would destroy them as soon as he found out that they had actually done something like that. He didn't stop there and continued shouting that he would pass judgment on these heretics, even if the entire empire had to be turned upside down. Ray didn't even expect him to react like that. Even for a believer, it seemed too much. Anyway, Ray decided to repeat those words again and again, told his dad not to do it. Ray only asked him not to let his emotions get the better of him. At the moment, Ray believed that he needed to lead the sacred empire in the right direction with his wisdom. After these words, Ray said that it was really time for him to leave, because he had business to attend to. The Pope clearly did not appreciate the saint's words. Moreover, it was clear from his facial expression how much he did not like Ray's persona. On the way back, Ray thought that he just didn't understand what his dad was thinking, because it was obvious that it would be better not to tell him that he was acting recklessly, because the survival of the entire empire was at stake. Considering his actions, Ray was surprised that he was the leader of the entire nation. Phroxia knew that they had 6 sword masters, and given this information, Ray began to suspect that there were more forces of that level. And most likely, this power would be enough to crush a medium-sized kingdom in an instant, even if they gave up attacking the Holy Empire and turned their attention to another kingdom. Then, in the worst-case scenario, Phroxia could become so powerful that even he couldn't stop her, so Ray thought it would be great if he could predict their actions, but for that, he would need some information. Zik returned to his chambers and thought only about the conversation he had with the saint. After Ray saved him once again, the saint decided that from that moment on, he should not appear on the battlefield. But he was clearly against it, because he believed that he was a master of the sword, and it would be a great loss for the armed forces, but she believed that everything was quite the opposite. In her opinion, the army uses sword masters as expendable material, and the next enemy that appears before them may be even stronger, and then this battle gave them an idea of their strength, and if he leads the army, then she would like to know from him himself where all the forces will be concentrated. But before he could give her an answer, she told him that she was more than sure that he did not want to need the saint's help again. Looking at his expression, Iriel could see that he understood why she wanted him to leave the battlefield and simply join the saint. Zeke remembered the time when he was a child. He was called a genius of the sword. Everyone had high hopes for him because he became the youngest sword master in the history of the Holy Empire. His destiny was to help the Vicar of God, the saint. He had no doubts about this, and he lived every day with pride. God chose a new saint, and then Zeke met him when the saint blocked his blow with his bare hands. Zeke's heart was pounding that day from the feeling he was experiencing for the first time. It was then that he realized that he had to give the saint everything he had. Namely, he wanted to serve him all his life and thereby become his sword. But now he understands that Zeke is actually too far from this, because he is more of a hindrance to him, all because the saint has already saved him twice, one of which even risked his life. So he was very upset that he was not the best guard that everyone was counting on, but Zeke was not one of those who would just give up. The saint looked out the window and thought that she had fulfilled his request and removed Zeke from the battlefield, but she was more interested in the question of what he was planning to do next. Ray, meanwhile, went to one of the prison cells where he decided to visit one of his old friends who could not wait for Ray to finally come to him. The necromancer immediately assumed that if Ray was here, then most likely the Holy Empire was not in the best position, and the saint did not hide it, and with full responsibility told him that all this chaos was because of Phroxia. And Ray came here to ask the necromancer a few questions, but the necromancer immediately made it clear to him that he had absolutely no desire to tell Ray anything, in response to which the saint smiled and told him that he would not ask him for something just like that. After which Ray began to list everything that bothered the necromancer, namely joint pain, poor eyesight, flabby skin, and a lot of wrinkles. He also did not forget to mention the loss of muscle mass, weakness of the cardiovascular system, kidneys, and much more. In other words, we can say that the necromancer's body is far from what it was before. And Ray led to the fact that he could try to fix all this and his body would be in perfect condition again, and in exchange for this, Ray offered him to tell everything he knew. Without waiting for the necromancer's answer, Ray also added that he had always been curious to know whose body was more similar to a human's, trolls, or ogres. The saint is well versed in modern medicine. He knows many ways to cause pain, and after some time of experiments, the necromancer was ready to tell Ray everything he wanted. If only the guy would stop and stop torturing him. But Ray was even a little upset because the necromancer gave up too quickly, and the guy still wanted to try to do so much. Nevertheless, he calmed down and began to listen to what the necromancer was telling him. According to the old man, with the end of the era of magic, the black, red, blue, gold, and yellow towers, which maintained the magical balance between the peoples, disappeared. Fearing the gradually growing power of the magic towers, the alliance of the continent's forces attacked them in the ensuing war. The Black Tower summoned the Bone Dragon and its undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the age of magic. The remaining magic united, waiting for the day when revenge will be accomplished. Phroxia still has 15 sword masters and 7 sixth circle mages. The first 7th circle mage in human history is also sharpening his blades. And as a result, the necromancer decided to declare that Ray actually had no chance of winning, but the guy clearly didn't want to listen to this nonsense, so he decided to find out where they were at the moment. If you believe the words of the necromancer, then at the moment they are in the mountains of Granicia. The Granician Mountains are the only mountain range on the continent where dwarves and elves live, a neutral zone that does not belong to any country. There is fertile soil and many resources. It is for these reasons that dwarves and elves are always at odds with each other. But it is also worth noting that the environment there is unsuitable for human life. That's why it's the perfect place for a military headquarters for an organization like Phroxia. Ray, listening to all this, could not get the thought out of his head that he would actually be happy to throw a meteorite there to quickly sort this out. But unfortunately, he cannot do this, because in this way he will drag the elves and dwarves into this story. Ray also suddenly understood why that necromancer was so inspired, because with such forces, conquering an entire continent no longer seemed like an impossible dream, and this fight would be harder than he thought. Just in time, Hong appeared, who was fully prepared to carry out the saint's orders. The first thing Ray told her was that each of them would go to the neighboring countries because he wanted them to monitor the movements of people from Phroxia, and as soon as they noticed anything suspicious, they would have to inform him. She understood him, but she didn't want to leave yet, and Ray realized that she wanted to tell him something. The girl made up her mind and said that she would carry out his orders at any cost, but they also thought that perhaps they should provide support on the battlefield. Ray smiled and said that in some ways she was right. But he still believed that at the moment they should first of all react faster than the enemy and not try to build up their forces, and the task that he had just given them was much more important than an ordinary battle. As for the advanced ones, Ray actually wasn't against creating them. Zik came to the saint, but he doesn't even know what he will tell him, and how does he even have the right to appear before him? And as soon as he entered the saint, the first thing he did was greet him, and from the expression on the saint's face it was clear how surprised he was that Zeke was in front of him. Looking at the swordmaster, Ray noticed how depressed he was, and in fact he understood what was going on. So he decided to give him a little encouragement and invite him to come to the training palace tomorrow morning. Zeke was surprised because he thought that Ray was going to get rid of him, and now only Ray was surprised because he didn't understand at all why he would kick out his swordmaster. Not only was he not going to kick him out, the saint was also going to make Zeke an invincible warrior, and all he needed now was to focus on the next 10 days and forget about the rest, because right now his only goal should be to become stronger. Ray understood that he suffered greatly on the battlefield, so that his absence would not be so noticeable. But the saint himself believes that if anyone deserves to cover him, it is Zeke, and he asked the swordmaster not to forget about it. Zeke almost burst into tears from such words, and at the very least he decided to kneel before Ray and tell him that he would do everything as the saint told him. The next morning, Zeke arrived on Ray's orders and did so. It seemed too early because the sun had not yet risen, but Zeke believed that he was the sword of a saint who had no right to make his master wait. Ray did not dissuade him, and they decided to start training. But before that, the saint asked Zeke to cover his blade with mana. And as soon as Zeke did this, Ray immediately decided to tell him that now he should get rid of his old habits and it's not just about how he covers his sword with mana. According to the saint, the blades of the aura are connected with balance, and apparently he will have to explain in more detail what this means. And to do this, he asked Zeke to imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, to each of which he needs to distribute mana equally, and in order to help Zeke do this for the first time, Ray decided to act on his mana to create that very connection. After a few seconds, the saint managed to do it, and Zeke's blade became many times stronger than it had been a few minutes ago. It was a completely different level of power. The air seemed to be attracted to the mana, and Zeke couldn't believe until the very end that his aura could become like that. Now Ray advised him to try again in order to consolidate his result. With the same feeling that Ray had demonstrated, Zeke tried to repeat his success. But as it turned out, it was not easy at all to do this, although Ray tried to tell him that it was all because he was trying to give something shapeless, precise proportions and keep it in this state. So Ray decided to give him 3 days for Zeke to try to master all this, and Zeke immediately promised that he would do everything that depended on him. After some time, Ray sat and thought about the fact that he gave Zeke 3 days, but he himself could not even think that Zeke would be able to cope so quickly, because it is very difficult to improve the aura in this way. In any case, the saint decided to wait until Zeke was strong enough, because he wanted to entrust him with the sacred empire in order to go to the mountains. He was glad that now it was only a matter of time, and soon he would be able to do this, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a strange flow of mana. And the culprit of this strange flow of mana was Ira, who suddenly opened her portal in Ray's chambers. He was very glad to see her here, and it was evident from his expression. Ira couldn't help but hug Ray when she saw him, because she clearly didn't think that when she came to him again, he would already be in his right mind. When they finally enjoyed meeting each other, Ray decided to ask Ira what she knew about the Granizia Mountains, and according to the elf, she was not the main one in these forests, but another high elf. This is what Ray was afraid of, because it complicates things even more for him. It didn't really matter if the plan to destroy Phroxia was large-scale, because even a small disturbance would be noticeable. Elves are known for their distrust of outsiders, and they would be even more unpleasant if a powerful stranger appeared on their territory. Thus, Ray understood perfectly well that he could lose the favor of the high elf, and then not only the villagers, but also the elves who live nearby would not just let it go. He wanted to know if that high elf was also as strong as Era, but according to the elf, all high elves are strong, but if this is important, then that elf is weaker than Era, because she is the guardian of all high elves. And this only meant that if he suddenly became an enemy of the high elves, then Ira would be forced to destroy him. So Ray decided that he would try to avoid conflicts with the elves. On this wonderful note, they decided to end their dialogue, because it was time for Ira to go, and finally she told Ray that she was very glad that he had finally come to his senses, and he was grateful to her that she visited him so often, despite the fact that she had so little time. In response to these words, Ira reminded him that he also took care of her when she was sick, so she would like to be the one who should thank him. And when she had already entered the portal, she decided to tell Ray not to worry so much, because that elf was a supporter of permissiveness, so she was sure that everything would be fine with him as long as he didn't cross the line. Ray didn't really understand her, that he still thought that he shouldn't worry. If he showed up there, then it was unlikely that anything would happen to him. 3 days later, as Ray promised, he came to see the results that Zeke had achieved during this time. And he did it quite well, and Zeke himself said that when Ray controlled his aura, it seemed to him that something inside him awakened, and so he thought about this feeling and felt that he could get closer to the state in which he was during the fight with Zahard. Ray didn't even think that Zeke constantly maintains the state of aura. Moreover, he apparently even maintains the form of the sword only with the help of aura. And it seemed to the saint that this should be enough, and now he can finally entrust him with the sacred empire and leave peacefully. So he asked Zeke again if he really wanted to become stronger, to which he heard a confident answer. Ray then decided to teach Zeke one last lesson. in which the swordmaster would have to try to block Ray's sword. At this moment, Zeke only thought that the blue aura was like the essence of mana itself, incredibly pure, but he also felt the density of the aura, and it was not very different from his aura. That's why he was confident that he could block Ray's punch. The saint delivered his blow, and along the way told Zeke that this was his last lesson that he had to learn, and therefore he was interested to know from Zeke what it was like to experience something like this. The only thing Zeke was thinking about at that moment was that the saint's sword was literally unstoppable. After a few attempts, Zeke began to doubt that there was any way to block Ray's blow. The saint could not answer him this question, but asked Zeke to try to figure it out until he returned. Zeke didn't understand what he was talking about, so Ray finally told him that he was going to Phroxia's headquarters. And before Zeke could shout that he also wanted to go to this headquarters with the saint, Ray gave him a flick on the forehead and said that he wasn't going anywhere. After which Ray repeated to him once again that Zeke was the only one who could replace him. Zeke understood where he was wrong, and after that, immediately promised that he would protect the Empire at any cost. Ray also decided to tell Zeke that from his progress, he could immediately see that the swordmaster had trained quite a lot. He was very pleased to hear this, because in fact, when Ray showed Zeke how to do it correctly, he began to repeat this exercise. Ray, hearing this and knowing Zeke's nature, immediately thought that Zeke repeated this without interruption, and he asked Zeke in a trembling voice how many times he ate during this time. Zeke immediately replied that the saint had shown such generosity when he showed him how to properly use his power, so he could not waste time on food. For him, it was simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, Ekle, sitting in her office, listened to how, since the saint would be going on a pilgrimage, there would be no one to accompany him, and this suited her perfectly. Although the news was not over yet, and they wanted to tell her that it seemed the Heresy Investigation Council had become active. But these words did not cause her any positive emotions at all, because she simply did not understand how they could start without the permission of the High Priestess. But if we believe the words of her assistant, then they began this process on the direct order of the Pope, and then Ekle calmed down and her condition turned into complete surprise. But in fact, this made her even more angry, because she couldn't even imagine why this crazy old man was even bothering to come here. In this way, he only complicates everything and does not allow them to work normally, so she decided to influence this and immediately got ready and left her office. Ray set out on his journey, and at first his main problem was the incredibly terrible weather. He was wrapped from head to toe in clothes with warming magic, but even so he was still very cold. He had never been in such a cold place before. In such weather conditions, every step he takes feels completely different, and the snowstorm gets worse every day, to the point that at one point he can't see anything at all, so he decides it would be better to set up camp and rest a bit. After some time spent in front of the fire, Ray was able to warm up a little and his skin color became pink again, not blue. The fire gradually began to die down and Ray began to think about whether there was anything here that he could use instead of firewood. After looking around a bit, he noticed some incredibly strange tree, and so he thought that perhaps this was the one that would suit him. But what was the guy's surprise when he pulled this tree? It suddenly spoke and asked this man to immediately let it go. After which it turned around, and Ray clearly did not expect to see in front of him, instead of a tree, some strange creature with the face of a beast. At first the saint thought that perhaps it was some kind of spirit or monster, because it looked quite strange. And while Ray was thinking about it, this strange creature remarked that it would never have thought that it would meet a person here. Ray himself did not think that he would ever come across a tree monster, and as soon as this creature heard this, it immediately told Ray that he was not a tree monster, but a dryad. But the saint knows what a dryad is, and he is clearly not one. This creature did not know what the guy was thinking, so he decided to demonstrate who he really was, and began to gradually crawl out of the ground. And as soon as he did this, he told Ray that, as he could just see, he would not perish, even if his roots were torn off, although the saint did not understand what this proved. Dryad continued talking about his own, when suddenly he decided to ask Ray a question. in which he was interested to know whether the guy possessed wonderful divine abilities. And as soon as Ray said that he was a saint, the dryad immediately began to ask him to share a little power with him, and if the saint did this, the creature promised to give him what the guy was looking for. Ray himself did not understand what he was looking for, but he suddenly remembered that for the elves, the very existence of dryads, who fertilize the forest, is very useful, and if this baby really is a dryad, then we can say with confidence that the elves from this mountain should also like him, and then they could help him in the hunt for Phroxia. But first, Ray decided to find out what kind of power he would like to receive, and in response to this question, Dryad said that he would like to receive the power that Ray spoke about. Ray didn't really know how to make dryads stronger, and these words really upset this creature because he needed strength to return to the forest, and these words surprised the guy because he thought this was his home. According to Dryad, one day a man appeared and made their forests weaker. He used dark magic, which either destroyed them or deprived them of their strength and threw them out of their home. Ray guessed that perhaps Dryad was talking about the dark magic that was in the forests of Granizia, after which he told the Dryad that if he understood him correctly, it was a wonderful coincidence, because it so happened that he was going to punish the people who had settled in his forest. So Ray could promise him that although he couldn't make him stronger, he could bring him back to the forest. But before that, he would like to ask Dryad where he could find firewood, because he was already quite tired of using magic to maintain the fire. The answer was quite unexpected, because Dryad simply broke off his arm and threw it into the fire, saying that his limbs actually burn very well, and most importantly, for a long time. And after just a few seconds it became much warmer, for which Ray was very grateful to him, so he decided to promise himself that he would return this dryad to his forest. The next day, Ray climbed higher in the mountains, where the hiking was much better, and this could not but please him. He also immediately noticed that, judging by the map and the tree bark, he was in the territory of the elves, and, to begin with, he would like to talk to the high elves, and from their answer, he would base what he should do next. Suddenly, elves appeared in front of him, who did not understand what a person was doing here, and the first thing Ray thought was that these were the very guardians of the village. Therefore, the first thing he decided to do was to say hello to them, and then say that he would like to meet with the head of the elves, but before he could finish speaking, he was immediately asked to shut his mouth, because no one was going to let him in to see the head of the elves, Churchy. Ray did not respond to them with aggression, and simply replied that he knew about their rules, so he asked them for permission, but even in this case they answered him no and asked him to leave immediately. Such answers clearly did not suit him, although he had not expected a warm reception from the very beginning, but this seemed too much to him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when that same Churchy appeared in front of them, which was unexpected even for the local soldiers. As soon as Ray saw this elf, he immediately thought about the fact that she reminded him very much of Era, and from her appearance, it immediately seemed to him that she could maintain a dialogue. Besides, she was the first to talk to him and wanted to know what brought him to their village. But suddenly her face changed, because she saw Cecilia's tear in the guy's ear. Not only did she become angry, but she also began to approach him in order to find out where he got this earring. Ray didn't understand what was going on, because it was just a gift, but Churchy apparently didn't believe him, because these earrings were the property of their village, and they were also a keepsake from her mother, so she decided to ask him again who gave him this earring. Ray replied to her that he was actually a saint of the country of Gaia, and the swordmaster of the Rhegian Empire presented her to him as a diplomatic gift. After these words, Churchy screamed that she had heard more than enough, because for them all, the friends of the Empire are its enemies. Ray didn't even understand how everything had suddenly turned out like this, because a few seconds ago it seemed to him that she had been quite kind to him. But after just a few minutes, Ray had to immediately run away from Churchy's fury. She continued to run after him and tell him that he runs very fast, but it still won't help him, because she will do everything to get her earrings back, but it would still be better for him to stop if he wants to live on. Ray didn't believe a single word she said because he was almost certain that she would destroy him if he gave them to her, because she was a bloodthirsty elf. Although Saint could have stopped her with his power, he understood that it was better not to do this, because in this way he would simply attract unnecessary attention and then Phroxia could notice him, so he decided to simply run away. Churchy immediately realized that the person in front of her just now was not an ordinary person, because an ordinary person is clearly not capable of moving so quickly. Ray just wanted to get the help of the elves and get rid of Phroxia, but he didn't expect that the plan would fail from the very beginning. But what surprised him most was the fact that these earrings would lead to such problems, although on the other hand, although he deviated from the plan, but in fact, everything is not so bad. Because running gave him a rough idea of this place, the area with significant differences in altitude, there are sources of water nearby and places suitable for human habitation, but first, he decided to check this direction, although it was already quite late. Therefore, he decided to set up camp here, and as soon as the sun rose, he would immediately set out to search for them. The next day, Ray came to the conclusion that the location of the magic tower, the posts, the borders of the elven village, and even the dwellings of the gnomes were located as he thought. The rough magic he sensed in the magic tower seemed to be for defense, and he also noticed that they were using overlapping magic circles, meaning that a hasty attack could lead to trouble, so he needed to see it through to the end. Suddenly, on the way to his small camp, Ray noticed a large number of wounded elves, who apparently received these wounds from a large number of dwarves. Ray, looking at this picture, understood perfectly well that they were in obvious danger. But on the other hand, he also understood that they themselves had driven him away and did not even let him into the village. But even in this case, he simply could not let them die, so he immediately came to their aid. He also didn't want to fight, because again, it could attract a huge amount of unnecessary attention, so he decided to use a flash, which blinded all the dwarves. And when they finally came to their senses, Ray and the other elves were no longer there. After Ray saved them, he offered one of them to examine his wounds, but the elf continued to yell at the saint and tell him to leave immediately, although Ray wanted to help him. He also understood that the elf was clearly in a lot of pain, so without asking the elf's permission, he applied a special substance to his skin that was supposed to reduce the pain. And after a few seconds, that's what happened. After which Ray added that there were actually a lot of herbs here, and using them he prepared this medicine. This act from Ray made the elves thank him for saving them, and also ask him for forgiveness for their rudeness. It wasn't difficult for Ray, and besides, he wanted to ask them why they suddenly started fighting with those gnomes. According to the elves, this actually happens often here. It's a kind of dispute over territory, and recently they discovered a mine near their village, and the dwarves also set their sights on it. Elves want nothing to do with dwarves, because their essence is the reckless destruction of nature, which makes them barbarians. And at this point in the story, the elf noticed that he really liked the guy's attention to detail, by which he could definitely say that he was protecting nature. He introduced himself as Sephia, and Ray in response said his name, and in his mind at that moment, the saint was thinking about how everything had turned out just fine for him. The elf decided to ask Ray again what brought him here. And in response to this question, Ray asked his own, in which he wanted to find out from them, or were they aware that an army of people was located here. He thought that he would surprise them with this information, but as it turned out, the local elves knew about this. Moreover, they knew that there were about 150 of them there. If this is true, then this is a big problem for Ray, although he remembered that in order to get here, he had to go through these snowy mountains and cross a couple of kingdoms. And considering all this, he just did not understand how they were able to get so many people through. He had only one answer to this question, which was that most likely Phroxia had already established her power over the kingdoms here, so he told the elves that at the moment this army was here to destroy the continent, and Ray himself came here to stop them. After which Ray asked them to believe him, because otherwise they would all have big problems. The elves did not argue with him, and first of all wanted to ask the guy how they could help him. The saint did not remain silent, and first of all asked them to take him to the elven village. He understood that it was quite difficult for them because they couldn't let strangers in, But he really needed to talk to the locals. But Sephil immediately told him that, unfortunately, it wasn't up to them to decide. According to him, only elders can let representatives of other races into the village, although Ray suspected that they would answer him exactly like that, but he was still a little upset. But he didn't ask them about it again. Instead, he asked them to go home because it was already late, and also asked them to give this earring to Churchy. When they left, Ray realized that he probably wouldn't be able to get to the elves' village. In that case, he decided that it would be best to move to another place, but not too close to Phroxia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he noted all the features and tried to write them down in his notebook. He observed every detail. It was everyday life, culture, and environment. After so much time, he still managed to come up with a rather cunning plan. Han decided to first systematize the information they received. Wayborn, Glamon, and Heron revealed some involvement of Phroxia with these kingdoms, but the impact on the current situation turned out to be insignificant. They suspected that the enemy was most likely in the Holy Empire, but recently their country was too unsettled. They meant that various trading companies had concentrated huge capital in one place, and this was not only due to a group of noble families. Suddenly, one of them spotted an unknown mana in the Vatican, which had just moved outside the city and did so quickly. Moreover, there was more than one person there. 2 were inside and 8 people outside. Hong immediately asked for the attention of all her colleagues and ordered them to immediately catch up with all these people, and she also decided to add that she was allowing partial liquidation. Ekle stood in her office and thought about what kind of father the child was. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when unknown people appeared in her office who looked quite creepy. The High Priestess was not used to such impudence, but she was not afraid, and quite calmly asked them who they were and who sent them, although mentally she still did not understand how they slipped past the guards. In response, she received that she did not need to know this, because she would die soon anyway, so it was better for her to say goodbye to her life as soon as possible. These were the last words this guy said, because after that, he immediately received a direct kick from one of the members of the Dame family. It was Hong who stood up to protect Ms. Ekle, who could have suffered at the hands of those pathetic bandits. Now Ekle was no longer smiling, because she literally did not understand what was happening. The essence of Ray's plan was that he was going to return the plague to the human world, as it had been several hundred years ago. He knew that the plague was an acute infectious disease with the highest mortality rate in the world, and that the disease was spread by the rat flea. It was once a terrible disease that killed half of the population of Asia and Europe. But what is most important, why Ray decided to use this idea, was the fact that the sanitary conditions of Phroxia are similar to those of the times when the plague flourished. Despite the existence of magic, the level of development is not very high. The situation is almost no different from medieval Europe, so this idea came to Ray's mind. He knew that in this world, where they don't know about the existence of penicillin, the only way to fight the plague is divine magic. And from what he had seen so far, priests using holy power were extremely rare in Phroxia, so the decision to release rats into the city was a good one. Ray immediately realized that if he placed the pathogen with the rats and waited for the rat fleas to spread, then he could easily wipe out all of Phroxia. Literally the next day, Ray was very lucky that so much mold had grown, with which in the future he would make a cure for the plague. After which he threw out all the brown mold and kept the white and blue mold separately. And he clearly did this for a reason, because the mold they needed to create penicillin was green. Ray also didn't forget about the mold liquid, which he had selected in advance, but it needs to sit for a bit. This will allow them to turn the mold into a medicinal substance. Meanwhile, in the settlement of Phroxia, cries were heard that someone had used black magic, and they thought so because one of them suddenly became covered in black spots, and they also thought that this effect was transmitted to the others because they also had a high temperature. They began to quarrel among themselves, saying that none of them were guilty. Each was defending their own people. Ray watched carefully as they began to quarrel, and it was impossible to say that he did not like this process. But what pleased him most was that magic would also be useless, because treating each person separately would not change the level of environmental pollution. This way, Phroxia will destroy itself without any intervention, which is what Ray wanted to achieve from the very beginning. The only thing that confused him in this situation was that very 7th-level mage that the necromancer told him about, and he was sure that problems would definitely arise with him, so Ray decided that he needed to come up with a solution to the problem right now. Ray's next step was to get inside one of their towers, and it was quite easy to do so since all the guards were sick with the plague. Each of them was a master of the sword, and this led Ray to the idea that there must be something important up there, since they guarded this place so tightly, perhaps some treasure, magical tools, or something like that. Ray easily passed each guard, thinking that he was almost there and had very little left. He was happy to take absolutely everything they had as compensation. And as soon as he got to the top floor, he discovered an incredibly large number of magical instruments that literally filled the room. There were so many of them that Ray didn't even know where to start. Suddenly his joy and delight were interrupted when he felt his foot touching something, and barely lowering his eyes, he saw a man there who was lying unconscious. But it didn't last long, because as soon as he felt Ray's presence, he immediately stood up and asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. In response, he received silence, and this guy, quite unexpectedly, began to talk about the fact that apparently it was Ray who released those rats that spread the plague, and the saint at that moment concentrated his attention on the mana of this magician. And she was the same in the magic circle that sealed Ray then, which means that this is the same high-level magician, and the saint honestly admitted that he imagined him to be completely different. The thing is that in front of Ray stood a 7th-level archmage, who was the head of Phroxia. This guy was aware that Ray had managed to defeat the bone dragon with just one blow and then get rid of the replacement magic with which he had distorted his mind, and all of this was amazing. Ray answered him that in fact he is an ordinary person, and not some kind of super god. In any case, he would like to ask a question to this archmage in which he wanted to know, or is revenge the only reason why Phroxia does all these things? After all, Ray really couldn't think of another reason why Phroxia was doing all this. The archmage stopped him and said that in fact, there were people who wanted revenge, but globally, no one here cares about this. The thing was that the head of Phroxia wanted to gain knowledge and conduct research, and so he did all this in order to conduct experiments without problems in the future. Ray couldn't believe that the wars and destruction of people they carried out were only to satisfy his brain and answer the questions he asked himself. After thinking for a bit, the head of Phroxia assumed that this was indeed the case. He constantly asked them to do something for him, and his soldiers did it. According to him, all the experiments he conducted were not of great importance, but the fact that such a creature is now standing in front of him is an excellent result and indicates that everything he did was clearly not in vain. Listening to all this, Ray saw a psychopath in front of him, but he would have to think about this later, because now he would probably have to enter into battle with this archmage. Ray didn't even give his opponent a chance to attack him, and for this, he used a capture spell, which at first seemed like a joke to the archmage, because it was an incredibly simple spell for him, because he was a 7th-level mage. But because of this, he was only more surprised that this spell still worked and bound him so strongly that he was not even able to move. After which he saw Ray attacking him, who was telling him that he could not leave him alive. Here Ray single-handedly, using his intelligence and knowledge, destroyed Phroxia, which had been terrorizing most of the settlements in the Empire for many years. Most of all, the saint was glad that he could finally leave this terrible place, and now all the battles were finally over. And this meant only one thing, that when he returned, he would only practice medicine. In addition, he took something with him as compensation. In his opinion, this particular grimoire was different from all the others, and it should contain some advanced magic. He couldn't help himself, so he opened it before he got home. At least that's what he tried to do. But after several attempts to open this book with the help of magic, Ray received only disappointment and failure. Meanwhile, in Iklei's office, the Dave family was telling Iklei that these people called themselves the Night Moon. They considered themselves the best exterminator guild on the eastern continent. It was known that they secretly received orders only from the most powerful. But what's most interesting is that they had been tracking them since the Vatican itself, and upon hearing this, Iklei immediately realized that the Pope was involved in all of this. That's why he tried to destroy Iklei, because he believed that the High Priestess knew too much. Meanwhile, Dad was screaming in his office because he simply did not understand how so much corruption had appeared in the Holy Empire, because instead of being a country of the gods, in his opinion, it was becoming like a nest for vile members of Phroxia. Iklei listened to all this and was not very happy, especially when she tried to tell Dad what Ray asked him to do. But in response to these words, he began to shout even more, because he believed that only Dad could determine the future of the Holy Land. He also added that he was going to persecute the heretics even more decisively than he had done before, and that was the will of the goddess, the execution of which was entrusted to him. But now he wanted to know which opinion the priestess held more, his or the saints. Iklei didn't think long about her answer and immediately told him that she first wanted to ask what he meant when he asked this question. Did he really mean to say that she should ignore the saint's statement that he was a representative of God? Phroxia's base is indeed isolated from the outside world, as there is a risk of infecting other races, so Ray decided that he should take preventative measures. After some time, within a radius of 3 kilometers, he was able to clear almost all places where the pathogen could spread. And in this case, it was the divine power that helped him the most, with the help of which he was able to finish all this so quickly. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Churchy, who looked very excited, and according to her, she had been looking for Ray for a very long time and had finally found him. But as soon as the guy saw her, he immediately decided to leave, because he was not going to get into any conflicts with the elves, but she suddenly asked him to stop, because she wanted to ask him for forgiveness for the last time, and also thank him for returning her earrings. In addition, she heard that Ray saved the children from their village, so now she thinks that it was just a misunderstanding between them, and she explained her reaction by the fact that because of the Empire, her mother died, and therefore even the thought of the Empire returning her mother's stolen things to her simply infuriated her. Listening to all this, Ray realized that apparently these scoundrels from the Empire gave him someone else's earrings, so in response to her words, he immediately told her that he was very sorry. And now that they had figured everything out, Ray would like to know why the girl was looking for him at all, and as it turned out, the thing was that she was looking for him because he told her that he was a saint. So she would like to turn to him for help, because some children had caught a strange disease, due to which black spots appeared on their bodies, and Ray clearly knew what was wrong with them. Although Churchy said that he did not know what was going on, and he could only assume that it was a powerful curse, even healing magic did not work on him, although mentally he could not believe that elves had appeared in this territory at such a time. Churchy was very angry because she was almost certain that those people were to blame for this. Considering the elf's condition, he decided not to say that it was he who created the source of the disease. In any case, she is here to ask the guy if he could cure her inhabitants of this disease. Ray simply had no moral right to refuse help, so without any questions he immediately said that he would cure them. After a fairly short time, Ray was already in one of the wards, where he examined patients, and fortunately most of them were in normal condition. Besides, he knew that although the plague is a very terrible disease, it can be treated with antibiotics. Churchy was incredibly grateful to him that he would use holy magic for them and cure its inhabitants, but Ray immediately interrupted her and said that in fact he was not going to use magic. His idea was to prepare a ready-made medicine. After all, he believed that they could be cured without divine magic, and he knew how to create medicines. Churchy could not believe that he was talking about potions that people use. Ray confirmed that it would be something like that, but first he needed some ingredients. And before he could finish speaking, the elves, who were already familiar to him, immediately ran up to him and said that he only needed to tell them, and they would bring him whatever he wanted. After some time, when they brought him the ingredients, they were a little surprised that he wanted to make medicine using such things. Among these ingredients was spoiled food, which is why they were so surprised, but Ray assured them that he would not give it to them in this form. First, he would soften it in water and filter it. Then, he said, he would pour rapeseed oil into it and mix it well, which would cause the impurities to dissolve in the oil and the medicinal ingredients to remain in the water, and finally, after purification, it would look more like medicine. After mixing, the high-temperature treated charcoal will absorb the impurities and then need to be transferred to a funnel to wash away the impurities with clean water. Ray then added acidic vinegar-based water to remove the alkaline impurities. And if all these processes are carried out correctly, then they will be able to obtain pure ingredients, which are called medicine. When he finally did, he immediately put a small dose into a syringe and was going to try it on patients. He carefully injected penicillin into the patients, and after some time, he was able to cure the entire village. 3 days later, many felt much better. The temperature dropped, the general health improved, and Churchy, watching all this, simply could not believe that it really worked, because she would never have thought that it was possible to heal without using divine power. Churchy didn't know how to thank Ray. She thought it was so sweet of him, because he was clearly trying for them, and it meant a lot to her. Ray thought they shouldn't say things like that to him, because he was actually just cleaning up the mess. But they didn't listen to him, and Churchy suggested that they all throw a banquet in Ray's honor, and this idea was supported by the majority of people. Ray tried to tell them that it was not worth doing, but after hearing this, they immediately wanted to know what was going on and why he was so against it. The next day, Ray set out on the road again, where he again encountered incredibly bad weather. He could not quite believe that he had to walk this road again. On the way, he thought about those scoundrels from Phroxia. It was all because of them. Besides, they were of absolutely no use, because in their towers there was not even a single spell that was related to movement. On the way, he met his old friend Droid, who, as soon as he saw Ray, immediately began to thank him for the fact that he could finally return to his native forest. The tree also added that he felt like his powers had returned to him, and therefore he would like to give him a gift, and this gift was one of his branches, which, according to him, was the strongest. At first, Ray thought it was just an ordinary branch that he was going to give to Zeke first. A poor woman in the south of the country begged to spare them, or at least their children, but in response she heard only cries that it was because of people like her that Phroxia was able to enter the city gates. She tried to shout at them and tell them that they didn't really do it, but no one wanted to listen to her. One of them decided to kill her and her daughter because the woman decided to lie to him, so she will answer for her sins. But today the woman was lucky, and at the last moment, an unknown voice stopped this guy and did not let him do what he had planned. It was Ray, who from the very beginning thought that they were all bandits here, but now, looking at the face of this man, he realized that he was wrong and therefore wanted to know who they were. Most of all, this man looked like an ordinary tramp to him, and while Ray was thinking about this man decided to come closer to him and explain who he really was, and he clearly did not want to do this with the best intentions. Suddenly, a phrase came out of the man's mouth in which he wanted to know how the guy even dared to behave so badly in the presence of the investigating council judge, and this hurt Ray quite a lot. So he decided to show the man that if anyone had forgotten how to behave, it was him. The man immediately fell to his knees as soon as he saw the holy energy, although he could not fully believe that he was seeing a saint in front of him, and Ray only now wanted to know what group the man was in. He immediately said that he was on the council's investigation team. Hearing this, Ray came to the conclusion that the person who ordered this to happen was the Pope himself. The woman intervened in this dialogue to tell the saint that they had done nothing wrong, and that these people had clearly started threatening them for no reason. This was confirmed by other citizens of this settlement. According to them, the main reason for their destruction was that they were allegedly heretics. Ray closed his eyes and asked them to calm down, after which he promised that as a faithful servant he would do everything to solve this problem. The saint once again turned to one of the Pope's army and ordered him to retreat, but apparently it would not be so easy, because this man stated that they had received a direct order from the Pope, so they could not simply retreat. And Ray actually understood him perfectly, so he said that he actually had a choice: either stop following the order or continue and die at the hands of the saint. After these words, there were no more doubts, and this man immediately decided to follow Ray's order, and for this, he needed to tell the investigation council to immediately stop his activities. Ray asked me to tell them that if they don't stop, he will gladly destroy each of them. At that moment, the saint thought about the fact that every time he returned from some difficult mission, some difficulties were sure to arise in the Holy Empire. The saint's assistant came to her to tell her that the actions were becoming more cruel every day, although they were trying to put pressure on them, because the Council for the Investigation of Heresy is an organization of the Vatican, so it is not so easy. And all this was just news, because she understood that at any moment the arrows of the executive committee could fly in her direction. But suddenly she felt the presence of a holy force, and her first thought was that it was Ray. Ray, meanwhile, was scolding one soldier who refused to follow his orders because the saint looked far from saintly. Their very intellectual dialogue was interrupted by Iriel, who was incredibly happy that Ray had returned. When they were sitting in a more private setting, Ray told them that Phroxia would not be able to return, and even if there was something left of them, he was still sure that there was clearly no need to worry, but he was more interested in the question that concerned Dad's decision to send an investigation team. Iriel sighed heavily when she heard this, because she understood that most likely they would simply cease all relations with them after the extermination of their own people, and then the role of the Holy Empire would clearly diminish. That's why Ray wanted to ask her for one favor, namely, he would like her to withdraw her entire council. After hearing this, Iriel wanted to make sure once again, or did he even realize what he was talking about? The saint confirmed his words, and also asked her not to argue with him. He simply asked her to convey this to them as his order. She reminded him that they would all get angry under Dad's command, and that's why she wanted to know what Ray was going to do, and Ray, without thinking twice, said that the first thing he could do was hold them accountable. The next day, Ray went to the main building of the heresy investigation in the Vatican, and as soon as he entered there, the first thing he wanted to know was who was the highest-ranking member of the Heresy Investigation Council. The answer was not long in coming, and one of them immediately responded. He introduced himself as Deos. He held the position of chief judge of the council for the investigation of the heresy. The first thing Deos wanted to know was what brought Ray here, and before he could finish speaking, Ray told him that he was here only to carry out an order, and for this, he asked the high-ranking Deos to gather all the members of the council. The man did not hide the fact that he was not going to do this, because this was first and foremost his father's order. Ray didn't need to hear another word to use holy energy to try to convince them otherwise. Most of the guys who were in this building at that moment began to feel that their bodies would literally explode. Ray continued to emit holy energy until one moment he decided to ask them, or had they accidentally changed their minds? Deos couldn't contain his emotions and started yelling at Ray, telling him that these threats wouldn't change the order anyway, and they would continue to do everything as Dad told them. Moreover, he would decide to recommend him to stop fighting with His Holiness. Ray responded by immediately telling him that they could call it whatever they wanted, but he believed that he was only doing what he had to do for the good of the people, and that they themselves had placed this responsibility on him. After which he told them that he was giving them exactly 1 week to solve this problem, otherwise he showed them what would happen to them. These threats worked, and Doak promised that he would fulfill all of Ray's requests. After he dealt with this, Ray realized that now he only had one problem left, and that was Dad. That's why, without thinking twice, he went to his dad personally to find out if he was the one who created the problems. The man did not quite understand why the guy was so angry, because he was simply punishing the heretics. Ray was once again convinced that he was doing this deliberately, after which he told his dad that the unjustified destruction of people is not a punishment for heretics. These words made him laugh even more, because he believed that he owned this empire, so he did not need permission to destroy several people. He decided to remind Ray once again that he is the Pope, and his words are the law for the Holy Empire and God's will. Ray was surprised only by the fact that the man was talking this nonsense with incredible confidence. But this did not stop him from asking his dad to admit that in fact the reason was completely different, and Ray was so sure, because he had visited the village, that he destroyed. Now Dad's face was no longer so pleased, and it was not difficult to understand that a little more and he would literally tear Ray into pieces, but he still wanted to know what Ray wanted to say with this. The saint responded by telling him that no matter how much he thought about it, he simply could not comprehend his faith because he used it as an excuse to destroy innocents, which meant that the Pope was definitely hiding something. These words were the last straw, and as soon as the man heard them, he started yelling at Ray and asking him how the guy even dared to say that. But he did not stop there, and ordered the guard to immediately force the saint to kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. Ray wasn't surprised that his dad decided to act that way, although he believed to the end that the man would come to his senses. But before the saint had time to collide with Ray and the guard, they were suddenly interrupted by Ikle, who broke off their argument in time. As it turned out, she was here to announce that from this moment on, Pope Glicior was subject to arrest, and therefore he must be brought to trial. Obviously, the old man began to dispute these words, because he believed that arresting him was impudence. So he once again ordered the guards to seize these impudent people and punish them. But Ekle immediately told him that it was actually useless, because according to her, she had a contract for the construction of the academy, which stated that all construction work was entrusted to Phroxia, and the Holy Empire received almost 2,000 coins as a bribe. He blushed and tried to find out from her how she knew about this at all, and Ikle seemed to be waiting for this question, because she said with a satisfied face that her old friends helped her with this question. Moreover, she said that this was an official document with the seal of the Pope, and there was no point in making excuses. And finally, the most pleasant moment came. Ekle asked the guards to arrest Dad and throw him in jail. But apparently, it won't be that easy, because the man got really angry and decided to remind them that he is the king of the nation. And those who oppose him are in essence challenging God's will, and it was with this power that he was going to judge them all. But apparently he overestimated himself a little, because Ray didn't even let him finish speaking before he punched him in the face. After some time, Pope Gliciore was sent to prison. It seemed that all this chaos was coming to an end, but everyone forgot that in this way, the place of the leader of the state was vacated, so the priests and nobles began to fight for the position of Pope. And one of the candidates was Ikle, although she herself clearly did not want it, but still her friends continued to persuade her, saying that she herself does not belong to any faction, and besides, she is the most powerful priestess. Thus, she will be a breath of fresh air for the entire Holy Empire. She didn't know what to say when the saint and saintess joined in these persuasions, but even after such persuasion, her confidence did not disappear. Iriel decided to use another argument and showed Ikle a list of people who offered their candidacy for the post of Pope, and as soon as she saw it, she realized that apparently she would have to take the post of Pope. With great support from the saints, Ekle nevertheless became the Pope of the Holy Empire. After the celebration, Iriel immediately returned to work, which was hard to believe even for Ray, so he decided to court the girl a little and brought her some tea. And when he did this, he suddenly thought about the fact that Iriel had always only helped him, and this happened many times. So he decided to use some magic on her and thus restore her energy. After such a spell, Iriel felt like new again, and she simply could not help but notice that magic was simply magnificent, because even divine powers could not relieve her from fatigue. Ray was glad that he could help her, and also did not forget to add that if she still needed help, then she could safely contact him. But such unexpected help only made Iriel wonder what was wrong with the guy. Did he really start to like her? Ray just helped her, and definitely didn't expect to hear anything like that. But the girl immediately assured him that she just decided to joke like that, because she actually understood perfectly well that he was doing this only because she herself helped him. The guy didn't answer, but made her understand that she was right, and the girl decided to add that she wouldn't really be surprised if he fell in love with her, because she considered herself a beautiful woman who had more than just beauty. Ray was glad that she came to her senses, so he decided to praise her and tell her that she was really great, and also thank her again for helping him so many times. Ariel did not understand why Ray did such things, because she had not considered herself a child for a long time. Besides, the girl considered herself older, but if you take into account his past life, Ray is now over 50 years old. Suddenly, she switched quite abruptly and started talking about something that she had completely forgotten about because of work, and if they didn't start now, they would clearly have big problems. Ray didn't understand what was going on at all, so he tried to ask Ariel what she meant, but in response, she only repeated that she really didn't have time to explain. But then he remembered, and they both shouted out loud that they had forgotten about the banquet that would be held in honor of the Pope's inauguration. Ray immediately went to get ready, and he did it quite quickly, which gave him reason to think that if they left right now, then they were definitely not late. A knock at the door made him interrupt his thoughts, and if his assistant was to be believed, Zeke was waiting for him outside the door. And as soon as Ray allowed him to enter, the first thing Zeke noticed was that Ray looked just fine, for which the saint was grateful, but still he wanted to know more where Euclid was now and why he was not with her. Zeke heard that there were a lot of things to do after the war ended, so Zeke came here today to accompany him, and it was actually quite timely, because Ray had just the right gift for the guy. It was clear from the expression on Zeke's face that he was clearly not prepared for Ray to give him some kind of gift. The saint gave him the very same branch that his tree friend had given him as a gift in the forest. Ray didn't have time to tell him that this was far from a simple wand, but Zeke was already incredibly happy, even at the thought that the saint had given him an ordinary wand, and he immediately assured the saint that he would take care of this thing. But Zeke surprised the saint even more when he told him that he had found a way to stop Ray's sword. Therefore, the saint asked Zeke again if he understood exactly how to block his blow, and according to the swordmaster, he knows how to block the sword that Ray showed him last time. And to make sure Ray believed him, Zeke promised to show him how he would do it. As soon as Ariel arrived at the banquet on the occasion of the Pope's inauguration, she immediately noticed that all family members were present at the celebration. But still, some people were unfamiliar to her, and according to her assistant, they were diplomats from the kingdom of Harran. Ariel didn't really want to see them, because she didn't forget how they asked them for help during the war, but instead, they refused and didn't send anyone, and most likely their main goal is to restore trade relations. At this moment, Ray entered the banquet, first approaching Graia and Ariel, with whom he greeted. The girl greeted him, and in response to this, Ray noted that they had done very well during the war. Ariel joined in these words, and also added that Gaia decided to help her with the work in the Holy Empire, and, hearing this, Ray and Zeke agreed that this was a good deed. But the girl immediately said that if Ray opened a medical academy, she would definitely find time to study, and these words could not help but please Ray. Their conversation was interrupted by the same diplomats who came to greet the saints on behalf of Eloin from the kingdom of Harran. Ray also knew that these people did not respond to them when the Holy Empire needed help, and yet they dared to appear so shamelessly in front of them at the banquet. But Ray still said that he was pleased to meet them. One of the diplomats immediately began to say that it was a great honor for them to meet all the heroes who protected them from Phroxia, but Ariel immediately stopped them and asked them to quickly get down to the business for which they were here. She also didn't wait, and immediately said that the people who simply looked at them when they defended them from Phroxia were clearly not welcome, but even in this case they were ready to listen to them since they had come such a long way. The diplomat immediately began to talk about the fact that trade between their kingdoms was currently at a standstill due to the war, but he still reminded them that according to the trade agreement, they are friendly countries, and Heron, according to him, is the exclusive importer of grain in the empire. And considering all the pros and cons, he said they came here to ask for the resumption of trade between their countries. At this point, he stopped speaking, because he was interrupted by some voice that ordered the diplomat to shut his mouth and get out immediately, after which Iriel turned again and said that this was the final decision of the Holy Empire, and apparently they had come such a long way in vain, but they would still have to go back. The diplomat didn't want to think about them breaking their treaty, because in that case it could be said that they didn't care at all what would happen to the reputation of the sacred empire. Ray told him that Heron was heavily dependent on trade and was clearly in financial difficulties, so the saint was sure that the goddess would want them to help them. The diplomat was very pleased to hear such words from the saint, because from the very beginning he thought that he would find a common language with them. But apparently he started to rejoice too early, because Ray suddenly told him that the price at which they would buy grain should be twice as profitable for them. These words immediately made the diplomat angry and shout, because for him all this seemed simply outrageous. How could he even say such a thing? But Ray did not argue with him, and simply reminded him once again that they could still terminate the agreement. But on the other hand, the saint clearly did not recommend him to do this, because they hardly want to make the Holy Empire their enemy. Ekle was so happy to see how the situation had just been resolved, and she felt like this day couldn't get any better. A few hours later, Ray and Iriel went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. And the first thing Iriel said to the saint was that it seemed to her that it would never end, and yet she was very glad that the war had finally come to an end. Ray was also happy about this, but he was still more worried at the moment about whether Iriel would be against him returning to the academy. But she had already told him that there was no problem with this, and that she could easily handle all the work herself. She also believed that he had gone through all sorts of troubles when he suddenly had to come to the Holy Empire, and now he could do whatever he wanted. But she still didn't forget to ask him to see her at least sometimes and get a little help with paperwork, which Ray was not against doing. Meanwhile, in the ruined tower of Phroxia, the mage who confronted Ray suddenly opened his eyes. At first he thought that he was dead, but then he realized that he was lucky to survive, although the thought that someone might have a higher circle than him did not leave his head. He remembered Ray's appearance and thought about how his mana literally pierced his heart in an instant. It was simply huge and so pure. It seemed to him that this was the very source of mana that he had been looking for so long, so he decided that he would look for his opponent to find out for sure. After the end of the war, the academy allowed students to return, perhaps due to the consequences of the war, but some students did not return, and when the rumor spread that the saint was giving open lectures on medicine, new students began to actively come to the academy. Ray arrived at his first lecture after the war in a fairly good mood and was eager to get started. He began by saying that the topic of today's lecture would be related to the fact that during the war they had the opportunity to see priests in action, but they are not the only ones who can save people. He suspected that some of them must have already experienced it or witnessed it on the battlefield. Priests and even saints cannot cure certain diseases, and this is absolutely normal. The students were a little scared to hear this, because then all these people would be doomed to die. But suddenly, Ray interrupted their thoughts when he slammed his hand on the board and started shouting that with the medical academy, they could cure them. Starting today, he said, the medical academy will accept students and focus on diseases and wounds that even priests cannot cure. With these words, Ray tried to interest everyone who came to the lecture today, after which he moved on to the essence of the lecture, in which he wanted to talk about what they would call superficial wounds in the future. Before they could go any further, Ray decided to ask them a question, in which he was quite interested to know why soldiers who could have been saved during the war still died even from minor superficial wounds, and one of the students said that the temple did not have enough priests. This was the correct answer, but not completely, and in order to clarify it, Ray added another question, in which he wanted to know how they thought, why they died despite the fact that the injury was not serious. He understood that they simply could not know the answer to this question, so he decided to tell them, as it turned out, the cause of such deaths was sepsis of a superficial wound. According to Ray, there are a huge number of microorganisms around them that are not visible to their eyes, and as an example, he cited the palms of the student who sat in front. The students did not quite understand what was being discussed, but roughly speaking, they understood that the professor wanted to tell them that so-called microorganisms live on all objects. Ray confirmed these words, to which the students told him that right now they did not feel any of them near them. So the saint had to explain that the microbes were so small that they would not be able to see or feel them. At that time, they simply did not understand how Ray found out about them, what kind of creatures they were, and they also wanted him to immediately show them evidence. The saint thought for a moment and told her that bread that has been lying at room temperature for a long time becomes covered in mold. And this mold that they see is microbes. They are called algae, bacteria, protozoa, fungi. And when microbes get into a wound, a strong inflammatory reaction can begin, which is called sepsis. It is for this reason that death during war, even from minor wounds, may be possible. But he immediately told them that they cannot simply spit on people's lives or cut out a piece of flesh because of a small wound. And it was as if he knew what they were thinking, because as soon as he told them about it, they jumped up from their seats and wanted to know what they should do in such a case. The professor immediately told them that there was really nothing to worry about, because when a superficial wound is properly disinfected, then they have nothing to worry about. And disinfection is a way to destroy microorganisms to prevent the development of infection. According to him, each of those present here has been sick at least once, so they should know that a severe case of the disease can even lead to death. Using a logical method, they came to the conclusion that Ray essentially wants to say that microbes are also the cause of diseases. But this was not entirely true, because the professor noted that in addition to microbes, there are also viruses in this world that are also capable of causing diseases. But this is already the topic of the next lesson. Today, he also wanted to show them that the disease can be prevented by disinfection, and that this method is quite simple. To do this, they just need to wash their hands and do it regularly, and if they can keep it in order, then in this simple way, they can prevent the disease. According to him, this also applies to minor wounds. Simply washing the wound with a large amount of clean water gives a positive effect, and this was actually such a shock for the guys. And as an example, he cited village women who do the laundry, because everyone can notice that they get sick quite rarely, because their hands are always in contact with water. Although it was simple, some of the guys still had some questions. One of them wanted to know how the saint could explain to them the influence of dark magic on the body of the organism. Are microbes really involved there too? Ray noted that this was a pretty good question, so he would be happy to answer it. According to the saint, the disease sent by dark magicians does not just appear, and in fact they simply use magic, which creates a favorable environment for the life of microbes. They got a little off topic, so Ray wanted to continue the lecture, but when he looked at his watch, he realized that time had already come to an end, and he had only just begun his lecture. So he began to worry that in such a short time he had not been able to interest the students. But when he turned to them, he saw a smile on each of them that could only mean one thing. Each of them liked this lecture, and they would definitely come to him again. Also, after Ray's first lecture on medicine, along with frequent hand-washing in the dorm, the popularity of medical lectures increased. And at some point, it attracted an incredible number of students who regularly attended Ray's lectures. The magician from Phrygia had meanwhile already arrived in the Holy Empire, where he felt with literally every cell of his body that Ray was somewhere nearby, and besides, he was following the trail of his mana, which led him straight here. He understood that at this level, he thought that he was somehow connected with the Lycian Empire, but the sacred empire within which he was giving lectures to students, this was quite unexpected. This magician wanted to see the saint as soon as possible, but he understood that if he just appeared in front of the saint who destroyed him, it would look very rude, it could even be offensive. So these thoughts made him start thinking about how he could meet him in the most natural way without offending him. The first thing he noticed was that most of the people here dressed the same, and given this, he realized that it was most likely a uniform. After some time, he got hold of exactly the same uniform and immediately put it on, thinking that this should be more than enough to not attract special attention to himself. There are 3 types of students in the academy: students with swords, students in robes, and the last ones who wear white coats. For some reason, Lich liked the white coat. He thought that the clothes were actually quite cute and also very comfortable. But he had no idea that he would have to talk to other students, most of whom were girls, who didn't understand how they could have missed such an attractive guy. After some time, the girls told Lich that today they would have a practical lesson, where they would be divided into groups of 3 people and would dissect a pig. Upon hearing this, he immediately thought that this was some kind of dark magic. But when he told the girls about this, they immediately started laughing at him, because this is not dark magic but medicine, in which it is very important for them as doctors to understand the structure of organs. It turned out that this was not the first time Lich had heard this word. It was quite popular in the era of sorcery. But he also did not forget that the effectiveness of such methods was much less compared to magic, so they began to disappear. So he was slightly disappointed that such useless things were taught in the Academy of the Holy Empire. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some big guy who didn't understand where these girls were looking when they walked. But they were sure that it was he who crashed into them, and not the other way around. According to one of the girls, the medical faculty appeared recently, and most of the students there are commoners, while the fencing and magic faculties are usually attended by nobles, so they simply cannot come to terms with this. The Lich decided to intervene and suggested that the girl immediately go to class, because at this rate, they would definitely be late for practice, which angered the big guy, and he wanted to know where they were going if they hadn't asked him for forgiveness yet. But apparently this was not enough for him, and so he said that she should kneel before him and ask for forgiveness in this way. Such words were clearly too much, for which the Lich immediately decided to punish this guy by bringing him to his knees with the help of magic. After which, he came closer to him to find out how he dared to be so arrogant just because of his status, which he received completely by accident, and his vulgarity simply amazed the Lich. And the Lich simply hated people like this guy, so he decided to use magic to convince him that he was an orc who would now go into the forest, where he would actively build his hut. This therapy session was quite successful, and the big guy immediately began to run away from them. Apparently, he realized that things were bad for him. After which, Lich asked the girls to take him to the lab, if it wasn't too much trouble, but given what they had just seen, it clearly wasn't too hard for them to do so. Lich decided that as soon as he finished this task, he would immediately go look for Ray, for whom he came here. But what was his surprise when Ray suddenly entered the laboratory? Lich clearly didn't expect to meet him here, because he was completely unprepared for this. Ray immediately noticed the new student, who reminded him of someone, so the saint immediately approached him to examine him closer. The saint immediately realized that the Lich knew him, so he decided to use a little magic to make sure of it. But Lich held on and didn't admit until the very end that he actually knew Ray. The saint was not going to believe him, so he immediately used his power to make him split. Ray also immediately added that he didn't even know how Lich had survived, but he assured him that he would tear him into small pieces, and then the magician would definitely disappear from this world forever. The Lich, hearing this, immediately changed his mind and began to beg the owner to forgive him and give him the opportunity to listen to him. He wanted to tell him that he didn't want to fight Ray. According to him, he only wanted to help, but the saint wasn't satisfied and wanted to know why he should trust Lich. So this guy had to say that as a lower-level mage, he was obliged to pay respect to the higher circle mages. But all these words were complete nonsense for Ray, and he didn't really want to believe him. But apparently, the Lich wanted to be believed so much that he wasn't even against falling on his knees before the saint. And it actually worked because Ray thought about the fact that Phroxia no longer existed, which meant that the Lich would never do such a stupid thing by showing up here alone, and so it began to seem like he really didn't want to fight him. But he clearly couldn't believe him right away, so he chained him up and told him to wait until they did the lab work, which made Lich happy. A little later, when Lich saw the students' work, he was finally convinced of how insignificant they were. He tried to help them with his hints, telling them where it was better to use a knife and where a hammer. But even in this case, they had little success. These clues were heard by Ray, who decided to find out if Lich could cut up bodies, and in response, he immediately heard that this was in fact his main specialty. Hearing this, Ray decided to give him a chance and asked him to show what he was capable of. But before that, he did not forget to warn him about what would happen to him if he did something. After standing over the body for a while, Lich got to work, and it looked like he really knew what he was doing. As much as he didn't want to, Ray still admitted that the guy was experienced enough to teach someone. It was an excellent dissection, and these words were the best motivation for Lich, because he so wants to help the saint. Hearing this, Ray smiled, because he actually has an idea about this, and it just so happens that he has a task for him. That same evening, Ray received a letter from his home country, which clearly surprised him. Ariel simply could not continue working with these papers. She wanted to run away and never see them again. Gaia suggested that she leave everything to her and go and rest for a few hours. But she didn't forget that she had promised to sort everything out before Ray returned, and she had kicked him out so confidently, and in her mind she understood that she had already finished the work, the volume of which an ordinary person would not have been able to handle. But still, it seemed like she still really needed a saint. The Lysian Empire is the most powerful country on the continent. The monarch who rules this state, George de Lysian, is seriously ill, so he asks Ray in his letter to visit him so that he can help him recover. This ruler also knew about the power that could heal all existing ailments, so he would be so grateful to Ray if he helped him out in this case. But the first thing Ray thought was that if he suddenly failed to heal the emperor, then the Lysian Empire might assume that the Holy Empire did not want to heal him, and this would most likely cause a split between the two states. Although on the other hand, if he successfully cures him, then their relations between the countries will strengthen. But the only thing that stopped him was that it was a little different from treating ordinary patients, because he would hardly be able to do anything about it. In this case, Ray decided to appoint Lich as an emeritus professor, who was not as kind as Ray. The Lich didn't really want to fulfill this role, but on the other hand, he understood that this was a direct order from his master, so he couldn't do otherwise. With these thoughts, he came to Ray's office, where he was worried and therefore spoke with caution. As it turns out, Ray called Lich here to introduce him to Zeke, who will look after Lich while Ray is away. The magician did not understand at all what the owner was telling him and where he was going. Since he needed a person who would look after him, instead of explaining, Ray told him that he would not be at the academy for some time, and he also handed him a papyrus. On this paper, he wrote down most of the lessons that Lich himself would first need to learn, so that he could then teach them to students. Hearing this, Lich immediately reminded Ray that he came here to help him. Zeke decided to explain to Lich that it was precisely helping that he would be doing, because he only had to remember how much Ray valued this academy, and therefore the swordmaster believed that the magician should be grateful for the fact that he was entrusted with such an important matter. The Lich did not start a nice conversation with him and decided to clarify who he was, if he dared to interfere in their conversation with the owner. After which they began to argue with each other, and this was clearly not a good sign, and Ray understood this perfectly well, who immediately had a bad feeling. In any case, Lich decided to tell Ray that he was going to perfectly complete the task that he had entrusted him with, and in this way he was going to earn his trust, but he would like to do it without this creature that Ray had assigned to watch over him. Zeke, in turn, could not help but tell Ray that he could not worry, because he would do everything to fulfill his request, so he wished him a safe journey. And as soon as they told him their phrases, they immediately started a war with each other, and Ray could only pray that they would not destroy each other until he returned. After talking with the guys, Ray decided to go to Iriel and warn her that he was going to leave, but when he entered, he found her at the moment when she was sleeping. Ray understood that she was probably having a very hard time, so she literally passed out from helplessness. He understood that he had a lot of things to do after returning to the Holy Empire, but Iriel had even more things to do. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and saw Ray in front of her, which made her literally jump up from her seat and scream, and the saint decided that this was a great moment to tell her that she had worked so well, so he was very grateful to her for this. In fact, quite a bit of time had passed since Ray entered the office, so he had time to sort out all the scrolls that Iriel had been fiddling with. But this caused her even more shock, because she simply could not understand how he was able to sort out all these scrolls in such a short time. She decided to check it out because she suspected that he was actually cheating on her, but after looking she realized that he was not actually cheating on her, and everything was really just perfect there. Ray at that moment decided to say that he would still like to help her, but he simply did not have time for it, but considering that he had sorted out all the paperwork, there was nothing left to help with. Their dialogue was interrupted by a maid who came into Iriel's office to inform her that Mr. Ray's carriage had already arrived. The third prince of the Lysian Empire, Gale, sitting next to his father, thought that apparently no one wanted his father to recover, and he understood the reason. Everyone apparently wanted to get the place that he so diligently defended. Gale told his father that he had asked the Holy Empire to send them a saint so that he could wake up as soon as possible and take control of the empire, when suddenly he was interrupted by the second prince of the Lysian Empire, Luke, who believed that it was time for his brother to leave. Gale himself had already thought about this, because in his opinion, only Luke cares about his father, and he feels that he acted too shamelessly, so he came here to make amends a little. Luke asked him not to worry so much because he believed that everything would be fine, and now he asked Gale to give him the opportunity to take care of his father. After the third prince left his father's chambers, Luke immediately thought that his brother clearly should not interfere in this war, but unfortunately, he could not stop him either. A few days later, Ray was already in the Lysian Empire as an invited guest. After looking around a bit, Ray saw quite a lot of sights, as expected from the very beginning from the most powerful country on the continent. It was literally huge. Towards evening, when his walk had already ended, Count Opal approached him, who, according to him, was supposed to accompany Ray. Opal immediately assumed that Ray was very tired from the long journey, but he still wanted to ask him to go with him, and the saint had already guessed where they would go. That's why he walked along with him quite quickly, because in fact Ray himself understood that they simply couldn't waste time. As soon as Ray entered the room where Emperor Lysian was lying, the guy felt a specific smell, which at first was similar to the one that appears when a person is not washed for a long time. In any case, he came closer in order to assess the patient's condition. The first thing he noticed was that all his muscles were tense due to muscular ankylosis. It must be because he had not moved for a long time. Looking at the man, Ray couldn't help but think that it was so serious that he couldn't stretch any part of his body, but just the immobility of the muscles wasn't enough to make an accurate diagnosis. He knew that there were actually quite a few reasons why muscles were stiff, so he started eliminating all the options that came to mind until he realized that the main problem was in his mind. He remembered that when an acute illness leads to a disturbance of consciousness, various disorders can arise. The treatment is carried out in reverse order since Ray does not know what disorder the Emperor suffers from, and in this case, he was especially careful. After examining the Emperor, he noticed that the lumbosacral sprain, or lumbago, was not accompanied by a disturbance of consciousness. Otherwise, there would have been complications. But then why did he lose consciousness at all? He decided to continue the examination, and at one point came across a bruise that was on his arm. So he took off all his clothes from his entire body and saw a bunch of bruises there, which gave Ray very bad thoughts. The whole point was that the man had bruises even on his stomach, and this is already a very bad sign. The next day, Ray came to the palace to see the Emperor again, and along the way, he thought that perhaps the man was in prolonged shock from internal bleeding, given the immobility of his muscles. Although on the other hand, he understood that these bruises, muscle stiffness, all this could not be connected, so there was only one option left, namely, that they were caused by an external irritant. And understanding this, Ray most of all did not want to get into trouble and end up in a family quarrel. His thoughts were interrupted by a man when Ray wanted to enter the Emperor's room again. It was the second prince of the Lysian Empire, Luke, who came here specifically to greet the saint and thank him for everything he does for them. Ray understood that this was clearly not the main reason why Luke came here, so the saint decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know the exact reason for his arrival. As it turned out, Luke knew that Ray had done some research yesterday that made him understand that something was wrong with the Emperor. But Luke was still here to find out if the Emperor had been poisoned? Ray, without thinking twice, immediately said that this was not true, and that the Emperor had not fallen ill for this reason. Luke said it was an incredible relief for him, after which Luke added that he completely trusted Ray in treating his father. At this point, their conversation came to an end, and Luke left, and Ray began to think about how he should make a treatment plan and think less about the relationship between the Emperor and his children. But apparently this is impossible for now, because right after Luke, a third princess, whose name was Luciella, approached Ray, and she would also like to talk a little with the saint. Ray was quite happy to talk to them all, because he was quite busy, but still he smiled sweetly and assumed that the girl also wanted to know how the Emperor was doing. She answered him that this was so, but still she was here not only for this reason. According to her, she was also interested in seeing the saint, who for her was very beautiful and attractive. This was clearly too much for Ray, but he clearly couldn't say anything to this girl. So he decided that the best thing to do would be to simply tactfully leave and say that he had too many things that required his attention. Luciella told Ray that it was just a joke, although maybe she annoys him. That's why he reacts like that? And what was her surprise when Ray actually turned around and said that she was annoying him, and that's why he wanted to end the conversation with her as quickly as possible. After which, he added that if she had no business, then it would be better for her not to come to him, because now he was very busy treating His Majesty, and with this, he closed the door right in front of her nose. She stood in front of the door for a while and thought about how he dared to ignore her, because she was the princess of this empire. But this only made her even more angry, and now she decided that she wanted to check how long he would last and how long he could behave like this. Meanwhile, the Dame family was closely watching all of the saints' conversations, and one of them felt that this girl was causing the saint too many problems, so she suggested that Hong deal with her right away. But another member of the family immediately decided to say that they should wait until the princess tried to do something, because the saint had clearly told them not to stick their necks out. And Hong completely agreed with her, so she decided to wait a little and take an observation position for now. But she also immediately said that if anyone from the Lysian imperial family was plotting something or trying to harm the saint, then they would have to deal with them immediately. Ray, at the moment when he entered the Emperor's chamber once again, thought about the fact that the Lysian Empire had asked him to come, making an official request to the Sacred Empire. And this could only mean one thing, that they themselves simply could not cure him, and this means that the Emperor's illness is not a simple injury. Muscle tension or lumbago would have been cured by divine magic, but since it didn't, Ray began to suspect that it must be an autoimmune disorder called stiff man syndrome. Ray decided this because it is a condition in which the immune system is damaged by severe muscle tension. Even the princess's illness could not be completely cured by divine power, so it is logical that the Emperor could not be helped in the Empire. But what scared Ray the most was that the bruises were getting brighter and brighter during this time, and his condition was getting worse. Stiffness of the body must be handled with particular care, and Ray understood this very well, because due to the nature of the spasm that accompanies a cramp, the muscles are easily torn, which is why bruises remain. But considering all the facts, even such bruises are simply too much, and the first reason that came to Ray's mind was that someone tried to move the Emperor. This means that most likely, during the movement, the pressure on the muscles was too great that they could simply rupture, and as a result of this, bleeding clearly occurred. So Ray immediately closed the doors to the room and decided that he should perform an operation in which he would stop this bleeding. First, he decided that he needed to unlock the controls of the divine power so that no infections would occur, and to do this, he would use purification. After that, he finally went inside the emperor's body and first of all, looked around there. Fortunately, he did not see peritonitis there, and there was no severe bleeding either, and this was already good news. Therefore, he decided not to go any further and simply stitch up the patient's wound, but it is worth noting that due to muscle stiffness, the patient developed intestinal obstruction, and this needs to be clearly paid attention to. In any case, Ray successfully dealt with everything that required urgent intervention, and now his thoughts that this is the syndrome of a shackled person have been confirmed, but that is where the good news ends, because it will be quite difficult to cure the emperor of such a disease. The Dame family wasted no time at this time, and one of them went on reconnaissance, as a result of which he brought back quite a lot of useful information. For example, that there were a lot of disputes at the imperial court regarding sovereignty. And currently, the first in line to the throne is Prince Jared, followed by the second Prince Luke. He also learned that the third Princess Luciella supported the first prince, and the first Princess Elizabeth supported the second. As for the rest, they didn't stand out as much as the first and second princes, although the second princess is a sixth circle mage, but she doesn't seem to be interested in the throne at all. And he also learned that apparently the fourth prince had died. Hong assumed that it was most likely destroyed due to sovereignty disputes, and in this she was absolutely right. Given all this information, they could assume that the culprit was a member of the imperial family, and, given their chances of gaining the throne, it was most likely the work of the first or second prince. In any case, while things were progressing at this speed, Hong decided that 2 of them would stay here, and the rest would go to the Holy Empire. She believed that this was more than enough for them to provide information about possible sources of danger. Thereby, she wanted to say that the safety of the saint was now in their hands, and in exceptional circumstances, they could act at their own discretion. The next day, Ray was informed that the imperial family was waiting for him for a short conversation, and although the saint knew that this would happen sooner or later, it was still quite unexpected for him. Although on the other hand, he decided not to miss this chance, which would give him the opportunity to get to know them all, so he asked the servant to take him. When he entered the hall, he saw in front of him absolutely all members of the emperor's family, who were gathered at one table. And the first thing Ray thought about was that the emperor simply had excellent endurance, because looking at these guys, he couldn't think of anything else. In any case, he is not here for this, but in order to get to know them. Besides, he already sees several familiar faces, and he also noticed a princess there who once came to the Sacred Empire. But at the moment, all he wanted to know was what all these people wanted to achieve when they forced him to come here right now. Basic etiquette among the nobility is that a person of lower status greets a person of higher status first. And as it was known, a prince or princess was one step lower in status as a saint, so Ray had to wait first to bow his head before him. But despite this, the saint understood perfectly well that they had called him here in order to test him or to openly humiliate him. So he decided that he would go on the attack first, and told them that even dogs greet each other, but princes and princesses cannot do this. It is obvious that this caused incredible anger and aggression in them, because they did not understand how he dared to be so rude to them. Ray didn't talk to them for long. He could only add that if they were going to behave like this, they better stop, after which he turned around and started to leave. After some time, he was in his room and thought that all this made him doubt the methods of raising the imperial family, but on the other hand, saving lives had nothing to do with it, and first, he needed to find medicine for treatment. But suddenly his peace was interrupted by a knock on the door, behind which was Selena, the second princess of the empire, and the first thing she did was greet Ray when she saw him. Also, right after that, she decided to tell him that she wanted to apologize for what happened earlier. She was sincerely sorry. And if he doesn't mind, then she would really like to talk to him, and for that she would like to come in, if he doesn't mind, of course. After some time, Ray came to the conclusion that the second princess wanted to tell him that all this happened because of the stress that appeared during the struggle for the throne, and this statement was confirmed by the girl herself. She believed that this was a very important question, because depending on which faction bowed its head to him first, that would be his future. And for Ray, this information was not new, because the envoys had already told him about this. Selena at some point decided to say that she would like to take responsibility for this and apologize, and she is also ready to support him on her own behalf and on behalf of the royal family. Apparently, the guy simply had no other choice, so he agreed, and for this, Selena was incredibly grateful to him, and she would really like Ray not to stop and continue to treat the Emperor. But Ray immediately assured her that there was really no need to worry about it, because he himself was going to do it, and as soon as he told the girl about it, she immediately assured him that she had to get back to work, and if the saint needed anything, she would be ready to help him. After which she left, and the thought arose in Ray's head that at least this princess gave hope for adequacy. Ray had no idea what to do with the rest, but on the other hand, he thought that it wasn't that important now, because now he had to prepare the Emperor for treatment. A few days later, Ray didn't even imagine that it would be so difficult to find the necessary herbs, but he was still lucky because he came across chamomile on his way back, and it was a real miracle for him. In any case, he did not have time for long periods of wonder, so he decided to start creating a medical miracle as quickly as possible, and after he had crushed the herbs, he began the process by which he was going to obtain a concentrate. Then water is added to turn it all into a pill. The antioxidants in the blueberries will become more effective. Now the internal bleeding has stopped and the symptoms should go away. The medicine will relax his muscles and allow him to move, and they can begin physical therapy. Sometime after such treatment of Ray, the Emperor finally regained consciousness. But his health left much to be desired because he felt pressure with his whole body, which brought him quite a lot of pain. Moreover, he lay there for so long that he couldn't even speak. Ray was the first person the Emperor saw after he woke up, and it scared him a little, because he didn't know who Ray was. But the guy first decided to fix this, and introduced himself, saying that his name was Ray, and he was a saint from a holy empire. He was invited here to heal the Emperor, after which, without thinking twice, he decided to give the Emperor some medicine to make him feel better. According to the guy, he needs to drink it 4 times a day, so he will come to the man during breakfast, lunch, dinner, and before bed. But most of all, the Emperor was surprised that the guy does not use holy power. The saint was only thinking that he was giving the Emperor a natural drug that might be less effective, but there shouldn't be any side effects. However, he still decided to do the cleansing in order to be sure of his treatment. It was a little strange for Ray that the Emperor was in such a state, because there were so many maids here who were supposed to look after him, but apparently someone restricted their access. And to determine this, Ray began to think logically that the first prince would not gain anything from this, since he was already first in line to the throne. But if the second prince was to blame for this, then it was too risky for him. It was quite obvious that if the second prince had any connection with the Emperor's illness, he would not be able to escape execution for it. At one point, Ray realized that he had gone too far and that he urgently needed to stop thinking about such things, because at this rate, he could go crazy. Besides, he needs to take care of the Emperor's treatment, because he shouldn't care who seizes power in the Empire. The Emperor at this time looked at Ray, and it seemed to him that the guy was behaving rather strangely, so he was not sure that he could be trusted. A week later, Ray began to see positive trends, which meant that the Emperor was getting much better. He can't speak yet, but it's only a matter of time, but he recently learned to eat slowly. So Ray began to think that if he increased the dose of the drug, his muscles would begin to relax faster. He thought he could do it, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a clear sign of the thirst for destruction in the air. At first it seemed to him that it was connected with the Emperor and someone wanted to finish him off. But then a smile appeared on his face, because the guy realized that in fact they came for him today. For this reason, So Yeon immediately appeared behind his back, ready to carry out any order from the owner. And Ray, without thinking twice, ordered her to leave one guy alive and she had to get rid of all the rest. Not even a minute had passed before she had dealt with everyone who had dared to attack the saint, and for this she received praise. But Ray wasn't done yet. He decided to interrogate one of the attackers, whom he told to blink once if Ray was telling the truth, and twice if the guy was lying, after which he asked him a question, in which he wanted to know if he was sent here by the Emperor's family. This guy didn't blink for a long time, so Ray assumed that he was an assassin. After some time, the sound of the explosion was heard throughout the Empire, and a few minutes later, Ray appeared, who was very angry and shouted at everyone who heard him to bring him the princess. Otherwise, he would do everything to make this castle fly into the air. They tried to understand why he suddenly became so angry, and also immediately began to tell him that the princess was currently eating, but it seemed that these words made him even more angry. So he told them that since food came first for the princess, then she would hardly need the castle and struck, which made the servants of the empire even more beg him to stop doing this. The first and second princes came out to see what was going on there, and the first thing they wanted to know was what the saint was doing. The guy stopped for a second and said that the thing is that last night the destroyers came to him and tried to destroy him, so he decided that the empire wanted to destroy its own guest. Luke was a little disbelieving of Ray, but the saint responded with a question, wanting to know if the second prince really thought that the saint was doing this for no reason. But the first prince was apparently much smarter than his younger brother, because he bowed his head before the saint and first of all asked him for forgiveness. He also added that these apologies are not empty words and the imperial family will look for the criminal. He believed that since this incident happened in the imperial family, he simply had to take responsibility. Luke also joined his older brother, asking the saint for forgiveness for causing such a scene, and according to him, he was ready to accept any punishment for the fact that they put him in danger. Ray had noticed at their first meeting that Luke looked down on him, and now the saint had noticed that he was trying to act like a proper prince, which was even more annoying. In any case, he was not interested in all these apologies because he wanted them to bring him the third princess, because she was the criminal who sent the destroyers to him, and as proof, he showed the scroll, in which Luciella's handwriting was clearly visible. But what's most dangerous is that it was a direct order for Ray, so Luke immediately shouted to the servants to bring Luciella immediately. The guards forcibly brought the third princess to her brothers and Ray, which made the girl very angry. The first prince immediately wanted to know from her whether it was true that she tried to hurt the saint, and the second prince also joined his words, saying that if she decided to repay Ray's kindness like this, then it was very low. The girl continued to act innocent and pretended that she didn't understand what they were both talking about, because according to her, they weren't trying to harm anyone. Moreover, Luciella could swear that she had nothing to do with it, but as soon as she finished speaking, Ray approached her, gave her a scroll, and said that it was most likely her thing, which she could take back. The princess couldn't believe her eyes that Ray was somehow able to get this scroll, but even with such thoughts, she decided to go all the way and therefore convinced everyone around her that she did not write it, and moreover, she was sure that someone simply copied her handwriting. Ray found it hard to believe, after which he decided to clarify with her. Or was it he who let everything slide, and she decided to take him for a weakling? And without waiting for her answer, Ray released a little of his energy, which made it clear to everyone here that his strength was enough to destroy an entire army. The princes had not seen such a huge amount of mana for a long time, and now they began to believe that Ray had once fought the necromancer. But their thoughts were interrupted again by Ray, who wanted to convey to them that if the Lessian Empire did not want to help him, then apparently it would want a war with the Holy Empire. The first prince, without thinking for long, began to say that the saint was most likely too excited at the moment, because according to him, the Lessian Empire never wanted a war with the Holy Empire. Ray, in response to these words, reminded the first prince that one of the princesses of the Lessian Empire tried to destroy an important person of the Sacred Empire, and now he wanted to understand how he could so confidently claim that the Empire did not thirst for war. The first prince, without thinking twice, ordered his younger sister to apologize, but from her reaction, it was clear that she was not going to do so. She did not understand how the princess could bow her head, for which she immediately received a slap in the face. The first prince made it clear to her that she had to do this. Otherwise, the consequences of her actions would be much more dire for her. She could not believe it, and while she was bursting with anger, the first prince once again asked the saint for forgiveness. According to him, they would very much like to settle this issue verbally, so he suggested that they all get together and discuss this situation a little. Ray was not against settling the conflict in this way, but first he asked them to call all the princes and princesses to him. And to make them come here a little faster, he blew up part of the castle, after which he added that if they continue to treat him so badly, then everything will not end so easily for them. Because of this incident, the entire imperial family gathered to listen to the whole story and apologized to Ray again. The saint accepted their apology and began to talk about compensation. He began to demand two things from them. The first thing was closer diplomatic relations between the Lessian Empire and the Holy Empire, and the second point was active trade between them. It was an offer that could double the income the Holy Empire received from trade, but in fact it was a profitable offer for the Lessian Empire as well. 65% of the losses were paid to the Holy Empire, but the Lessian Empire agreed to call it compensation. After they finally came to an agreement, Ray thought that by now the Emperor really should have started moving, and so he wanted to go and check on the man. The Emperor, lying in his bed, felt incredibly severe pain whenever he tried to move. But on the other hand, he noticed that thanks to the medicine that Ray prescribed him, he began to move a little. At that moment, Ray came into his room and immediately noticed that the man was feeling much better than he expected. And the guy was completely right, because the Emperor now began to speak, although it was difficult for him, but he was still able to thank Ray for his help. Ray assured him that there was no need to thank him. He suggested that he should rather see how the man was doing today, and to do this, he needed to try to move a little. Although the bruises had not yet gone away, the saint still had a smile on his face, and this could only mean that there was nothing really scary about it. When Emperor Jaeoger came to his senses, his child came to visit him, who in fact clearly did not want good for his father, so without thinking twice, he struck him. It was one of his sons who was crying and continued to beat his father, saying that a man should never forgive him. After which, at the request of the Lessian Empire, Ray goes to treat the Emperor, who is in critical condition. In the end, he discovers that the Emperor has Stiffman syndrome, but one question of Ray remained unanswered for a long time. Looking at his bruises, the young saint immediately realized that someone knowledgeable was to blame, but the guy still decided to focus on treating the Emperor for now. Meanwhile, the selection committee, conducting an internal investigation into Ray's safety, discovered that there was an active struggle for sovereignty within the Empire, and that a battle was in full swing, with Princes Gale and Luke gaining the upper hand, and they confirmed that they would not hesitate to destroy their own brother. After a series of events, the Emperor regains consciousness, and a guest enters his bedchamber. Ray didn't like at all that he came to this castle just when all this was happening, so Yaon reported to the saint that the first person to fall into his hands was Prince Luke. According to an agent from the Dame family, this prince began by damaging the image of the crown prince by making caustic comments about his policies and behavior. And as a result, the cornered fifth prince sent mercenaries to destroy Prince Luke and Prince Gale, and they, in turn, strengthened their security and then began to order their brothers and sisters. This went on for almost a week, and today at dawn the bodyguards found the body of the fifth prince at the door of his mansion. The prince himself was found dead in the bedroom. His throat was cut very neatly, which could indicate that a professional was clearly working with him. But what's most interesting is that all members of the imperial family had an alibi, but when checked, neither Prince Luke nor Prince Gale were found in the designated places, and this could only mean one thing. These guys had false alibis. Ray noted that in the Lessian Empire, there is no exterminator organization that could quietly subjugate such a number of royal guards and penetrate the Emperor's bedroom, which means that there is a person who can freely and without protection move around the territory of the imperial house. In Ray's opinion, the manna itself was very excellent from the first time he saw it, and it is far from ideal, but also quite good, so it can be assumed that this Prince Luke is quite likely to have made this move himself. So he asked his friends to work a little harder and get him more information. Ray wanted them to know more about the power struggle in the Empire. He was interested in any violations or things that could bring bad fame to the imperial family. The next day, the Emperor's condition improved, and he was even able to get up, although it was through incredible efforts. Ray was so happy to see this. Finally, his treatment was giving such good results. But he still asked the Emperor not to rush, and for today, this is more than enough. The guy believed that it was one of the antioxidants that worked in the drug that he gave the man, so the muscle stiffness was significantly weakened. Now the saint cannot worry that the drug will not work. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone else's energy behind the door, which could only mean one thing, that someone had come to them. It was one of the princes, who was apparently here to visit his father. The first thing he wanted to ask was how they were doing, and after Ray told him that everything was fine, he decided to check how the prince himself was doing, because as far as he knew, the prince had recently had an upset stomach. The prince responded by talking about a flock of wyverns that, according to him, attacked him. Ray didn't quite understand why the prince was telling him all this, but he mentally noted to himself that the prince was delighted and went to the imperial castle, but at the right moment he was ambushed by wyverns, and for him it sounded like a ridiculous excuse. In any case, the prince came here to find out in more detail how His Majesty is doing. The man at that moment fell asleep or pretended to sleep, so Ray was able to say that the Emperor would soon be able to open his eyes. The prince was glad to hear this, after which he added that if Ray needed anything he could calmly contact him, and then the prince would try to do everything to help the saint. Ray jokingly asked the prince to bring him a little peace to this empire. The Emperor's son smiled and said that it would be a little difficult, but he was still convinced that peace would come very soon. He decided not to linger long at this point and began to leave, adding to the saint at the end that it would be better for him not to try to find out too much about the imperial family. After he left, the first thing Ray thought was that the prince was clearly planning to do something, but the smile on the saint's face could only mean one thing, that he would never give the prince the opportunity to do this, because he was going to make peace by force. A few days later, Ray received good news, which made him understand that everything was going as he expected. According to his agents, they compiled a list of violations in the imperial court, for which the saint immediately praised them. And as soon as he began to read the contents of each of the scrolls, he began to think that this family was simply crazy. It was said that Prince Gale was the man who did everything to seize power, and therefore got involved with not entirely honest people, and Prince Luke had an inappropriate relationship with the third princess, and given this fact, Ray finally understood why Luke allowed the girl to get away with it so many times. After reading several scrolls, Ray suddenly ordered his agents to return the scrolls to their masters, which confused So-yeon, because in that case, they would try to get rid of them. But Ray was convinced that they wouldn't dare do that, because that would mean the stranger knew his main weakness. The next thing Ray thought about was that he needed to restore the Emperor's health as soon as possible, preferably before these guys decided to make their move. But suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the Emperor himself, who by this time could already dress himself, and this was not a big problem for him. According to him, at the moment he is going to meet with his children, because he has heard rumors about what they have done. But before that, the Emperor wanted to thank Ray for healing him, and he also wanted to ask the guy for one more request. He looked at how Ray behaved and understood that apparently he had raised his children incorrectly, which Ray could not disagree with, but he also believed that it was never too late to fix it, so there was no need to be so upset. The Emperor believed that this was all because he raised them alone, without a mother, and he was quite interested to know if they would recognize him. Even if he told them this, Ray at that moment assured him that everything would be fine, and besides, he would help the man. The Emperor called all his children to talk to them, and as soon as they came to him, they immediately began to say that they were incredibly happy that he had finally recovered and was feeling much better. However, they did not understand one thing. Why was a saint sitting at such a family gathering? According to the emperor, it was he who called him here because, in his opinion, the saint had done more for his recovery than anyone else. On the other hand, he did not forget that his children had done something they should not have done, and he saw from their faces that they understood what was being discussed, although they continued to pretend that they did not understand. The man spoke of the death of the fifth prince, although it was disguised as an accident, but the emperor was sure that it was simply the result of a quarrel between them. He simply did not understand how the brothers wanted to destroy each other. It always seemed to him that he was calling them to reconciliation. Ray, looking at them, decided to say that they really thirst for power so much that they are left without humanity. The first prince was already tired of tolerating the antics of the saint, so he told him directly that Ray was talking too much, and the princess decided to ask him how he dared to talk to the royal family in such a tone. But Ray was not going to stop. Moreover, he wanted to tell them that they were as uneducated as a plant in a greenhouse. And as proof that they were all just a bunch of sheep, Ray decided to present His Majesty with evidence. It was a parchment that had been stolen and returned, so the children of the emperor did not understand where they came from again in Ray's hands, although at that moment it was no longer important, because the saint was going to show the emperor who his children really were. These scrolls laid out the very essence of what they did to each other. They maimed and eventually even began to destroy each other. That's how rotten the imperial family was. But then Ray added that there were exceptions, which was Princess Celine, because she had not committed any crimes and was not caught in the crossfire. Having heard all this, the emperor did not think long and sentenced each of them to 3 years probation, except, of course, Princess Selena. And he also immediately assured them that if they suddenly did not obey this order, they would immediately leave this palace. And now that he told them about this, he would like them all to immediately leave his room. Ray understood that if they lived like this for 3 years, then they would never be able to inherit the imperial throne. When all the emperor's children had left, he decided to turn to Luke, whom the emperor had asked to stay for a while. The man just wanted to hear why Luke did this. But the answer couldn't help but shock the emperor, because according to Luke, the main reason he did this was because of Prince Sam. This surprised even Ray, because if the words of the second prince are to be believed, he wanted Prince Sam to take the place of the emperor. Because he believed that neither he nor his brother would be able to think about anything other than the good of the empire. But Sam is completely different. He has a weak character, but he cares about people, and therefore will be able to take care of his subjects. But he also told that his brother and 5 princes were going crazy with the power that comes with the imperial title. Under such circumstances, he understood that Prince Sam simply could not become emperor. In other words, Luke believed that his father would leave the throne to those who were busy biting each other, and the new emperor would become a disgrace to the empire, which would then become a disgrace to the entire nation. The emperor listened to him attentively, but still decided to clarify. Was Luke sure that even for such a reason he had to do such a thing? In other words, he attacked his father to prevent the coronation of his older brother, and Luke did not justify himself. Moreover, he himself asked to punish him to the fullest extent. Whatever the punishment, he assured his father that he would pay for his actions. The man, hearing this, said that in fact he himself was also to blame for not having controlled Luke properly. However, he simply cannot forgive him, and soon, according to him, they will return to this conversation, but now Luke can leave. For the man, this was an incredible headache. How badly he raised his children, Ray, in response to these words, said that it seemed to him that if the man in the future would devote more time to his children, then everything would be fine. The emperor did not argue with him, but still he was incredibly ashamed to show such behavior to the saint. The emperor at this moment looked at Ray and thought that this guy may be young, but he has a completely different depth of thought, although at first he thought it was a little rude, but now he finds it refreshing thinking and he likes it. It seemed to the emperor that this was his strength, which he would not want to send back to the Holy Empire. So he told Ray that if it happened again, he would have to ask the saint for help again, which Ray didn't like very much. After which they started talking about the princess, and according to Ray, she was better than all her brothers, and above all, if his heart felt correctly, then in her case she could be trusted. But as it turned out, the emperor wanted to know from Ray, first of all, what he thought it would be like for a princess to be the wife of a saint. Ray smiled at this proposal, because according to him, he was not planning to get married yet. Moreover, he was sure that she would not want it either, and he understood her in this regard. The Carriage Festival is an empire-wide festival that is held every 3 years, and within its framework there are numerous competitions. The competitions are divided into 2 main categories. These are fencing and magic. There is also erudition, debate, and archery. And the emperor told Ray about this, hinting that the guy could participate, but he also told the guy that the rules did not allow him to participate in more than 3 competitions, and that in the sword tournament only fencing could be used, and in the magic tournament only magic. According to the emperor, usually there are qualifying competitions in each region, but since Ray is a saint, the emperor will arrange it so that he will immediately get into the main round. Ray liked this offer, and he actually didn't mind participating in this show, so he accepted the offer and will participate in fencing and magic competitions. And as soon as Ray told the emperor about this, the man immediately stood up from his chair and said that he would immediately go and take care of the organization, and asked the saint to rest for now. Ray felt like he was being teased a little bit in this case, but he understood that they could pay for it, and he thought that it would be quite interesting for him to participate in such a show. The crystal ball is a magical tool that can be imbued with mana to communicate with a pair of crystal balls over a distance. Ray gave one of these balls to Zeke when he left, so the saint could essentially contact his sword at any time. But as soon as Ray tried to contact Zeke, he saw that the crystal ball was held by Iriel. Therefore, the saint immediately had a question for her about what she was doing with it, because he was sure that he had given it to Zeke. But Iriel did not quite understand why such questions were being asked, because it seemed obvious to her that she had simply taken it from Zeke. In any case, Ray called to tell her that the emperor was safe. Iriel didn't doubt for a second that he would cope, after which she said that in the Holy Empire everything was the same as before, but in the academy everything was a little different. Ray wanted to immediately find out what it meant that she was a little different, but Iriel immediately tried to calm him down and said that in fact nothing special had happened. As for teaching, the students respect everyone and say that everything is fine. Then Ray wanted to know what the problem was, and according to Iriel, some were starting fights with other academies. The saint did not know what to answer her, but in any case, he told her that he would return later than planned, although the emperor's treatment had already ended, after which he told her everything about the race for the throne. Iriel had of course heard that the struggle for the imperial throne had intensified, but she had no idea that the situation there was so bad. At least it seemed to her that Ray had intervened in time enough, so now everything should be fine. So she immediately told Ray that she would not mind if he was a little late in returning. But she wanted to tell him something else, namely, that Ray had already arrived in the Holy Land exactly a year ago. Ray never thought about it, which can't be said about Iriel. She also wanted to say that a little time will pass and he will travel back and forth between the kingdoms. It seemed to her that the period of adaptation to adult life was over and a new life was beginning. She told him this in order to tell him that he needed to rest in the Lysian Empire as long as possible, because when he returned back, a new life would begin for him. She also wanted to tell him something else, but Ray decided that he didn't want to listen to her anymore and immediately hung up. 2 weeks later, he came to the very event that the emperor had been telling him about for so long, and the first thing that surprised Ray was that with the help of magical instruments, you can create light in the sky. And Selena, who was constantly next to him, was surprised that he himself was a magician and was so surprised by such simple things. But she honestly admitted that when she saw him for the first time, he seemed a little scary to her. Ray laughed at this, but now he thought that they had become friends, especially since he wanted her to give him a personal tour today. And they started with a large coliseum where, according to the girl, the fencing tournament would take place. Next to it, there is a more spacious hall for holding a magic tournament, and it is quite impressive. On the way, they also passed a shooting range for an archery, which was simply in terrible condition, and Ray noticed this. The girl explained to him that in fact archery has not been popular in the Empire for a long time. So few people watch and even fewer participate. It's a miracle that it hasn't been closed yet. After this training hall, they moved on to the qualifying competition, which struck Ray from the first seconds. He didn't even think that such strong warriors were performing here. They watched almost all the fights from start to finish, after which Ray concluded that it was quite professional, so it seemed to him that the main part of the competition would be quite interesting. Suddenly Ray heard a familiar melody, and he literally could not believe his ears that he was hearing music in this world. According to Selena, it was a bard, and since Ray paid so much attention to her, the girl immediately suggested that he stay and listen for a bit, especially since they still had time before dinner. Ray immediately agreed, because in addition to everything else, he saw a violin in the hands of the so-called bard, which she handled perfectly. The saint was very pleased to listen to this melody. It reminded him of his past life, where he listened to music almost every day. She really played just beautifully. All the people started to come together at the sound of this melody, and they just listened and enjoyed it. After she finished playing, she thanked her listeners and also suddenly decided to come closer to Ray and Selena. The whole point was that she heard Ray name her instrument, so she wanted to know if he had seen her violin before. Ray understood her surprise, but he answered without any problems that this was true. He had already encountered such a tool. Now she was interested to know where he could have seen this tool. The saint began to understand that the girl knew the name of this earthly instrument, and thoughts began to visit him that she was the same as him. But he still decided to answer her that he saw this instrument in a book. And the girl immediately determined that it was a lie, and she did it with the help of her eye, which was able to see the truth. Ray immediately noticed this, and realized that the girl was most likely a half-elf. These are creatures born from the union of a human and an elf. The saint told her that he would answer her honestly, but first he would like to know where she got this instrument and how she learned how to play it. According to the girl, this instrument is a relic of her grandmother's family. She created it and passed it on to her descendants, and she also taught her to play. Ray understood that this was most likely a lie, or partially true, because it was simply impossible to create something like a violin in this world, but he could not say this, and the girl was now waiting for a confession from him. She even decided to repeat that she would like to know where he knew about this instrument and its name. Ray decided that he would not tell the truth again, and made up a story in which he saw a man who played a similar instrument, and when he asked what the instrument was called, the man answered him a violin, and Ray simply managed to remember the name, that's all. But the saint did not tell this story by accident, because in fact, technically, he did not lie, because his music teacher told him about the violin, and even the girl's eye of truth showed her that it was true. After which she asked Ray for forgiveness for asking him such rude questions. She just thought that he might know something. Ray also said that he was wrong, and he should also ask her for forgiveness. And since they understood each other, Ray asked the girl to tell him a little more about her grandmother, and apparently the girl didn't mind. She started by saying that she could be described as extraordinary, but at the same time she was incredibly talented and admirable. She was the kind of person whose ideas were beyond this world. One day she created something and called it a bicycle, and the girl at that time was very surprised, especially when she wrote it, as if it was something completely ordinary. Ray, hearing this story, realized that this girl's grandmother was exactly the same as him. But that was nothing, because after this story, the girl told Ray that her grandmother always said that she was not from this world, and that's how her curiosity about her world was born, and she began to look for someone who could know more about it. And after she had told more about her grandmother, she would like to hear a little more about the man who played the same instrument that Ray had seen. The saint responded by telling her that he did not remember very clearly where they lived and who they were. This made the girl smile, because she noticed that they actually had a rather similar situation. In any case, she was very pleased to meet someone like a guy, and also with the miss who was next to him, and now it was time for her to leave. And before she left, she told Ray that she had a feeling that they would meet again. After the girl left, Selena noticed that the guy looked quite happy. Did he really enjoy the conversation that much? And she was actually right. Just the realization that Ray was not alone in this world made him smile and gave him a very strange relief. That's why he answered Selena that he literally felt his loneliness disappearing, although mentally the guy understood that in reality, the only life that was important was the one he was living at the moment. The day of the final arrived, and the Emperor came to support the saint, and he also wanted to warn him that since it was the final, there would most likely be many more spectators in the stands than he could imagine. The Emperor also couldn't help but say that he was looking forward to the start of the fight, but first the man would like to clarify whether the guy remembers all the rules of this tournament. The first 3 battles will be one-on-one, then 4 team battles of 5 people, chosen at random, are held. These are the rules of the final sword fight. Ray remembered these rules, as well as the fact that communication and teamwork are key at this stage. After discussing the rules, Ray decided that he should start this final first, and the Emperor could only say that he would keep his fingers crossed for him and wish him luck. But when he came closer to the arena, one of the workers wanted to know where the master's sword was, and Ray, as usual, forgot it somewhere, but looking around he saw a small tree branch, which, as it seemed to him, would also be perfect for the role of a sword, which could not help but embarrass the guard. But apparently, he wasn't the only one who was confused by this, because as soon as Ray entered the arena and his first opponent saw what kind of weapon the guy was going to fight with, he immediately started yelling at him because it seemed to him that we were clearly underestimating his strength. Ray did not understand why he was so angry, because in fact, this was his sword, which, according to the saint, was passed down from generation to generation in his family. And as one might guess, this sword came to him from his parents. Such a story made the man take his words back and ask for forgiveness for being so harsh with him. Before the fight began, the referee reminded them both that if too much force was dealt, or there was an intent to destroy, that knight would be instantly destroyed, and since Ray's lie had worked, he decided that he should hold on to his strength until his next opponent. And as soon as the start of the fight was announced, Ray immediately used his speed to catch his opponent off guard. Thus it took only 1 blow for him to defeat this knight. The surprise of each spectator was understandable, because they had never seen anything like this before. Usually such fights are very interesting and long, but this time, everything was completely different. Ray won the fight, and it was too easy for the guy. Since then, Ray has had 3 more fights, winning with a similar method, and thus earning a little fame, and the Emperor was especially impressed by the fight where the guy won with just 1 branch. But according to Ray, there is nothing surprising about this, because anyone can do it with just 1 desire. But they didn't stop praising him, because the way he conducted the wizard tournament left them in shock, because he defeated his opponents before they had time to use their magic. Finally, the day of the team competition arrived, and Ray was assigned to the red team. The rules of these competitions were not complicated. The tournament begins with the participants of the fencing and magic teams uniting into teams, after which each faction is given a flag, and the one who first intercepts it and installs it on the territory of their faction will receive points. The team with the most flags in their faction wins, and the person who has made the greatest contribution to the development of the team becomes the winner. All these rules sounded too simple for Ray, because all he had to do was get the flag. The other team members were not entirely happy with him being on their team, because Ray was aloof and unwilling to discuss strategy with them. But one of the red team told that he was a magic swordsman who had recently knocked out his opponent with his fists at a magic tournament, and for the rest of the tournament his opponent was scared, and in the end, he simply gave up. One of them still believed that a normal swordsman could defeat some wizard, but apparently he simply didn't know who Ray was and what he was capable of. After all, even the fact that he canceled out all of his opponent's magic with cancellation and then simply walked up and hit him. Moreover, it was known that he was participating in both competitions, so their group consists of 4 people, so it is not much, although on the other hand, they understood that the best thing they could do was to stick to the strategy. But their strategy wasn't very smart, because they decided to send one guy ahead while they ran after him, looking for an opportunity to steal the flag. Ray was surprised by the actions of his teammates, because at first they were embarrassed, and then they left altogether, and now the saint can only sit in place and defend his flag. At that moment, he suddenly thought about the fact that he had come all this way in order to cure the emperor, so it seemed to him that it would be a good idea to solve the problem with the wyverns and thereby increase his debt to him. He started to think that maybe he should even drop the meteorite, when suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him. It was members of the other team who were glad that the guy was alone here, because it seemed to them that there they could easily take the flag from him. Ray looked at them and smiled, and they took this as disrespect towards them, so they began to tell him that he would not be able to stop the three of them, and it would be better for him if he simply gave them the flag. But first, the saint would like to know where they hid their flag, because he understood that they would never leave the flag on which the movement of all five depended, which surprised the main one in this team. And Ray continued to talk, and it was quite surprising to him that they thought he didn't know that there was a wizard sitting in ambush behind him, and that it wasn't actually against the rules. The flag was small enough to hide in his hands. Apparently, all these words made one of the blue team more and more angry, so at one point he couldn't stand it and went on the attack. Ray was so happy that he basically just stood there and the other team's flag appeared on its own. He was basically so lucky with that. And now, when they brought the flag, Ray wanted to get it immediately, and so that they had no doubt that it should be given to him, the saint used a little frightening magic. Meanwhile, Ray's teammates tried to find at least one clue to the flag, but they were unsuccessful. When they suddenly noticed a cloud of smoke coming straight from their camp, they immediately realized that even such a strong fighter as Ray would not be able to protect the flag alone, so they decided to immediately head back. But as soon as they returned, they saw Ray holding a blue flag in his hands, and around him were members of the blue team who clearly underestimated Ray's strength. After that, the red team won easily thanks to a series of raids. Ray, as expected, received recognition for his performance and became the winner of the final. But most importantly, he was glad that the prize fund of this tournament was not so small, which could not but please him. Although he decided to tell the emperor that he thought the prize fund would be several times larger, since this money would probably only be enough for him to eat once. The emperor was glad that Ray was able to win this tournament, and since they were already in the empire, the man decided to offer the guy to explore it a little better. Besides, there are a huge number of beautiful places in it. The saint himself thought about it, but he will have to refuse, because he has another job. The man became interested in finding out what Ray had planned to do, but the guy made it clear to him that it would be better if it remained a surprise. The next day, Ray climbed a rather steep hill where he felt a high density of mana. His goal was to reach the wyvern's nest, where he could finish them off once and for all. The first thing he noticed was that they created so many magic circles without any protection, and this could only mean that they were quite smart. In any case, now he was only interested in one thing. If he suddenly broke everything here, would he be given a warm welcome or not? Wyverns are a highly intelligent race and are believed to be skilled in magic and worship strength. They love heat and humidity, so their nests are usually located in such places. And Ray had already regretted several times that he had gone so far in this place, because he literally wanted to peel off his skin from the incredible heat. He had been doing this for 30 minutes now, with so many layers of magic circles, and at this point it seemed to him that at least something should happen. Suddenly he heard a voice that was filled with anger and fear, which made Ray immediately stop and look up. A few seconds later, a huge wyvern landed in front of him, wanting to know why he had removed one of the magic circles. Ray was surprised by one of the wyvern's abilities, namely that they have telepathy, and he hears echoes in his head. But in any case, he was glad that he met a wyvern, because he was here to talk to her. She wanted to know what topic the person would like to talk about, and Ray, without thinking twice, said that he was here to discuss their nest, but the wyvern immediately said that this was not within her competence and not under her control. She also added that she could not return to the village the intruder who had damaged the magic circle, and Ray assumed that she would tell him about it. Then Ray decided to demonstrate another magic. He used his powers to restore the magic circle, which clearly amazed the wyvern, because she had never seen anyone restore a magic circle, and at such a speed, but this meant only one thing to her, that the guy had clearly come here prepared. Ray confirmed this assumption, saying that he had been preparing for a long time and thought that he would have to surprise. Sometime later, Ray managed to restore everything that he destroyed, and therefore a smile was clearly visible on his face. The wyvern was still impressed that the guy was able to create such a magic circle so quickly, thus he was able to clear his name as an uninvited guest, but the wyvern immediately told him that she could take him with her. But unfortunately, she could not guarantee his life because they only respect the strong. But Ray saw her in the fact that he himself could take care of himself perfectly well. All he needed was to be shown the way. Hearing this, the wyvern spread its wings and thus made it clear that she was ready to show the guy the way. Although, as it turned out later, she simply flew away alone, and Ray had to pursue her on his own in order to get there in time. After Ray finally arrived at one of the wyvern nests, the wyvern told him that she would never have thought that people could be such good runners, and Ray himself at that moment was thinking only about how he could roast this bird. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by another wyvern, which was clearly much larger, and the first thing he wanted to know was why they brought a man here. The wyvern that brought Ray tried to explain that the man wanted to talk, so she thought it was appropriate, and that's why he brought him here. After this, the main wyvern gave permission for him to show this man how everything was arranged here, and at that very moment, the wyvern magically turned into a man. What made Ray freeze in place, but this man, who was just a wyvern, asked the guy not to stand still, because he had just received permission to enter. The saint did not fully understand how they did it, but it still seemed to him that it was far from magic, and he wanted to study how similar these creatures were to people. But his thoughts were interrupted at one point by another wyvern, who wanted to tell him that Ray was too weak for a person who had come all this way and used so much mana to do so. Although then he suddenly added that if one of his fellow tribesmen tried to take his life, then Ray could boldly run to him, and then he would definitely receive help. The first time Ray was in this place made him think that they were certainly different from people, and they all reminded him more of elves. He was quite interested to observe that they all lived in human form, and they even built houses and led a lifestyle similar to that of humans. And when he looked at them, they literally forced him to obey and did everything to instill fear in Ray. After some time, he found himself in the house of that very wyvern, in which Ray could finally do what he came here for, and he decided to start with the question in which he wanted to know if they could move their camp to another place. He immediately received a response from the wyvern, in which he clearly made it clear that it was far from his decision, so Ray asked to take him to the wyvern, who could make such a decision, and according to his new friend, it was not difficult to do, but first he needed to fulfill one condition. As it turns out, the wyverns have a law called the honor of the strongest. In other words, he wanted Ray to face him and show his true strength. The saint expected such a turn of events, so he did not think long before agreeing to this proposal. And immediately after that, he used his magic, namely, the ability to capture, with which he held his opponent. These chains were so strong that even a wyvern could not break them, which was a revelation for him, because he had never seen human magic higher than his essence. He realized that this was actually enough for the guy to prove his strength, so Ray released his grip, and the wyvern said that now they could go to the main wyvern. But before that, he decided to finally get to know this strange man, and the saint introduced himself as Ray, and the wyvern's real name was Karnata. Now that they knew each other, Karnata finally took Ray to their leader, who lived nearby. On the way, Ray wanted to clarify whether all he needed to do was make the wyvern agree, and then their entire village would move, and in response to these words, Karnata said that there was no one from her family who would not obey her. According to him, the Lord is the strongest wyvern in the clan, and when they arrived at the place, it was clear from Ray's face that he was surprised at where they had come. The thing was, he saw the most backward house he had ever seen. The Lord's taste was clearly strange, but he wasn't here to tell the Wyvern Lord what kind of house he should have. But the house was not the only surprise that awaited Ray, because when the Wyvern Lord came out to greet the man, then Ray was shocked enough, because the Lord turned out to be a woman.